Chapter I, Revelations. Undisclosed hideout. The cave was cold, dark, and damp, the ground rock hard and riddled with puddles where water slowly dripped from above, a nearby pond the source of humidity and survival. The reddish-hued stone cast an ominous orange glow the color of vomit, illuminated by a small fire that did little to ward off the cold. A group of men and women clad in bright-colored robes, tailored in geometric patterns and with medium-toned colors, stood vigil over the pond as they softly chanted prayers in their native tongue, a beautiful lilting tongue with occasional guttural sounds, their eyes closed and their faces taut with anxiety, the sweet burning incense the only thing calming their nerves. O blessed Mother, sweet Mother Rhoyne! Today we seek thine vision, thine plans for the future in these times of uncertainty and doubt. Few are your true children left, the Andals are bane. Slaughterers of our children and destroyers of our redoubt. O Mother Rhoyne, please bless us with thine vision. Thine mercy, thine generosity. Show us the way you envision. For the sake of our triumphant victory. The water rippled, and images soon manifested in the water's reflection. A three-headed dragon flew overhead, and castles, towns, and villages burned as far as the eye could see, thousands of corpses irrigating the ground red with their blood. Crimson and black, the colors of this dragon, dyeing all of Westeros with its colors. Yet the banners of great houses, Stark, Lannister and Arryn, still fluttered in the wind, placed shorter than the banner of the three-headed dragon. Yet as the dragon's colors faded, they saw that such colors painted only a small, minuscule portion of all Westeros, the other kingdoms preserved and left alone and their power kept intact as if nothing had changed, a monument to the continent's everlasting stagnation. Then, they saw the three-headed dragon tear itself apart in a grisly show of blood and gore, cackling like a mad villain. Surrounding the mad dragon were men serving under the banners of the great houses, men the dragon spared in its hubris, hurling spears and arrows and taking it down after a long and bloody fight. Yet even as the men of the great houses celebrated their victory, they swiftly went back to fighting each other as they had done for countless millennia, uncaring of the tidal wave of cold sweeping in from the north. Entire castles fell before the blizzard, and preceding the snowstorm was waves upon waves of walking corpses, slaughtering everything in their path with fang and claw and rusted weaponry. At the very center of the horde of the dead stood a group of white-skinned, blue-eyed men, embodiments of the element of cold, smiling with sadistic glee as they beheld the carnage, fields and forests of the dead as far as the eye could see. Dominating all these pale men, these monsters, were a pale man and pale woman with monarchical garb, crowns set upon their brows glittering with the light of diamonds. The gathered crowd looked into their eyes, and saw the blackened abyss. They all fell flat on their behinds, shock and denial echoing throughout the cave as they desperately tried to make sense of this foreboding vision. Eager for an answer, they peered back into the reflection, desperately praying for a sign. Once again, images manifested in the water's reflection. It showed a single wailing babe, born to overjoyed parents who celebrated the coming of their firstborn child. Olive brown skin, silky smooth hair and piercing brown eyes who beheld astonishing intelligence and childlike glee. As the child grew into a boy, they could see parched desert land blossom to life, flora and fauna where water flowed in great rivers and canals built by hard-working engineers. The people thrived and prospered, enjoying strong food security and stately housing, protected by legions of disciplined troops flying proud banners, crimson banners bearing a white sword-bearing arm. Gradually, the sword arm was replaced by a cunning, wily fox, the embodiment of adaptability, anonymity, diplomacy, and swiftness of action. The banner of the sunburst fluttered in the distance, the troops of House Martell seeking to put down this challenger to its dynastic rule. Said troops were mercilessly washed away by water and burned by fire, as if the Martells incurred the wrath of the heavens. The banner of the sunburst burst into flames, crumbling to ash and scattering to the winds. Soon, the banner of the crimson fox submitted to the banner of the three-headed dragon, and the flames of war subsided, paving the way for a blossoming field of flowers. The visions ended, and it was here that fierce deliberation erupted amongst the gathered crowd. Have you not seen the visions? It is clear that there is hope for the Rhoynish. Can you truly trust these visions? For all I know, this prophesied savior may be our doom instead. House Martell is a villainous house who spat on our traditions and gratitude, but it is the ruling house of Dorne. And if we do nothing, nothing will change and nothing ever will. We must take the initiative and seek out this house, and take the next step forward. Mother Rhoyne, damn you, Garen. I'm perfectly fine with this lifestyle our people lead, I don't think we need any change. Cursed a young woman, her black hair slicked down her shoulder, brown eyes flaring with anger. Do you, Mary? Cursed Garen, it's because of the accursed Red Princes that we cannot openly practice our culture and religion, and because of the Andals, our water magic has degraded as countless generations of skilled masters are hunted down and slaughtered by Andal fanatics. And you think we don't need to change? At least it's far less risky and doesn't put our very survival at stake. Mary retorted, I admit, I dislike us being forced to practice our culture in secret, but it's better than taking such a high-risk gamble. Fine, if you don't want to do this, then you're free to take your leave. Garen declared. With no further argument, Mary and fully half their group left the cotter of water wizards, leaving Garen to deal with the remainder who anxiously looked to him for guidance. Garen, what do we do now? One of the juniors, a young boy named Gareth, questioned. We make for our Sam, Garen decided, it's our best bet. But what if Mary is right? Gareth questioned, what if this newborn babe isn't our savior? Garen took a deep breath, steadying himself. Even if he isn't, it's better to die doing something with your life, than to die by doing nothing, he affirmed. With that, they left for their destination. I. Our Sam, Swordport. Aris Rada, patriarch of his house, wandered restlessly outside the birthing chambers, biting his thumb nervously as he anxiously awaited for his wife's ordeal to be over. Young and spry with a masculine, sun-tanned body, he bore a single vertical scar across his left eye, his sandy yellow eyes filled with turmoil and his slick black hair slick with sweat. His wife Amelia endured this terrible ordeal for hours now, and at its climax her screams shot through the roof like a volcanic eruption. Please, let this be over. Please, Mother Rhoyne, let both of them survive. Soon her wife's screams ceased, and the healthy wails of a babe followed, echoing throughout the chambers as the sign of a mother-blessed miracle. One of the midwives opened the door and said to Aris with a beaming smile, "Congratulations, my lord. It's a baby boy." Swiftly did Aris burst into the birthing chambers where he beheld his beautiful wife, sweet Amelia, the jewel of the desert and the light of his life. At the age of 10 and 8, same as he, she was a comely and matronly woman with wide hips and an ample bosom, her glossy olive skin glistening with sweat. Her blue eyes beheld their newborn son with unbridled joy, shedding tears of happiness and relief, her long black hair reaching past her shoulders. "Look, my love," Amelia gasped, "our son." Their newborn, firstborn son was so soft and round with baby fat, and to their eyes he looked so fragile and innocent he did not deserve to be born in such a tumultuous time. He smiled at him, and as if sharing his joy, the babe smiled back if only for an instant. "What shall we name him?" Amelia asked. "After your grandfather, maybe." "No, I have another name in mind," Aris countered. "There was a brave and loyal soldier of our household, and one I owe my life to. He was a man of few words, but his actions spoke volumes of his character, strong and steadfast and loyal above all else. His name was Aaron, and that shall be my son's name." "Such a wonderful name," Amelia smiled, "and yet I cannot help but fear for him. Our house is not what it used to be, and the three houses of Nasur, Bara, and Harrow continue to encroach on our trade routes." Aris heaved a heavy sigh. "The war of four houses devastated our loyal vassals, and these new houses are tightening the noose on us. Now we're even beginning to face the danger of losing our arable land, thanks to them whispering poison in the princess's ear." "Maria is just that, the yellow toad," Amelia mouthed. "She, like countless generations of her predecessors, are content with the status quo and do nothing to change things for the better, be it for Dorne or their household. And with House Targaryen readying for war against the realm of House Hor, why is it they do nothing? And us being one of the last Rhoynish houses that still keep to the old ways has earned us few friends in the royal court." Ashraz lamented, "Oh Mother Rhoyne, how far your children have fallen." Just then, a servant opened the door of the birthing chambers and informed Aris, "My lord, a group of strangers are at the castle gates, requesting for an audience. They claim to be the orphans of the green blood." "Did I hear you correctly?" Aris questioned. "Yes, I do not lie, my lord. They claim to be the very same orphans of the green blood," the servant reiterated. Aris nodded slowly, while Amelia narrowed her eyes in confusion. "Send them in for now," Aris ordered. "I will meet them in my solar." Chapter 2, Early Life and Growth. 30 BC. Arsam. When Aaron Rada was born, celebration broke out in the keep of Arsam for a few days, the people feasting and making merry, drinking away their worries for a while. Raunchy interactions followed as, true to Dornish ways, enthusiastic and eager couples took to the trade of the flesh to satisfy their desires and curiosities. Yet even as little Aaron was cleaned and swaddled in cloth, news came to the Lord and Lady Rada that a group of the orphans of the green blood had come to visit them in the dead of night. Cautious and curious about their intentions, Aris permitted them entry into the keep, eager to meet with their leader Garen and talk further. Garen bowed before Aris, slightly clumsy and nervous. "Spoiler, Aris Rada. My humblest respects to you, Lord Aris," Garen greeted. At ease, Aris gestured, "So you are the leader of the group of orphans with you?" "I am, my lord. My name is Garen, and I come to talk with you about a vision blessed to us by Mother Rhoyne," Garen explained. Almost instantly, Aris felt his suspicions heighten. "And, pray tell, what sort of vision did you see?" he questioned, eyes hard and posture taut. Garen raised his hands in placation, "It's up to you whether you believe me or not, my lord. However, I beg you to lend me an ear for a while." Aris was not truly satisfied, but his eyes slackened just so slightly, now reflecting a growing curiosity. "Go on," he beckoned. Nodding at this with slight relief, Garen said, in our vision we saw a dark, bleak future awaiting our kind and all of Dorne should things refuse to change. Not only would we remain a weak and defenseless kingdom, despite the Martells claiming otherwise, we would be embroiled in strife and conflict which could see all of Dorne engulfed in flames. I need not say that this includes us Rhoynar and all the water wizards, whom the Andals would rather see exterminated. Garen's eyes turned hard, his hand clenching his staff hard until his knuckles turned white. And what sort of future did you see, if things change? Furthermore, what is the catalyst supposed to be? Aerys asked. Your newborn son, my lord, Garen answered. What? Aerys said, his posture suddenly tense. Yes, according to our vision, your son is the catalyst for a brighter future, Garen reiterated. The vision never showed us exactly how he would achieve it, only that he did, that he achieved the complete downfall of House Martell and the securing of Dorne as the Rhoynish heartland. Aerys heaved a heavy, suffering sigh and Garen inched back slightly, keeping his head bowed. Is that the kind of answer your vision gave you? Aerys inquired. Yes, Lord Aerys. It is, Garen answered. Aerys turned away, his hand covering his mouth. It was exceptionally tempting to believe Garen's words, his vision of a brighter and better future for all Rhoynish kind. If the vision truly came to pass as he claims, not only would the sun set on House Martell and all Andal houses in Dorne, the future of the Rhoynish culture and religion would be secure. And yet, his son Aeron was just a newborn babe. To foister this prophecy nonsense upon him when he could barely walk? He could not bring himself to do so, at least not when he was unprepared and still so young. Yet one would be a complete and utter moron to believe Garen's vision was the sole reason for his being here. Then can you tell me your real reason for coming here, seeking my attention? Aerys questioned. I cannot imagine you being the religiously devoted type, to be honest. Garen heaved a deep sigh. I'm sick and tired of the status quo, I'm sick and tired of having to live like a pariah in my homeland when we should be walking free and practicing our culture and religion, he growled. I just want things to change for the better, for all us Rhoynar. I admit. I myself am unsure about this vision granted to us by Mother Rhoyne. For all I know, we could be digging our own graves already. Then what's stopping you from abandoning such an endeavor altogether? Aerys pressed on, or rather, do you believe this path of yours is worth all the risks and dangers that lay ahead? Garen took a deep breath. Even if we do fail, one way or another, at least we get to die free men, die doing something rather than nothing, he admitted, his expression reflecting both doubt and vulnerability, and even if it's a fool's hope, I still hope for a brighter day ahead. And then Garen fell prostrate to a knee, bowing his head. We are willing to offer our services, in exchange for food and shelter. Aerys nodded smilingly, patting Garen on the back. You're far braver and more daring than most nobles and heroes I know, he said. Arise, Garen. I accept your service. Garen smiled brightly, rising and shaking Aerys's hand with gratitude. We cannot thank you enough, my lord, Garen beamed with joy. We shall gladly serve to the best of our abilities. I. 20 BC. If there was one thing Ebanu8 learned in her 6 years of raising children, it was that motherhood was exacting upon mothers physically and mentally. Not only were her children bundles of inexhaustible energy who loved getting up to all kinds of mischief directed at each other, their parents or the castle servants, their endless curiosity landed them frequently in trouble. Spoiler, Ebanu8. She hated seeing them cry every time she or Aerys reprimanded them, but if she did not, they would only continue making mistakes they should avoid when they grow into adults later on. And yet, her eldest son was an enigma neither she nor the rest of her family were able to unravel. He was shockingly quiet most of the time, and though prone to fits of casual laughter and humor, whenever he made a mistake and she, gently, reprimanded him, he simply nodded and bore it stoically, never crying, never whining. At times, he would remember certain things with great clarity, as if it were the day he first committed them to memory, yet other times he was surprisingly forgetful most times and had to write down notes to remember important things. Whenever he was given a task to do, he would obediently accomplish it however he could, though his endless string of complaints proved rather irritating. Whenever he was relaxing, he displayed exceptional laziness, showing a sloth's reluctance to perform even basic tasks. And they say Princess Maria is too lazy to perform such menial tasks, leaving it all to her servants. Ebanu8 thought wryly. Walking through the castle corridors at night, she nodded towards passing servants and guards who greeted her curtly with due decorum. Soft steps echoed throughout the quiet halls, and Ebanu8 appreciated the silence and tranquility dominating her home at this time of the night sky and full moon shining with gem-like luster. She saw young Surian, her second-born son, walk towards her with teary eyes while clutching his pillow, accompanied by a giantess of a woman dressed in servant uniform. Ma. Surian muttered, before moving to hug her leg. Ma, I can't sleep. What's the matter, son? Ebanu8 asked, kneeling to pat Surian's head. My apologies, my lady, but he's unable to sleep, the maid said as she bowed. Saint Alia, the giantess of a woman currently serving as a maid for House Rada, was a former freelancer mercenary who took all kinds of independent contracts for an innumerable number of employers. No one really knew why she suddenly chose to forego the life of a mercenary in exchange for that of a castle maid, save for Amelia, Aerys, and Saint Alia, but the former chose to respect her wish for secrecy regarding this matter. "I'm alone in my bed. I don't like it," Surian complained. "It's all right, Surian," Amelia reassured, "but you need to sleep well, you know? It's not good if you don't sleep enough." "I know." Surian mumbled, "But... Surian? You here?" Amelia saw her eldest son walk towards Surian, patting his back. "You okay?" he asked, eyes soft and warm. Surian shook his head, "Don't wanna sleep alone. Share a bed with me," Aaron offered. "Really?" Surian asked, eyes brightening with relief. Aaron nodded imperceptibly, and Surian smiled slightly as Aaron escorted him to his bedroom, Saint Alia following in tow. Amelia smiled at this, then moved towards her study, where she began browsing the bookshelf for something to read. Her fingers danced along the thick leather tome covers, eyes scrutinizing the labels for her favorite titles. She heard knocking on the door, and turned to face Saint Alia at the entrance. "My lady," the maid greeted. "Are the children asleep?" Amelia asked. "Yes, my lady," Saint Alia bowed, "young Master Aaron has been an immense help in this regard." Amelia nodded smilingly, though she soon frowned as thoughts arose in her mind, her fingers freezing momentarily. "Beg your pardon, my lady, but is something bothering you?" Saint Alia asked. Amelia heaved an imperceptible sigh, her eyes narrowing slightly. "That prophecy by Garen bothers me to no end," she voiced pensively, her eyes narrowed in suspicion and doubt. "To think my son, my flesh and blood, that young and innocent boy, must be embroiled in some sort of grand scheme to save our people and all of Dorne. From what I can tell, prophecy is exceptionally finicky and difficult to interpret," Saint Alia put forth, "and I myself always preferred actionable facts rather than vague words." And Garen himself already admitted his own uncertainties about his vision, Saint Alia added, "although Master Aaron's quickness to learn is rather shocking." "And that's what worries me, Saint Alia," Amelia stated, "it's precisely because my boy's unnaturally smart that some of Garen's people might start doing certain things to convince him about the vision, that they might try to force the issue. They were a nomadic people desperate for any kind of salvation, and while I know that Garen won't force the issue, I can't say the same for those who follow him." "Should I tighten our watch on the orphans?" Saint Alia inquired. "Do just that," Amelia ordered softly but firmly, "I will not have my son become an unwitting pawn." III 16 BC. At 10 and 4 years of age, Aaron was considered the most intelligent boy in the entire Rada household. Unlike most noble houses throughout Westeros, House Rada could not employ the services of the conclave of maesters. While in centuries past, they did employ maesters to handle the education of young noble scions and medical treatment, during the time of Aerys's father's rule, the then maester of House Rada, Emeric Sand, was guilty of poisoning Aerys's father Caswyn to death, supposedly due to being bribed by another party to do so. Many believed the Martells or one of their loyal houses orchestrated the murder, due to House Rada's refusal to renounce its more Rhoynish ways. Others believed that Maester Emeric was blackmailed or framed by the other party, to sow discord between the loyal adherents of House Rada. Whatever the case, Aerys nevertheless had to deal with a lack of support from the conclave when they sent him a letter, stating in no uncertain terms that he was not welcome to patronize their services. Fortunately, he was able to recruit a disgraced maester named Casimir, who was cast out of the conclave for questionable experiments regarding the human body. It was thanks to him that Amelia was able to deliver their 7 children safely without long-term complications. Casimir informed Aerys that Aaron was possessed of sharp wit and intellect, and was capable of swift deduction, observation, and memory recollection in a heartbeat. "And if I might add, my lord, he seems to possess knowledge of unheard-of ideas he wishes to see implemented in Ifarahoy," Casimir added. He first proposed a 4-field crop rotation method for agriculture which, once fully implemented, would see our food production jump by leaps and bounds. "Dorne has never claimed fame as a breadbasket, unlike the Reach," Aerys frowned, "and yet Aaron says this method can increase food production." "According to him, yes," Casimir nodded, "he never complains of it to others, but at times, he does complain to me of how Dorne could become a stable food-producing region if only it built dedicated irrigation canals and focused on growing food rather than cash crops, as he put it." Cash crops. It's what he uses to refer to the olive orchards and flower fields for dyes, since they're more suited to making money through trade rather than feeding mouths, hence cash crops, Casimir explained. "And exactly where is he learning such things?" "I, for one, never heard of the term cash crops until now," Aerys questioned, "or a 4-field crop rotation either." "That I truly cannot say," Casimir added with frustration, "or rather, I simply don't know. The young master always says that he learned such things from somewhere, that such ideas weren't originally his, but no book in Arsam's library contains information about the ideas he has. Aerys frowned heavily, sharing Casimir's frustration at the lack of a definitive answer to such a confusing question. Furthermore, he displays exceptional talent in literature and arithmetics, Casimir continued. He often likes to tell me that nobles should be graded on how well they govern their territories, not in how well they fight wars. For that, they need clerical skills like arithmetics, so he says. Yet another term he spews out like water. Aerys shook his head. Honestly speaking, I don't know if he's truly intelligent or if he's just giving the appearance of such. Your guess is as good as mine, my lord, Casimir admitted. What should we do regarding his unique ideas? Aerys thought long and hard, and eventually said, I will talk with him regarding his ideas, and depending on whether they work, I might give them a try. And if they don't work? Casimir questioned. If they don't work, it won't cost us much, Aerys replied, but at the very least, I'd like to give him a chance to shine as my heir apparent. Chapter 3, A Desert Blossoms. 14 BC. 2 years. For 2 years, Aerys Rada indulged in his son's ideas for a more prosperous and fertile Efarahoy. For 2 years, Aeron put Garen and the orphans to work, drafting legions of workers to dig and pave canals for proper irrigation of farmland. Thankfully, through the work of Aerys's ancestors during the reign of Nymeria, countless reservoirs and oases were dug and filled with water magic, with trees and grasses planted for water retention. Over successive generations, House Rada developed a strong agrarian economy through the digging of smaller-scale canals and farms to feed their people, and as a result they could support a larger population than most noble houses and their immediate neighbors. Such efforts, sadly, had earned them the ire of many other Dornish houses who did everything in their power to sabotage them, culminating in centuries-long rivalries that had yet to be resolved. Through the new Arsam crop rotation 1 method and the introduction of fertilizer, farmers experienced higher yields for every harvest, and the growth of clover provided ample feed for livestock. With increased yields came increased surplus, which Aerys quickly ordered stockpiled in the granaries. In the past, farmers had to give a tenth of their harvest to the ruling lord as part of their serfdom obligations. In Efarahoy, the farmers were paid good coin for their tenth of the harvest, not only enriching them but also motivating them to take better care of the farmland, land they now owned in their names. Blacksmiths were tasked with creating a new building material called concrete too, a substance Aeron said would be invaluable to construction especially in waterproofing structures. A liquid, viscous substance made of ground limestone and volcanic ash, once dried and hardened, it was capable of preventing leaking caused by gradual erosion, perfect for waterproofing castle moats along with canals and aqueducts Aerys built to supply an ever-ravenous appetite among his people, and for building the new Efarahoyan roads 3 that now stretched across the entire province, connecting every single town and village to each other. Some oases, wells, and reservoirs had dried up, while new ones were being dug. Then Garen and his fellow water wizards went to work filling up both new and old water sources. The provision of fresh water was like a bomb in a parched desert, and where there was a stable water supply, new communities would spring up, paving the foundation for a more populated and prosperous Dorne. With food self-sufficiency more or less tackled came the establishment of other industries, textiles, pottery, carpentry, stonemasonry, winemaking, and the production of other foodstuffs like cheese, jerky and pickles. Some of these industries were owned by House Rada, state-owned businesses, as Aeron put it, to earn House Rada some extra pocket money. While true economic prosperity was years away, it was safe to say the immediate crisis had passed, granting Efarahoy time to grow economically. Once the economy stabilized, Aerys turned his focus towards the military. While composed of war veterans who fought off more than a few bandit gangs and raider incursions, Efarahoy's army was hardly as strong and powerful as that of the likes of houses Euronwood and Dane, who once were kings before House Martell overthrew them. Like most armies in Westeros, they are primarily made of feudal levies with half-decent equipment and a smattering of light cavalry. Unlike the other Endel kingdoms, Dorne lacked dedicated heavy cavalry due to their cost of upkeep, and House Rada was no exception. Aeron suggested that rather than rely on levies, they should instead create a full-time professional army who can be called upon to fight at any time of the year so that there would be no need to worry about the harvest season. Furthermore, there existed countless third sons or fourth sons etc. who could not inherit the family business, and for them the army would constitute gainful employment. To better organize the army, Aeron proposed the following structure. Squads of 10 troops were led by a corporal. Platoons of 50 troops were led by a sergeant. Companies of 200 to 250 troops were led by a lieutenant or a captain. Battalions of 1,000 troops were led by a lieutenant colonel. Regiments of 5,000 troops were led by a full-fledged colonel. Armies above 5,000 troops were led by generals. Aeron admits that he has ideas for larger army groups, but considering their current population levels would not be feasible to implement. As for their equipment, Aeron insisted on standardization, standard quality armor and weapons, standard issued banners and insignias, and so on, making the army easier to organize and ensuring consistent quality of arms for the troops. Countless blacksmiths had to work day and night to forge such a huge order, and most older equipment had to be reforged due to wear and tear, rust, or poor craftsmanship. The water wizards had new recruits given to them to train and raise to restore their depleted ranks, and scribes wrote down all the knowledge they possessed, making hundreds of copies to spread across the libraries of Ebanu8. Aaron himself became a student of Garen, absorbing all the fundamentals with the speed and intelligence of a fox. One thing that quickly became apparent, however, was that water magic, while powerful, was exceptionally showy and slow to cast, leaving the water wizards themselves vulnerable in close combat. And distressingly enough, from Aaron's perspective, their powers were limited to river water, for the Mother Rhoyne's domain did not extend to the sea. Aaron bemoaned this many times, before eventually huffing and accepting this inconvenience. Aaron himself experimented tirelessly with water magic, combining it with what seemed like pugilistic fighting styles to create a new style of water magic which was both faster and easier to cast, and suited for close combat. Whether it be with melee weapons or the caster's bare hands and fists, such water wizards could easily change the face of warfare. While his own water magic was nothing spectacular, neither was the hydromancer's powers in general, their powers greatly diminished for centuries. Could they still be called water wizards if they emphasize close combat? Was a common saying by Garen. None could truly say. What truly helped House Rada implement all these reforms so effectively, however, was the radical political reforms Aerys enacted with Aaron's input. Instead of naming nobles, mayors were named by Lord Aerys himself to effectively govern the towns and villages, and these mayors were given meticulous education and reward based on how well they did in governance, inculcating strong loyalty to both Aaron and his ways. All mayors and other political figures had to follow a standardized code of law finalized by one of Aaron's newly recruited retainers, Huang Shuet. Huang Shuet, styled Shuren, was an absolute monster in the fields of arithmetics and legislation, and he single-handedly reformed the Ebanu8 code of law. A Yitish merchant who traveled to Dorne to do business, it was coincidence that he and Aaron met during a visit to Arsam. The two hit it off from there, and Huang Shui had entered his employ as Minister of Law. It was also Huang Shui who helped Ebanu8 transition from a feudal state to an authoritarian state, with absolute power concentrated in the hands of Lord Aerys Rada and his vassals' privileges and rights revoked. Those who resisted were punished severely and their families removed from power. Any newly ennobled vassals, fewer than mayors, could only train enough troops in their private armies for self-defense, and never to instigate conflict with one another. Then there was Elenzo Ares Aaron, formerly from Braavos and who now served as Admiral of House Rada's navy. Ares could not bring himself to trust Elenzo due to his willingness to hand over his traitorous master to the Braavos authorities, but Aaron seemed to not mind at all. Elenzo's valuable experience in naval command made him believe the risks to be worth it in the end, and that there was no chance they could find another man so talented in 100 years. Now, at the age of 10 and 6, Aaron Rada had reached the age of majority, and was ready to take a spouse. However, thoughts of marriage would have to wait as urgent news came in. My lord, my lord. Whilst Aerys was in discussion with his officers on the next expansion of their navy, a messenger burst into the throne room, frantic and panting heavily with exhaustion. A group of bandits have raided a merchant caravan. All the goods were stolen and the caravanners massacred. He reported. At once the throne room was thrown into a frenzy, gasps of shock and whispers erupting in unison. Silence! Aerys bellowed, and once the throne room was silent again he questioned the messenger, who was responsible for this. We don't know, my lord, the scout answered, they looked like bandits. Didn't carry any sigils or heraldry. Aerys cursed beneath his breath, for all he knew, they could be a noble's private army dressed to look like bandits. Such were the dastardly tactics that his house's rivals employed against his ancestors, and now he was suffering his house's ancestral curse. How many were they? Aerys questioned. Roughly 1,000, my lord, the scout reported. When other patrols came, they were quick to run, and they were very organized. Aerys growled menacingly, clenching his hand into a tight fist. Saint Alia, investigate these bandits immediately, he ordered. Someone orchestrated this attack, and I want to know who. Yes, my lord, Saint Alia bowed. The rest of you, tighten our defenses and expand our patrols, Aerys continued, make sure no more caravans fall prey to these bandits. Amidst all of this, Aaron felt a boiling rage bubble beneath the surface, a rage hidden deep within a mask of stoicism and iron self-control but which was gradually being eroded. His hands clenched, his eyes hardened and his heart thumped with fury. He stormed off, taking care to not shove aside or bump into anyone, and Amelia could only offer a look of sympathy at her son's retreating back. I. A group of men clothed in armor and rough spun cloth cackled in raucous celebration, breaking out casks of wine and feasting on their ill-gotten gains, some of them having their way with the women they captured. A great bonfire burned in the middle of the desert, illuminating the dark landscape and bringing warmth and joy to these scavengers who prey on the hard work of others. Ha, never thought I'd get to enjoy their strong liquor! Exclaimed the first bandit, who gasped after taking a huge swig from a bottle. Whew, it's so damn strong. What did they call it? Omsiak 4 I think, a second bandit stated, said it was wine mixed with moonshine. Moonshine? The heck's that? Said the first bandit. Some kind of strong, distilled liquor that's plenty strong with no flavor, so I heard, the other bandit explained. Ha, no wonder they mix it with this wine, it's fucking nice. The first bandit exclaimed, never thought I'd taste something so strong in my lifetime. I hate it, a third bandit commented, too strong for my liking. Ha! Don't be such a weakling, you ugh. When the first bandits started dropping like flies, everyone else quickly drew their weapons and prepared to face their foes, only to witness cavalry charging towards their position. With most intoxicated and the rest badly caught off guard, the battle did not last more than a few minutes before the bandit gang was completely exterminated, save for 3 survivors. Bearing the banner of House Rata, a sword-bearing arm upon a field of crimson, these troops quickly searched the bodies for any evidence pertaining to their true master. Captain, I found something. A soldier reported, handing over a piece of parchment. I found this on one of the bodies. Opening the parchment paper, the captain scanned the contents for but a brief moment, and crumpled it slightly under his angry grip. Taking a moment to compose himself, the captain ordered, have it sent to Lady Saint Alia immediately. Yes, sir. I am to deliver the parchment to Lady Saint Alia, sir. The soldier saluted. The captain looked at the departing form of the soldier, and at the carnage before him. I swear, whoever thinks they can mess with House Rata like this, they'll know what it means to face demons themselves. The prisoners, sir, what do we do with them? A soldier asked, his eyes belying his enthusiasm in awaiting their next order. Kill them, the captain ordered remorselessly. The soldiers were happy to oblige, and the bandits would be left to the wilds, fed to the wolves and carrion birds for tonight's supper. I. The 3 houses of Nasir, Bara, and Harrow, to think they'd do this now. Damn them. Aris banged his fist on the table, frustration rippling through his very being. We can't let them get away with this, Aaron stated. No, we can't, Aris agreed, and yet they are lackeys of House Martell, we get rid of them, they'll pounce on us like wolves against rabbits. This is no time to be cautious, Lord Aris, Huang Shui interjected, rather, we should take the initiative and pounce on them before they pounce on us. And how do you propose we do that, Huang Shui? Aris questioned, even if we do get rid of the 3 houses and we somehow do not suffer punishment for it, our western neighbors will want to pounce on us as well. They've always greedily eyed our more fertile lands, since there's lack the sheer number of stable water sources. My husband does have a point, Amelia added, my contacts say that houses Mussoyne, Garg Allen and Calathrin have already formed an alliance of their own, preparing a military invasion of our western border the moment we act against our western neighbors. Ordinarily, this kind of situation meant that a house was checkmated, lost before it could even make a single move. An air of defeat began to loom over the assembled council, some simply shaking their heads with fatalism in their hearts. Save for 3 of them. It's not over, Aaron declared, we can still turn this around. All others turned to face him, disbelief clearly reflected in their eyes. This isn't a very favorable situation for us, son, Amelia softly stated, not to say we don't appreciate your willingness to fight on, but... It's not looking good, but there's also opportunity, Aaron countered, his eyes burning with fire. We've 2 different alliances on our flanks, but who's to say they're working with each other, or just looking to put the other down? The young master is correct, Lord Aris, Huang Shui added with a slight smile, and even if the triumvirate to our east is united in common cause, who is to say they are not scheming against each other? In my opinion, they will go back to squabbling with each other whether we win or lose in the upcoming conflict. Pardon me if I do not share your optimism, but I still believe our odds are bleak, Aris pointed out, and you haven't stated your possible plans for dealing with such united opposition. Then all we need to do is employ a strategy of divide and conquer, Aaron put forth. In other words, you're proposing that we keep one side bogged down by internal troubles to focus on the other side. Saint Alia inquired. Exactly, Aaron nodded. Such is but part of the strategy that I, Elenzo and the young master conceived to ensure our victory, my lord, Huang Shui explained, Elenzo, if you will. Nodding at this, Elenzo came forth and began to explain the battle plan. The Eastern Triumvirate seeks to put us down no matter what, so we have to put them down in one battle. On the other hand, the Western Triumvirate is adopting a wait-and-see approach, and its constituent houses have a long history of scheming against each other. Play our cards right, and we can have these imbeciles squabbling with each other, allowing us to focus east. That leaves the land battle, and I think we don't need to worry about that with you and Huang Shui in the picture, Aris concluded. Of course, there's still the matter of potential political fallout. Not to worry, Huang Shui reassured, the evidence we recovered means that Princess Maria has no other choice but to disavow them, and considering the Western Triumvirate's terrible history, we can exploit that to ensure the same with them. Good, then we can preserve our territory and come out the paragons in this instance, Amelia nodded. No, it's not enough, Aaron grits out. Aaron. Aaron clenched his hands tightly, gritting his teeth as long-buried frustration surfaced like a raging volcano, ready to erupt. Aaron, is something the matter? Aerys asked softly. Taking a deep breath, Aaron spoke, even if we punish these houses, their successors will continue to hurt us. Last time, it was because we refused to renounce our ways. Now, it's because they are jealous of our growing wealth. We must annex their lands under our control, and remove these houses for good. Everyone looked at Aaron as if he grew another head, unable to believe such words came right out of his mouth. Son, if you do that, if we do that, if things do not go according to plan, we'll be condemned within seconds, Aerys pointed out, and you still want to do this? Yes, Aaron answered firmly, we have to. Aerys looked at Huang Shui and Elinzo, and saw nothing but certainty in their eyes, as if they already discussed their plans beforehand. Both they and Aaron now looked to him for confirmation, and it was here that his thoughts drifted back to the prophecy told by Garen. Is this the time when the so-called savior of the Rhoynish finally makes known his ambition? He wondered, can this truly be the moment we can start taking the first steps to changing our future? Hope was a dangerous thing, in his experience, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The whole world was comfortable with stagnation, and any and all attempts to change it were met with fierce resistance. This would be no different. And yet, I still yearn for this brighter future. Prophecy is a dangerous thing to believe in, yet this one strikes me deep. Furthermore, Aaron is already old enough to make decisions for himself, and has shown considerable talent in administration and government. I don't know about his military capabilities, but Elinzo and Huang Shui can cover that for him. Aerys heaved a heavy sigh. No time like the present then. Aaron, take our troops and meet the Eastern Triumvirate in battle, Aerys ordered, make them regret stirring our wrath. Water washes away all sins, both ours and our enemies, Aaron smiled, it will be done. 1 Arsam crop rotation, a 4-field crop rotation sequence as opposed to the Valyrian 3-field crop rotation method. The sequence of 4 crops included a fodder crop and a grazing crop such as clover, allowing livestock to be bred year-round. 2 Concrete, first introduced by Aaron Rada, the material has since become a staple material in Dornish construction, valued for its ability to waterproof structures and protect the bricks within from erosion by rain. 3 Efarahoyan roads, the term first arose when paved roads of stone dotted the entire province of Efarahoy. First, a deep and wide trench was dug into the earth and the ground pounded flat to pack the dirt, with small retaining walls built along both sides. The first layer was mortar or sand topped with small stones. Next were layers of crushed rock or gravel cemented with lime mortar. Finally, the surface layer was built with neatly arranged blocks of hardened volcanic lava. Such roads, however, were not built until after the triumph of House Rada over its neighboring houses, which secured its trade routes with House Targaryen of the Crownlands. 4 Omsyak, Rhoynish for Sundew, it is the name of grape wine mixed with moonshine, boasting enhanced alcoholic strength and longer shelf life than ordinary wine, which at times tends to have a notoriously short shelf life especially when mixed with water as compared to Arbor Red and Arbor Gold. A/N, for those who don't know, Erkan Arisar, the MC's chief admiral, has his name changed to Elinzo Ares Aaron, who comes from Braavos rather than Great Moruk. Edit 2, only just realized that Aegon was born in 27 BC, so that means at 14 BC in this chapter, he is only 13 years old. As such, I made edits to show that his father Arion was still in charge. Chapter 4, Swept Aside. 14 BC. Outskirts of Efarahoy. Wasting no time, Elinzo mobilized the Rada fleet to crush the fleets of their eastern neighbors, while Aaron and Huang Shui mobilized on land to meet the Eastern Triumvirate's forces head-on. While better organized, equipped, and supplied, this was their first battle against a feudal army, unproven and doubtful in quality, and it was no surprise some of the soldiers were doubtful of victory. Yet this was an attack on their lands, their homes, their families. Stories of how gruesomely the men were butchered and the women defiled made their way throughout Efarahoy, and rather than silently suffer such a fate, they chose to bear arms in defense of their home. Like the wind they moved, and within 2 days they reached the battlefield ahead of the Eastern Triumvirate's forces, whom scouts reported were still a day's travel from the chosen battlefield. They stopped just before a river, the surrounding area flat and clear with no obstacles within a 3-league radius, save for a nearby forest with exceptionally dense foliage. It was a quiet night, and most of the troops panted heavily from the forced march. Young master, this would be perfect for a fortress, Huang Shui pointed out, if we can build one on our side of the river, we can rain arrows upon the invaders while they are bogged down crossing the water. The problem is time, though, we don't have enough time to build a wooden fort from scratch, and the enemy is just a day's travel away. We have time, Aaron stated, but for tonight, we ought to rest. I couldn't agree more, young master, said Huang Shui. Camp was set up and the men quickly had a light supper, following which they went to sleep. At the break of dawn, they rose up and went to work, unloading wagons laden with timber components which they worked with hammer and saw. By the next morning, the enemy troops were in for the surprise of their lives. III. When the eastern triumvirate came late into the night, they saw no encampment waiting for them on the other side of the river. Feeling overconfident yet exhausted from the long march, the enemy troops set up camp and rested for the night, with only a scarce few patrols on duty. However, that was when the Rada troops went to work. Throughout the night, they hastily assembled the timber components, and because much of the initial craftsmanship was already handled days prior, it took only a single night for them to finish their work. The next morning, alarm was raised throughout the enemy camp as right before their eyes, a wooden fort sprung up out of nowhere, occupying the other side of the river. Like a drunken mob, the enemy troops moved to attack, braving the river and a hail of arrows coming their way. The river was unusually torrential, however, and though it was still crossable, it took much effort to cross all the way, leaving them exhausted with little time to rest. Dornish troops excelled in hit-and-run warfare, but troops of Eastern Dorne rarely ever sieged castles and fortresses. Furthermore, they maintained a fervent desire for a quick and easy victory. Should they fail this, not only would they be humiliated for both raiding a fellow Dornish household and breaking the princess's peace, they would also lose the valuable opportunity to seize House Rada's rich and fertile lands and thriving industries, allowing them to grow fat and rich beyond their wildest dreams. Burn down that fortress! Ordered an enemy commander. Burn it down, no matter what it takes. It was easy to say, but even if they managed to survive the hail of arrows, they had to contest with highly disciplined troops with superior armor and weaponry, and in a clash of quantity versus quality, quality proved the winner. Some tried to retreat, but the enemy commanders simply cut them down, refusing to entertain the very notion of loss. However, once the bulk of the enemy force was across the river, wooden contraptions pulled by horses were unleashed on the unsuspecting enemy on both sides of the river. Powerful momentum created devastating impact force, and with blades on the chariot wheels, any who managed to dodge the head-on collision could simply be cut to pieces instead. Packed infantry formations fell prey to this tactic, the enemy infantry screaming as they were crushed under horse hooves and chariot wheels. Cavalry were an effective counter to chariots, but the Dornish had no history of using and fighting against chariots, and by trapping them in a pincer on both sides, the enemy cavalry were slowly picked off by spears and arrows until the last of them fell dead. No survivors were reported, and House Rada's troops cheered jubilantly at this victory. 200 losses to the enemy's 6,000, great odds for their 2,000-strong army. This is a great victory we scored this day, young master, Huang Shui happily reported. Not only will this dispel any lingering doubts among the troops and inspire them with hope, the enemy will be likewise dispirited and easy to manipulate. You think you could wage this battle any better, Huang Shui? Aaron asked. Huang Shui smirked, I dare not say. However, I can certainly wage war far better than these overly egotistical children we fought. Aaron merely smiled at that. III. News of House Rada's victory quickly spread throughout all of Dorne, and the shock of 2,000 troops prevailing against 6,000 drove many skeptical minds into an orgy of panic and disbelief. Even Princess Maria herself refused to believe such rumors, believing it all a mere hoax by House Rada to prop up the capabilities of its armies. Yet time waited for no man. A few days later, Houses Rhoyne, Gargallan and Calathrin were fighting each other, squabbling over land disputes and other minor infractions no one could be bothered to care about. After several days of fighting, news then came that their servants betrayed them, manipulated by some unknown third party that resulted in the complete extermination of their houses. Blame was placed squarely on the eastern triumvirate of houses Bara, Harrow, and Nasur, and with irrefutable evidence delivered to Princess Maria directly, no one could and would come to their defense, leaving them to the wolves. Not long afterwards, the eastern triumvirate was themselves betrayed by their own servants, opportunistic nobles who sought to curry good favor with House Rada by delivering them the heads of the exterminated families. Aaron did reward them for their betrayal, and their severed heads were put on display, a wooden sign detailing their horrendous crimes for the world to see. With no surviving scions of these houses, House Rada was quick to seize control of these lands, forcefully putting down revolts and ending the bloodshed. Thus the lands under House Rada grew sevenfold, and its power would only continue to grow. III. Sunspear. This is much too convenient. Daria's opinion was shared by her mother and father, who convened in a private room with only a few trusted guards outside the door. House Rada's western neighbors fighting among each other is nothing new, but them being exterminated and House Rada's eastern neighbors to blame, who themselves were exterminated, and all the evidence delivered to us in surprisingly convenient timing? Now this is new, Daria finished, huffing in frustration. The timing is nothing short of suspicious, though what House Rada's intentions truly are, we cannot say for sure. Nevertheless, we yet remain the ruling house, and House Rada is but a grain of sand in the desert, Maria commented, the old woman's chair creaking as she shifted, unbowed, unbent and unbroken. Such are our house's words since its founding, and for eternity they shall remain. And yet this is the first time we've faced such a blatant turnover of the status quo, mother, Nymore stated, the old man sighing softly. The fact that let alone a single house, 6 houses, were completely exterminated is a completely unprecedented event that has countless other houses demanding an explanation. Furthermore, the evidence delivered to us was through both official and unofficial channels, so we can't deny their authenticity, Daria added. What really concerns me is House Rada itself. They still hold to the old ways of the Rhoynar, unlike us who cast them away. I suspect that unless we rein them in, several nobles will likely agitate for conflict with who they view as an upstart house out of fear alone. There is that to consider too, Maria nodded. While I do not doubt House Rada wants power, there is nothing in our spies' reports that indicate it is preparing for rebellion, so for now we can leave them be. What we must be wary of is our own vassals, many of whom will eye House Rada far more closely in the foreseeable future. So what are your wishes, grandmother? Nymor questioned. For now, maintain surveillance and keep me apprised of House Rada's developments, make sure they continue to maintain their annual tithes and other obligations, and of course increase the tax accordingly the more they earn, Maria ordered. As for our vassal houses, if any are itching for a fight, make sure to remind them who is their suzerain in the most hallowed of Dornish traditions. Nymor and Daria smiled like little devils, the yellow toad's children armed with the deadliest poison. It will be done, mother, Nymor answered. I. Dragonstone. Dragonstone, before being colonized by the Valyrians, had an ancient history stretching back towards the Long Night. It is said according to folklore that when the others were driven back at great cost by the last alliance of men and children, the children helped the locals with enchanting the deep caverns of the island, granting it an inexhaustible supply of dragon glass which continually replenished itself no matter how many times it was mined. Dragon glass, as a magical material, was used to great effect against the others due to it being one of the few things that could kill these magical beings, for ordinary metal was no match against their legendary powers of frost. Such a material eventually fell out of practice as the Andals gradually replaced the first men as the dominant race on Westeros, and the children went into hiding. When House Targaryen had arrived on the island, they had made note of the dragon glass deposits but were highly disinterested in them. And now, they entertained a diplomat from Dorne, who wished to draw up an alliance with them. I am Huang Shui, styled Shuren, and I come on behalf of House Rada of Dorne to seek an alliance with House Targaryen of the Crownlands, Huang Shui greeted, bowing subserviently before Lord Aerion, lord of his house in Dragonstone. Aerion Targaryen was an aged and weathered man, intimidating and imposing with an air of arrogance tempered by wisdom, who sat comfortably on the throne like a guardian giant staring down an intrepid and daring adventurer. Aegon and his sisters stood to the side, the young children similarly arrogant and beautiful as befitting their Valyrian heritage, their silver hair shining like snow and their purple eyes like polished gems cut to perfection. They stood to the side, watching Huang Shui intently with the eyes of curious predators. When the Targaryens first arrived on Dragonstone from Valyria, they had spent enormous amounts of capital and time to develop the island and neighboring Driftmark and Claw Isle, promoting larger families and immigration of Valyrian-blooded migrants from Essos. A century later, the Targaryen domain has since become the greatest economic and technologically advanced power capable of exerting enormous influence on Blackwater Bay. Blackwater Bay, in particular, had played host to countless merchants offering high-quality goods from swords to armor, rich tapestries of velvet and dresses of silk. Houses like Darkland, Sunglass, Windwater, and Roshby depend on this trade, which made them filthy rich despite attracting their neighbors like vultures. I am Aerion Targaryen, Lord of Dragonstone, and I receive you and offer you due guest right, Huang Shui. Aegon nodded. Tell me, what does House Rada seek of Dragonstone? To trade, Lord Aerion, Huang Shui stated. Aegon and his sisters raised an eyebrow in contemplation, and Aerion asked, You came all this way, just to trade? Tell me sir, what sort of trade could House Rada possibly offer me, I wonder? Our furnaces churn out superior steel by the crateful in but 2 hours, our dragons are the prime power of House Targaryen unrivaled by all, and our construction techniques are inherently superior to all that other houses could offer. Indeed, we are aware, your lordship, Huang Shui affirmed, we in House Rada however, do believe that there is opportunity and profit nonetheless that we might mutually find in deepening our trade relationship. House Rada produces much that Dragonstone might not have access to, dried fruits and pickles, Dornish lemons, strong grape wine, exquisite porcelains, textiles of many colors and textures, fine crystal clear glass and much more. We hope to build a mutually beneficial trade relationship, one that might deepen in time and bear fruit as a friendship, perhaps even alliance. Aerion furrowed his brows. Say, why would a vassal of House Martell, descendants of the Rhoynar, seek out trade, friendship and alliance with the last scions of Valyria? The very same Valyria that destroyed the Rhoynar homeland. Visenya Targaryen, the older of Aegon's sisters and rider of the dragon Viagar, fixed a stern and unforgiving gaze upon Huang Shui, who unflappably bore it head-on without flinching a single bit. Aerion flashed Visenya a gaze, and she nodded at him and stepped back, though her scrutinizing gaze never relented. As I said, we hope to seek out great profits and trade opportunities. As you yourself said Lord Aerion, the steel foundries and construction methods of House Targaryen are famed far and wide, and while House Rada has much to gain, so too does it have much to offer, Huang Shui answered flawlessly, and if I may be so bold, I believe you might find that House Martell is not quite the defender of the Rhoyne that they claim to be. House Rada however keeps to the old ways, and my lieges have no grudge against House Targaryen for what Valeria did. Much like Nymeria, they believe it wise to not antagonize the dragons. Alas, Nymeria's own house has discarded her traditions and outlawed her language, and would sooner defy the dragons for the sake of their pride alone. What else that Nymeria practiced, might they have done away with? Bold words, sire, one might even call them treason toward Princess Meria, Rhoynish Targaryen uttered mischievously. No treason, merely criticism, Huang Shui smiled, and if Princess Meria takes issue with them, well, I am only a servant, not Lord Rada. The Targaryens looked at him, staring through him, as if they could sense the implications in his words. It should not be treason to wish to protect your culture in a continent that wishes to destroy it. It's a rather admirable sentiment, I feel, Rhoynish said softly, full of compassion. The younger of Aegon's sisters was a rather delightful contradiction, known for her compassion yet also possessing a streak for mischief, passion, and impulsiveness. Still, we have spoken too much of Princess Meria and culture, I have come to offer a trade deal. What say you, my lord? Huang Shui asked. Father and children exchanged glances of wariness and thoughtfulness, weighing their options and their benefits and demerits in unspoken communication. Then as one they nodded to each other, and by his father's beckoning Aegon stepped forward, his gait uncompromising and steely. We will most certainly be open to discussing this trade deal further. Might we invite you to stay for the night? We could discuss the details over dinner, Aegon invited. Many gracious thanks, Master Aegon, Huang Shui bowed, I humbly accept. Chapter V, Appended Customs. 14 BC. Former Gargallan lands. House Gargallan of Salt Shore, one of several green-blood Dornish houses who once ruled a seventh of the southeastern coastline of Dorne, one of several Rhoyner houses founded when Nymeria and her 10,000 ships embarked on a conquest of Dorne under the banner of House Martell. A house that ruled its lands for 7 centuries. A house that, like countless other Dornish houses, spat on the heritage of Nymeria and the Rhoyner when the Red Princes issued their edicts banning Rhoynish language and culture. A house who, like its 5 comrade houses, met an ignominious and gruesome end in what came to be known as the War of Crimson Salt I. Salt Shore, or Gohedrain in Rhoynish, now came to house the new capital of House Rada in the town of New York Tar 2, Green Oasis, situated in the northeastern parts of Gohedrain not far from the border with Ebanu8. A relatively mid-sized town, it was once prosperous for mineral trade, but the mines were thoroughly exploited and income dwindled as a result, so a good portion of its inhabitants left for greener pastures elsewhere. The town still held a significantly advantageous position, however, due to being centrally located among all of House Rada's lands, and it was for this reason that Aaron chose it as House Rada's new center of government. The first thing he did was to order the emptied mines repurposed as mushroom farms officially, to provide edible ingredients for the staple diet. Unofficially, it served as the new headquarters of the newly dubbed Hydromancers, Aaron's Order of Water Wizards, with Garen serving as its Grand Master. According to Aaron, though he did not have intentions of instigating conflict with the Targaryens, it always paid to have a trump card on hand. With the Hydromancers' headquarters decided, Aaron worked to lure bureaucratic and scholarly talents to House Rada's lands to fill in the vacancies resulting from the house's extinction. To that end, he offered many incentives from good pay to off days, placing high focus on talent and skill rather than blood and status. He further enforced this meritocratic policy by changing the way nobles in Rada lands were graded, rather than be graded by how well you fight wars or by noble status. Nobles as landholders were graded by how well they governed their lands in adherence to Rada policy. If they did well, they were promoted. If not, they were demoted. To ensure a steady supply of accountants and other people who could do arithmetic, Aaron organized a new school system where men and women of all ages could learn to read and write, and do basic mathematics. Here, Aaron introduced a revolutionary concept which came to be known as Rada numerals, Arabic numerals, actually. For example, a number as large as 10,485 could instead be written as 10,485 in Rada numerals. This, combined with double-entry bookkeeping, made accounting and banking far easier than ever before, and all the merchants and governors based in Rada lands quickly adopted the new system. Countless acolytes and low-ranked maesters from the conclave flocked en masse to House Rada's lands, serving as the new school teachers. They educated countless children from as young as 5, and even adults at the age of 10 and 6 to 30. Here, Aaron went out of the way to organize a school lunch system, where children up to the age of 10 and 2 could eat lunch provided by the school for free. Once they reached 10 and 3, they had to start paying for lunch with their own pocket money. Many parents appreciated this, believing it a great opportunity to teach children the importance of money management. As talented men flocked to Rada lands eager for opportunity from all parts of Dorne and beyond, Aaron and his parents, Elanso and Huang Shui burned the midnight oil to organize them according to their varied talents. Those skilled in the arts of intrigue and subterfuge were put under Saint Alia and her Hashishins, who swiftly enforced order in the shadows with merciless and efficient assassination of wrongdoers where the law could not. Those skilled in arithmetics were named clerks to various mayors and nobles in service to House Rada, taking over administration of the land from taxes to infrastructure. Top-performing bureaucrats were given high court positions, effectively strengthening the central government's ability to refine, implement, and enforce policies. Those who displayed an aptitude for diplomacy were mentored in the finer details by Aemlia, whose tutelage was rather strict and unforgiving but invaluable. Those skilled in the military were drafted into the military, and depending on how well they distinguished themselves, earned promotions into officer roles. Sailors were drafted into a growing navy commissioned by House Rada, trained to operate the new ship models built by shipbuilders in every harbor. Finally, several orphans were turned into the clergymen of the resurgent Mother Rhoyne religion, to proselyte to the conquered subjects and convert them from a cruel, magic-hating, and biased faith to a faith that genuinely cared for them no matter their ways. They are the priests and priestesses of Eudoanism III, the name for the Rhoyner religion. The others were organized into a magical military arm of House Rada, the Hydromancers, a support unit made to help an army push forward on the battlefield or hold a firm defense, or to launch an effective ambush along a river. And yet, what House Rada truly needed was manpower. Dorne was never one of the most populous countries in the whole known world, and this never changed even with the coming of the Rhoyner, owing to both a lack of dedicated logistical and infrastructural development by Nymeria's successors, especially when sustainable agriculture was concerned. To tackle this, Aeron proposed the following. We shall enter into an agreement with Braavos, and have them free slaves to send to us. Aerys merely heaved a sigh, rubbing his head in exasperation, while Aemlia simply nodded in reluctant acceptance. Elenzo and Huang Shuet, on the other hand, smiled as if approving of Aeron's out-of-the-blue proposal. There you go again with your ideas. Aerys muttered, although it does seem more feasible this time. However, I don't know if Braavos would approve of us maintaining closer relationships with the Targaryens of all people, if their history is anything to go by, Aemlia pointed out. Who knows? They might choose to reject our offer. Maybe, Aeron conceded, though if they do, it just shows how shallow they are. Humans are more moved by benefit than anything else. As the young master says, Huang Shui said, however, Elenzo and I believe they will want to accept our offer. How so? Aeron asked. The people of Essos are a greedy and unscrupulous folk, and Braavos is no different, Elenzo explained, but the people of Braavos pride themselves on being descended from freed slaves who escaped Valyrian tyranny and being the greatest power at sea. They will not shirk the opportunity to bolster that reputation, especially through performing a righteous act for a greater cause in the eyes of the heavens. I concur with Elenzo, Huang Shui added, and frankly, we need to keep as many options open as possible. Who knows if people may suddenly not wish to migrate to our lands for whatever reason. Aerys simply sighed again, shrugging his shoulders. At this point, you're old enough to make your own decisions, son, Aerys stated, and besides, you've come this far and you've never led us astray. I trust you. Aemlia smiled supportively at Aeron, and he smiled back at his parents. Then it's settled, Aeron declared. Mother, could I ask you to be our envoy to Braavos? Of course, son. Whatever you need, Aemlia answered. I. Braavos, Sea Lord's palace. Ormelos Tares, Sea Lord of Braavos, was enjoying a rather fruitful discussion with Aemlia of House Rada from Dorne. According to her, in exchange for a hefty sum, Braavos was to free slaves and send them to House Rada's lands every season. Surely there was nothing wrong with that, is there? However, you also have trade agreements with House Targaryen. Ormelos questioned. Indeed, Sea Lord Tares, Aemlia replied calmly, simple trade agreements and a general improvement of relations, I assure you. Truly? I would believe you wish to ally with House Targaryen, Lady Aemlia, Ormelos voiced. Is there anything wrong with that, Sea Lord? Aemlia asked. Are you not descended from the Rhoyner, whose homeland was destroyed by Valyria of old? Ormelos pressed on, why would you try to make friends with the descendants of those enemies, much less the very last of the 40 families that once ruled Valyria? Why keep proclaiming that you despise slavery when you are not doing more to suppress the practice in the rest of Essos? Aemlia countered, eyes hardening, better still, why not launch a military campaign against the practicing cities like Astapor, for that matter? Ormelos clenched his jaw for the briefest moments, and though he largely deflated his eyes were likewise hardened, his breaths heavy and slow. If you take issue, I'll tell you this, Aemlia stated, we are in a very precarious position, so we can't be picky with our allies. Pardon my earlier behavior, Ormelos bowed after letting out a deep breath, I admit I tend to be a very passionate man regarding my beliefs, but it was no excuse. Regardless of your family's plans regarding the Targaryens, I wholeheartedly support your offer. Then I hope this marks the beginning of a long and fruitful partnership between our two sides, Sea Lord Tares, Aemlia smiled with satisfaction. Likewise, Ormelos echoed, shaking Aemlia's hand. Yet as Aemlia turned to leave, she snuck a glance at Ormelos who still remained seated. And she saw a flicker of smoldering anger, the kind one suffered when his pride was hurt. I. New York daughter. For several weeks, Aaron and his parents had to put off all matchmaking plans due to the war of Crimson Salt and the resulting aftermath, putting out smaller fires here and there to bring the country under order. Once the immediate crisis passed, they could now put their focus on securing a match for Aaron, an ancient duty as old as time. Who do you have in mind? Asked Aaron. Honestly, we didn't have many prospects before, but we're quite dry on this front. Aerys sighed heavily. Mother preserve me, but too many of our fellow Greenblood Dornish are ardent Martell loyalists due to both cultural and historical obligations, so they aren't a viable match, much less the other noble houses of Dorne. I don't trust them, Aaron declared. I suspect you don't, and at this point neither do I, Amelia nodded, though it leaves us with too few options. Actually, I think we might have a few options. Two, to be more precise. Aaron stroked his chin thoughtfully at his mother's words. Who do you have in mind? He asked. From what I recall about Sainalia's findings, the current ruling lady of House Kafar of Corinport, Balandra, is struggling with discontent vassals who dislike her apparent weakness and indecisiveness. Amelia began, a worried look in her eyes. If we're going off rumors alone, she doesn't seem very reliable as a spouse. Sabay Gialat, really difficult, things like this tend to happen, Aaron shrugged. Sabay what? Questioned Amelia. Sabay Gialat, Aaron reiterated, just means really difficult or something. I honestly don't know if that's supposed to be an actual language or something, Aerys pointed out. It does sound like a southern Yitish dialect, in my opinion, Huang Shui informed. Aya, what does it matter? Aaron waved off. Anyway, the other option, Mother Aba Lorin, Lady of House Lorin of Janipar, Viper's Nest, Amelia continued. She is a highly talented politician and general who spent years fighting as one of the Sand Snakes before being recalled after her father's untimely demise. She is known to use her sensuality to devastating effectiveness in politics, but tends to be highly impulsive and acts before she thinks. Anyone else? Aerys asked. I'd rather not have to start with just two options. I'm afraid we don't have any other options, dear son. In fact, the fewer the better in this case, Amelia countered, although if neither option works, we can simply match you with one of the orphans. Works just fine for me, Aaron shrugged, although I have to say I don't like impulsive people in general. Could you help organize a meeting with Balandra please? I certainly can, Amelia smiled. When would you like to meet her? As soon as possible, Aaron stated. One War of Crimson Salt, the official name for the war between House Rada and its immediate eastern and western neighboring houses, it has since become synonymous with the beginning of House Rada's rise to power and prominence. 2 New York Tower, the temporary capital of House Rada up until after Aegon's conquest, it has served a crucial purpose as a governmental center of administration and a wealthy hub of commerce under Aaron's governorship. Eventually, Aaron Rada, as the new lord of House Rada, changed the capital due to its central location serving him better than New York Tower, but New York Tower itself never lost importance and continues to thrive as a city today. 3 Udoanism, the name of the religion centered around the Rhoynish pantheon with the Mother Rhoyne as its chief goddess. Unlike the faith of the Seven, it did not originate as an organized religion. Instead, it was split into different individualistic temples with their own doctrines and practices according to the city-states they resided in. The name is derived from the Rhoyner words Undone and Trunhanok, which mean unity and tranquility respectively. Its adherents are called Udohanics. After the fall of the Rhoyner city-states to Valyria, much of that theocratic knowledge was lost save for the doctrine of New York Tsar, which emphasizes progressive ideas in both religion and everyday life and communal ties between people. Originally, Aaron suggested that their official religion be designated Rhoynism, as worship of the Mother Rhoyne was most dominant. As more orphans joined House Rada, bringing their different theologies and religious practices dedicated to other Rhoynish gods, the name was then changed to Udoanism after extensive consultation with countless religious elders. Chapter 6, Fateful Encounter. 14 BC. Arsam. The town of Arsam had seen better days. Last Balandra heard about it, a town that fell on hard times due to ancestral rivalries between House Rada and its neighbors, rivalries that hurt the livelihoods of the people caught in the middle and made the environment more dangerous and unsuitable for conducting business safely. Many left the town for greener pastures, leaving it a hollow shell of its former self. Yet in the span of 2 years, House Rada grew exponentially and now held as much power and land as House Yaronwood, and under the guidance of its heir apparent, Aaron Rada, there was room to only grow to greater heights. Arsam was revitalized with new blood and infrastructure, and even had walls built to fend off intruders. Aaron the Wise, the Enlightened, Savior of the Rhoyner, the Builder, such names they called him among countless others. His godlike talents in administration and political subterfuge were incomparable, his radical ideas unheard of anywhere in the world and whose results would make the maesters green with envy, his top-class military capable of taking on even the vaunted Knights of the Reach. Ignoring the obvious embellishments, Belondra could not help but feel both intrigued and envious of this so-called once-in-a-lifetime genius, and thus made a personal visit to the city of Arsam, accompanied by a retinue of elite cavalrymen. "There it is, my lady. The town of Arsam!" cried the lead guard. Large, thick walls protected the town perimeter, manned by guards who regularly patrolled the walls and gates with military precision and outfitted with shining armor that put theirs to shame. Throngs of passers-by and caravans marched through the gates with beaming joy and anticipation, and the guards merely let them pass without the need for inspections. And here I thought Arsam was on its last legs. It looks more like a blossoming flower. Aston was one of Belondra's longtime retainers, serving as her bodyguard. His olive skin was weather-beaten and darkened after years of sun exposure, and though skinnier than most knights, his strength was not lacking, and many nicknamed him the god of lancers. Joyful and bright was his demeanor, and despite the crisscrossing scars on his face, he lacked the countenance of a jaded veteran, approaching life with zesty adventure. "Stay close, Aston," Belondra ordered, "we're entering the town." "As you command, my lady," Aston bowed, playfully winking on the sly. Belondra pretended to not see it. As they traversed the stone-paved streets of Arsam, they could see the town coming alive unlike any other town and village in all of Dorne. The wide streets allowed for smooth flow of traffic, trees and shrubbery planted at every few dozen paces, and fountains and wells gave a stable supply of fresh water for the townsfolk. Each and every house was built sturdily like a noble's mansion, and the town lacked a certain stench one would expect of a larger settled community, thanks to the extensive sewer tunnel network built beneath the growing town. The people themselves were well fed and clothed, and street stalls hawked delicious food that, Belondra had to admit, was whetting her appetite far better than most exquisite banquets she had been to. Every house was built like a stately manor, every market stall groaning under the weight of their goods, every road paved with clean-cut stone. If Belondra did not know better, she would believe herself in one of the free cities instead. "My lady, we approach the main keep," Aston informed. The keep of Arsam was a grand and imposing structure built in the Rhoynish fashion, domes and horseshoe arches and elaborate geometric patterns carved of colored tiles dominating the design. An artistic masterpiece and a defensible stronghold, it radiated a fresh glow as bright as the day its renovation was completed. Guards quickly intercepted their party, crossing their spears as warning. "Halt! Who goes there?" one of them called out. "I am Belondra of House Kafar of Corinport." Belondra called out, "I come for a meeting with Aaron Rada of House Rada of Arsam." Aston produced the letter bearing the Rada seal and passed it to the guards, who after a moment of verification raised their spears and parted before them. "You may pass, my lady," the guard bowed. "My thanks," Belondra nodded. "I. If the exterior of the keep was magnificent, the interior was equally so, and seemed both simpler and grander with its focus on more natural colors and design and the quality of the aesthetical craftsmanship, enhancing its grandeur by leaps and bounds as compared to other noble manses she visited, which utilized terribly gaudy decorations that served to ruin the aesthetic appeal. And Aaron Rada, she found, was a mystery hidden behind layers upon layers of mysteries, an enigma she could never make heads and tails of. Spoiler, Aaron Rada. As the rumors said, he was possessed of a godlike talent in administration. In the 2 years since he started taking a more active hand in House Rada's day-to-day affairs, its fortunes were reversed in the blink of an eye, turning from a near-destitute house to a roaring economic power. Servants, guardsmen, and small folk alike spoke his name with great reverence, as if worshipping a god made manifest. He himself looked rather handsome yet unassuming, affable in banter and a good listener, though men were far more complex than their first impressions. Now at the age of 10 and 6, he was prime marriage material, and with herself aged 10 and 8, a marriage alliance with him would help with House Kafar's precarious position as well. Yet like most nobles, she was concerned over the rumors of the conveniently timed string of unfortunate events that befell House Rada's neighbors. Ultimately, she could not deny that if they remained, they would have posed no small number of problems to House Rada, like a persistent nest of hornets that refused to disperse. "So, mind telling me a little more about yourself?" asked Belondra. "What would you like to know?" Aaron questioned, his face inscrutable. "Your likes and dislikes for one," Belondra cautiously stated. "I like to read, mostly about fiction and history," Aaron answered. "I sometimes take walks to relax." "Hey, most nobles prefer to go hunting for prey, both the four-legged and two-legged kind, engage in political games or raunchy bouts of sex with whichever partner strikes their fancy," Belondra quipped, sounding disinterested in such frivolities. "Of course, it's the common-held view of Dornish nobles, but I'm ashamed to say that is also my view." "Speaking from experience?" Aaron asked. Belondra heaved a heavy sigh. "Honestly speaking, if they dedicated even a tenth of their energy towards administration, they would achieve maybe a tenth of your wealth and security." Aaron merely shrugged. "Not my problem." "I figured as much," Belondra nodded, "although I must ask you, what are your thoughts regarding House Martell?" The guarded and neutral tone was not lost on Aaron, and his eyes squarely focused on the noblewoman's eyes, full of caution and calculating calm. His body and expression betrayed nothing, save for a slight narrowing of the eyes. House Martell is a dead tree on a dead mountain, Aaron answered, a dead mountain filled with nothing but dead trees and rocky ground. What do you mean? Bandra asked with confusion. A dead mountain, whose soil is washed away, filled with nothing but dead trees, Aaron repeated, a mountain upon which nothing can grow. That's what House Martell is right now. Should such a mountain be bathed in fire, even though it appears nothing grows there, new life will strive to grow. I'm sorry, but you have me lost there, Bandra stated, I've never heard that sort of metaphor before. It's actually an abbreviation, and one that suits House Martell and Westerosi nobility in general, Aaron explained. It refers to people who are stuck and antiquated in their ways, clinging on to old traditions even when it no longer benefits them. Is that so? Bandra wondered, and what is your opinion about such people? They're doomed to die, one way or the other, Aaron answered. Doomed to die, as in, wiped from existence? Bandra questioned, remaining calm in spite of her growing apprehension. Not necessarily, Aaron stated, but as a house their legacy, their authority, will be forcibly stolen from them if they cannot change. We all must change to survive. Bandra contemplated Aaron's words, knowing full well that ancient lineage or not, a house's continued prosperity was never guaranteed no matter how well a lord ruled, for the next lord could make an irreversible mistake or be placed in unfavorable circumstances. In a way, there's truth to his words. Then it was Aaron's turn to ask her a question. What do you think about House Martell? Never was Bandra ever posed a question in such context that caught her off guard. Most times, when her parents posed her questions to promote her lateral thinking in politics, it always involved matters like how could they achieve compromise between feuding parties, how they could soothe egos without offending as much as possible, how they should invoke their house's authority, and so on. For Aaron to say that House Martell was on the verge of being ousted from power, for good, and not simply spared with privileges taken away, was an alien answer she could not fathom, save in the Riverlands, one where great houses were frequently overthrown by squabbling river lords. Nowhere in Westeros was the status quo ever challenged by a significant degree. Even the Starks of the cold, frigid, and isolated north never truly eradicated House Bolton, despite their countless rebellions over the millennia. And here, Aaron was asking her for her opinion after he gave hers. It was only fair to return the favor. I believe House Martell, while not as powerful and infallible as some may claim, has not yet reached its eclipse, Bandra answered with certainty. Not only is it propped up by a class of loyal nobles, Westeros is a society that props up and glorifies ancient houses. If any one person dared defy this status quo, he or his descendants would be mercilessly annihilated. Aaron nodded in understanding, and Bandra seemed relieved he was listening intently. And yet his next words made her question Aaron again. What if there existed a person willing to do just that? Bandra dared not conceive such a thing, nor could she even fathom the idea. For someone to willingly do such a thing, even if only for the sake of vanity. No matter how I see it, he'd bring great destruction and terror to Westeros, Bandra answered, her voice shaky and her hands clenching hard. Aaron's eyes softened just a smidgen, and he said, when the world yearns for change, especially to break a long-standing status quo that has done nothing but harm them, you will find it creates such people. Aaron's words rang so true. There were times when peasants revolted against tyrannical lords even though they knew they would lose, even as the rest accepted their cruel lot in life. Such was human nature. A wise man in Uti once uttered these words, tyranny is more fearsome than tigers. 2. And what does that mean, Master Aaron? Bandra questioned. That if you continuously oppress the people without reprieve, people will fight back no matter what, and it will continue on and on until the tyrants themselves are overthrown, Aaron explained. In a land called France, the people, tired of the anachronistic and burdensome feudal system and the monarchy's excessive war expenditures and faced with social upheaval, revolted against the established nobility and their king. Now this story gained Bandra's attention, and she and Aston listened with rapt attention. At the time, King Louis XVI tried to appease the people by enacting measures who only gave surface benefits with no underlying value. I need not say no one emerged satisfied, and the people's anger only grew. What worsened the climate in France was an acute food crisis, driven by high prices and dwindling supplies. Most peasant revolts against ruling nobles were driven by poor harvests and starvation, and it seemed no different in this France. Eventually it reached a tipping point, and the people, supported by countless wealthy families and influential non-nobles, stormed a royal fortress and forced the king to yield to their demands, and for the time being King Louis XVI managed to live just a little longer. Actually, if I may ask, Bandra interjected, what was this King Louis like? I have to say, he sounds like a weak king from your words. He was, Aaron acknowledged, he was weak and vacillating, and held prisoner by his aristocratic advisors. If he truly wanted to care for the people, he would never let himself be held prisoner. Bandra's mother always said that rulers depended on the nobility to survive, for they formed the base of their power. As such, they must be ready to cajole them over wounded pride and egos. And yet, that is precisely why they must also be ready to exert their authority over them when necessary, or the nobility may turn against them once they perceive weakness. Hoping to expand the principles of what came to be known as the National Constituent Assembly, the new French government declared war against its neighbour Austria, and lost several battles. Austria counter-invaded with its ally Prussia, and together they rapidly advanced towards the French capital of Paris. The revolutionaries rose up and stormed Tuileries Palace where the royal family lived, imprisoning them. A sinking feeling in her gut told Bellandra what to expect next. Eventually, King Louis was executed, and the nobles and septas and septons held in prison for opposing the assembly were massacred to the last. Bellandra felt herself breaking into a cold sweat at the thought of such brutality. Surely humans were not such inhuman beasts? Yet the look in Aeron's eyes told her otherwise. That is too cruel. Bellandra mouthed, no matter their reason, even if their anger is justified, they shouldn't do such a thing. It's not only needlessly cruel, it would mar their reputation for the remainder of their lifetimes. Humans, when suitably motivated, will go to any length to achieve their objective, Aeron stated softly, it's reality. Aeron was a young man no older than 10 and 6, and yet she saw in his eyes experience that belied his wisdom, a wisdom that only venerated elders would possess. It both exasperated and educated her on the true caliber of this boy before her. And House Martell says House Rada is a house of overly proud upstarts with an inflated ego, thought Bellandra. They could say the same about House Targaryen, but it has the power to back up its words, and its leaders are no imbeciles. No longer did she have any doubts about the direction Dorne's future was to take. May I ask you something, Master Aeron? Bellandra inquired. What is it? If a lord or lady of his house were to face staunch opposition from his or her own vassals, what does that say about the house's leader? She asked. Depends, Aeron quipped, his eyes focused on Bellandra's facial expression. At face value, it could mean the lord or lady was incompetent and failed to deliver results. Then, what would you see beneath that face value? Bellandra asked again. That the lord's vassals are doing everything in their power to oppose his policies, Aeron answered, his voice softening in empathy. When it comes to that point, cruelty becomes necessary. Cruelty? Like what happened to King Louis and all the nobility and clergymen during the French Revolution? Bellandra suggested. Like that, but far less gruesome and messy, Aeron shrugged, in political terms, or in the words of a man named Machiavelli, therefore any cruelty has to be executed at once, so that the less it is tasted, the less it offends, while benefits must be dispensed little by little, so that they will be savoured all the more. What it simply means is that it's not enough to dispense benefits, but neither should it be effected time and again, it must be done in one go. I see, Bellandra said, before sighing heavily as a dispirited air took over her. You all right? Asked Aeron with concern. Bellandra shook her head dejectedly, I'm not. In fact, I'm in the same position as the lady whose vassals oppose her every effort. Aeron went silent, allowing Bellandra to speak. All my life, I simply want to improve the lot of my house. Ever since the time of Lord Corentin's rebellion a generation ago, House Kafar has suffered badly in the aftermath as a participant on the rebel side. Our privileges were taken away, our loyal vassals replaced and goods laden with heavy tariffs. I kept on trying to convince the nobles that unless they changed their ways, we were consigned to a slow and painful death. Bellandra felt her eyes brim with tears, and she could not stop the sobbing coming out of her throat. Only a month ago did I realize they were receiving benefits from House Martell on the sly. I could have done something to punish them, but I was afraid of angering House Martell, afraid of putting my 10 and 3-year-old brother in danger. I could have done more, and yet. Bellandra suddenly felt her head enveloped in a hug, and she was momentarily shocked. Say no more, Aeron said, his voice so soft and compassionate. Bellandra could not stop the tears spilling forth like an opened dam, and she hugged Aeron's back so tightly her fingers strained under the grip. Aston looked on the side, silent and solemn and patting Bellandra's shoulder with tender loving care. Once Bellandra cried her heart out, she was trying desperately to wipe away her tears, her nose sniffling and her eyes red and puffy. I'm sorry for showing you something so unsightly, Bellandra apologized. Why apologize? Aeron said. Bellandra smiled slightly. You know, it's the first time I've seen you so relieved, my lady, Aston remarked. Why, I think you look beautiful even when you're crying. Bellandra punched his shoulder lightly, and Aston winced with all the theatrical flair of an actor, causing her to giggle slightly. I think you're beautiful when you're happy, Bellandra, Aeron remarked, smiling softly as he handed her a handkerchief. And Bellandra felt her heart beat just a little faster. Oh, thank you, she mumbled. Why don't we take a short break first? Aston suggested, Milady seems to be a little fatigued today. Of course, Aeron nodded, as long as she needs. I. The next hour was spent simply engaging in banter on mundane things, hobbies, and other inconsequential topics, or taking a walk around the keep or, discreetly, in the streets of Arsam, taking in the sights and smells of the revitalized town. Bellandra would often radiate joy and nonchalance when talking with Aaron, which, as Aston remarked, was not the old Bellandra he knew. Aston, being his usual theatrically playful self, brightened their day with his over-exaggerated jokes and stories which, while at times over the top, remained tasteful and in good humor. Yet for all their light-hearted banter and friendliness, it was still a matchmaking arrangement in name, which meant work remained unfinished for the day. In all honesty, I worry about my brother Edric, Bellandra admitted. He's a kind and gentle soul by nature and unsuited to the cruel politicking of the court, and the longer I stay away from Corinport, the more I worry about what our vassals will do in my absence. Then I believe the solution is simple, a solution I believe you know I will employ, Aaron stated. However, this is still your family affair, and no one in House Kafar's lands know or respect me or House Rada in general, so it will fall to you to resolve this issue. I honestly admit I'm still loath to employ such measures, Master Aaron, Bellandra put forth. At least I now know I cannot get anything done by being indecisive and weak. We'll still need to do quite a lot of prep work beforehand, not only to ensure it goes smoothly but also to ensure no culprit escapes scot-free, Aaron declared. Perhaps after a week, we'll return to Corinport and begin building the foundation there. Sounds like a plan, Bellandra nodded. Just then, a servant came knocking into the room, bearing a letter in hand. Young master, a letter from Master Edric Kafar of Corinport. Bellandra and Aston could not mask their surprise, and as Aaron opened the letter and read it, the corner of his lips quirked up in amusement. Master Aaron, what is it? Aaron flashed Bellandra the smile of a devil. It seems your brother is far more cunning than you realize. 1. It was a distressingly common affair for ruling Riverlander houses to be overthrown compared to other kingdoms like the Vale and the Westerlands, whose rule remained unbroken for millennia. 2. Aaron would live by this quote until his dying days, and both historical records and journals by his closest aides describe how highly he regards the importance of giving the people a safe and stable country to live in. 3. Lord Corentin's rebellion, an ill-fated rebellion led by Corentin Martell, third son of Prince Doran Martell 11 of Dorne. It is said that it erupted due to disagreements over the line of succession where Doran X's eldest son, Oberyn Martell 7, who was a naturally cruel and fickle man. Many say that Prince Doran, too doting and forgiving of his son's nature, gave too much leeway to Oberyn who continued his foolish crimes and transgressions until he died under suspicious circumstances. Corentin held the support of almost half of Dorne, but despite his best efforts he was defeated, captured and executed by a sadistic and gleeful Oberyn, who himself was betrayed by disloyal vassals. It took Doran's second son Quentyn to step in and resolve things by force, where the corrupt nobles were punished for their transgressions. The then patriarch of House Kafar, Arthur, was an opportunistic fence-sitter who played both sides with offers of alliance and allegiance, accepting all manner of gifts and bribes to advance his own position and wealth. When Prince Quentyn found out, he promptly had Arthur Kafar executed and his head displayed on a spike. Since then, House Kafar's name was sorely blackened, and it would take much effort to restore its reputation. Chapter 7, Investigation. 14 BC. Corinport. To Master Aaron Rada. I am aware you dislike any flowery pageantry and the like, so I will get straight to the point. I wish to join your side. I cannot say much in this letter in case it gets intercepted, but what I found out is that our vassals, whom my sister believes is under the puppetry of House Martell, are actually manipulated by a third party, one who holds a grudge against my family. To this end, he makes use of Garen Ashta, one of my house's vassals and a highly corrupt and influential politician in my court. Perhaps seeing your rapid growth to power seemingly in defiance of House Martell, this third party also seeks to partially pin the blame on you and drive a wedge between our two sides. Should you wish to find the answer to this puzzle, meet me at Corinport Keep, and from there we shall discuss how to handle the next step. Sincerely. Edric Kafar of Corinport. In all honesty, I did not expect for him to directly approach us like this, and to request a meeting right in the heart of Corinport. Saint Alia remarked. That's exactly why, Aaron stated, he's deliberately goading me into stepping into the lion's den, testing my willingness to go far enough to secure my family's position. But he's not the type to lie to people outright or make such omissions, Bellandra interjected. Are you certain it was not a forgery, Master Aaron? I'm not, Aaron admitted with reluctance. For all I know, it could be a trap, and yet it's also a golden opportunity to get to the bottom of this mystery. I beg your pardon, Master Aaron, but what mystery? Aston questioned. Isn't it established by my lady that they are in the pocket of House Martell? That's way too suspiciously convenient for my liking, Aaron remarked, and the reason why I accepted Edric's invitation, fake or not. What? Bellandra and Arthur echoed. We're here, Master Aaron, Saint Alia stated. Escorted by a total bodyguard cadre of 100 men and women, their entourage reached the town of Corinport, a large and imposing castle looming in the distance. Its walls were thick and high, its ramparts defended by siege weaponry and tall crenellations, its troops manning the walls with nary a flinch. Close to the water were large stone piers and docks comprising its harbour, an echo of its long-gone Puritan Rhoynish heritage and craftsmanship. As they approached the town gates they were permitted passage by the guardsmen, and it was here that Aaron bore witness to Corinport's appalling state. Few goods were put on display at the markets, an air of listlessness and lethargy among the people, who themselves looked impoverished and hungry. Many beggars littered the streets, helplessly begging for lacking charity, and what few merchant ships docked at the ports unloaded few food supplies and mostly weapons and armor. Aaron narrowed his eyes at this, but forcibly calmed himself and trotted forward, his face betraying no expression. When they arrived before the gates to Corinport Keep, they were stopped by the guards and a lone bear of a man who loomed like a statue, his face badly scarred on its left side and his left eye milky white. His armor was expensive plate, lovingly polished and maintained and fully functional, and by his side was a long scimitar the length of his forearm. "Halt, honored guests," he greeted politely, "welcome back, Lady Bellandra." "It's good to be home, Moors," Bellandra smiled, "accompanying me are Aaron Rada of House Rada, his spy mistress Saint Alia and 50 of his bodyguards." Moors curtly nodded towards them, and Aaron nodded back. "My apologies, honored guests, but you must all surrender your weapons," Moors informed, "by order of Garen Asthar." Bellandra bit her lip hard at the mention of that name, and Aaron patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Do as he says, men," he ordered. Though reluctant, the men willingly obeyed the order of their lord and master, thus bearing themselves in preparation to enter the wolf's den. Bellandra and Aston, however, never missed the gaze in Aaron's eyes, like that of a wolf stalking its prey. "Welcome to Corinport Keep," Moors bowed, beckoning them to follow. Unlike the rest of Corinport, Corinport Keep was meticulously cleaned and well maintained over generations of Caffar patriarchs and matriarchs, the stones free of blemish and tarnish with no visible signs of wear and tear and the decor bereft of a speck of dust. This posh exterior failed to mask the air of gloominess the castle's guards and servants radiated. The sight of Bellandra accompanying Aaron did nothing to raise their spirits, instead eliciting a few comments beneath their breaths. "Her ladyship truly doesn't know how to manage her own vassals, does she? It's only a matter of time before House Caffar falls. And her brother Edric's a very passive boy, there's no hope for any of us." The scathing comments caused Bellandra to frown slightly, her expression controlled from contorting by iron will and the reassuring presence of Aston and Aaron. The moment they entered the throne room, they saw all manner of sycophants buttering up the one man who had their undivided attention, Garen Ashta. A highly sophisticated and well-dressed gentleman in immaculate clothing and polished manners, he exuded elegance and sophistry in every step, his demeanor the picture of a calm and cordial person. At the age of 45, his brown hair had yet to show strands of grey, and his olive brown eyes were a mask of politeness. Yet he showed only surface-level deference towards the young boy on the chair, who shared Bellandra's yellow eyes and angular nose, as if he lacked the importance as a lord compared to his army of sycophants at his disposal. Aaron took one look and felt nothing but disgust for this man. "Ah, my Lady Bellandra. Welcome back." Garen greeted, cordial and polite as always with a smile of joy. "Might I inquire as to who are your companions, my lady?" Bellandra adopted a well-practiced mask of politeness as she replied smilingly, "This man is young Master Aaron Rada of his house, whom I said I was visiting regarding matchmaking affairs. With him are his personal servant Saint Alia and several bodyguards of his personal retinue." "Ah, so this young man is Master Aaron Rada." "Pardon my manners," Garen said as he moved to greet the man in question, "A pleasure to meet you, Master Aaron. Tales of your exploits have spread far and wide." "So they have," Aaron nodded, internally grimacing at Garen's sliminess. "So, Master Aaron, what brings you here to Corinport?" Garen questioned. "I came at Bellandra's invitation," Aaron answered. "She wished to show me the good things about Corinport and get to know me better in a more familiar homeland." "Oh? I beg your pardon Master Aaron, but I thought you would have done that in Arsam instead, or in any other town in Ifarahoy." Garen said with genuine confusion. "True, I could do that," Aaron admitted with a casual shrug. "However, I wish to see all of Tokosar one for myself since it is the land Bellandra grew up in, and to better discuss with her plans on combating the bandits plundering supply caravans passing through Tokosar." Garen flinched all of a sudden and his eyes twitched behind his mask of politeness, a bead of cold sweat dripping down the side of his cheek. "I see," Garen said behind a forced smile, "profitable trade benefits all who profit, and for these nefarious bandits to pilfer the hard-earned wealth of others is most troubling." Bellandra and Aston shared brief glances at each other, but said nothing in response to Aaron's words as he continued to speak. "There's something else you should know, Garen. These bandits are suspiciously well organized and well equipped, and seem to know the location of every caravan traveling through Tokosar. Though I have no concrete proof, I have reason to suspect that a rival of House Caffar is behind this mess, one of its neighbors, to be more precise." Garen grit his teeth behind trembling lips, and his mask seemed to falter just a little more with each and every word coming out of Aaron's mouth, his eyes twitching and his lips trembling as his smile began to crack. "As such, to help revitalize flagging trade and help Bellandra's lands prosper once again, I've decided to take a survey of the lands personally with the guidance of Bellandra and her people," Aaron finished with a knowing, predatory smile flashed in Garen's face. For that reason, I would also like to invite young Master Edric with me on a trip throughout Tokosar. All could not hide their audible shock and disbelief at Aaron's bold words. Surveying the land for work was not a noble's business, but the work of his servants. No lord or lady should have to sully oneself with such menial work, nor should a guest simply request for said lord or lady to accompany them on such dreary trips. Such were the thoughts running through their minds as they cautiously watched Aaron and his demeanor for any answer to this out of the blue and completely illogical request, and Garen's answer to this. This is. I must admit I did not expect you to ask this, Master Aaron. Garen started, his smile replaced with bewilderment. Might I at least know why? Because a certain third party may take the chance to kidnap a certain someone holding the fort in our absence, and that certain someone might take the chance to instigate a conflict that could consume not only House Kafar, but also all its neighbors by extension. That certain someone may also choose to exploit such chaos, eliminating his enemies one by one until he emerges the supreme victor with no one the wiser. Are you suggesting? Garen began, his tone severely cautious. Someone could daringly send assassins to kill Edric in his own room when people least expect it. Aaron finished, his eyes deeply narrowed and his smile steadfast. It's what I would do. Garen could now feel both rage and fear boiling within his heart, his mask straining even further and held together by a veteran's practice. Eventually he restored his mask, and Garen said, if it is to the benefit of House Kafar, I see no reason why not. Aaron patted him on the shoulder. It certainly is, and besides. Aaron leaned in close, whispering something into Garen's ear, and this time his mask of calm was completely shattered, replaced with an expression of absolute fear and terror, his eyes white and his skin pale, all the while Aaron smiled calmly and menacingly towards him. Now then, Master Edric, might I have the pleasure of requesting your accompaniment on this long trip of mine? Aaron calmly requested. Saint Alia and the rest of Aaron's entourage could not help but snicker at the gobsmacked, fearful faces of Garen and his sycophants, while Belandra's own entourage looked at Aaron in a new light. However, when Belandra looked at Edric to gauge his reaction, she was shocked to see him the very portrayal of a calm chess master in perfect control of the situation. His eyebrows were slightly raised in surprise, but his expression betrayed nothing else. And the look in his eyes was not that of a meek, weak boy but a mature noble growing into his role as a scion of House Kafar. It seems your brother is far more cunning than you realize. And Aaron's words never rang truer that moment. I. Outskirts of Corinport. It was inside a little hunting cabin, unused for months on end and only recently renovated, where Aaron, Belandra, Edric and a handful of their companions held their secret meeting away from prying eyes. Saint Alia remained behind in Corinport, handling other matters of import and to keep an eye on Garen's faction. I must admit, the rumors don't do you justice, Master Aaron, Edric mused, smiling with amusement. What do these rumors say? Aaron asked. Well, other than being a talented bureaucrat and cunning political player, they say you are a demon wearing human skin, deceiving the uneducated small folk into believing your sweet promises and making forbidden contracts with demons to eliminate your political rivals and hasten the growth of your house's power, Edric flawlessly stated, keeping his eyes squarely fixed on Aaron. Aaron merely shrugged, let them say what they want to say. I suspected you'd say that, Edric shrugged, though if I'm being honest, I'm fairly impressed with how well you handled Garen. I swear, that bastard loves to rattle on whenever he feels it, and surrounded by so many sycophants, I really missed having some privacy or a companion unafraid to speak his frank opinion. And by the way, I only know of 3 kinds of players, straightforward, subtle, and dangerous. You, my friend, are all 3 at the same time. Aaron raised an eyebrow, his expression unchanged. So, might I pledge my allegiance to you, my lord? Edric asked. Brother? Belandra questioned, standing up in surprise and ready to intercede. Aaron stopped her with a raised hand, shaking his head. Reluctantly, Belandra relented and sat down. I know this is out of the blue, and I know you have no reason to trust me at this juncture, Edric explained. However, I am sick and tired of the status quo, and House Martell does nothing to help us out of fear of rocking the boat too much. Just goes to show that they don't really care for any of us, even though we're fellow Dornish. Even if I end up losing, what else do we have to lose? Edric heaved a heavy sigh, eyes turning darker as dark memories surfaced. My grandfather Arthur. I could never forgive him for what he's done and what he brought upon our house, Edric muttered. Neither can I forgive Princess Maria. She has had ample opportunity to right this wrong, and she hasn't lifted a finger. She could be busy with other things, though she may also consider this whole affair less important, Belandra suggested. Aaron merely listened on while Edric shook his head. I dislike it if this is what it means to be treated as unimportant, Edric argued, his face twisting in anguish. Even if she does not trust my house, at the very least she could have done this to preserve her image and the reputation of House Martell. Where was she when our father and mother died young, grief-stricken, and penniless? Belandra could not argue against that. At least Aaron Rada doesn't waste time with needless pageantry and such. he gets things done and does not care about the status quo or other useless stuff, Edric ranted on, eyes flashing with anger. So what if Maria denounces me for siding with heretics and rebels? So what if I'm in the wrong? Garen has no business messing things up for my family, and Maria Martell has no right to chastise me for siding with a bunch of mavericks. Edric's voice raised to a crescendo, his nose flaring and his eyes burning red. Edric, calm down, Aaron called out. How can I be calm in this kind of situation? Edric questioned, his voice sharp and heated. Breathe in and breathe out slowly, count to 4, Aaron suggested calmly, his voice soft and reassuring. Edric did as Aaron asked, and with each breath he felt his anger abate a smidgen. Count to 4, inhale. Count to 4, exhale. Eventually, Edric managed to calm down, and the first thing he did afterwards was to apologize. I'm sorry for my outburst, Edric said to Aaron, I don't know what came over me. You bottled up all this frustration for so long, so you need an outlet. It's understandable, Aaron reassured. Yes, you're right, Edric nodded. So brother, Bandra asked, I think it's time you explain things. Aaron said that you are far more cunning than you realized, and I saw that during his earlier exchange with Garen. Edric smiled devilishly at that, I suppose the deception's over. My apologies sister, but I needed to make sure of Aaron's personality. Does he pass, then? Bandra cautiously questioned. With flying colors, Edric affirmed, now, as you probably suspect, I invited you to put Garen on edge in court, to goad him. You also promised to tell us the real puppet master behind this whole affair, Aaron reminded. Indeed, and I will uphold my end of the bargain. Leaning in close, Edric uttered his next words with severity befitting a dramatic novel. The ruling patriarch of House Ardara, Falion. 1 Tokosar, the name of the province under control of House Kafar. With a long-established fishing industry, Tokosar is famous for its fresh seafood from salmon to swordfish, lobsters, and shrimps. 2 To invite one on a trip, an idiom that entered common usage in the years since Aaron's first visit to Tokosar, after the, famous chat with Garen in the halls of Coronport Keep. It means to hatch a plot with smaller, weaker players against larger, more powerful players. A/N, while I am aware that House Martell has been seemingly portrayed as a cartoonish villain so far, most of the story up to this point has been told from the perspective of non-Martell characters. The next one will feature a Martell perspective. Chapter 8, Truth Revealed. 14 BC. Sunspear. Maria was in a foul mood ever since what was colloquially called the War of Crimson Salt took place. Every day, she received petition after petition to cut House Rada down to size, to constrict its growth in every possible manner with every possible scheme. Half of her was tempted to just fulfill their requests out of paranoia, half of her crushed the other half with ruthless pragmatism. Much as it galled her to admit it, the so-called Eastern and Western triumvirates of House Rada's neighbors were guilty of various acts of corruption and cruelty towards their own subjects, and for the Western triumvirate to go as far as raiding caravans? The Eastern triumvirate was no better. Spies brought her ample evidence that they were fabricating claims on Efarahoy through forged documents and going as far as to position troops on the border, as if poised to strike the moment they learned of any weakness to exploit. What else could she do but denounce them for their actions? As a result, House Rada now held as much land as House Euronwood, and given time they would develop into a new powerhouse capable of taking the Martell armies head-on, or so their detractors and naysayers believe. The more they opened their mouths, the more she was inclined to believe they were being antagonistic simply for the sake of being such, as was their nature. She heaved a heavy sigh as she received the last petitioner for today before adjourning court, and she stifled a yawn as she rubbed her eyes. Good work, mother. Maria huffed at her son Nymore's words. How can dealing with all manner of foppish, snobbish, and generally insufferable pricks be good work? I'd much rather spend my days at my solar sorting through paperwork than this rubbish. Paperwork's an altogether different demon to fight, Nymore remarked in good humor. A quieter demon is better than a demon that loves rubbing itself in your face, Maria countered. Anyway, tell Daria that I'm free to talk now, she's been pestering me to talk about a specific subject for days. The Red Princes, mother? Nymore asked. And why the Red Edicts one still remain in practice today, Maria solemnly answered. I. Maria's solar. The solar of Princess Maria was a quiet and comforting place, away from the pinpricks of countless wagging tongues and piercing stares and the political schemes of countless players, pawns and fanatics of every denomination. It was here that Maria loved to wind down and relax, and at times have a chat with her family. Were she younger, she would have preferred to wind down at the gardens of Sunspear, the sweet fragrance of flowers helping to calm her nerves. Old age took its toll on her body, and unable to endure the rigors of travel, she was confined to Sunspear's palace in her twilight years. It was here that Daria would receive the answers to her questions regarding the question of Rhoynish heritage, and why the modern Dornish do not conform to the old ways. I believe you are owed an explanation, dear granddaughter, Maria said softly. Daria knew that whenever Maria adopted a soft tone, it was for situations of genuinely heavy severity or high importance, and she pursed her lips. I asked you about the reasons behind the Red Edicts, and why House Rada still adheres to the old ways, Dirya started. Furthermore, I want to know what are your thoughts on House Rada's meteoric rise to power. Marya nodded at this. Then take a seat, it's a long story. As Dirya took her seat, she listened to everything her grandmother said with rapt attention, never faltering, never slouching an iota. 2 generations after Nymeria united Dorne for the first time in its history under House Martell, Houses Will and Manwudi launched raids on Dorne's traditional rivals and neighbors, the Stormlands and the Reach, as they have always done for millennia. It was nothing out of the ordinary, but that was when they started receiving backlash for allowing the raids to happen in the first place. But no Dornish ever thought twice about the raids or even punishing them in the first place, Dirya stated, partly because it served to weaken our neighbors and also since the deserts were harsh to any army without a proper water supply, they did not believe any invasion of Dorne could ever bear fruit. Furthermore, though they despised the raiding ways of the Red Mountain Dornish, most invaders were bled dry in the mountain passes and stalled long enough for their neighbors to distract them. The logistical undertaking alone would be a tremendous strain on their coffers. Marya wistfully looked outside the window, taking in the scenery of a lively and bustling Sunspear below her, the people of the castle milling about their daily lives without a care in the world. By then, a great number of the green-blood Dornish, direct descendants of unions between Andal and Rhoynish, followed the faith of the Seven rather than the Mother Rhoyne or any of the Rhoynish gods. That being said, a great number of them staunchly opposed the continuation of the Red Mountain Dornish's raiding ways, and were clamoring to have the houses responsible punished and even permanently removed from power. Their pleas fell on deaf ears, did they not? Dirya asked. Marya nodded solemnly with a heavy sigh. The then ruling patriarch of House Martell, Prince Mors III Martell, was eager to remain in the good graces of the houses of the Red Mountains and other Dornish further away from the lands under rule of the green-blood Dornish, unwilling to risk the princedom's stability. However, he was a rather mediocre leader while his sister Nymeria II, a staunchly Rhoynish woman through and through, outshone him in every possible manner. A talented general who won countless battles, she had the widespread support of the people and countless petty nobles and merchants who wanted to curry favor with her and was most outspoken in favor of war as justice for the Red Mountain Dornish's transgressions. Did they clamor for her to be princess instead of Mors III? Dirya asked. Again, Marya nodded solemnly. There was a treacherous and tyrannical advisor of Mors III by the name of Alfred Sand, a base-born relative of House Martell and his master of coin. One of the wealthiest and most influential political players of his time, he had the prince's ear who himself was beset by increasing paranoia and envy, jealous of his sister's talents. Dirya felt a chill down her spine and partial anger against this Mors III. Eventually, Alfred was able to convince Mors III to declare Nymeria II a traitor to Dorne, guilty of attempting to usurp the throne from him. The Red Mountain houses, eager to end the growing Rhoynish power and dominance of Dorne, readily agreed to send troops to his aid. Isn't this the same kind of situation as with House Rada right now? Dirya questioned. Aris Rada may be the ruling lord of his house, but Aaron's talents may as well make him the true lord instead. Indeed, but there are marked differences in comparison, Marya gently corrected. Anyway, as soon as Mors III's edict was announced, more than half the green blood houses rebelled, and the stage was set for the War of the Red Serpents too, a war that would doom the burgeoning cultural power of the Rhoynish. At the time, the power of House Martell was concentrated in eastern Dorne, was it not? Dirya inquired. After all, the houses of the Red Mountains would not have surrendered otherwise. Indeed, though it was not after suffering a string of devastating defeats that they finally submitted. Kingly houses are extremely proud and unwilling to surrender otherwise, Marya nodded. Nymeria II won many battles through her shining charisma and boldness, and her victories served to further the rebel cause. However, at the same time, she was exceptionally biased against the Rhoyner who converted to the faith of the Seven, and those who supported her cause but preferred their new faith gradually came to be alienated by a combination of abusive language from her and discrimination from her subordinates, and they clashed more than once with the orphans who entered her service. It's always internal politics that threatens the unity of a faction, is it not? Dirya said. And it was internal politics that led to Nymeria II's downfall, Marya agreed. Several of Nymeria's colleagues, starting to grow jealous that she and her inner circle were hoarding all the fame and glory for themselves, were swayed by offers of amnesty by Prince Mors III, all suggested by Alfred Sand III. Eventually they joined the enemy camp and managed to assassinate Nymeria II and all her loyal officers and generals. Marya heaved a heavy sigh. In all honesty, Nymeria was a highly impetuous woman who lacked the subtlety needed for a political player, and rather than be willing to compromise, which is a crucial trait of cunning and shrewd political players, she threw a fiery temper when things did not go her way. And Mors, while plagued by insecurity and jealousy, did know how to better play the game than Nymeria in his willingness to compromise with others, never letting his personal biases get in the way of his duties. Perhaps seeing his sister's temper, he knew that Nymeria's rivals and even some of his own circle would be willing to defect, if only to get out from under her control. Leaders cannot let their emotions get the better of them. Isn't that you taught me, Grandmother. Daria put forth, saddened by the sorrowful origins of the Red Edicts, because if they let their emotions get the better of them, they could do irreversible damage with the harmful and foolish things they do. And yet, I can also see why he so easily listened to Alfred Sand. Perhaps it is also because Nymeria was too overconfident and full of herself, and was unable to notice the pebbles piling underfoot. That's my granddaughter, Maria smiled, patting her shoulder. Alas, as you can guess, Nymeria's rebellion was ended when she was assassinated by her own generals, and Mors III issued the infamous Red Edicts that banned the Rhoynish language and culture and forced the orphans into their nomadic lifestyle. Only House Rada stubbornly continued to practice their Rhoynar heritage in defiance, using all manner of political tricks to stay afloat and avoid dissolution. Until now, Daria finished, and with Aerys's son Aeron taking the reins, who knows what he will do next. And grandmother, how do you say Aeron is different? Remember when he visited Sunspear at my order, following the War of Crimson Salt? Maria said. Yes, he flawlessly answered every question you posed to him in court, and was unflinching beneath everyone's stares. In fact, he seemed humble, yet quietly confident, Daria answered. Also, I can't really describe it, it's as if I'm looking at a creature whose entire body is an empty shell, his heart concealed in his foot with a third arm concealed behind his back. A rather strange creature, but a dangerous creature nonetheless. You have the right of it, my dear Daria, Maria said, her lips forming a deep frown. The fact is, I get the impression he does not care what others think of him. He does not? Asked Daria. When I asked him about the possibility of him having orchestrated the massacre of the rival houses, he merely shrugged and said to me, even if I did not orchestrate it, it would have happened, one way or another, Maria stated, her eyes narrowing grimly. It's as if he fully expected the houses to be wiped out, that someone would take matters into their own hands for whatever reason. At the very least, if circumstances force his hand, I feel that rather than be loved and respected, he would be hated and feared if it gave him the results he wanted. But there are too few instances in Westeros where houses were exterminated, least of all the great houses, and Aeron said just that. Daria questioned in disbelief, and why would you think he would do such a thing? Because morality is not his concern, only legality, Maria said. He said that in the land of Uti, such a thing was distressingly common. Whenever rebels were captured and punished under imperial law, their families were also exterminated to prevent further rebellion and challenge to imperial authority. And the way he said it, he fully agreed with such a practice and even seemed to contemplate it himself, as if rather than allow a troublesome house to remain and fester, he would rather excise the rot root and stem, so it would not trouble him down the road. To me, it is clear he has no illusions or delusions about the nature of the Game of Thrones, and perfectly understands the consequences of not valuing a ruler's connections. Does that mean he is a threat to House Martell, mother? Asked Daria. I cannot say for certain, Maria answered doubtfully. I am suspicious and perhaps a little paranoid that House Rada grew in power so fast, but I do not believe he is a real threat to House Martell for the time being, since they only just annexed those lands. I do not believe, however, that he will remain idle. And earlier, you said that the situation was similar but different, Daria continued. I get how similar it is, but how is it different? It is in the character of the leaders, Daria, Maria answered, whereas Nymeria too would simply throw a tantrum when things go wrong, or disregard subtlety entirely, Aeron is someone who chooses when to be overt, and when to be subtle. He also has talented and capable subordinates united in desire with him, and who can take over if things go wrong. Furthermore, rather than throw a tantrum, he will simply persevere and continue to find a solution to a problem no matter what. His flexibility, subtlety, and perseverance make him a truly terrifying enemy. Do you believe him to be a threat, grandmother? Daria asked. Honestly, I don't think he wishes to threaten the stability of the realm for his own ambitions. Consolidating his gains will take at least a decade, longer to further grow his power, and as such he will focus on maintaining the peace, Maria stated, confident in her conclusion. In the meantime, we ought to start taking measures to ensure some idiot nobles do not threaten the peace for their own misbegotten ambitions. I could not agree more, nodded Daria. 1. Red Edicts, the term for the edicts issued by the Red Princes which banned the practice of Rhoynish language and culture. 2. War of the Red Serpents, the Dornish civil war that killed the burgeoning cultural establishment of the Rhoynar in Dorne, and which blackened the name of the orphans of the Green Blood for siding with Nymeria II. This established the reign of the Red Princes, Mors III, Brianna, Belisah, Felix and Mors IV, whose reigns would see the last of the Rhoynar outside of the orphans converted to the faith of the Seven. 3. Alfred Sand, a name synonymous with greed and treachery, he was the one who helped Mors III Martell condemn his own sister Nymeria II and all her loyal followers to death. It was he who helped lay the foundation for the Red Edicts, and his name went down in infamy. Eventually, he himself was murdered after a long tyrannical rule, though the Red Edicts would continue from Mors III's reign onwards. A/N, just a quick note, the terms salty, sandy and stony Dornish have been changed to Green Blood, Desert and Red Mountain Dornish respectively, as the former did not enter common usage until Dragon's conquest of Dorne 160 years from this story's canon. Chapter 9, Disposable Pawn. 14 BC. Coronport Keep. It was in the middle of the next morning that all the officials invited by Belandra Kafar herself were present in the courtroom. Edric Kafar was absent along with Belandra and the envoys from Ifera, officially due to coming down with a sudden illness. Ostensibly, Garen Asthar himself was absent for the same reason, which was very unlike him, the picture of a healthy man. Many of the gathered merchants and nobles whispered among themselves, curious about the agenda of today's court meeting and hoping to get answers. A few of the more veteran courtiers inwardly suspected something amiss. Do you believe there's an important announcement to make? Most likely concerning the future of House Kafar, no doubt. Maybe they finally found someone willing to enter a marriage alliance with them. Why wouldn't they? House Kafar is barely staying afloat, and a marriage alliance with a wealthy and powerful house is their best option. Bah, as if, so long as we curry favor with the new regime, nothing will change and everything will be all right. Where is Lord Garen, by the way? They say he came down due to sudden illness. Maybe an illness born from fear. Whatever Lord Aaron whispered to him scared him witless. That is a first, I'll admit. Eventually, Aaron Rada himself emerged, his saber sheathed at his side. However, the look in his eyes was like a wolf stalking its prey, hungry and ready to pounce. Perhaps Aaron simply preferred to keep his weapons close to him? Master Aaron! Exclaimed one of the nobles as he came closer, why do you have your we? Without warning, Aaron unsheathed his saber and cut down the noble, slitting his throat. And at the top of his voice he bellowed, kill them all. Pandemonium ensued as from the shadows, troops emerged and began cutting them down, dyeing sword and dagger crimson with blood. Some tried to run for the exits, only for bowmen to fill them with arrows, some tried to crawl on the ground, severely wounded or missing a limb, some tried to fight back, drawing small stilettos of their own from folds in their clothes. Screams of pain, death, and despair echoed throughout the throne room like a funeral bell tolling for the dead. None escaped. Within 5 minutes, all the invited nobles and merchants were cut down with no injuries to Aaron's and House Kafar's men. Good work, Mors, said Aaron, patting the burly man on his shoulder. I strive to uphold my duty. Mors bowed with a smile of satisfaction and liberation. Your next orders. Work with Saint Alia to round up every single one of the traitors' families, Aaron ordered, execute all males above the age of 10 and 2 and send the rest to the wall. Exile the women and young girls to Essos, never to return. By the will of Lady Belandra and Master Edric, Mors saluted, his smile turning vindictive. Aaron took out a cloth to wipe his saber clean, restoring its bright polished sheen. Seeing his reflection in the blade, he smiled grimly. I. Outskirts of Coronport. It was the dead of night, a time when most were asleep. Mere minutes after the brutal massacre carried out in Coronport's courtroom, the families of the culprits were apprehended and meted out brutal justice in one afternoon. Droves of wagons were seen transporting little children and women out of the town to God's new where, and heads quickly decorated spikes outside Coronport Keep. A sign, displayed next to the line of spiked heads, described the names of all conspirators found guilty of plotting high treason against House Kafar, and the sight of young boys and girls joining their adult counterparts instilled no small amount of dread. The fact that their deaths were ordered by Belandra and Edric Kafar was just the icing on the cake, and from then on, any and all rumors about House Kafar's weakness was dispelled. Garen Asthar, unwilling to stay any longer lest he join the condemned sycophants in death, quietly and quickly packed up his things and evacuated from the city with a handful of trusted guards under the cover of night, slipping through one of checkpoints, hidden in a wagon laden with barrels and crates posing as a merchant's wagon. Once they reached a fair distance from the city walls, one of Garen's men knocked onto the wagon. You can come out now, my lord. They can't see us from here. Heaving an audible sigh of relief, Garen emerged from the covered wagon a happy man, wiping beads of cold sweat from his face. Thank the seven we're out of that death trap, Garen breathed heavily, trembling with terror. I swear, that monster Aaron will be the death of us all. If he doesn't kill us today, he'll make sure to kill us another day. Does that monster ever sleep when his enemies still live? Calm down, my lord, said another guard, we've managed to give them the slip, we'll do so again. Besides, we're near the place where Lord Falion said to meet up. Once we're there, we can safely escape. I'd gladly take a safe sanctuary any day over staying anywhere close to that demon, Garen remarked. It took at least 10 minutes to reach the meeting place where Falion was supposed to arrive with an escort, a covered well built with bricks and wood paneling. The well itself dried up long ago. My lord, Lord Falion and his escort are here, one of Garen's men informed him. Lord Falion Ardara of Targaryen, Spring River, approached Garen's entourage, escorted by a large group of men armed to the teeth with an assortment of weapons. Falion Ardara, an aged and withered husk of a man, his cheeks gaunt and his eyes sunken in, his head completely bald and his skin bearing the pallor of death as if all life left him long ago, a man whose eyes burned with energy and fire in stark contrast to his outward appearance. Falion limped towards Garen with a disarming smile. arms outstretched for a hug. Lord Falion. Garen asked cautiously, stopping outside of Falion's arm's reach, why have you brought so many men so heavily armed? Oh, Garen, you have always been a very sharp man, Falion started, his voice raspy and soft yet still audible, it's truly sad, what happened to you? A noble on the rise to subsuming House Kafar as the true master of Corinport, only to have the tables turned on you in the blink of an eye. Oh, so sad, so sad. Lord Falion, while things were truly unfortunate, so long as I live I can turn the tables back on them, Garen boasted, his back taut and his eyes narrowed, however, I must ask again why you brought so many, surely you'd need only half of the men present for a simple escort. Falion heavily sighed, shaking his head and clicking his tongue, and his smile suddenly took on a sinister air. Garen immediately felt a chill down his spine. Motioning to his men, his party swiftly drew their weapons, prepared to fight their way to freedom. With but a wave of the hand from Falion, archers opened fire and felled a score of Garen's retinue. The rest were cut down in a short and bloody melee, for Garen's men were no battle-tested warriors and lacked the equipment for a decisive engagement, wearing only their clothes and wielding only swords. Remove the bodies and the bloodstains, Falion ordered, his voice raspy and hoarse, no evidence remains. As you command, my lord, his men echoed. A fair distance from the abandoned well, a lone man watched using a myrish far eye, seeing the carnage that just transpired. Shaking his head, he mounted his horse and departed on a swift gallop. I. Yesterday. You also promised to tell us the real puppet master behind this whole affair, Aaron reminded. Indeed, and I will uphold my end of the bargain. Leaning in close, Edric uttered his next words with severity befitting a dramatic novel. The ruling patriarch of House Ardara, Falion. Bandra quickly felt a shudder down her spine, breaking into a cold sweat as memories surfaced unbidden, nightmares she would prefer banished to the deepest recesses of her mind, and Aston quickly patted her back for comfort. Bandra? Asked Aaron, his voice soft and mellow. He is a man I do not wish to meet, Bandra muttered shakily, when I first met him, he flashed me this harsh, menacing and evil smile that terrified me to the core, as if I was an enemy to be killed or a juicy dish to be consumed. Beads of sweat dripped down her forehead, and Bandra quickly wiped them away. For what reason does Falion do this? Aaron questioned Edric, his voice hard with a steely edge. The death of his sons during Corentin's rebellion, Edric answered, after doing a little digging up, I learned that all of Falion's sons supported House Martell against Corentin's rebellion and fought hard even at the cost of their lives. When his grandchildren were murdered, all evidence pointed to Oberyn Martell VII doing the deed, presumably for fear of Lord Falion gaining too much power with his string of victories, which earned much popular support among his people and the nobility. Aaron narrowed his eyes at this, as did Aston. And it was my house, House Kafar under my grandfather Arthur, that killed his sons in battle, all 5 of them, Edric finished, slumping as a heavy weight descended upon his shoulders. Aaron patted Edric on the shoulder, his eyes reflecting sympathy. The sins of the past are a terrible burden, but we all have to grit our teeth and bear what comes our way. He's bearing a grudge because he needs to direct his anger somewhere, towards your house for the death of his sons, towards House Martell for the deaths of his grandchildren. In his grief and rage, he is hurting people in the process, he has to die to give you peace. Edric nodded solemnly, yes, he has to die. For that reason, I need your help. What do you need me to do? Asked Aaron. What you do best, answered Edric, do what it takes to expose Falion's wrongdoings and end House Kafar's plight. I give you express permission to use my men under Moors for this purpose. Aaron nodded and said, then tomorrow, invite all of Garen's sycophants for a court meeting. I will spring a trap upon them. Garen will suspect something amiss, especially after whatever you told him earlier, Edric stated. I know, Aaron acknowledged, I also know that if Falion is the kind of person I believe him to be, he will save us the trouble and get rid of Garen for us. Wait, I thought you'd be the one to get rid of Oh. Brother? Asked Bandra. You're planning to use Falion's murder of Garen to gain a cause of war against him, aren't you? Edric inquired. Silent communication passed between them as they exchanged knowing glances. But then, why not do the same process as before when you dealt with House Rada's neighbors? Asked Bandra. Because I've ruffled too many feathers, and doing any more will force House Martell's intervention, Aaron answered. Master Aaron is correct, Aston spoke up, I'm no political player, but even I know that sooner or later, someone will agitate for House Martell to sanction you in some way, perhaps even order a war to cut you down to size. Exactly, Aaron nodded, House Martell will have to intervene regardless, so we cannot wait. What we have to do is make House Martell declare us the righteous party and give us permission to wage war on House Falion for its treachery. I honestly cannot trust House Martell at this point, Edric stated, for any reason. And yet for the time being, we have to give the impression we respect House Martell's authority, so that no one can do anything against us, Bandra put forth, isn't that what we should do, Aaron? Aaron nodded in agreement. Chapter X, Let grudges be buried. 14 BC. Sunspear. Maria could scarcely believe her ears when the news arrived from an agent of House Rada, bearing crucial news of treachery that occurred in the lands of House Kafar. By the seven, to think such treachery was afoot. Maria muttered, massaging her forehead firmly, I know House Ardara has suffered much in Corentin's rebellion, but to think he would so willingly murder one of his close associates, and to cover a plot to pin the blame on House Martell of all people. We have to act, mother, and fast, Nymor pointed out. Yes, son. I know, Maria affirmed, issue my edict. Lord Falion Ardara and by extension his whole house is guilty of orchestrating treason against House Martell through his harmful plot against House Kafar, part of which involved unjustly pinning the blame on us. As such, House Rada is hereby charged with the duty of putting this traitor to rest. Any and all who support House Ardara are also adjudged traitors and thus to be dealt with accordingly. As you command, Princess, saluted one of the scribes as he left to perform his duty. Mother, how do you think the other nobles will react to this? Nymor questioned. Surely you can guess for yourself, son. Maria questioned, leaning lazily onto a raised arm. I simply wish to hear your thoughts on this, Nymor answered with a shrug. Maria sighed, it will assuage their concerns for the time being, but it will never truly stop them from antagonizing against House Rada. They are envious of them, after all, and no matter their efforts to maintain relations with them, House Rada often seems to get the cold shoulder with few exceptions. They are not as wealthy as houses like Euronwood and Dane, yet nevertheless they're afraid of their rapid rise to power. Nymor shook his head, massaging his forehead. I also suspect, however, that they may try something more drastic to them. It may be now or later, but they will try. Do you think they will attempt to do to House Rada what House Ardara almost did to House Kafar? Maria questioned. I believe you already know the answer to that, mother, Nymor stated matter-of-factly. Maria sighed again, grumbling under her breath as she coughed slightly, her sore throat acting up. Do you think there are any houses who would side with House Rada, rather than against it? Nymor shook his head, only the truly desperate, or those who have some sort of grudge against House Rada's enemies, unlikely as that sounds. Maria could only silently nod in agreement. I. Outskirts of Targaryen. Despite House Rada's lands being relatively near to the princely domain under House Martell, it still took at least 2 to 3 days on horseback for the edict to be delivered by courier. Once it was received with many thanks, House Rada was swift to deploy its troops to Targaryen to meet House Ardara's army in battle. With their plan foiled and their name blackened for all eternity, House Ardara would not go down without a fight, and rather than hunker down in his castle and home Falion ordered his troops to sally forth and meet the invaders in pitched battle. One may call him foolhardy when considering the huge numerical disparity between the forces, 1,000 of his own compared to House Rada's 10,000, but that was exactly why preparing for a siege was not an option for Falion either. He could neither run nor hide, and time was not on his side. In an unforeseen and unexpected turn of events, House Hornet declared for House Ardara, deploying an additional 1,000 troops to reinforce their small army. A minuscule drop in an ocean, but help was help, and Falion gratefully accepted the unlikely alliance for whatever good it did him. Now, in the dead of night, Aaron and his inner circle were gathered around a table in the command tent debating their next move. In all honesty, considering the huge disparity between our two forces, this battle is as good as won, young master, Huang Shui stated, and afterwards, we shall have the valid excuse to purge Houses Ardara and Hornet for good. Yes, although I have to question what exactly are House Hornet's motives. Saint Alia put forth, they certainly do maintain favorable trade with House Ardara but little else aside from the usual diplomacy of platitudes between nobles, and from what my spies tell me their relationship is cordial at best, nothing to suggest any scheming behind the scenes. Perhaps they are simply striking before we can retaliate, or they despise House Rada for whatever reason, Elanzo suggested with a nonchalant shrug. Honestly, the latter is far more believable considering just how many hate us right now. What I really want to know is the motives of House Hornet's current patriarch, Lord Dylan, Huang Shui put forth. He has to know this is a doomed endeavor no matter what. Aaron sighed heavily, not unless he has nothing else to lose. Huang Shui frowned heavily and shook his head in disappointment, and such types prove the most problematic to deal with, most of all due to their lack of concern for pretty much anything. What's done is done, I suppose, Saint Alia shrugged. I will send my scouts to keep an eye on their troop movements. Very good. That will be all, dismissed, Aaron ordered. I. Later that night. It was the night of the new moon, and thus terribly dark and difficult to see unaided without the use of torches. The armies of Houses Ardara and Falion made camp, their patrols keeping a close watch on the perimeter and huddling together with extra layers for warmth, the cold desert winds easily sapping their warmth. Fucking hell, I'd rather go home and be with me ma and pa than in this shitty cold desert for the night. What I wouldn't give for a warm home and a warm meal. Ah, shut it. You know we're levies, can't fucking disobey the Lord or we dead for disobedience. Many troops grumbled beneath their breaths, their discipline lax and their morale low upon hearing their superiors say that they were marching to fight the Black Fox. Rumor was rumor, but rumors and news gave birth to an air of fear and uncertainty among the troops as they faced the prospect of fighting the Black Fox's troops. His cruelty, his cunning and his courage was widely renowned, and even some of the officers had reservations. But the Lord of House Hornet was undeterred, he and Felion would resist to the bitter end, such was their resolve. The only way I will rest my spear is when the Black Fox and his ambitions die. Dylan Hornet's voice trembled with rage and anguish, born of terrible heart-rending grief that made him cease to care, and terrified his own troops and allies alike. There was no hope of making peace or retreating, their orders were to fight to the bitter end. They soon heard a distant rumbling from the ground, and one that sent chills down their spines. "Why, see something?" Sentry 1 asked. "I can't see nothin', it's too dark ga." The sentries were quickly filled with arrows as horse archers and cataphracts rode past them, thundering towards the enemy base camp. The swiftness and suddenness of House Rada's surprise attack caught the enemy troops completely off guard, who scrambled to retaliate. Archers fired volleys of arrows that felled countless dozens. By the time the enemy troops could form something resembling a shield wall, a cavalry charge followed next, and while trained spearmen comprised part of the infantry, they were no match for the elite cataphracts who mowed them down, lances and hooves brutalizing their meager shield wall as the rest of the infantry rushed in for the kill. By House Rada's and House Kafar's orders, find and capture Dylan Hornet. With how disorganized and dismayed they were, most of the enemy troops tried to surrender and beg for their lives, but House Rada's troops showed no quarter, killing every single soldier and officer they came across just as they purged traitors from the ranks of House Kafar's levies, traitors in all but name. Troops were trampled beneath thundering hooves, tents and supplies and bodies sent flying by the sheer momentum, countless men crushed dozens of times in a gory mess as brain and blood irrigated the ground a deep crimson. House Ardara was given top priority, and all their officers killed along with the old Lord Felion himself. Lord Dylan Hornet, on the other hand, was captured after a short and merciless beating, his eye blackened and his split lip bleeding heavily. As for his troops, only a few hundred survived to be judged later on. Forced to kneel before Aaron, Lord Dylan Hornet, a man twice Rada's age, glared hatefully at the man before him. "Lord Dylan Hornet, you stand accused of treason against House Martell for allying with House Ardara, a house that was close to subsuming and eliminating House Kafar," Huang Shui began, "all generals in attendance for the trial, what say you in your defense?" "He killed my brother. He killed my nephews. He killed my sisters-in-law. He must pay for his crimes." The frothing rage with which Dylan ranted and raved shocked countless in attendance, and the troops quickly moved to subdue him but were stopped with a wave of Aaron's hand. "So?" Aaron said. So? Do innocent lives matter little to you, you monster?" Dylan shouted, eyes blood-red and wide with rage. "Is your ambition so great that you would poison both yourself and everyone around you with the blood of the innocent, just because they happen to stand in your way?" Aaron remained unflappable in the face of Dylan's tirade, calmly wiping a little spittle from his face with a gloved hand. "For what it's worth, I did not know," he told Dylan, his voice filled with cold, unfeeling disappointment. "However, you do not get to judge a victim of their machinations, not when they refuse to stop causing me harm." Dylan felt his rage increase tenfold, his face red and his mouth frothing, and it took 4 guards to keep him fully restrained within 10 steps from Aaron Rada, the rest drawing their weapons in anticipation of the worst. "No pain you suffered gives you the right to wholesale slaughter," he roared. "They hurt my people, raided caravans, plotted to hurt my family," Aaron listed off, his voice calm but his eyes blazing with anger. "I tried to solve things legally, yet they still cause me consistent grievances. What was I to do, take it all lying down?" Dylan huffed, but did not say anything back to Aaron, refusing to humor him with an answer. "How about I ask you a question, Dylan?" Aaron said, "Say that a lord pioneers new ideas, new ways to flourish in power and wealth unlike before, when other lords would be comfortable with the old ways, what would you do?" Dylan scoffed, "Why should I care about some new ideas or ways? Serfs work the fields, levies fight and die, lords rule their lands, maesters care for the sick and wounded. This has always been the way of things, why should things change now?" "Since you said such, there's no point in me explaining further," Aaron stated, "not that you would ever understand." Dylan simply spat to the side, and he received a punch to the face by one of the guards for that. Dylan simply sniffed, disregarding his split lip. "So what will you do with me now, kill me?" Dylan questioned haughtily, his anger smoldering like embers. "I say that will be your only kindness." "One for imbeciles, perhaps," Aaron mouthed. "Excuse me?" Dylan said. "You are a fucking imbecile," Aaron snapped, rising to his feet as his face contorted in anger. "I killed your family, yes, but that gives you no excuse to act like an imbecile. You became one when you allied with Felion Ardara, guilty of high treason against House Martell and for plotting most terrible deeds to House Kafar, whose current generation has done no wrong to him. He simply hurt them out of a lingering grudge for what their ancestor did to his children, since they had nothing to do with you allying with him just confirmed to me what you are, an imbecile and a selfish hypocrite. What really angers me, however, is not the fact that you actually dared to raise arms against me, it's that you had the temerity to think you had the right to do so. Aaron took a deep breath, calming himself and studiously ignoring Dylan, who suddenly shrank back in fear, his anger dissipating like smoke. Kill him, Aaron ordered. As the guards dragged him away, Dylan would give one last pitiful act of defiance. Curse you! And soon, his screams were silenced for good. So ended the legacy of House Hornet. What a world we live in, when idiots and imbeciles erupt into hysterics, Elenzo sighed, shaking his head. Then again, what else should we ever expect from Westerosi nobility? No offense to you, my lord. Aaron merely shrugged. Human beings are creatures who crave familiar comforts and fear change, Elenzo, Huang Shui added, most especially the elites who benefit on top of a pile of misery. Aaron merely said nothing, staring at the place where Dylan Hornet was once forced to grovel before him. What about the captive troops, my lord? Asked Saint Alia. Those guilty of various crimes, punish them accordingly and dismiss them from the army, Aaron ordered, the rest, take into ours. As the young master commands, Saint Alia bowed. What about the new positions of lordship? Leave that to House Martell, Aaron ordered, we'll handle the rest. Aye. With Houses Ardara and Hornet gone for good, 2 positions of lordship were left vacant. Unlike before, when House Rada dealt with its neighbors harshly, House Martell was the one who enfeoffed the new houses to take over rulership of the affected provinces. As per Aaron's recommendation, completely altruistic, the newly appointed lords had no ties to any of the other houses, were young of age and had to struggle hard to earn their new positions through merit, not connection, to eliminate the possibility of festering corruption. They were more warriors than bureaucrats, however, and had little to no experience in governing lands. Thankfully for them, House Rada had already taken care of the initial groundwork, sending an army of educated clerks and bureaucrats to handle the administrative paperwork and teach the new lords on the know-how. Their lands, however, were marginally productive compared to their western neighbor, and though they were appointed by House Martell, they were a distant figurehead who held no direct influence over their livelihoods. House Rada, on the other hand, were their immediate superiors who could decide their fate due to both their close proximity and greater military and economic power. When faced with the choice for survival in this rapidly changing climate of Dorne, who else could they rely on to protect and nurture them? To all who heard of this news and what transpired, it was commonly believed that all along, House Rada was simply acting in the best interests of House Martell and Dorne, bringing to heel traitorous houses who would sooner leech off the people and even challenge Princess Maria for the throne. After all, why would he not otherwise defer to Princess Maria's authority when evidence of feline Ardara's treachery came to light? Why would he otherwise dispose of ancient houses and remove all avenues for them to restore their ancestral seats? Why else would he exile all boys 10 and 2 or younger to the wall and all women to Essos on Maria's orders? Why else would he quickly send his people to take control of the province's governments in light of ensuing vacancies in government due to his merciless purging of the nobles and wealthy merchants by association? Better yet, why else would he sign trade agreements and foster closer relations with House Targaryen of all people, receiving generous shipments of building material and intellectuals in exchange for great profit he distributed to the people who contributed to the economy? At least, that was the official and accepted explanation among the people of House Rada, who benefited greatly from the increased trade and construction projects throughout their lands. Others, of course, begged to differ. With Aaron's greater emphasis on proper governance and meritocracy rather than military might and prestige, mayors and nobles initiated a manhunt for any and all people capable of reading, writing and counting, whether it be distant relatives, the landless poor or even freed slaves. These people were given favorable treatment and high salaries, further enticing them to perform diligently and loyally with great results. Countless other houses throughout Dorne were jealous of House Rada's success, and each day they heard of their growing successes their jealousy and greed grew as great as a dragon's. Many wished fervently for House Martell to give them the right and opportunity to cut them down, unlikely as that would be. Others wished to take matters into their own hands, yet the memory of Aaron's purgings and his mighty armies were still fresh, and who knew how far and wide his agents had spread? Who knows what devilish tactics would Aaron use against them on the battlefield or closer to home? And much as they wished to, if they simply declared war without House Martell's approval or a valid cause, they would be no different than this villain who did things as he pleased with no respect for traditions or the consequences. That did not mean they could not prepare, however. Many houses quickly tried adopting some of his measures from paving roads to setting up schools, new agricultural methods and so on to varying degrees of success. Unlike Aaron who placed focus on meritocracy, however, many nobles still preferred nepotist-based postings due to how highly they valued blood connections, resulting in most of their appointed personnel being close relatives or direct family members. Many times, they lacked the skill, experience, and talent to bring their measures to fruition, and as a result they failed miserably, only amplifying their feelings of jealousy and inadequacy. Yet as much as other houses hated House Aaron, a scarce few were willing to work with House Rada in spite of their reputation. And it was during this time that Aaron would come to meet two unexpected allies, Houses Lorin and Daryl. Two minor houses who, like House Kafar, had suffered harsh circumstances and wished to benefit from an alliance with House Rada. R. Sam. Aaron Daryl, lord of his house in the town of Kaelin, Stinkwater, a grizzled, jaded veteran of countless wars at the age of 48, bore numerous scars on his person, most prominent of which was the terrible burn scar across the left side of his forehead stretching down to his left eye where he wore an eye patch. Horizontal scars stretched from the corners of his mouth into an artificial smile, his grey-black curly hair tied into a ponytail. On each hand, both his pinky fingers were missing, and both wore gloves that concealed horrid scars. His good blue eye was fixed in an eternal glare, dure until his dying days. Abba Lorin, a matronly woman radiating elegance and confidence in every step, was the epitome of feminine beauty men would kill to marry. At 20 and 5, her face looked no older than 10 and 8, her curvaceous body the perfect balance of trimmed and slender. Her long silken black hair was braided into a crown, her hazel eyes shining with charm and charisma, gentle and compassionate, yet shining with the cunning of a political player. Both were gathered before Aerys and Amelia, who held court as Aaron was away in Tauernai handling the aftermath of Arderaz's rebellion. "We greet you, Lord Aerys and Lady Amelia of House Rada, for we wish to seek an alliance with your house in exchange for security," Aaron greeted, his voice hoarse and raspy. "Under ancient customs, we welcome you both and grant you guest rights," Aerys greeted back. "Please accept our offering of bread and salt." A servant came forward and brought forth plates of bread and salt, offering them to Aaron and Abba as they each took a slice of bread and dipped into the salt, crystal clear and free of impurities, before they took a bite. The bread was crispy yet soft, aromatic and flavorful, and the salt tasted pure and free of impurities, and they unconsciously hummed approvingly at the taste. "This is good bread and salt," Aaron grudgingly admitted. "Yes, perhaps some of the best we've ever had," Abba added with an approving smile. "All thanks to our master bakers and salt workers who provide," Aerys smiled, nodding to the servant who withdrew the bread and salt. "So tell me, honored guests, for what reason do you wish to seek alliance with House Rada?" Aaron was the first to speak. "I wish to repay House Rada for an owed debt." House Rada rarely ever had dealings with House Daryl, Amelia pointed out. "I am aware, Lady Amelia," Aaron nodded. "It was when your son Master Aaron slew Falion Ardera." "Truly?" Amelia said. "Indeed, and it was Falion who cost me my eye and my fingers," Aaron continued, his eyes dark and wrathful. "I will not say much, only that he was the one who arranged for me to be captured and tortured, and eventually, for my elder brother to be assassinated." Aaron's eyes twitched furiously, his hand clenching tightly. "For that reason, I owe Master Aaron and wish to make common cause with him, for we both hold grievance against House Martell for its failure to intervene as it should," he concluded. "I know you wish to know more, but for many reasons I cannot say too much." Amelia nodded in understanding, letting the matter slide. "And you, Lady Abba?" asked Aerys, "what reason have you to ally with House Rada?" "Money," Abba answered simply. "Money?" questioned Aerys. "Lots of money," Abba reiterated, her voice mellow and lilting with a natural seductiveness. "My territory is home to strong sailors and fishermen and several farmers skilled in growing blood oranges, but little else, and due to some terrible mistakes made by my parents and siblings, House Lorin is teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. At first, I was thinking of taking a loan from the Iron Bank, I admit, but then I heard of House Rada's profitable industries." "Go on," Aerys beckoned. Abba nodded. "The reputation of the Iron Bank is fearsome, for they ruthlessly collect their dues no matter the debtor's reasons, and I frankly cannot trust to not exploit my desperate circumstances. As such, I believed it better to instead seek the help of House Rada." "Surely House Martell could help you instead?" Aerys questioned, eyes scrutinizing her body language. Abba shook her head with displeasure. "Truthfully, if it were House Martell's money I obtained, then no matter how much effort and time I put into the improvements I plan for my territory, in the end it means I owe money to House Martell, and I will have to answer any obligations they ask of me. Furthermore, with how it failed to properly mediate disputes between its vassal houses as of late and considering what happened to my dear friend Aaron here, I cannot rely on House Martell." Aerys nodded in satisfaction at Abba's story. Amelia kept a close eye on the seductress who winked to Aerys and Aaron, who both chose to ignore that. "As such, House Rada is the safer and more profitable option," Abba finished. "Not only are you a rich house, you have talented personnel knowledgeable in revolutionary methods that have served as the bedrock of your economical power, and you are quick and decisive to act." Aerys smirked at that. "My son always said this, before you can think of grandiose schemes, first the country must be enriched." Abba giggled at that. "Your son possesses great wisdom, I see." "I would probably say otherworldly," Aerys shrugged. Aaron merely snorted at this, while Aaron gave a strange, indiscernible look towards his father. "Be warned, however, that betrayal will not be tolerated," Amelia warned. "If not us, then it shall be our son who metes out the justice of Mother Rhoyne upon you." In light of Amelia's stern glare and Aeron's calm yet imposing presence, Aaron and Abba nervously nodded. "Very good," Amelia smiled, "so, let us talk about the terms of our alliance." Chapter 11, Happy Marriage. 14 BC. Arsam. With the whole debacle regarding House Ardara and House Hornet put to a close, there was reason to celebrate afterwards, for it was announced that Belandra and Aaron were to be married. With Belandra having absolved her name after giving the order for the purging of Garen's faction alongside her brother, many now supported her role as Lady of Corinport and her marriage with Aaron Rada. Meanwhile, Edric would take over her governorship of Tukosar as steward of Corinport, with Morsand as his faithful retainer. Aaron and his family went all out planning the wedding celebration, the venue none other than an old temple dedicated to Mother Rhoyne, the very last one still standing. Tall, imposing, and aesthetically pleasing with curled arches and pointed domes, the Amtalmar I temple was a standing example of exemplary Rhoynish architecture, practical yet beautiful, perfectly suited to the hot desert climate. Like a monolith it towered over many other buildings at close to 120 meters in height, titanic in size and consuming vast swathes of land at over 400 acres in size, a garden city in its own right. Each story could house thousands of devotees to pray, sing, and dance in accordance with Rhoynish custom, and housed within the temple and around the temple complex were fountains and pools where the water wizards of old would dazzle devotees with the powers and miracles of the Mother Rhoyne and 4 other gods in the Rhoyner pantheon, artificial mists and waves glowing in dazzling rainbows under the desert sun, manicured gardens imparting a clean and fragrant, eternal summer perfume every day. The temple itself was divided into 6 wings, the central wing the largest structure that towered above the others, all of them connected by sheltered walkways that shielded devotees from the sun's heat through the high height of the ceiling from the ground. The central wing was the seat of the Mother Rhoyne, greatest and most revered of the Udohanar among devotees and the hydromancers, decorated with immaculate and intricately carved vessels and fountains of water, some shaped like a bowl that, when filled with water and having a jade scepter dragged along their rims, created gentle and calming sounds akin to meditation bells being played in a Nytish temple. It is said that when she first created the water wizards, she instructed them in the art of water healing. In her arms was her most recent babe, Njal the Green Daughter, the personification of the Rhoyners' new home in Dorne along the banks of the Green Blood. The southwestern wing was devoted to Lhurulu, the smiling daughter and goddess of magic, daughter of Mother Rhoyne and Jidan Hor, a gentle and compassionate goddess who instructed the Rhoyner who wished to pursue other forms of the arcane. Sadly though, her gifted arts had largely faded from practice and knowledge. Clad in thin robes with a staff in hand, she would play the part of a gaudy, flashy hedge wizard, according to Aaron's words. There was also the goddess Selharu, the silent daughter, patron deity of the arts and sister of Lhurulu, portrayed as an artist with palette and brush in hand. Many craftsmen and artisans from all walks of life pay homage to her. Together, both sisters rule this section of the temple. The northeastern wing housed Mother Rhoyne's son Jidanhor II, otherwise known as Onyidana, the old man of the river, said to take the form of a giant turtle. Slow to anger and action, he is a patient and quiet god, but when stirred to wrath, his might and anger was terrible to behold, and it is said that he once leveled an entire palace to the ground for its denizens daring to hunt his children for sport. Acting as a primary pillar of this wing were the 4 half-shell heroes, each stacked on top of another with the largest at the bottom and the smallest at the top. These are the greatest of the Gadanyimas, warrior river turtles, also known in some sects as the Ladorami, the Ascendants, their generals and leaders. Serving as the guardians of Jidanhor, these heroes, Gazro, Mazruk, Hazrier, and Kaisyar, all uphold the 4 tenets of the Elder Turtle's creed. Neither gender dominates the other, man or woman. Just as the river blesses with its gifts, so too must one not overindulge. Iron peace, not a golden war. Compassion when deserved, not to deceive or manipulate. The southeastern wing housed Tarhuskoi IV the Crab King, depicted as a young man in armor with chitinous sword and shield and armor crafted from crab shells, riding on a giant crab like a king on his throne. In past iterations of the Crab King's mythos, he was said to literally have a crab for a head, but many agreed it was too horrific a depiction, so this was the compromise artisans and the Udinanist clergy agreed upon. Finally, in the northwestern wing was enshrined a deity known only as the Oarsman, a figure of driftwood attached to his own vessel, a floating log carried downstream. It is said that in the rolling mists, a silhouette of his figure can be seen slowly gliding down the river as he collects the souls of those that drowned and ferries them into the open sea and off the edge of the world to the afterlife. Because of his brittle nature, the mists in which he is carried produces a harmful effect. Any who see him are encouraged not to breathe in the clouded air or else they may also join him and his rowing crew. Should one see more than one figure floating down the river or if the winds bear the wails of the departed, then one must be wary not to catch his attention. Everywhere in the temple, bright-colored tiles were arranged in beautiful patterns and laid in intricate designs that evoked both simplicity, austerity, and grandeur in one universal aesthetic language. On the ceilings of every dome and every wing, colorful motifs were painted by master painters that depict all manner of scenes in Rhoyner mythology, the Crab King instructing its adherents in the phalanx, the Mother Rhoyne irrigating barren land into fertile soil, and so on. As Aaron would describe it, it was a temple with a strong Byzantine and Moorish feel, a testament to the engineering brilliance and deep spiritual loyalty of the Rhoyner, traits the Martells saw fit to trample upon in their benighted, willful arrogance. Maintained by a small cadre of priests who yet worshipped the Mother Rhoyne, it has played host to countless centuries of sermons, weddings, funerals, and baptisms of House Rada and its subjects, yet today's wedding was by far the most joyous and momentous of all. It was the night of the full moon, the orb of silver shining fortuitously upon the couple-to-be and all its attendees. After lengthy sermons and dancing and singing, the time came for the most important event of all, the cloaking of the bride and groom. An ancient Westerosi custom adopted by the Rhoyner, it remains an important custom even today in every Dornish wedding. The Mahiram V or chief matriarch of the Udohanur religion, once Amir Hanhuru VI of Amtalmar, Amelini Mater, smiled brightly as she stood before the betrothed couple, dressed in the finest clothing Arsam's tailors made for this occasion, Aaron in a bright burgundy tunic, breeches and boots, Belandra in a dress of immaculate, bright cherry and dazzling ocean blue. Standing to the side were Mors, Edric's loyal servant and father figure, and heiress Rada. Aaron Rada, do you pledge to take Belandra as your lawful wife? Amelini asked, her voice soft and gentle, do you pledge to care for her in sickness and health, no matter the adversity that comes your way? I do, Aaron smiled. Belandra Kafar, do you pledge to take Aaron as your lawful husband? Do you pledge to care for him in sickness and health, and stand together with him against all the challenges and obstacles that life puts in your way? I do, Belandra smiled. Then by the grace of Mother Rhoyne and our ancestors, I pronounce you man and wife, said Amelini. Do their parents consent to the cloaking of their children? I, Aris Rada, do consent to cloaking my daughter-in-law, Aris stated happily. I, Mors Sand, do consent to cloaking my son-in-law, Mors stated stoically, his eyes shining with joy. Then drape thine cloaks around their shoulders, so they may be forevermore happy in matrimony. The cloaks were clasped around their shoulders, and after rising up Aaron and Belandra kissed, and all the gathered procession clapped happily. Aston and their parents beamed with pride and joy, celebrating a new chapter in their family's histories. Now, we pray to Rhoyne Harai 7, her son G. Danhor and all the Udohanur, that they may bless this union just as they blessed the Nalora when Nymeria first landed on these shores, Amelini intoned, and all fell into a respectful silence. May their union last until the day they depart this world, and may they be blessed with the might of magic and healthiness of the strongest warriors on this world. May the Mother Rhoyne wash away the sins of their past, cleanse them in clean water, and may G. Danhor bear the weight of their sins upon his back. Colorful rainbow mists suddenly erupted from the nearby fountains, and from there they morphed into many distinct shapes, dazzling, shocking and awing the guests. There, the mists morphed into two turtles, reminiscent of the Gadon Moss who dwelt in the depths of the river Rhoyne. They touched the foreheads of bride and groom, and they could feel a power welling within them, their hearts beating warm and strong, and when they released contact all could see the mists take on two more shapes, a fox and a ship. The turtles would dance with the fox and ship in ascending spirals, and soon they exploded in a dazzling array of rainbow-colored lights, before dissipating like the air. Many gave a round of applause despite the awkward silence that followed, believing the union blessed beyond measure. Amelini, Aaron whispered to the old matron, that wasn't rehearsed, was it? It most certainly wasn't, my lord, Amelini answered resolutely, although I do believe it a good sign from the heavens above. I wonder why the theatrical performance, though, Belandra said, maybe they want to impress or something. Both Aaron and Amelini could only helplessly shrug at this. I. The celebrations rang out late into the night, and all the stops were pulled out. The designated banquet hall was once a sealed wing of the temple, which fell into disuse due to the faltering number of devotees in the centuries that passed since the passing of the Red Edicts, and as a result the temple lacked funds to continue using such a massive space for any purpose. As a result, it was closed and left to rot in disuse. When Aaron Rada came forth with the proposal to help open and renovate the decrepit hall with funds from his own pocket, the clergy folk, while admittedly surprised and partially suspicious of such fortuitous timing, readily accepted. Its bright and colorful halls, illuminated by candelabras and oil lamps that imparted the sweet scent of beeswax, were decorated with the banners and colors of House Rada and House Kafar, crimson and aqua blue present on the carpets and tablecloths. Servants milled about or remained on standby, offering guests cups of wine and refreshments to whet their appetite, and musicians played with drums and flutes and harps. Men and women danced and made merry, drinking their fill and making merry, the singing and playing of musicians illuminating the night with joy. Fragrant flowers and artfully designed sugar structures decorated the venue, the latter enticing all who eagerly awaited the time for dessert to partake of these delicious treats worth their weight in gold. To the side were tables of dishes laden with heaping portions of food and drink, laid out in a buffet style, said to be brought from a distant land by Aaron Rada and recreated here for the guests' enjoyment. Needless to say, a great many guests loved it, not only for the sheer variety on display but also because they could take as much as they wanted, unlike in other banquets, where guests had to eat what was served to them. That, and the food was not only exotic but far more delicious than other banquets where food proved substandard. Minor details most could easily miss was that the total amount of food served was lesser than in old banquets and prepared in large batches, which saved greatly on food costs and preparation time, and all ingredients used were easily sourced from Ebanu8's farms, ranches and plantations, which was far more sustainable long-term and eliminated the need for imports. At one corner of the venue was a lone man with strong green blood Dornish features, olive brown skin, black hair and brown eyes, cooking trays of delicious skewers of meat, offal and vegetables. The smoky fragrance was enough to whet everyone's appetite, and the head chef himself was the subject of many a swooning maiden's affections. To his side was a lone woman in chef's garb, a white buttoned shirt and black breeches, skewering all manner of ingredients on wooden skewers. Cucumbers, Dornish peppers, onions, beef, pork and chicken, to name a few. "Keep the food coming, Miriam," said the head chef. "I gotcha, Garen." Garen Radner, Aaron's head chef and organizer of the wedding banquet, was a farm owner from the village of Rhoynish, a small farming village which derived its livelihood from the cultivation of blood oranges and olives. When the previous lord was executed on charges of tax evasion and extortion of merchants, he was just a teenage boy of 10 and 5 years who inherited the family farm with his 2 siblings and co-workers. Many of his neighbors feared for him, but Garen persevered and showed no fear despite his circumstances. By his side was the ever-faithful Miriam, his aide and second-in-command of his family's agricultural enterprise and CO head chef. When Aaron first instituted measures to spread the use of advanced farming methods, Garen proved a genius, understanding and implementing them without a single flaw. Within a year, he single-handedly helped pioneer the revival of Srayan's agrarian economy, which had fallen into severe mismanagement after a string of unjust executions and extortions. Now, Srayan was renowned for its bountiful harvests and as a pioneer in the selective breeding of new types of produce, and ever since Garen was recruited by Aaron, he served faithfully as House Rada's master of agriculture. It is said that so pleased by Garen's contributions, Aaron gave him the surname Radner, derived from Rada, and thus he was a noble in all but name. Organizing everything from the recruitment and positioning of staff roles, to the placement of tables and the guest seating arrangement, the sourcing of ingredients and training of chefs, and as of now, dazzling the guests with live cooking. Wow, he's so handsome. He handles that heat as if it were nothing. The food he cooks is just so delicious. "Ha, I say your head chef's already charmed the guests," Balandra commented, "and here I thought the bride and the groom were supposed to be the stars of the show as you put it." "Not just yet," Aaron admitted, "it's when we cut the cake and toast the guests that we really become the stars." "Then this is just a warm-up?" asked Balandra. "The food, the dancing and singing, all of it." "It is," Aaron nodded with a slight smirk. Balandra simply rolled her eyes. "Show off." "This is our wedding, after all," Aaron stated matter-of-factly. Balandra simply said no more to that. "You know, I've attended my fair share of weddings and banquets, but I have to say you easily put them all to shame with how grandiose yet economical it is," Balandra commented. "I dare say you'd easily put House Martell to shame." Aaron wordlessly shrugged to that. "In all honesty though, when your vassals observe your banquet and see how it is organized, many will wish to emulate you," Balandra pointed out, "and once they emulate you, wealthy families will follow." "Why point out the obvious, my love?" Aaron questioned. "I think that's your point, isn't it, Aaron?" Balandra questioned back. "You want to shape all of Dorne to your liking. In fact, you seem to want to prepare for something in the distant future." Aaron merely flashed her a look that beckoned her to continue. "The way I see it, if you truly wanted to make Dorne a proper home for the Rhoyner, all you really need to do was focus on righting past wrongs, or restoring the lost knowledge of the Rhoyner. You would not need to go all the way to purging nobles and replacing them with your people, codifying the local laws or revoking the privileges of your vassals, or introduce new things that neither the Rhoyner nor the Valyrians invented for the entirety of their recorded history." "You are not wrong," Aaron admitted. "And yet, if you truly wished to remain loyal to the Targaryens, you would have revealed the existence of the surviving water wizards to them, maybe by a secret missive or in person behind closed doors. You are not only maintaining their secrecy, you are also increasing their numbers and innovating on their arts alongside implementing massive reforms that, given time, would not only make Dorne a wealthy and powerful state, but also make your house the only house capable of taking their dragons head-on. Even if there is no trust, one would not take a risky plan to amass power at the risk of jeopardizing your alliance." Balandra then flashed him a silent, stern look. "Tell me, Aaron, what exactly are you planning?" she asked. Her voice, soft yet firm, coupled with her focused and razor-sharp eyes, made Aaron smile with approval at her. "Once Dorne is united under our banner and Aegon's conquest finished, I'll tell you all about my plans," Aaron reassured. "Not now?" Balandra asked. "Not yet," Aaron affirmed, "plenty of things remain uncertain, and I want to make sure we overcome this hurdle before we worry about the next one." "I suppose so," Balandra sighed. "I don't like being kept in suspense, I admit." Neither do I like biting off more than I can chew, Aaron said, patting her shoulder, at least whenever I can help it. Really? That's the best answer you can give? Balandra asked exasperatedly, going off what you told me, you literally gambled with everything on the line thrice, and you say you try to not overdo things when you can help it. Point taken, Aaron conceded, though his smile remained. Soon enough, a couple of servants pushed forth a wooden cart, laden with a massive, four-layered dessert covered in white and adorned in all manner of colorful, artful decorative lines and curls of blue, red and orange. Sliced berries lined the top surfaces of the cake, and at the peak, a single canoe-like shape acting as the crown. Wow, that's magnificent, Balandra commented amid a hush of whispers, and Garen calls this a wedding cake. Yes, Aaron answered. Wow. I thought cakes tended to have a browner color. Balandra asked. This one's covered with a layer of frosting, all the lines and curves are also frosting, Aaron stated. And the boat-like thing on top, is that edible? Asked Balandra. Technically, every part of the cake's edible, including the decor, Aaron answered. Wow, where does he get the knowledge to perform all these amazing things? Balandra questioned. I feel that his knowledge seems otherworldly. Aaron flashed her a strange look, then laughed to himself. I leave it to your imagination. Once the cake was placed in position, Garen went towards the bride and groom, holding a wooden box in his hand. Opening it, he revealed a large, long carving knife housed within. My lord, my lady, it is time to cut the cake, Garen bowed, offering the knife. Let's go, Aaron beckoned. The knife was surprisingly light despite its size, and at the first cut, all the gathered guests clapped in celebration. Aris and Morse shed tears discreetly through their bright smiles, and soon Garen and the other chefs took over and sliced the cake for the guests. The first bite was the rich cake, accentuated by the sweet frosting and cream filling between the layers, and the berries' tartness balancing out the sweetness. And the canoe-like decoration? Made from sugar. That was a special treat for the stars of the show, the bride and the groom. You know. I'm glad to have met you, Balandra whispered, if you hadn't come, who knows what would have happened to me and my brother. Perhaps I'd be disinherited, stripped of my titles and belongings, left to beg on the streets or worse. And then what about my brother? I heard the streets are merciless to orphans. That won't happen, Aaron resolutely declared, not on my watch. And I'm glad for that, Balandra said, leaning her head on his shoulder, it's really comforting. To the side, Arundel and Abelarin watched the entire banquet with a scrutinizing eye, drinking in every detail their eyes and other senses could detect, the reaction of the guests, the atmosphere. Look at all the food and decor on display, Abba whispered, sipping a glass of wine. The decor itself is tasteful and luxurious, but without being overly gaudy and pretentious, while the variety of food readily available shows the wealth and resources at House Rada's disposal. The sheer amount of fresh vegetables prepared is a dead giveaway, Aaron nodded, and that massive cake with so much frosting and that canoe made of sugar, discounting the other sugar sculptures on display, they must have spent a fortune on this. As if that cake had as much worth as a castle 9 or such, Abba added, and then there was that live cooking session, it not only served to dazzle the guests but also whet their appetite. You saw how much attention everyone else was paying to them, no? That, and the whole banquet, it radiates originality and innovativeness, things most nobles fail to implement in their banquets and other events, Aaron pointed out. They entertain and satisfy their guests to their utmost capability and seated guests according to different preferences, agendas, and interests. This way, they don't have clashing personalities causing disruption to the whole event. The real charm about this all, however, is that it takes place in a massive temple dedicated to the Udohanur, which Aaron had renovated after centuries of progressive neglect. Garen is a terrifying man to organize this, but the real monster is Aaron. That man, his eye for people is without equal under the heavens, Abba concluded. I suspect even if Aaron were somehow gone, the foundation he built will not crumble so easily, as he has a network of subordinates to take over. My thoughts exactly, Aaron nodded, and truthfully, I now have several more reasons why I never want him as my enemy, our enemy. 1 Amtalmar, meaning resting mother in Rhoyne, the temple has stood the test of time over the centuries despite the misfortunes of the Rhoyne over the centuries since Nymaria's landing. As a place of worship, it has also played the role of a safe haven for countless tomes of Rhoynish lore safely hidden within its catacombs, from engineering to alchemy. Eventually it would play a pivotal role in the celebration of countless religious festivals for adherents of Udoanism, part of Aaron's drive to convert the entirety of Dorne and promote the notion of national holidays. 2 Dan Hor, otherwise known as Onyi Dana, the old man of the river, he is worshipped by merchants who pray for good fortune for their families and careers as turtles symbolize wealth, fortune, and good luck. 3 Though many details have been lost to time, painstaking efforts have managed to piece together a more coherent story, where the foolish Prince Garen of New York Sar hunted the Gadanyi Moss due to a perceived slight for their refusal to answer his call to arms after he tried enlisting their aid. No one knows the exact date that this happened, if this ever happened, but it led to a massive tsunami that submerged the entire palace, which drowned the entire princely family, and all its servants and troops. It served as a reminder to the people of New York Tsar and a warning to others. For Tarhuskoi, the Rhoynish name for the Crab King, which can also mean royal crab. 5 Mahairam, the title for the chief of the entire Udohanar religion, it literally translates to first matriarch, and serves the same function with the same powers as Iotl Pope in the Catholic Church. 6 Hanharu, translates to laywoman or layman, each small Udohanarite temple has a single Hanharu in charge of the place. He/she may have more than one fellow Hanharu to help with religious day-to-day proceedings in the temple. 7 Rhoynam Harai, the Rhoynish name for Mother Rhoyne. 8 Garen Radner, head of his family and master of agriculture for House Rada, he would come to be known as the god of food for his unparalleled mastery of the culinary arts and a pioneer in the cultivation of hardy, sturdy breeds of produce for the arid deserts of Dorne, and the cold rigid tundra of the north. 9 A cake is worth a castle, an idiom that gradually entered common usage due to Abba's offhand comment about the worth of the wedding cake, made using a lot of sugar, a highly valuable and expensive commodity at the time. Sidestry I, education. When young Gareth of Strahan said that there was a new school being built for adults in their little village, both he and his family could scarcely believe the news. For all they knew, education was mostly for nobles and by the maesters. They didn't bother with the small folk, and they survived just fine without a school of all things. And yet, that was precisely what happened. A group of builders took over an abandoned warehouse, demolished the ruins and built an entirely new building, spick and span with strong brick and concrete and a domed roof. A group of teachers soon took residence and out came people promoting the service. Men and women of all ages are welcome. Young or old, we turn away no student for the Strahan Vocational School 1. The slogan was repeated over several days, and while some simply could not be bothered to give the school a try or saw no value, eventually a few interested prospective students gave the school a visit. And Gareth was one of them. At 10 and 4 years old, he was the fourth son of his family and stood to inherit nothing, the honor going to his eldest and second eldest brothers. In 2 years, he was supposed to marry and start a family of his own, and yet with his inability to inherit the family farm, he was left with virtually nothing, and in his good conscience he could not start a family he could never provide for without a livelihood of his own. The army was one option, but he never liked to fight, despite getting into scuffles with the local children. The bureaucracy was another, but he disliked the thought of being chained to a desk every hour of the day, despite the good pay. If anything, he loved the great outdoors, and fervently wished to explore the outside world. The Strahan Vocational School offered many specialized courses, including a few in the basics of mercantilism, his primary goal from the school. Thus, summoning his courage, he entered the school building, armed with nothing but his own money purse. The first thing he noticed was that the building interior was exceptionally comfortable and austere, yet beautiful in its aesthetics through expert craftsmanship. Simple enough to lure in the low-end citizenry, yet beautiful enough to give the place a facade of respectability. Furthermore, the men and women at the counters were kind and accommodating, and tirelessly answered all manner of questions the prospective students had. "Hey kid, get moving. You're stalling the line." Gareth turned to face a huge, burly man behind him, and he quickly apologized. "Sorry, sir." As they moved up the line, the burly man asked, "First time here, kid?" Yeah," Gareth nodded, "what about you?" "Here to take another course," said the burly man, "you taking one here?" "Planning to," Gareth answered. "Hey. Well, just to tell you a few things kid, they offer all kinds of courses here no matter the kind of job. In fact, so long as you pay up, you can take whatever strikes your fancy," the burly man answered. "Oh, and my name's Felix, by the way." Gareth greeted back. "Oh, looks like it's your turn now," Felix said, "don't let me keep you." "Thanks." Young Gareth nervously strode up to the counter, and a woman with a kindly face greeted him, soothing his nerves somewhat. "Good morning, young man," the receptionist greeted, "how may I help you?" I'd like to apply for a course," Gareth greeted, "something related to mercantilism." "You want to become a merchant?" asked the receptionist. "Yes, how do I apply?" asked Gareth. "Well, first off let's introduce to you the related courses," said the receptionist. "My name's Alma, by the way. And I need to ask, can you read and write?" No, I can't." "Sorry," Gareth said sheepishly. "It's all right, Gareth," Alma reassured, "we also offer a course where you can learn the basics. If you wish to be a merchant, you must have the ability to count numbers. Mathematics, in other words." "Okay," Gareth nodded. "Then once you learn how to read and write, literacy, in other words, and mathematics, you also need to learn accounting, which is the calculation and management of your finances," Alma continued to explain. "As for being an actual merchant, you'd need to secure an apprenticeship, and we can recommend you to a local merchant or guild through our connections. However, you do need basic education for them to take you in. Guess it's not that easy, Gareth mouthed. It's all right, we give a time limit of 3 years for every student to finish each course they take, and they can take an exam whenever they feel ready to do so. Once you finish the exam, you finish the course. Alma continued, and when you finish the course, we'll award you with a medal. It's more a complimentary gift, but you could show it to merchants to improve your chances of securing an apprenticeship. Of course, say if you happen to fail a course and want to retake it, you can reapply at any time, so long as you pay the application fee. Sounds nice, Gareth smiled. I'll take all 3 courses you suggested. How much in total? Just 40 coppers, all a one-time payment, Alma stated smilingly. 40 coppers was no cheap price for a farmer, at least before 2 years ago when they started implementing the new farming methods pioneered by Garen Radner, House Rada's master of agriculture. Within months, they were rapidly growing and selling far more produce than they had their entire lives. Better still, every harvest season, which was every 3 months, House Rada's people would come and purchase a tenth of their harvest at exceedingly good prices. Thanks to that, Gareth's family was able to afford a lot of things they previously could not: new clothes, a rebuilt and expanded family home, modern farming implements and even new furniture. As such, 40 coppers was beggar's change too, easily earned by just 1 harvest season's worth of work. Here, Gareth handed the coppers to Alma. Thank you, Gareth, Alma smiled. When can you start studying? I can start today, Gareth said. Good, take this first, Alma said, handing Gareth a wooden pin of a carved scroll diagram. Show this to the staff and they will let you in, then follow them to the classroom. Thanks Alma, Gareth smiled. Happy to help, Alma smiled back. III. Excerpt from The Pioneering of Education, by Master Analyst Serdic Brumand, 841 AC. House Rada is undoubtedly the house that pioneered the new future of education throughout Westeros and the world over, with Aaron Rada at the helm. When he first tackled the issue of schooling, he wanted to spread it to be more readily available for the common masses and without the biased manipulations of the faith and the conclave, as he put it. To understand the reasoning behind his actions for this, one must first learn the history of the aforementioned institutions and the long-term impact of his actions. The conclave originally began as an order, whose adherents known as maesters act as scholars, healers, messengers, and scientists. An all-male order, they educate their students in the Citadel, their headquarters in Old Town under the purview of House Hightower, and the maesters act as advisors to the Westerosi nobility. Scholars who start education at the Citadel are known as novices, and those who earn a link of chain are known as acolytes. Full-fledged maesters take years to complete their education, earning a line of chain links to their repertoire, and for an acolyte to become a full-fledged maester, they are placed in a completely dark room with an obsidian glass candle. Only once they are able to light it can they be released. If a lord does not have a maester in his castle, he is considered unimportant, and the maesters never helped the small folk once, and are prone to holding old loyalties to old masters and so on. As such, maesters were often considered lapdogs and spies of the nobility. Maesters have also never taken well to the spreading of knowledge outside their order, and when House Rada began spreading its inventions, it was taken as an affront to them, though it constituted no real reason to punish them, save depriving them of their services even further. Aaron himself suspected the maesters of being spies instead of politically neutral servants as they portrayed themselves as, another reason why he never sought to employ full-fledged maesters, only neophytes and acolytes who wanted to advance themselves one way or another. The Faith of the Seven, on the other hand, is a religious institution tracing its history back to the days of the Kingdom of Andalos. Due to conflicts with the freehold of Valyria, they developed an instinctual fear and hatred of magic, and seeing the futility in prolonged war against Valyria for their survival, the Andals began migrating towards Westeros in droves. When the first Andal kings were crowned, they sponsored the faith to convert the locals. Long before the time of Aegon's conquest, they were the dominant religion in Westeros and held much influence, which gave them special rights, the right to hold its own ecclesiarchal courts trying servants of the faith, an exemption of taxes to name 2 such privileges. They also traditionally have a chilly relationship with other faiths on principle, and their highception is known to wear extravagant robes and crystal coronets, a far cry from the supposed humility and frugality the faith preaches. As House Rada worshipped Mother Rhoyne instead of the Seven like most Dornish, they were destined to be at odds with the faith. For such reasons, Aaron jump-started an independent initiative to promote education throughout all of Dorne, starting in the lands under House Rada. Not only did he wish to challenge the power of both institutions, he also wanted to improve his direct economic power as well, for skilled and intellectual labor helped create and maintain profitable industries that generated more income for all his citizens, and more tax income for him by extension. And by educating his people, especially on the practices of the faith and the reality of their actions, he could steer them away from worshipping the Seven and bind their loyalty to his house and his country. Education meant teaching people how to read and write, and for that he needed large amounts of paper and books. At the time, all of Westeros only had parchment paper, which was brown and wrinkly and difficult to write on. Vellum was also viable, but was made from animal skin and thus was more expensive. Luckily, Aaron Rada made use of a paper printing technique imported from UTI, where the fibers were soaked in water and the mixture taken through a sieve and then pressed firmly to squeeze out the excess water. The sheet was then peeled off and left to dry. As for printing, Aaron, securing the cooperation of various craftsmen, created the first printing press. Utilizing baked clay tiles with words, letters, and numbers carved on them, they smeared a layer of ink on those tiles, then pressed a sheet of paper on them and left them to dry. It was viable for double-sided printing, too. Books were available for sale and use for cheap prices, and this of course elicited great unhappiness from the conclave who wanted the printing press's blueprints seized and handed to them. Spies were sent to retrieve their blueprints, but all ended up dead, thanks to the tireless efforts of the Hashishins. It is said that the seneschal of the citadel, so angry at the relentless string of failures they encountered in this endeavor, threw such a fiery temper that he had to be restrained and sedated by his colleagues. Once Rhoyne Vocational School, the first of countless vocational schools that sprang up in the lands under House Rada, it pioneered a wave of education that spread literacy to tens of thousands of small folk in just a few years, and uplifted countless thousands more from poverty. It would play a pivotal role for countless children and adults who wished for education but could not go to regular schools for any variety of reasons. Two beggars change, a common idiom throughout Westerosi society. Has the same meaning as chump change. Side history 2, Metallurgy. Dorne the blacksmith, a no-name nobody among countless blacksmiths and other patrons of his craft. One of countless veteran craftsmen of the blacksmithing guild of Arsam, he and his fellow craftsmen struggled to make ends meet each and every year. Long before the coming of Aaron Rada, the lands of House Rada had seen declining business due to repeated raids, rife banditry and declining availability of raw materials on the markets. Despite this, due to the need for armed militia and city guardsmen, the arms market was kept afloat by sheer demand. And yet, should things never change, he would be forced to migrate elsewhere, away from familiar friends and comrades and possibly exploited along with his family. He was never happier to be more wrong. With Aaron Rada at the helm, banditry and raids were brutally crushed by an iron fist, thanks to the tireless efforts at training and fielding a strong, well-equipped professional army and rooting out corruption. Aaron was a very strange boy, Dorne found. Armies always made do with mismatched equipment throughout Westeros. The Westerlands was the only kingdom to ever have an army with standardized equipment, but even then there tended to be more than a little variation between levies and knights' equipment. Yet his insistence on standardization would be a blessing in disguise as orders flooded in like a dam unleashing a flood. Being the generous master he was, Master Aaron was willing to absorb all production costs of his guild and flooded them with all the raw material they needed. In exchange, they built that new puddling furnace which smelted both ores and scavenged old equipment into superior wrought iron. The result was a far superior metal that was both harder and more durable and far more malleable when heated, and in far greater quantities as well, and Dorne was never happier with the results. It meant that no longer did they have to rely on contracted orders, they could make equipment at any time of the year as well. Better still, they all enjoyed fatter purses with Master Aaron's generous pay raises. Hey Dorne, help me with this air helmet. I swear, me hands are no good at banging them round shapes. Blaine was a rough man, his skin bearing countless scars and his voice hoarse from relentless shouting, the byproduct of years of working in a noisy workshop. Intimidating and overbearing, he easily terrified many younger apprentices scurrying around the workshop. Just one moment. Dorne quenched his own sword in water, dousing the hot metal after the second round of tempering, before moving to help his senior beat the metal into the shape of a helmet. Isn't it easier to work this new wrought iron? Dorne questioned. I find it hard to believe a real master like you struggles with this simple stuff. Oh, shove it up your arse, boy, Blaine argued, I've been working this air workshop before you were born. Ahoy. All right, and why ask my help then, oh venerable elder? Dorne questioned. Ah, shut it, Blaine bit back. Yeah, sure. Dorne rolled his eyes, his lips curling into a smirk. I swear, now that this is easier to beat, I'm having a hard time? Working that old wrought iron seemed easier for me. Dorne definitely did not hear that. Nope, none at all, or Blaine would give him no end of complaining, he believed with a smirk. Oi, stop giggling to yourself, Blaine said. I wasn't, Dorne replied. Yes, you were, Blaine pointed out. Really? You sure you can hear me through all this noise? Dorne questioned. Maybe an old man like you needs a break from work. I'm only 57, you pup. Dorne smirked in full view of Blaine, and he relished the look of annoyance on his senior's face. Just another day at work. I. Excerpt from The Rise of House Rada, by Master Analyst Tysella Farazan, 822 AC. Long before the Andals first came to Westeros, the first men knew the basics of metallurgy, smelting copper and tin to make bronze. In their wars against the children of the forest, their bronze weaponry was stronger and more durable than the dragon glass daggers their opponents wielded, and combined with their superior numbers, sent them into flight more than once. When the Andals came, they brought with them the art of iron making, taught to them by the Rhoynish of old. It was their superior technology which allowed them to best the first men's bronze weaponry, and many nobles who sought to advance their own power, willingly converted to the faith of the Seven and took Andal spouses to gain access to this technology. Thus was how the Andals dominated the entirety of Westeros, save in the north who entered into splendid isolation for much of its history. When Aaron Rada first began implementing measures to better the livelihoods of his people, one such improvement was in metallurgy in the form of the puddling furnace. Most times, iron was smelted in bloomery furnaces, which had to be cracked open to remove the smelted iron within and could only produce smaller amounts each time. At times, pig iron, a highly inferior form of iron, was considered useless and often discarded to be resmelted. The puddling furnace turned that pig iron into wrought iron, a far more malleable form of bar iron which could then be reworked by blacksmiths into a variety of weapons, armor, and other tools. To give a basic rundown of how the puddling furnace works, the furnace itself is first prepared by painting the furnace interior, the grate and the walls around it, with substances called iron oxides, usually hematite, to keep the metal from burning through the furnace. The iron is then placed in the hearth and then heated until the top melts, allowing for the oxides to begin mixing in around half an hour. During this time, the mixture is subject to strong currents of air and stirred by long bars with hooks, called puddling bars or rabbles, through doors in the furnace. More fuel is then added and the temperatures rise, and the slag puffs up on top as the mixture is brought to a boil, which is quickly separated from the boiling metal before it is finally cast into molds to cool down. The extreme heat, fumes, and strenuous labor involved often meant that laborers had short life expectancies, living up to their 30s at most, but it pioneered future advances in metallurgy as large, appreciable quantities of wrought iron could now be produced to equip armies and craftsmen on a larger scale. Through exchange of knowledge with House Targaryen, as they would allow, the puddling furnace was subject to further refinements, and they could now produce wrought steel in large quantities. Steel was suddenly more readily available at cheaper prices, and weapons and armor and all kinds of metal implements from tools to cutlery were supplied in larger quantities. This formed the foundation of House Rada's superior industry and military, and all who faced them in battle spoke in hushed, fearful tones of the gleaming silver phalanxes, legionnaires, and cataphracts of House Rada, and of the silver lances fired from their ballistæ on land and at sea. It would also serve as the foundation for the Arsam converter, named for the town it was pioneered in, the first ever crucible smelter made for large-scale steel manufacture, which was not only far safer to operate but far more efficient as well, and the method which would eventually phase out the puddling furnace as the mainstay metal production method. Of course, after several centuries the Arsam converter process would gradually fade into obsolescence as the new open hearth furnace was developed, capable of smelting even greater quantities of metal ores to an even higher purity despite the increased fuel costs from needing to warm up for a few hours before it can fully function. Still, the contributions of the puddling furnace and the Arsam converter cannot be forgotten, pivotal milestones in the march of progress and the pioneer of advanced metallurgical sciences. Chapter 12, The Dragon Soars. 2 BC. Dragonstone. 27 years. For 27 long years has Aegon lived, for many years he has plotted and schemed his plans for his lifelong goal of conquest, eyeing the one prize his ancestors saw fit to ignore and deride as a land of savage barbarians, Westeros. For a century his ancestors greedily eyed the continent of Essos, seeking to bring the entire continent to heel on the backs of their dragons, and while not unviable, Westeros was literally on their doorstep while Essos required a longer ship route to supply any new conquests. Furthermore, conquering Essos meant taking cities like Astapor and Yunkai which had literally no thriving industries of their own save the slave industry, and thus too untenable to truly assimilate considering their limited manpower and resources. And Westeros, despite being less civilized and advanced than Essos, possessed thriving industry and a leal workforce who needed only jobs to perform. Blacksmithing, agriculture, transportation, manufacture, all the necessary tools to support conquest and gradual assimilation. Now, at long last, at the helm of an army 10,000 strong, he will bring all of Westeros to heel and build a new Valyria to fulfill his ancestral ambitions. Hear me, soldiers of House Targaryen. Mounted atop Balerion the Black Dread, Aegon Targaryen cut an inspiring and dominating figure for his troops to see, and they all stood at attention in their black armor, gleaming like an army of polished dragon glass statues. A century ago, our ancestors fled the doom of Valyria, claiming safe sanctuary on a measly few islands to scrape by as all of Valyrian civilization crumbled and Essos tore itself apart in the century of blood. Aegon began, kingdoms crumbled, and merchants and slavers took over as the new kings of their petty little kingdoms. They claim to not be kings, but what are they but kings who live in luxury, bought by the blood, sweat, and tears of their followers and slaves? Aegon derived satisfaction in seeing the looks of derision among the soldiers. Let those fake kings and coin counters feud over petty differences. House Targaryen shall reap the fruitful harvest their grubby hands shall never touch. A century we spent building our homes, a century we spent planting our roots on these islands, preserving the last bastion of Valyrian civilization, a century we spent in preparation for the day we go to war once again. Where others name it the century of blood, I call it the century of restoration. All the Valyrian troops let out a jubilant roar, thumping their boots and raising their weapons high in the sky. Today, I declare the beginning of the conquest of Westeros, my conquest. Aegon shouted, today is the day all you men march to bring honor and glory to the new Valyria, to House Targaryen, to your friends and families. Today is the day you crush these worthless nobles who do nothing but bicker and feud over the smallest of differences and problems, no better than their SSC counterparts. Today, stand with me, your Lord Conqueror. Stand with me, men of New Valyria. And man and dragon alike roared in affirmation of their lord and master's desire to dominate, to crush everyone else who would see them crushed beneath the iron heel of humiliation. In the name of the 14-1 and of House Targaryen, let fly the dragons of war. I. A few days prior. The chamber of the painted table, a chamber at the top floor of Stone Drum, the central keep of Dragonstone, was a huge and spacious chamber with 4 windows overlooking 4 directions, north, south, east, and west. In the middle was a huge table carved of wood, a depiction of Westeros painted upon it with no borders shown, as if it was already one realm in the conqueror's mind. Gathered at the painted table were Aegon, his sister queens, and his advisors, Orys Baratheon prime among them. Lords and ladies, we have gathered here today to discuss our plan of going forward with the conquest of Westeros, Aegon stated, leaning on the painted table. As we discussed earlier, our first target shall be the 100 petty kings of Blackwater Bay. Several houses have already agreed to pledge fealty to us in exchange for protection, and we must subdue the others preying upon them like greedy leeches. Once we've established a stable forward outpost, we move on to the riverlands under the tyrannical iron grip of King Harrenhal, who even now continues to oppress the small folk and violate its womenfolk. Aegon took a deep breath as his advisors listened. When word of our conquest spreads, rebel houses in the riverlands will undoubtedly wish to seek alliance with us to get out from under the iron boot of their tyrant king, House Tully leading them. The plan is to accept their alliance and have them work to liberate their homeland from the Ironborn before we move upon the Iron Islands themselves to put down the Ironborn menace, while at the same time moving on the Stormlands with Orys at the helm. Thus concludes the initial phase of the conquest. Any questions or opinions you wish to put forth? Visenya was the first to answer. We cannot trust the river lords. You say they are rebels, brother, but is it not so convenient that the moment our conquest starts to take root, they shall seek alliance with us? That is what makes me most suspicious, considering their history of long-standing bickering, the only Andal kingdom to never truly remain united for long. You suspect such fools would remain uncommitted to the cause, that to seek alliance with them is foolhardy, when the power of our dragons is no lie. Aegon countered, even the Rhoynish of old did not dare openly confront our dragons, especially when Garen the Great led his own armies to their doom. Brother is right, and though the old houses are undoubtedly set in their ways, the power of dragons will keep them in line, Rhoynish interjected, same too with the Iron Islands, although for them we shall reserve the much heavier hand. Since they love to raid and pillage, we give them the same treatment and torch every single village, town, and castle on the Iron Islands. Visenya shrugged, that will cow the Ironborn into line and dissuade them from any future rebellions against us. The drowned priests, too. Such a religion should not be preached anywhere, and they will be an impediment to securing our rule over such an errant province. Aegon nodded sagely and smilingly, and unlike the faith of the Seven, the cult of the drowned god has no other support outside its homeland, so any directed extermination towards them shall face no resistance elsewhere. Next, we move to the Stormlands, which my brother Orys is in charge of taking. Orys, mind sharing the next part of the plan? Orys nodded and moved to point at the Stormlands region. As we know, Argilac faces stiff resistance from his own nobility due to his only daughter Argella being his heir apparent, and considering Westeros's staunchly patriarchal and chauvinistic attitudes. He trailed off momentarily. I believe we can turn this into our advantage. Indeed, and that is where you come in, Orys, Aegon smiled. Quite so, brother, Orys smiled back, brother, as we discussed, you shall propose to Argilac a marriage between me and Argella, and Argilac being the arrogant, proud, and temperamental king he is, will refuse it and declare war on us, giving us the perfect excuse to end him. When he dies, Argella will attempt to resist us to the end, and that is where the cornered nobles will attempt to sell her out in exchange for their lives. I'll take over the rest from there. I know I can count on you, Orys. Aegon patted Orys on the back. That leaves the other regions, Visenya continued, the Westerlands, the Vale, the Reach, the North, and finally Dorne. The Westerlands and the Reach, for all their vaunted strength, cannot hope to match our dragons. The Vale, either, and they field smaller armies than the aforementioned states. The North? Not worth mentioning, Rhoynish shrugged. Now Dorne, there's a wild card we never anticipated. Shouldn't you be glad he is on our side, sister? Questioned Visenya. I am, and yet there is something about him I cannot place, Rhoynish answered. It's as if I'm looking at a creature resembling a sheep, but donning the coat and claws of a dragon. A very strange creature indeed, but perhaps not truly an apt description of him, Aegon interjected. sounding unconcerned. However, there is no need to be overly concerned, he is concerned wholly and only with Dorne, and nothing else. He has to be, given the kind of risks he is taking in allying with us. If Aaron is in the picture, I suspect he will aim for the same thing he gave to all those who opposed him or posed a threat, the complete and utter extinction of ruling noble houses and their replacement with his own. Orys contemplated, adopting a thoughtful expression. Not only will he earn the resentment of all Dornish who dislike his ways, but also the suspicion and fear of countless other nobles who fear his penchant for control. Which, in turn, will force him to be more loyal to us. Aegon smiled. I have to admit, it's nice when a potential wildcard does things that benefits us all, even if he does not intend so. A pacified Dorne under House Rata would help end the constant border raids on the Reach and the Stormlands and pacify an otherwise restless region, Visenya stated, and I doubt that old Yellow Toad could ever be Aaron's match, in life or in death. She will never be his match, such is what the 14 ordained, Aegon declared with certainty, though neither is he our match. I mean, even if he does dare fight us one day for whatever convoluted reason his sun-addled mind can conjure, he lacks the power to contest our dragons. Perhaps if he actually had water wizards of his own, then he could pose a real threat, but let alone a handful, he has no water magic, a hopeless rebel of a feudal cause. Little did he know, however, that he would eventually find himself eating his own words. But that is a story for another time. I believe we are in accord, my dear sisters and brother. Asked Aegon. Give us the word, and we shall march, Visenya declared. And we shall make the world bend the knee to you, Orys saluted. Aegon smiled triumphantly, and ordered, prepare the troops and the ships, we make landfall in a few days' time. Aye. Hey, pass me that canteen, will you? A waterskin was thrown Sentry One's way, who deftly caught it midair and popped open the lid, before throwing it back and gulping deeply of the sweet honey within. Ah, that's the stuff, Sentry One sighed in relief. I swear, sentry work's so fucking boring. Join the army, stop lazing like a useless bum, get some work and earn your own money. Fucking hell, if me ma didn't threaten to kick me out of the house, I wouldn't be doing this shit job at all. Please, shut up, said Sentry 2, you're being too loud like a fucking bull. Okay, Sentry 1 put his hands up, don't get your knackers up your arse. Sentry 2 grumbled but said nothing. You know, I almost wish we had an incoming attack just to break our boredom. Almost, Sentry 1 said. You idiot, you think nobles war because of your wishes and not theirs. Sentry 2 countered, it's like wishing the warrior were your husband who'd gladly do your bidding as your lawfully wedded, loyal spouse till death do you part. Alright, maybe not so much an attack, more just something we can actually report, like a bandit raid or a merchant brawl or something, Sentry 1 suggested. Plenty of bandits roaming the countryside and merchants love bickering over prices and coin and whatnot. Actually, I think I see something in the air. See what? A bird? A figment of your imagination? Sentry 2 asked. No, more like a lizard or something. An oversized bird. Sentry 1 answered. Furrowing his eyebrows, Sentry 2 quickly got up and took a closer look. Instantly, both their eyes widened in alarm. What the fuck's that? I don't know, but it looks like a whole fucking army following down below. An army of black as far as the eye could see, flying the black banner of the crimson three-headed dragon, an army far greater than any army they had ever seen in the lands of the 100 petty kings. An army accompanied by a trio of titanic flying creatures that drew ever closer to their direction. Fuck, get the messenger pigeon quick. Sentry 1 cried. The hells you think I'm trying to do? Sentry 2 exclaimed. It was a hasty job, and the handwriting was messy, but the message was composed and tied to the pigeon's feet before it was sent to fly away. Both sentries wept bitterly as they faced the encroaching army, knowing they would never be able to get away in time. Why think I'll get to see me pa in the next life? Sentry 1 asked. Hopefully, Sentry 2 shrugged helplessly. Both would die quickly, riddled with arrows. II. 2 BC. New York Tower. To every king, noble, and small folk of Westeros. I am Aegon Targaryen, Lord of House Targaryen, last of the 40 families of Valyria, and of Dragonstone, Claw Isle, and Driftmark, and I make known my ambition to conquer all of Westeros. You who claim to be masters of this land are but mere fools, who have never faced the power of dragons your entire lives. You squabble, bicker and fight, but none of you are ever closer to the power of the free cities, who even now possess superior technology and wealth despite squabbling and fighting like you. What has the world come to, when slavers and coin counters are superior to chivalrous knights? Hear now my ambition, to unite the 7 kingdoms under my house and banner, my empire, my Valyria. All you kings and queens who feebly hold on to your power, tremble before my wrath as the dragons of House Targaryen descend upon you, desecrate your lands and burn your armies to ash. Should you wish for mercy, all I ask is your surrender and pledge of fealty. Refuse, and you shall have sealed your fate. signed. Aegon Targaryen, Lord of Dragonstone, Driftmark, and Claw Isle. He certainly wastes no time, my lord, Huang Shui reported. Why would he? Aeron replied back. The Declaration of Dragonstone, such was the name of Aegon's declaration of war that was rapidly spread by courier pigeons and ravens throughout the continent of Westeros. Every single great house received it, and all initially laughed off the declaration. How could a measly 3 islands muster the power to overthrow entire kingdoms? They ate their words when they learned of the devastation the dragons wrought. Castles melted to slag, armies incinerated to ash, kings overthrown in mere days, all learned of the power of the 3-headed dragon and carved it into their hearts. Within weeks, all the 100 petty kings were conquered. Several dozens of minor houses were rendered extinct due to the deaths of all inheritable males in the conflict that ensued, while some of the kingly houses surrendered willingly, including Darklan and Roshby, who profited from the Targaryen trade. All opposition in the region melted before the forces of House Targaryen, and the landing site of Aegon's armies became home to the outpost of Aegon Fort, constructed to serve as a forward base of operations, as Aeron put it. Troops and supplies quickly unloaded, and soon the full 10,000-strong army of House Targaryen occupied every single castle, town, and village of note, bringing it under their control. It will take 3 months for House Targaryen to fully secure the lands around Blackwater Bay, and in that time we must not be idle, Aeron declared, pointing to the Yetish strategist, Huang Shui. The Yetish strategist then unfurled a map of all of Dorne, showing different icons of the entire region's geography from rivers to forests, oases, and mountains, the different castles and towns of note, and the borders dividing the land between various noble houses. House Rada's borders and its vassal houses stood out as one fat smear on the country, easily larger than any single house controlled. We first target House Martell and the other green blood houses, Huang Shui stated, his fingers spilling out of House Rada's lands like Aeron's ambitions. The cultural similarities will help minimize difficulty with assimilating the region under our control, and it will also serve as a stepping stone to invading and conquering the Stepstones themselves. The Stepstones? Aerys questioned. That is a haven of pirates and lowlifes of the bases, vilest denomination. I am aware it sits directly between the Narrow Sea and Summer Sea, but no one has ever bothered to conquer it, not even the free cities thought to claim it for themselves. Then we ought to be the first, Aeron answered. If I may, Lord Aerys, said Elenso, for years, the Stepstone pirates have always harassed our shipping and raided countless convoys, and only through our powerful navies have we ensured their consistent failure to cause any damage. As you know, this cannot continue, unlike what some brainless buffoons might suggest. I suppose it cannot, Aerys acceded, although I wonder how the free cities will reach to having a sovereign nation on their doorstep. Then again, I doubt they might care that much beyond token protests. Son, how long do you believe we would need to secure both Eastern Dorne and the Stepstones? 6 months, give or take, Aeron answered. There will be countless vacancies in the bureaucracy to fill, countless laws both useful and useless, mostly useless, to rehash, countless infrastructural projects to undertake, just to name a few. All these things take time. Time that Aegon's conquest will give us, though not much, Saint Alia added with a shrug. After that will be the desert houses too, the houses of the Torrentine and finally the rest of the Red Mountains. All sounds simple, if not for the fact the desert lacks much infrastructure, and the Red Mountains are full of narrow valleys and caves to hide in. One particular house might make use of the Boneway to give us terrible grief, especially. All valid points, I have to admit, but I believe at least one of Dorne's neighbors will want to have a piece of the action, Amelia interjected. Who, mother? Aeron asked. The Reach, Amelia answered. Those flowery chits love prancing around like overgrown peacocks, but their knights are nothing to scoff at, and they possess some of the greatest military power out of all the 7 kingdoms. If anyone can conquer the mountain Dornish, it will be them. Not to mention once we get started on this campaign, they will not hesitate to exploit Dorne's newfound vulnerability. Aeron smiled a wicked smile. Are you thinking what I think you are thinking, son? Amelia asked, donning a similarly smug expression. Oh, yes, Aeron answered, especially regarding a certain house of raiders. Then would you like me to make the necessary arrangements, then? Asked Amelia. Please do, Aeron confirmed, work with Saint Alia for this one. As you command, my dear son, Amelia smiled devilishly. Then for now, the meeting is adjourned, Aeron stated. I. It was a starry, moonlit night in the town of New York Tower. The town had gone to sleep, and few were awake at this hour. In the castle of Marcerin III Aeron walked with caution in his step, curiosity in his eyes as his footsteps silently echoed in the castle's corridors. I wonder why my parents called me for a private meeting tonight. Aeron thought, surely it's nothing horrible. Eventually they reached Aeron's personal study, and Aeron saw both Aerys and Amelia waiting for her with Saint Alia at the side, who curtsied to him upon his entry. Welcome, young master, she greeted. Aeron nodded at Saint Alia as he closed the door behind him and pensively stood before his parents who smiled gently. though there was a heavy weight behind their gazes that caused him to stand stiffly. "Mother, father," Aaron greeted, "you called me here." "Yes, son. It concerns an important decision we decided to make," Aerys stated. "I have decided to abdicate in favor of you." Aaron and Saint Alia could not suppress their eyes widening in response to that statement. "My lord, there are too few instances in Dorne of a lord or lady willingly abdicating in peaceful circumstances," Saint Alia put forth. "What makes you decide that now?" "The changing circumstances, Saint Alia," Aerys said. "My wife and I already discussed and agreed to this. But no lord or lady would willingly abdicate and in such peaceful circumstances." Saint Alia pointed out, "Even if they did, most times abdications happened due to coercion, blackmail or some sort of scheme conjured by political enemies." Saint Alia hastily mastered herself, quickly bowing in servitude. "Forgive me, I spoke out of turn," she bowed low, speaking softly as her eyes remained fixed to the floor. "I am merely afraid of what people would say about House Rada, once news of your abdication spreads." Amelia simply nodded with sagely understanding. "It's all right, Saint Alia," Amelia reassured smilingly. "In fact, I would say that given these unusual circumstances, an unusual solution was needed to help our house ride these waves of change." "Please explain, my lady," Saint Alia bowed, rising to face Amelia at eye level. "Truthfully, we already decided many years ago, roughly 4 years after Aaron started his tenure in policy making," Amelia explained. "We felt that if he took the reins of power, he could more easily implement whatever policies and other measures that could benefit House Rada without necessitating our input. Frankly, at that time, you were still an unknown and had nothing of repute to your name, at least in the eyes of the rest of Dorne," Aerys said to Aaron. "For that reason, even if I abdicated with full support, no one would truly come to respect you or obey your authority, outside the lands under our immediate control. At worst, others could use this as an opportunity to try and depose us." Aaron nodded silently at the logic in their words. "Truthfully, you far surpassed our wildest expectations," Aerys smiled. "In fact, it's no exaggeration to say that the true power of House Rada has always been you. And now that news of Aegon's conquest is spreading, there is no better time than to hand the reins to you." "Thanks for your confidence in me," Aaron smiled slowly, touched deeply by his father's words. "Time will tell if House Targaryen's rule will persevere over the lands of Westeros, however," Amelia added, frowning deeply with furrowed eyebrows. "In all honesty, having met with Lord Aegon, the Targaryens are too self-assured of their longevity with the presence of their dragons. Take their dragons away from them, and they will not survive the game," Aaron answered with certainty. "If I may speak, you sound as if it's a predetermined fate, Master Aaron," Saint Alia pointed out, a mixture of curiosity and measured hope in her eyes. "They believe too much in the power of dragons and disregard the power of human emotion," Aaron explained. "In fact, the ones with the greatest power are those who have it and know how and when to use it appropriately, without relying on appearances. The Targaryens rely on that appearance, and when that appearance is damaged, their power will be damaged without repair." "And yet you chose to ally with them years ago, son," Amelia pointed out with a raised eyebrow. "Because as long as their appearance lasts, there is no better time than to oust House Martell and all the old houses, and secure Dorne as the new Rhoynar homeland, isn't that right, son?" Aerys answered smilingly. Aaron returned his father's smile, flashing him a thumbs up. Amelia simply nodded in approval and pride. "Tomorrow, we shall make the official announcement, and with that, you shall be free to cast off the chains," Aerys continued. "And no matter what happens, we support you every step of the way," Amelia finished, hugging her dearest son with all the motherly affection she could muster. "Then I shall count on you all," Aaron declared. And Saint Alia, famed for hardly smiling at all, smiled warmly at her lord and master. 114, the official name of the gods of the Valyrian pantheon, and at times used to name the 14 volcanoes in the Valyrian peninsula, who erupted and ushered in the doom of Valyria. According to historical texts, the 14 flames, as the volcanoes were named such in dedication to the Valyrian pantheon when they first discovered the dragons. 2 desert houses, referring to the canon sandy Dornish houses, the desert Dornish dwell in the deserts, as per their namesake, and long river valleys, and have even darker skin than the green blood Dornish. They have a strong equestrian tradition and breed hardy sand steeds, said to be the fastest horses in all of Dorne, but these houses are not very wealthy due to the stark lack of oases and rivers and other natural resources, making their lands some of the least populated in Dorne and their militaries the smallest. 3 Marsrin Castle, the center of government and stronghold of New York Tower, it would be renovated several times throughout its history as the times changed and technology advanced, and was one of the first to adopt the new Star Fortress wall layout. Chapter 13, True Colors. 2 BC. Sunspear. All of Dorne was reeling at the recent news that swept the princedom like a wildfire, a fire that threatened to cleanse the desert of all life. Barely a week after House Targaryen cemented its conquest of the lands surrounding Blackwater Bay, House Rada had issued a call to arms across all its lands, to every mayor of every town and every alderman of every village, declaring a revolt against House Martell. Within 2 weeks, the entirety of Dorne was in an uproar over this rebellion. How could they not have seen this coming? House Rada was certainly suspicious with its ruthless dispatching of corruption and the securing of additional land under its direct rule, but they had otherwise paid their dues and never showed any disposition towards rebellion or dissension. They helped end the traitorous House Ardara and foiled a plot aimed at House Martell, and a brutal feud between two triumvirates in which their house was caught in the middle. And through their relentless innovation, other houses began following suit and tried copying their methods to varying degrees of success. Some grew richer, others grew poorer, but it ushered in a new age of growth for Dorne. Many believed that despite their blatantly obvious moves to gain additional power and wealth, they were disinterested in rocking the ship too much, that in the end they would respect the status quo. Their deference to House Martell was ample evidence. Some believed that they did this simply to reinforce House Martell's power, some believed that with House Rada's relative inaction, they were simply increasing their own power for the sake of security and not for grand ambition. A select few believed that House Rada, in spite of their outward deference to House Martell's authority, in secret they were plotting to seize power. Now, they had to confront the new reality that the third theory was now reality. Worse still, Houses Kafar, Loren and Daryl spurned House Martell and chose to declare for House Rada. House Kafar was more or less understandable, considering House Martell's failure to help them against House Ardara, shameful as it was to admit. House Daryl too, with how terribly it suffered at the hands of House Ardara under Lord Falion. House Loren, however, was by far the absolute worst. Despite admittedly falling on hard times, they suffered no true calamity, no failure of House Martell, that drove them to House Rada. All they needed was more money which they would have given. Instead, they chose to obtain their wealth through cooperation with House Rada, and the greedy coin counters saw fit to repay that debt through joining in their treachery towards House Martell. The three turncoat houses won, as they came to be called, would instantly be derided as traitors along with the two replacement houses, Doritarn and Goran, who took over the lands of Houses Ardara and Hornet respectively. Damn the Radas, damn this Aaron, damn them all. Maria flew into a fiery temper the moment news of House Rada's rebellion reached her ears. Instantly after her shout, she was racked by a fit of wet, hacking coughs, straining to keep herself upright as her son and granddaughter quickly moved to support her. She quickly waved them off, though not harshly, as she righted herself. In all honesty, we should have seen this coming, Mother, Nymor said, face darkening with restrained rage and denial. I never would have thought in our wildest dreams that House Rada would do such a thing. And now the greatest threat to our rule is right on our doorstep, Maria muttered, weary once the fury sapped from her heart. We've little time to prepare. And Maria slammed a withered, meaty fist on the armrest of her throne. Damn this boy who thinks he can do as he pleases. She cursed, her voice loud and true despite being hoarse, unbent, unbowed and unbroken. Such are House Martell's words. We will never surrender to this upstart, especially one who kneels to the same dragons who torched our ancestors' homeland. One who willingly discards his pride is a traitor to all Dornish kind. And all the court rang out in bloodthirsty cheer at Maria's words. Give us the order, grandmother. Daria exclaimed. Call the banners, we end this threat here and now. Maria ordered, for Dorne. For the Sunburst Throne. And all chanted in unison. For the Sunburst Throne. III. 2 BC. Khor Yaik 2. The fortress city of Khor Yaik, a city slated to be a rich and prosperous trade nexus as an intersection connecting various trade routes from all over Ifara. Fortified with thick, star-shaped walls and a large, deep moat surrounding the city premises, any invader would have to settle for a months-long siege to take the city. The actual city itself had only the walls, moat, keep and sewer systems in place, leaving much empty space within the city limits for the taking, which was promptly filled by rows of neatly lined-up tents. Soldiers milled about, engaging in banter, cooking meals in pots and pans or patrolling the streets and ramparts whenever on duty. In the central keep, Lord Aaron and his inner council convened to deliberate their next move, peering over a map of Dorne with countless tokens and markings on its weathered face. The Targaryens will need at least 3 months to establish the infrastructure they need before moving on the Ironborn realm of House Hor, so we must not be idle, Aaron started, pointing towards the Martell domain. We absolutely must destroy the Martell warhost at the eastern border of Tukosar, and then seize control of House Dalt's lands before marching on Sunspear itself. To that end, especially to broaden our control of Dorne's eastern coastline, we must take Planky Town and then put it to the torch, Elenzo stated, moving a token to where the Greenblood Reefs 3 were situated. We can use the citadel in the Greenblood Reefs as a forward outpost to control the river and as a staging point for further incursions into the princely domain. Excuse me for interrupting, but why not hold Planky Town instead? Asked Saint Alia. Its strategic position is too important to ignore, and as you said, the citadel's strategic location is valuable. Because it's made of wood, Saint Alia, and unfeasible to hold if the enemy uses fire, Elenzo answered matter-of-factly, a town created by lashing together boats and boating platforms? That is a disaster waiting to happen, in my opinion. Unless you want to burn yourself when the enemy uses fire arrows, be my guest. Perhaps, but what if the Martells manage to scrounge together a navy to contest us on the waters? I believe the Stepstone pirates would be willing to fight for them for the right coin, Saint Alia pointed out, her eyebrow twitching in irritation. That is a good point, Elenzo admitted, however, these pirates are mercenaries and fight only for profit. The moment they start losing to us, they'll turn tail and run. Simple as that. And we all know how much naval power House Martell truly has. Saint Alia developed a facial tic on her forehead. I do not know whether you are speaking facts or trying to annoy me. Take your pick, Elenzo shrugged nonchalantly, as if ignorant of Saint Alia's growing irritation. Saint Alia simply huffed and let it go, crossing her arms with a deep frown. Elenzo's arrogance aside, I share his opinion about Planky Town and the pirates, Huang Shui added. We have no need to worry about the naval front, what we need to focus on are the battles on land, and once we take down House Dalt and conquer Sunspear, the rest of Dorne shall be like headless chickens. Here is where I propose what many would call a most cowardly and dastardly plan. I'd rather be a dastardly villain than a useless gentleman, Aaron stated with a confident smirk. Tell us. Huang Shui nodded with a devious smile. Once we deal with House Martell, we shall turn all their loyal vassals against each other once the bulk of their military is defeated in battle. That way, it becomes easier for us to mop up the remnants as they exhaust themselves in pointless civil war. This way, we shall be able to conquer all of eastern Dorne up to the western ends of the Green Blood River within a month, allowing us to fortify our conquests in preparation for the westward march. I like it already, Aaron smiled. Same here, Huang Shui. Elenzo smirked approvingly. Why, I believe the both of us are favored by the gods themselves. However, even if the Martells lack our excellent strategies and troop quality, I doubt they will take us lightly. In fact, considering we accidentally leaked our military strength estimates, they will be doubly cautious of us, another general put forth, sounding more serious and cautious than his colleagues. Franklin Doritarn, newly ennobled Lord of New York Tower, was a rising star in the military. Known to have an easygoing yet professional demeanor, he already dispatched several bandit clans in the lands of the three turncoat houses and in the lands of the now extinct houses Ardara and Hornet. Perhaps especially due to the fact that both your house and House Oenor have chosen to side with us, rather than the house who raised you to lordly status. Elenzo pointed out. Oh yes, most certainly, Franklin smirked, before adopting a more serious expression. In all honesty, House Rada is the one who truly took care of us. House Martell? They simply named us nobles of poor provinces and then patted themselves on the back. Gave us a lump sum of money and that was that. Lord Aaron, on the other hand, made sure to consistently check on us, suggest changes to our policies, and gave us talent in exchange for beneficial favors. I tell you, my daughter jumps for joy whenever Uncle Aaron comes visiting. I didn't realize she likes me so much, Aaron commented. Does she wish to become my paramour, perhaps? I hope not, my lord, Franklin jokingly said. I mean no offense, I do believe you are a suitable partner for my daughter, but her ladyship would not like anyone trying to get between you two. Humph, Aaron smirked, that's Balandra. In any case, once we take down House Martell, how long do you think we need to secure Eastern Dorne? Franklin questioned. I was of the mind that it would take 6 months at least, probably longer. 6 months at the minimum, a year at best, Huang Shui put forth. In all honesty, while we have the people to just barely fill in all vacancies that will ensue, according to my estimates, much of Dorne simply lacks the kind of infrastructure needed to support large-scale military deployments, and that will be a severe impediment to our conquest of Western Dorne, where the most powerful ex-kingly houses reside. House Yaronwood will be our foremost foe, and though our friends in the Reach will deal with the Red Mountain Dornish, that doesn't mean we can afford to simply mobilize our armies so quickly, Elenzo agreed, and while our navy allows us swifter movement and control of the seas, the Green Blood River does not extend its reach into the deserts and Red Mountains. So, one way or another, we will have to play the waiting game once the east is in our hands, Saint Alia nodded. What of the free cities, especially Braavos? Asked Aaron, suddenly looking pensive as his eyes narrowed and his shoulders became rigid. I can't imagine they'll stay silent the moment they learn of my alliance with House Targaryen. They certainly will not, Saint Alia affirmed. I hear from our spies in Braavos alone that the Sea Lord and the Iron Bank are in extensive talks with regards to our alliance, and though most do not want to provoke the dragons, a few key holders do not hold that same opinion. Other city-states like Volantis are trying to curry favor with us, perhaps wanting to counter Braavos' influence. And yet, I doubt they will truly take it seriously, given Aegon's focus on Westeros. When House Rada introduced brand new, high-quality products to the SSC markets, an impromptu tug-of-war ensued between the various city-states as they vied for more favorable trade terms with the rising economic power in Dorne. Myr, in particular, despised the crystal-clear glass of Efarahoy being sold for cheap in bulk, which threatened their monopoly on the glass trade. As for city-states like Astapor, Tyrosh, and Lys, who depended heavily on the slave trade, they took House Rada's slave-freeing agreement with Braavos as a minor inconvenience at best. They were just freeing slaves, after all, not directly infringing on their lands, their territory, or their slave trade. Elenzo himself already said they care only for profit, and they are quite content with their own local status quo. Aaron shrugged, not worth mentioning. Quite true, Lord Aaron, Elenzo nodded. Still, perhaps just to keep them from having second thoughts, I propose that after we take down House Martell, we send in troops and ships to conquer the Stepstones. That puts us next to Tyrosh and Lys, Huang Shui pointed out, though his eyebrows were raised in curiosity. Exactly, and though they will be upset at a foreign power on their doorstep, they will not begrudge safer trade routes through the narrow sea, Elenzo countered, and perhaps a few extra gifts to sweeten the deal. I wonder if Lord Aegon would care that we conquered the Stepstones without his permission, though, Saint Alia muttered aloud, even if he has faith in his dragons, could he tolerate a perceived slight to his authority? I doubt he'd like any blow to his ego, Aaron admitted. However, the Stepstone pirates have also raided Targaryen shipping lines from time to time, and he doesn't like that. So, we do the same trick with House Targaryen as we did with House Martell. Seek their permission first, Saint Alia smiled. An excellent plan, my lord. You are most wise. Aaron shrugged with a nonchalant demeanor. In the end, the best solutions are the simplest ones, he stated, no need for convoluted schemes. I. Sam. Balandra Rada, once Balandra Kafar, sighed as she shifted aside the latest pile of paperwork as a clerk relieved her of such a cumbersome burden. Whew. She stretched her arms high in the air, feeling the stretch on her back loosening whatever knots built up in her back and shoulders, before slumping heavily in her chair. To think my husband was dealing with this much in just 2 years before our marriage, and I still fail to adjust in 10 years? This is bloody murder. No need for crocodile tears, my dear daughter, Amelia softly smiled and patted her back. I sympathize with your hardship. You never looked very fazed by all this, dear mother, Balandra muttered. Ha ha ha. Amelia softly laughed, her eyes suddenly looking dead. Back then, we had to handle thrice as much paperwork. Thrice? Balandra exclaimed in shock. That's right, Balandra, Aris said as he entered the study. In fact, Aaron had to handle the lion's share of it all while he and Huang Shui hungrily scoured the country for people who could read, write, and count. It was only just before he met you that he could finally relax a little. I mean, we did have to integrate the governorship of no fewer than 6 annexed provinces. Fuck. Fuck me in the ass, Balandra mouthed in shock. I honestly have to respect my husband for dealing with such work with fewer personnel. And that is why you get to enjoy a reduced workload, my dear daughter, Amelia softly smiled, though she appeared more menacing and imposing with every passing second, so, mind if you tone down your complaints a little bit. Yes, mother, Balandra nodded hastily, slightly scared by the scary glint in her mother-in-law's eyes. That aside, I think we ought to be more cautious right now, Aris said, his tone more serious as he placed a silver emblem of twin swans on the table. This was found on several assassins who snuck into our glass fabricacy for just 2 days earlier. Amelia took the emblem and frowned heavily at the insignia. That's Mir's insignia, she stated. I've lost count of how many times they've tried to sabotage our glass industry, and this makes, what, the 100th attempt. The Myrish Magisters, are they still doing this nonsense? Balandra commented, why do they not just improve their own manufacturing process and make better glass? Because they're rich and arrogant pricks who think they own the world and everyone should bow down to them, Aris scathingly remarked. Then again, as Elenzo said, they live in their own world and cannot comprehend how competitive and merciless the outside world really is. So how should we deal with them? Amelia asked. Leave them to my son, he'll know how to deal with such types, just as he dealt with Falion Ardara, Aris confidently declared. Balandra shivered at the thought of how easily Falion and his goons were dispatched, but was also reassured by Aaron's confidence and capabilities. 1-3 turncoat houses, a term used to refer to houses Daryl, Kafar, and Lorin, said houses would cement their allegiance to House Rada during what came to be known as the War of Blackened Rivers, where House Rada would lead a revolt against House Martell. 2 Koryaik, the name was derived from Koryuni, the city of Prince Garen the Great who lost against the Valyrians in the Second Spice War in a failed attempt to curb freehold aggression, the greatest and most powerful of all Rhoynish city-states until their downfall at the hands of the Valyrian freehold. The city itself would come to be a thriving and prosperous hub of commerce in the generations after Aegon's conquest, and served as the new provincial capital of Ifarahoy 3 generations after Aaron's rule. 3 Greenblood Reefs, refers to the set of islands at the mouth of the Greenblood River leading to the narrow sea. After Planky Town was put to the torch, a new trade town sprang up around the stone citadel that once protected said town, becoming a new city with a rich mariner and mercantile tradition. 4 Fabricacy, a term used to refer to the different kinds of industrial manufacturing sites throughout House Rada's lands. Eventually the term became widespread as Aaron Rada's business models became more widely employed throughout Westeros. Chapter 14, Decisive Victory. 2 BC. Lemonwood. House Rada's troops mustered at numbers and speed that defied common imagination. In just the span of a week, 20,000 troops of House Rada faced 20,000 of House Martells in the lands of House Dalt. House Martell's army, as was the staple of every single Westerosi army, was composed primarily of feudal levies, an avalanche of colors and variable insignias and mismatched equipment, the sunburst banner outnumbered by other banners. Its troops were a poor excuse, standing half at attention with the nobility carrying themselves like arrogant snobs, all bark and no bite, though it had its fair share of seasoned veterans from a decade of pointless border skirmishes. House Rada's army was a uniform gleaming silver, the crimson banner of the Fox one the only banner on display. Its troops carried themselves with pride and discipline, deploying their square formations swiftly without mistakes. The generals, though having only fought bandits before, lacked the casual Martell arrogance found in its nobility, most from humble origins and all elevated by their merits alone. This will be a more difficult battle than I anticipated. Quentyn Sand too was an aged general with decades of experience under his belt. A wizened, elegant, and dignified noble, he was a far cry from the young arrogant nobles under his command, a quiet confidence and contemplation reflected in his piercing yellow eyes. His plate armor had a misty finish, marred by several chips and rents decorating the metal like badges of honor. If House Rada had the same quality of troops as us, I would say that we would have a slight advantage. If anything, I would expect that having to deal with so many vacancies would dampen their ability to muster a powerful military, but I severely underestimated them. No, all of Dorne underestimated them. Quentyn heaved a heavy sigh. To think Aeron could so casually turn on the established hierarchy and turn Dorne upside down according to his own whims, an arrogant yet talented individual who cares only for his own ambitions and not the stability of the princedom. A man who cares nothing for the consequences involved for all, including his own family and friends, a man I despise more than anything else. The battle has not even started, and already you curse Aeron at the tip of your tongue? The snake's venom must be dripping rivers from your mouth. Nymore came to Quentyn's side, the old man glaring harshly at the assembled formations of House Rada. You say I am a snake, yet Aeron is like a fox, double-natured until the end, Quentyn remarked. He claims to ally with House Targaryen, and yet I feel that the moment they serve their purpose, he will turn on them and seize power for himself, just as he turned against House Martell. Such a man is unworthy of any trust or peace. A sentiment I share, Quentyn, Nymore nodded, his eyes simmering with anger, and to think I once believed that he was loyal to us. How stand our troops? Lord Nymore, our troops are all accounted for and our commanders ready to commit to battle, and we've stocked enough provisions to last up to 3 weeks, Quentyn reported. Our men are highly enthusiastic and well rested, and ready to earn their glories. Good, and House Rada? Nymore asked. Similarly well prepared, and I heard from our spies that they have enough supplies to last them half a year, Quentyn begrudgingly stated. They can afford to take their time, while we are bereft of that luxury. Yet another thing to curse House Rada for, Nymore concluded. No matter, with this battle, we must demonstrate to them our power and resolve and crush their hopes of ending House Martell's hegemony. Nothing less will suffice to restore the rule of House Martell on the errant provinces. And may the sunburst throne reign eternal, Quentyn intoned. Ready the troops, we march to battle, Nymore ordered. It was do or die, and there was no turning back for both sides involved. The sun shone brightly in the sky, oppressively leering domineeringly over the battlefield like an adjudicator of the heavens as it prepared to render its ultimate verdict. Aye. Huang Shuat, is the new weapon ready? Yes, my lord. At least 3 dozen mounted on chariots. What about the Tokosar Fire 3? 8 wagons full of the substance are ready, all packed into ceramic jars. Aeron felt an evil smile creep onto his face, gazing at the army of lambs ready to enter the slaughterhouse. He almost pitied House Martell for not knowing the nasty surprises he prepared as the main course for this banquet of the 7 hells, for he so meticulously prepared for his dinner guests. Sound the horn, he ordered. A soldier blew the horn and a crisp, shrill note like a fox's cry of anger rumbled through the battlefield, announcing House Rada's entry to the battlefield. House Martell soon blew its own horn, a mellower tone announcing House Martell's own entry. Light cavalry soon approached House Rada's square formations, spears leveled in preparation for a charge while archers knocked arrows on bows. Come, my brothers. This day, we claim our glories. Death to House Rada. Martell cavalry charged first, eager to spill first blood in testing House Rada's square formations, inspired by their general's words. Alas, Quentyn Sand's attempt to instill bravado was short-lived as from within the Rada formations, wagons were unveiled to reveal scorpions mounted atop the carriages, and they quickly fired upon the charging cavalry. Many officers and scores of troops were quickly slain with the initial salvo. Some tried inching closer, unwilling to forfeit the charge due to just one volley of scorpion bolts. However, with a wave of Huang Shue's fan, soldiers knelt down and archers sprang up behind the shield walls, unleashing hails of arrows upon the Martell troops. Scores more of Dornish cavalry soon fell like flies, unable to escape the onslaught in time. Dornish horse archers tried to retaliate, firing arrows of their own and managing to injure and kill some troops, but they could not change the tide of battle. Then, Rada cavalry sallied forth to engage the Martell cavalry. The cataphracts, equipped with superior lamellar armor, shields and spears clashed with the light cavalry of House Martell, and soon proved their superiority with flexible maneuvers and superior tactics as Martell cavalry sustained heavy casualties. Worse still, at that moment chariots came rushing towards the Martell cavalry, spearmen tossing them from their steeds and scorpions felling scores more of their number. Damn, to think he would bait our cavalry in like this. Nymore cursed, and not only do their bows have longer range, those meddlesome chariots are keeping us from flanking the infantry. Be calm, Lord Nymore, Quentyn reassured, this battle has yet to enter its bloodiest phase yet. With the initial probe a failure, Quentyn nodded at the bannerman who waved his flag. Here, Martell troops began to launch their main attack, the infantry vanguard charging in, spears gleaming with bloodthirst and throaty roars at the top of their voices. Archers loosed arrows once they got into range, to which Rada troops seamlessly raised and locked shields. Several volleys were loosed and Martell men fell, but their shield walls endured despite the losses, and soon they neared arm's reach of the square formations. At this, Aeron gave the order, and the troops swiftly prepared accordingly. Brace yourselves. The Martell troops clashed with the Rada shield walls. True to form, the Rada shield walls held firm like a rock against water and refused to budge an inch, and where brute might and shield failed to budge unmoving rocks, spears struck through gaps like water through cracks. The Martell troops fought like beasts possessed, fiercely clashing and pushing forward with all their might and strength. Shields beat against shields, and spears found purchase in gaps through shields and armor. Several bodies fell to the ground in the ensuing melee, and for a moment it looked as if the Martells would win with how fierce the Martell push was, the Rada troops straining to hold their ground. Finally, the central Rada formation took steps backwards in the face of the fierce Martell push while the wings spread out. As if anticipating an eventual buckling of the center, more Martell troops charged in successive waves, crashing like hailstones against a wooden palisade. The Rada troops began to struggle even as cavalry ran sorties around the infantry, working to whittle down their numbers and prevent flanking of the Rada formations. Yet Aeron and his officers did not stir, and Aeron himself calmly smiled as the battle unfolded, the third wave of Martell infantry testing its mettle against the Rada central wing. For a moment, it seemed as if the fourth wave would finish off the center, and the Martell troops were emboldened. Their way forward was clear, untroubled. Too untroubled, to Quentyn Sand, it was clear as day they were falling into a trap. Signal the troops, they must pull out immediately. He shouted to Nymore's alarm. But it was too little, too late. Now! Aeron ordered. The wings quickly enveloped the Martell infantry in a pocket, and Rada spearmen and archers slew thousands of troops that day. From within the Rada formation, clay jars landed on the Martell troops, erupting in fire and immolating countless hundreds clustered together. Those who tried to run were either trampled upon by their own comrades or mercifully ended by spear thrusts and arrows. They saw that the rear of the formation was left open, and seeing this as a way out, thousands of Martell troops struggled to flee the slaughter that ensued. Woe to them, however, for Rada cavalry and chariots slaughtered these survivors to the very last. Quentyn grit his teeth at how badly he was outmaneuvered, and reluctantly, he broke the news to Nymore. The battle is lost, my lord. Nymore quickly grabbed Quentyn by the scruff of his neck, his eyes wide with disbelief and his face red with anger. We cannot retreat. If we concede this battle to that upstart, House Martell is finished. He screamed at the top of his voice. Beneath his bluster, Nymore knew that if they lost the battle, there was nothing stopping House Rada from crushing all opposition in his path with the bulk of House Martell's military might destroyed. Paltry garrisons and puny walls would not stop this juggernaut incarnate from exterminating all their political enemies in sight, just as he orchestrated the slaughter of their noble rivals, Nymore realized. And yet Quentyn's remarks forced him to reconsider, mercilessly crushing his hopes. We have already lost thousands of troops in this battle, my lord, and every minute we delay the retreat is 100 more lost, he urged. If we retreat, we can still preserve whatever remains and force House Rada into a battle of attrition. It is clear we cannot best him in the open field. Please, my lord, we need your permission. Reluctantly, Nymore let go of Quentyn and heaved a heavy sigh, his anger fading like the wind. Retreat? It was the bitterest curse he uttered on his lips, and the shame of this day would never leave his mind. At his command, the Martell troops, dismayed by the turning tide of battle and the slaughter of their own comrades, quickly rooted and panicked like headless chickens. The cataphracts, led by Franklin Dorotarn, mercilessly chased and slaughtered what survivors they could, and Nymore grit his teeth at this atrocious act. Curse you to the seven hells, Aeron. I know not what hellspawn birthed you into this world, but I swear on Nymaria's grave that her legacy will never end at your tainted hands. Looking at the retreating Martell army, the Rada troops let out a jubilant roar at this victory. Nearly 3/4 of the Rada army were comprised of green troops who had not seen real battle outside bandit clashes, and many shed tears of joy at living to see another day, confidence blooming in their hearts. Aeron merely sighed, looking disinterested at the carnage on the battlefield. That Quentyn Sand, he's got a good head on his shoulders, Huang Shui commented, Through his retreat, he was able to preserve slightly less than half their fighting force and prevented further losses. That doesn't change the fact they lost over 10,000 troops in this one battle, Saint Alia added. They will switch to their tried and true raiding tactics from here on out. It won't help them, and neither will hunkering down in their castles. It will not stop them from trying, but knowing they are doomed no matter what they do almost makes me pity them, just as I pity the poor fools who vainly try to resist House Targaryen's dragons. Huang Shui nodded. Truly? I do not see you as the kind to pity your enemies, Saint Alia commented. Surely you are not putting on a clown's act. You tell me, Huang Shui replied. All right, enough chatter, Aaron ordered. Clean up the battlefield and bring me a tally of casualties. We march tomorrow morning. Yes, my lord, they chorused. In what came to be known as the Battle of the Lemonwood Plains 5, the first clash between House Rada and House Martell, the seeds were sown for their downfall, one that took place in just a month. III. Sunspear. Pandemonium spread throughout the court as news of the devastating defeat dealt by House Rada was delivered to Sunspear. Over 10,000 dead, hundreds of officers slain, countless minor noble houses facing extinction, all in exchange for a measly 600 casualties on House Rada's side. If this was a theatrical play, it was a poorly written one that focused primarily on bashing the villainous side and little else. Maria was bedridden after suffering sudden, excruciating chest pains upon hearing this, and with 9 more desperately leading counterattacks and ambushes against House Rada with Quentin Sand, it fell to Daria to keep the court in order. I will have order. Daria bellowed, her voice crisp and clear in the expansive throne room. The nobles quietened down, fixing all eyes on their pillar of strength. I have received word from my father and General Quentin, Daria began, her demeanor grave and her sickly pallor of great concern. With our terrible loss in the Lemonwood Plains, House Rada was able to capture the town of Lemonwood and exterminate House Dalt. Now, there is no one left to shield our southern flank, and already they march upon the Greenblood Reefs and Planky Town. The tension was palpable in the air, thick and sharp enough to cut through steel. Many felt cold sweat on their foreheads, and more than a few fidgeted where they stood. In response to this, we must resort to raiding tactics and focus on bleeding them dry, Daria declared. General Quentin himself already reported to me that they are making a straight line for Sunspear and are ignoring everything else, so any garrisons that cannot be spared are free to remain in their respective castles and forts. Some of the nobles sighed in relief. My own plantations are near that fort, so it is good these rebels are not trampling there. I want to fight for House Martell, but my family is in our castle along House Rada's route, and if they manage to capture it. Daria sighed. It was simple human nature to be selfish. In the meantime, we must prepare for what may be a protracted war, Daria continued. It is clear that House Rada is well equipped and supplied, and they do not look to be losing momentum, so for the time being we must put forth all efforts to grind that momentum to a halt. We cannot stop a charging bull head on, so we must remove the source of its impetus, the legs. Grind their momentum to a halt, and from there we can launch our counterattack. Remember, we are unbowed, unbent and unbroken. Long live the sunburst throne! The nobles chorused. One House Rada's insignia since its inception was a sword-bearing arm on a field of crimson. When Aaron Rada ascended as the next patriarch of House Rada, he changed it to a fox, perhaps feeling that the fox best represented his nature, wily and cunning. 2 Quentin Sand, a highly decorated, veteran general in service to House Martell, he was one of very few figures who earned Aaron Rada's respect, being a baseborn who rose up the ranks to single-handedly claim the position of general. In fact, Aaron himself regretted that he could not convince Quentin to side with him after the Battle of the Lemonwood Plains. 3 Tukosar fire, essentially Westerosi Greek fire, named after the province it was first developed in, Tukosar, under the rule of House Kafar. 4 Banquet of the Seven Hells, an idiom used to describe a situation gone terribly wrong, or to indicate a most bloody fight ever fought. 5 Battle of the Lemonwood Plains, the first battle fought between House Rada and House Martell, it was fought in the open plains just outside the walls of the town of Lemonwood. This battle cemented House Rada's rapid momentum against its mortal enemy for the duration of the rebellion. Chapter 15, Downward Spiral. 2 BC. Sunspear. After the Battle of the Lemonwood Plains, things were going from bad to worse for House Martell. Quentin Sand and Nymor Martell were performing their utmost in battle, conducting continuous raids day and night upon the Rada army and their supply lines. Though they had some successes here and there, mostly against greener and more inexperienced officers on Rada's side, they were quick to adapt and combat their ambushes with greater ferocity. Adding insult to injury was their fast-paced march towards Sunspear, ignoring every other fort and town that did not lie on their marching path. While it was understandable the garrisons could not match such a huge army on their own, a fact that grated on the nobles' pride and egos, it was also an ominous sign of a looming eclipse over the sunburst, as if the proud Martells were doomed to be buried in darkness. The Rada army's momentum was unstoppable, and it was not long before they managed to reach the Greenblood Reefs and torch Planky Town to ash, capturing the nearby citadel as a forward outpost. Its paltry garrison was quickly overrun, the few survivors running to bring yet more bad news to their overlords. Last they heard, before House Rada departed for Sunspear, they left behind lawmakers who were tasked with rehashing the local laws in accordance with House Rada's code of law. A terrible insult to their pride and another sign of Rada's ambitions of conquest. Once again, the throne room of Sunspear was in disarray, countless nobles bickering and whispering among themselves as troubling reports came in one after the other. None of them could ever think of surrendering to Aaron Rada, yet neither did they have much hope of crushing this upstart rebel. With each report of defeat, their hopes of victory sank further and further. In the midst of this, Martell continued to be bedridden and absent from court, and an increasingly stressed Doria was struggling to uphold herself as the symbol of Martell authority. It was as much a show of vanity as it was a vain attempt at asserting dominion against House Rada. "Any word from the navy?" Doria questioned, eagerly hoping for better news elsewhere. Doria called it a navy, but it was really more a hodgepodge of various pirate factions the Martells hired to counter the Rada navy, lacking the cohesion and organization of a standing navy. The messenger's next words crushed her hopes. "They have suffered a crushing defeat. Both our fleets and the Stepstone pirates one we hired have lost more than half their ships in several engagements over the past 2 weeks," he reported. "House Rada's new ship models are far larger, faster and more durable than any ship we've ever encountered, and our fleet has sustained heavy damage in just a few skirmishes." "How bad is the damage?" Doria questioned. "Surely a few scorpions here and there should not inconvenience us so terribly." "Unfortunately, their scorpions are more accurate and have a further range capable of targeting sails, rigging and sailors, and they use jars of fire to immolate our ships, according to our mariners," the messenger continued, "and they say the waters were behaving erratically, ships capsized due to waves overturning them, and even lashing out like mythical krakens, smashing them to splinters." "What? But that's impossible. That is outside common sense." Doria said in disbelief, "Such things should not happen unless it's magic. But no house in all Dorne has any magic users who manipulate water. And the only people capable of doing that are the water wizards among the orphans of the green blood." A noble pointed out, disbelief rife in his eyes. "Wait, water wizards? How could?" Doria muttered. And it instantly dawned on them the reason behind these supernatural occurrences in the Green Blood River. "Water wizards," Doria cursed, "to think Aaron was hiding such a weapon." Doria sighed heavily, gaining more reasons to mentally curse Aaron to the 7 hells. "What about boarding tactics? Have our admirals at least tried to get in close and board the ships, so they cannot cause as much damage?" Doria asked, a sinking feeling in her gut. "They have, my lady," the messenger nodded sadly. "Ceramic pots ignited the boarding ships once they shattered. Tukosar fire, the enemy calls it." Doria fell on her throne as another headache afflicted her mind. Defeat after defeat, and too little success to show for it. Doubt was creeping into her heart, and the merciless expectations of a leader forced her to quash it under an iron boot. "Where are our fleets now?" Doria asked. "They are scattered, and lack the strength to contest the Rada navy, who now have complete control of the Green Blood River and our coastline," the messenger finished, "and with our food imports cut off, I fear that our rations will only last us one more day." This soul-crushing news was the last thing they wanted to hear. With the conquest of House Dalt's lands, thousands of refugees were sent fleeing towards Sunspear, who quickly crammed themselves into the castle with little regard for each other, just trying to seek safe sanctuary. With these refugees quickly eating their way through the castle's food supplies and the latest food shipments cut off, it was only a matter of time before disorder settled in. Yet fate had no mercy for House Martell in its darkest hour, for another messenger burst in, frantically panicking as he quickly fell to a knee. "My lady, the Rada army is here," he shouted. "Sunspear 3 is completely surrounded." "I. Sunspear, ancestral seat of House Martell since its construction, once the site of a minor squat fort that held little to its name. By the hands of Rhoynish architects, it rose from being a squat castle to being the most magnificent citadel in all of Dorne. The 3-tiered city was protected by rings of massive, thick walls capable of withstanding sustained trebuchet bombardment, and domes and spires towered high in the heavens. The Dramund, a long protrusion of rock jutting out like a sharpened stake, served more as an observatory deck for the sake of hobbies, birdwatching and merrymaking. And now, it was to bear witness to a siege that heralded the end of an era. Doria looked in shock at the assembled formations, an ocean of troops as far as the eye could see. With Sunspear now surrounded, they would have to prepare for a siege. "You were with my father, yes? Where are Quentin and my father?" Doria questioned. I do not know, my lady," said a soldier, one of Nymore's closest aides. "My party was simply ordered to retreat to Sunspear when our last battle went awry." Aaron Rada came forward on horseback, stopping just short of bow range from the walls of Sunspear. Besides him trotted a lone man, who held 2 sacks on his hip. "I am Aaron Rada, Lord of Ebanu8 and leader of the rebel cause," he bellowed, voice calm and defiant. "I am here to deliver a message to all of Sunspear." Countless soldiers and nobles whispered among themselves, and Doria clenched her fists tighter. Nymor Martell and Quentin Sand are dead. He continued, sending a wave of gasps across the audience. House Martell has lost thousands of troops with nothing to show for it, and each day they continue their hopeless fight is another day you poor people of Sunspear have to suffer. I promise you all, regardless of House Martell's decision to continue the fight or not, I will not touch a hair upon the people of this ancient, glorious citadel. I repeat, neither I nor my troops will harm the citizens of Sunspear. If you desist or retreat, we shall let you go without any reprisal. The man beside Aaron took out the contents of the sacks, showing the bloody severed heads of Quentin Sand and Nymor Martell. Instantly, there was a wave of harsh whispers among the gathered populace, doubt and question in their eyes. Dirya felt tears streaming down her face, crumpling to her knees, but that sorrow belied her burning rage, and she stood up and turned to face the audience of refugees. Quiet, do not listen to the rebels' drivel. Dirya ordered. Such was the fiery rage in her voice that the refugees were subdued. Yet the seeds were planted, and with so little food left and the Rada troops remaining out of range of the castle walls, their options were next to non-existent. I give you all until tomorrow to make your decision. Aaron finished, may the Mother Rhoyne have mercy on you all. And with that, Aaron turned around and left, not waiting to hear anything from the enemy side. Dirya slammed a fist down on the crenellations, red-faced and ready to implode with anger. Silently, she turned and left, simmering with indignation. I. Outskirts of Sunspear. Night came, and the troops of House Rada were resting in preparation for the next day, anticipating the climax of the rebellion. The cataphracts in particular won many glories against the troops of House Martell, and the infantry outdid themselves in their first battle with Quentin Sand and in subsequent battles, their coordination and fighting prowess the key to victory. As the heroes of House Rada, they were treated to extra meat and liquor portions for tonight's banquet. Hey, Felix, wanna bet? Felix simply gave his friend Doran the stink eye, and Doran simply raised his hands in placation. It was just a harmless suggestion, okay? Doran said, no need to be so uppity about it. I'm uppity because I lost so many bets to you, Felix pointed out, so there. Okay, I get it, either I'm good at gambling or your luck just sucks ass, Doran quipped. You bloody fucker. Doran deadpanned. Seriously though, I don't think House Martell's gonna survive this, Felix stated, they're fucked with no way to get back up, all thanks to our lord and master. All hail Aaron Rada, Doran raised his hands in mock worship, down with House Martell. Doran spat to the side. Fucking House Martell, what in Mother Rhoyne's name did they ever do for us Dornish, aside from uniting Dorne for the first time in history? Kept things the same, killed our heritage and even abandoning their own heritage? Princess Nymeria D be rolling in her grave. First time I've seen you this upset, Felix stated, you're always so cheery and cheeky. Yeah, I know, Doran sighed, I remember losing me pa and ma to some border skirmish between House Ardara and House Kafar, but it was just me and my sis against the whole world. Fucking nobles always squabbled, House Martell always loves to play mediator, never did anything. Now Aaron comes along, he gives the nobles the short end of the stick. Now that was the best fucking day of my life, hearing that news. I admit I was rather apprehensive of his methods, and of the rumors surrounding him, Felix added, and yet, now that I think of it, it's precisely because of his methods that we don't have to worry about these nobles anymore. Always trust those who can act, rather than let themselves be controlled, Doran finished, in any case, once Sunspear falls I'm going to celebrate, drink myself under the table. Mind if I join in? Felix asked. Be my guest, Doran invited smilingly. I. Streets of Sunspear. Compared to the joyous mood of House Rada's troops, House Martell's were sullen and depressed, an air of defeat hanging above their heads. With food supplies dwindling, the officers were forced to stretch their rations to the very limit, the refugees doing the same. In fact, many soldiers had to move in and break up fights between the refugees and the soldiers themselves, which only dampened morale further. This is terrible. Who would have thought that we'd end up like this? It was still hard for many to come to terms with House Martell's rapid downfall, its power and authority collapsing at shocking speeds incomprehensible to their minds. Aside from some true loyalists, many were simply conscripted to fight for House Martell. What rights did they have as mere small folk? At most they lived and died at the nobles' discretion, and this time was no different. Fuckers down there are enjoying their feast, and we're stuck with this measly porridge. I'd kill for something better, pickles, maybe roast pork. Oberyn grumbled as he scooped the ghastly, water-thin porridge into his mouth, barely satisfied by the non-existent taste and lack of a hearty meal. He sighed, looking at the joyous bonfires of House Rada with no small amount of envy. Our rations are running out, and tomorrow the people will be rioting. That Aaron, he really knows how to hit us where it hurts. Why else would he say they had a day to consider their decision to surrender? Most likely those Hashishins of his were already inside the city, feeding him information and waiting to spread the word, and once the refugees learn there was no more food, they will panic and attempt to break out of the city to save themselves. And since the refugees outnumbered the garrison several-fold. What a nasty way to fight a war. But I'm an old man, and I can't run anywhere. If I die, I die. With such morbid thoughts in his head, he finished his bowl of porridge and went back to organizing his troops. Further away, a lone sentry shivered as he stood watch, his stomach growling and his complexion pale and haggard. Fucking desert cold, those damn lucky bastards. Edgar looked between the encamped Rada troops and the sleeping refugees, and shook his head vehemently, anger and rage bursting in his heart. I ain't staying and dying for some royals and shit, they can rot in the hells for all I care. He muttered to himself, maybe tomorrow, I'll sneak out with the refugees and hopefully, manage to get my freedom. Might die out there, but it's better than dying in this tomb of theirs. The die was cast, and now there was only the way forward. I. The next day came, and as expected, House Martell refused to surrender. Daria issued a declaration in writing to Aaron, outlining all manner of litanies of curses and swears, a strongly worded message they will never capitulate. Aaron simply accepted it, allowing the messenger to go unharmed. However, he merely smiled, knowing what would happen next. My lord, there is smoke rising from the city. Saint Alia reported. Aaron merely shrugged, that's the end of them, once the civilians start leaving via the gates, let them through. Once they're fully gone, we move in. As you order, my lord, Saint Alia bowed. Huang Shuet, get the troops ready, Aaron continued, it's time we end this farce once and for all. Music to my ears, my lord, Huang Shuet smiled. There were shouts of pain and violence audible from a distance, and the smoke continued to rise like towers leading to the heavens. House Rada did not stir, content to wait out the ensuing bloodshed in Sunspear as they casually polished their spears and kicked some sand for the fun of it. The hydromancers, however, took the liberty of bombarding Sunspear, and such was the damage dealt that there was great creaking and cracking, and the Drummond fort itself came crashing into the ocean. Soon, the time came, the gates of Sunspear burst open, and streams of refugees came pouring out of the city with whatever weapons they could scrounge. Men, women, and children, young and old, all in tattered clothes, charged at full speed towards the Rada soldiers. With a wave from Huang Shue's fan, the troops parted to show gaps in their formations. The refugees showed their thanks, charging past them towards their freedom. Soon, the stream dried up, and the floodgates did not look to be closing any time. Move in and take the city, Aaron ordered. Just like that, Rada troops moved in for the kill. Unlike the open desert, the city of Sunspear was a dangerous urban battlefield requiring one to be alert for potential ambushes at every angle, at every street corner. The Martells exploited this to their full advantage, and for every inch they took they lost close to 100 bodies. What mitigated losses was Saint Elias Hashishins, using crossbows and poison darts and all manner of weapons at their disposal, and their natural agility allowed them to scale walls and roofs, dropping down on assailants and stabbing them with hidden blades 5 on their wrists. The charge of House Rada was like the rising tide, swallowing everything in its path, even the very sun itself. No matter how valiant and energetic their last stand, House Martell's men dropped like flies. By the end of the day, the streets of Sunspear ran red with blood. Aaron entered the throne room, the roof cracked open and the corpses of slain nobles littering the hallway like macabre abstract art, a tomb that he created with his own hands. Looking at the carnage and broken stonework, he turned his eyes towards the sunburst throne, a dark burnished seat of teak. It cast a dark, long shadow as the sunset rays bathed the throne room with the hue of blood, a hue that Aaron felt already bathed him down to his very soul. He walked slowly towards the throne, eyes fixed on the ancestral seat of Princess Nymeria, and drifted a hand across the seasoned wood. I wonder how you're feeling, seeing your children's legacy extinguished by my hand. Aaron muttered, do you hate them, or grieve for them? Actually, do you despise me for what I've done? Aaron heaved a heavy, solemn sigh. Maybe I'll never know. He then took his seat upon the sunburst throne, and an immense weight settled upon his body and soul. I can never hate you, and yet I grieve for what could have been but never was. Aaron cast glances around, trying to find the source of the whispers. My lord? Huang Shui questioned. It's nothing, Aaron reassured, find Maria, Daria, and her children. If they're alive, bring them to me. If they're dead, give them their last rites as per Rhoynish custom. As you command, Saint Alia bowed. 1 Stepstone Pirates, the Stepstones, a chain of islands between Dorne and Essos, a haven of pirates available to the highest bidder. These pirates have a strong seafaring tradition and have always been a menace to merchant convoys for as long as they have existed. To this came to be known as the Locust Strategy, aiming to eat away at the enemy's food supplies and force a retreat. It is a risky gamble, because if the invading army fails to conquer a city in time, their own food supplies will run out and thus they will likely suffer defeat. 3 Sunspear, after Rada's rebellion, Sunspear was a ruined citadel, a monument to Martell hubris. It would later be renowned as the royal grave due to being the site of House Martell's total demise. 4 Drummond, a large rock protrusion and one of the defining features of Sunspear, named such due to its shape resembling a dromund, a type of ship. The broken rock would be lifted from the sea and quarried into construction material. 5 hidden blades, the exact kind of hidden blade used in the Assassin's Creed series. It became a prominent, defining weapon in the Hashishans' arsenal. Chapter 16, Pirates and Cutthroats. 2 BC. Dragonstone. Sunspear had fallen. House Martell was extinct. All of Eastern Dorne now fell under the aegis of House Rada, the unlikely rebel who now sought to burn all his opposition in a suffocating blanket of ambition in the name of change. Every single house other than Kafar, Lorin, and Daryl was now subject to worse horrors to come. For every house, 2 generations of their eldest males or those above the age of 10 and 2 were slain and the rest sent to the wall. All women and children, those who did not resist, were exiled to Essos. Before long, there remained no viable heirs to these exterminated houses, rendering them extinct and forgotten from history. In response, new nobles, mayors, and clerks were elevated to fill in the ensuing vacancies, a process that would take months but would ensure the stability of Eastern Dorne under the rule of House Rada, the new ruler of the green-blood Dornish. As for religion, any and all septons and septas found guilty of helping opposition militarily were to be rounded up and executed. Evidence both true and false destroyed what united cause these clergymen hoped to make, and while none of the Sevanist adherents were happy, the fact Aaron did not persecute their faith was the primary factor in ensuring their non-interference. However, many soon began converting to the Udohanist faith as countless Hanhuru proselyte among the people, helping the landless poor with works of charity, soup kitchens to feed, medical hospices to care for the ill and injured, schools to educate the illiterate, and the shows of water magic which both dazzled and healed won countless hearts as compared to the passive Sevanist faith. Even before Aaron's rule was consolidated, he had built an impregnable foundation none could topple. Such news was unfathomable to a society so used to stagnation, so used to long, unchallenged rule of great houses and the preservation of ancient lineages despite their sins over the countless centuries. House Stark never exterminated House Bolton despite their countless revolts, and the latter was guilty of instigating countless uprisings and even fought the former for dominion of the north when the world was yet young. The news sent the rest of Dorne and the rest of Westeros into an orgy of panic. The faith went as far as to denounce Aaron Rada and his entire family as spawns of the archdemons of the Seven Hells, cruel, deranged and inhumane beyond all definition, and decried the heretical faith taking root in Eastern Dorne. The Citadel, home to the most reclusive and antiquated scholarly tradition known to man, joined the faith and countless other nobles in their slander of House Rada, deriding them and dehumanizing them in every oratory way possible for the spreading of knowledge and technology. House Targaryen could hardly care less. Once again, he does something completely betraying everyone's expectations, Aegon mused with a laugh, and to think House Martell, the ruling house of Dorne, would become extinct in just the short span of 2 to 3 weeks, how the gods wreak havoc with our dreams and desires just as they did so with those of the Dornishmen. Aaron was not guilty of killing them, they simply took their own lives when things went to shit, Visenya pointed out, and then here come these fools engaging in utterly humiliating tomfoolery without conducting their proper research, using religion as the flimsiest excuse. Aaron's men searched high and wide throughout Sunspear to find Meria, her daughter Daria and Daria's grandchildren, hoping to put a rest to House Martell's legacy. If they were alive, they would have been exiled to Essos, never to return. And yet, as fate would have it, Daria and her children were found dead in her bedchambers, having imbibed poison known as the Tears of Lys. Meria, on the other hand, died of a failing heart, the news of her son's death and their repeated defeats too much to bear. To all who heard this news, it was nothing more than stubborn Dornish and Martell pride rearing their ugly heads and claiming their lives as they refused to submit to any kind of mercy, kindly offered or otherwise. When Aaron heard this news, he shook his head and heaved a heavy sigh, and ordered that they be offered final funeral rites as per Rhoynish custom. Their bodies were placed on canoes and set adrift on the Greenblood River, before being set ablaze by fire arrows. Their ashes would be offered to Nalora I, the Greenblood River, daughter of Mother Rhoyne. Thus ended the legacy of House Martell, returned from whence it sprang forth. These fossils will say anything they believe is right, Rhoynish added offhandedly. In any case, with House Martell gone the other Dornish houses will become disunited, will they not? Because I cannot believe they will stay united after House Martell's illusion of unity crumbles away. No, they will not, Aegon boldly concluded. The houses of the Torrentine especially have always had strong claims as ex-kingly houses, and House Euronwood remains a powerful house capable of contending with the likes of House Dane head-on. If anything, it shall be the Reachmen who will make the next move. The Reachmen? Rhoynish questioned, now that you mention it. I do believe several Reachmen houses will want to agitate for war now that House Martell is gone. Aegon nodded with an approving smile. As we know, our spies report that the Torrentine houses have wasted no time declaring their independence and warring with each other for control of Western Dorne, no doubt instigated by our staunch ally. King Mern Gardner IX will not hesitate to exploit this advantage, and for all their vaunted fanatical independence and skill with raiding, they cannot match the homeland of chivalric tradition honed by centuries of brutal warfare or the sheer might of the Reach's armies. They will, however, need at least 6 months to a year to consolidate their new conquests. The Dornish will never accept conquest by a foreign power. Then again, fools will be fools, and these Dornishmen doubly so, Visenya concluded. It's almost disappointing, really. Rather than being disappointed, should you not be overjoyed by this instead, dear sister? Rhoynish questioned, her lilting voice smooth like silk. After all, if the Dornish pointlessly expend their strength, would they not be ripe for the picking by us and by Aaron? Visenya smiled wickedly. Oh, dear Rhoynish, you truly know the right words to capture our hearts. Such is the gods' given truth, Visenya, Aegon said, hugging Rhoynish tenderly from behind. Dorne aside, how are the Riverlander houses responding to our offer? They might not like it at heart, but they are surprisingly pragmatic, Visenya answered. In exchange for fighting under the dragon's banner and liberation from the tyrannical House Hor, House Tully accepts becoming a vassal of our new kingdom. As it should be, Aegon smiled. They heard a knocking on the door to their chambers, and a lone servant bowed as he entered. My lord and ladies, Lord Huang Shui has arrived and come to entreat with you, the servant informed. Let him in, Aegon beckoned. Huang Shui flawlessly curtsied before Aegon, and a part of Aegon always wondered how did Aaron Rada manage to secure the services of this foreigner. Most lords and ladies in Westeros hardly cared for foreigners save traveling merchants or mercenaries, and even fewer sought to meaningfully employ their services for long periods. Before the rise of House Rada, the Targaryens were the only noble house in all of Westeros who employed the services of the SSC wholesale as architects, craftsmen, and stonemasons, and due to their desire to cultivate a loyal, Valyrian-blooded population, they facilitated their emigration to their island domains, causing their lands to have the largest and only population of silver-haired, purple-eyed people. When Aaron Rada first had his taste of command, he was swift to facilitate the immigration of freed slaves to his domain once his immediate rivals were dealt with. Most lacked proper skills, but Aaron simply had them apprenticed to established craftsmen or farmers to learn from, and put them all through proper education so they could become financially secure, thus inculcating in them a loyalty to the Rhoynish way of life. Some SSC craftsmen immigrated to his domain as well, dreaming of a new life away from crusty, ancient masters who failed to recognize their talent, or who simply disliked life in their former homes. It was through the help of these loyal craftsmen that Rhoynish technology and arts too were gradually restored to everyday life and society in the Rada domain, improved upon with Aaron's otherworldly knowledge and constant trial and error. I bid you welcome to Dragonstone, Lord Huang Shui, Aegon smiled. Tell me, what offer does Aaron bring to me this time? Many thanks for your hospitality, Lord Aegon, Huang Shui bowed. However, I come not bearing profitable offers for your lordship, but a request for permission. Aegon and his sisters raised their eyebrows. What sort of request could he possibly require permission for, might I ask? Aegon questioned. Surely not to plunder some mystical vaults in Dorne, or to deploy his troops to aid our conquest of the mainland. None of the sort, Lord Aegon, Huang Shui reassured. He merely requests permission to invade the Stepstones. Now that had their undivided attention. Please elaborate, Lord Huang Shui, Visenya beckoned. Huang Shui nodded. As we know, the Stepstone pirates are an eternal menace to all mercantile shipping between Westeros and Essos, and even took to raiding Targaryen and Rada fleets before being driven back. House Martell also employed these pirates to deal with our navy to no avail. However, these parasites cannot be allowed to continue their existence, plying their misbegotten craft and becoming a thorn in our side as a result. As such, his lordship Aaron Rada humbly requests for your approval to invade the Stepstones, conquer them and annex them as a part of Dorne. Aegon found himself at a pause, not out of fear or hesitation, but speechless surprise at how bold and unexpected Aaron was in his request to him. No one, not even the Dornish nobles, bothered to even conceive of the possibility of conquest of the Stepstones. Not once in Westeros's history did its elites ever think of conquering the island chain to eliminate the threat of piracy, too focused on their bitter rivalries with each other to think of the bigger picture. No one in Aegon's court, much less any of House Targaryen's allies, dared make such a direct request for conquest instead, fearful and uncertain of the three-headed dragon's reaction. And yet Savior of the Rhoynar III did exactly that. He and his sisters exchanged glances, and while they seemed similarly intrigued by Aaron's bold request, ultimately they shrugged and nodded. Tell Aaron that I grant him his request, Aegon declared, and that I wish him the best of luck in subjugating the errant pirates. Many thanks, your lordship, Huang Shui bowed smilingly. I shall take my leave now. Of course, do not let me keep you, Aegon waved off. As if Aaron needs good luck, he is already blessed in his own capacity, Aegon mirthfully contemplated. He clears the pirate dens, we maintain our trade, and strikes fear into the hearts of those misbegotten SSC merchants who think themselves above the rule of the dragon. Aegon and his sisters smiled, happy that Aaron was so eager to be their errand boy. High Garden. The court of House Gardner was a highly extravagant and rambunctious meeting of all the pompous and affluent nobles of the homeland of chivalry. The Reach, boasting a long, proud tradition of chivalry rivaling the Vale, produced some of the finest knights Westeros had ever seen. Home to large fertile flatlands, the Reach is by far the second wealthiest kingdom and breeds tough, strong horses proudly used by their knights. As the largest-sized kingdom possessing the most fertile land, the Reach also supports the largest population of the Seven Kingdoms, and thus is also capable of fielding the single largest army in all of Westeros. Now, as the king of this most powerful and glorious kingdom, King Mern Gardner IX sat and listened to yet another round of boring, monotonous politicking, resting his elbow on an armrest and leaning his head upon his left hand and seemingly dozing off. "My king, it is rather unsightly to nap in the middle of court," he heard a soft, wizened voice whisper into his ear. Mern opened one eye to look at Harlan Tyrell, steward of Highgarden. An old, wizened man, he carried himself with pomp and poise befitting a high noble, and his old brown eyes shone with sharp intellect and wisdom, his grey hair trimmed and neatly combed. A role model of loyalty, diligence, and competence, many nobles aspired to follow his example despite his lack of martial talent, a man who rose to power through his bureaucratic talents alone. "They're too busy arguing and bickering over the smallest things, Harlan, let them do it as much as they want," Mern whispered back, hiding a smirk. "After all, kings always have to deal with a court of imbeciles with mindless bodies." Harlan simply rolled his eyes. "I suppose if they do see you napping, they'll suddenly feel embarrassed and become quiet as mutes instead." "That's what it is," Mern shrugged smilingly. Just then, a lone messenger entered the throne room, and all the background politicking was silenced as he fell prostrate before the king, calm and polite in his decorum. "Your Grace, I bring news from Dorne," he greeted, head bowed low and eyes fixed on the king. "House Martell is extinguished as are dozens of other noble houses. All of Eastern Dorne now falls under the rule of House Rada." Silence ensued, silence so deep one could hear a coin drop throughout the stone halls of Highgarden's ancient throne room. Then pandemonium ensued as the gathered nobles threw all manner of accusations and questions towards the poor messenger, who hung his head as he weathered all the verbal abuse thrown his way, trying his hardest to become the smallest and most insignificant existence in the throne room. Mern banged a fist upon his throne's armrest, rising to his feet and bellowing, "Silence! Is this the court of the great, chivalrous, and honorable Reach, or a pack of headless imbeciles?" Chastened by Mern's outburst, the nobles bowed their heads and meekly parted, and the messenger breathed a small sigh of relief. "Now, messenger, please explain exactly what happened in Dorne." Mern beckoned gently. "Yes, Your Grace," the messenger bowed, heaving a sigh of relief. "According to news from Dorne, House Rada has conquered Sunspear and driven House Martell into extinction. Here is where the news contradicts. Some say that House Rada found the children and Princess Maria already dead, having imbibed poison to spare themselves dishonor and humiliation. Others say that Aaron ordered their execution, unwilling to tolerate their continued existence." Mern frowned heavily at this news, as did Harlan and the Reach nobility. "Continue," he beckoned. The messenger nodded. With the fall of Sunspear and House Martell, the remaining green-blood Dornish houses began feuding with each other, weakening each other and leaving them vulnerable to conquest by House Rada. Furthermore, the Red Mountain and Desert Dornish have declared their independence from House Rada and began fighting each other in turn for kingship of Dorne. "That is all we managed to learn so far, Your Grace." Mern nodded noncommittally. "You are dismissed." "Your Grace," the messenger bowed, excusing himself. The nobles began whispering again, this time much more subdued with a cautious hope blooming in their eyes. Mern and Harlan in particular exchanged discretionary glances, whispering among themselves. "Are you thinking what I am thinking, Harlan?" asked Mern. Harlan nodded slowly. "I am no military man, Your Grace, but there is no better time to invade Dorne. And if we are to invade, we must strike hard and fast with all our might," Mern stated. "We cannot give the Dornish any reprieve for them to strike our supply caravans. Houses Dane and Euronwood will be the most powerful and troublesome to deal with, but House Will is an especially difficult enemy. I'm surprised House Martell failed to tighten their leash on them," Harlan continued. "House Will 4 is a weak house living on borrowed time," Mern remarked. "They cannot possibly withstand an army fivefold larger than theirs. Perhaps the only thing the Dornish will thank us for, as well as our ancestral rival 5, is the extermination of House Will. Dare I say House Rada might thank us for that too, unlikely as that seems. No, I fully believe they will thank us, if only because we rid them of unnecessary baggage," Harlan concluded. "If Aaron was willing to exterminate House Martell, they'll be willing to render unto House Will the same service. Also, I believe we can leave the Desert Dornish alone for the time being, the Red Mountain Dornish take priority." "Indeed," Mern agreed, "trying to conquer the desert will require us to maintain a wasteful supply chain, and there is nothing worth conquering there with how sparsely populated that region is, while the Mountain Dornish are among the most powerful houses and thus will pose the greatest threat to our campaign." "Then it's settled," Mern shrugged. He rose to his full height, imposing as a masculine giant, radiating an air of confidence honed from years of countless battles against his neighboring rivals. "Silence!" Harlan bellowed. The command was repeated a few times, and the court fell silent once again, eagerly looking to Mern for his next command. My proud countrymen, we stand at a crossroads in our history, in the history of all of Westeros. Mern began, voice loud and clear, echoing throughout the throne room. With the fall of House Martell and the splintering of the once united Dornish, there is a 7 given opportunity for us Reachmen to exploit. And exploit it we shall, to humble the arrogant and deranged Dornish once and for all. Hear, hear. The nobles echoed. For too long have the Dornish been allowed free rein to raid, pillage and plunder our borders and that of the storm lands, and each time they did countless thousands of innocent small folk have been slain by their wicked sabers and spears. Now, the 7 have seen fit to punish these errant Dornishmen, throwing their lands into turmoil by the hand of man, by the man named Aaron Rada. Down with the Dornish, down with the Dornish. The nobles chanted with increasing fervor. And now, what better time is there than to initiate our conquest of Dorne? Mern chanted to the cheering of his countrymen, so I say now, it is time to wage war upon our ancestral enemies. It is not a simple war of defense or retaliation, not a meaningless border dispute. Nay, this is a war of vengeance unlike any other. This is a war to avenge the countless humiliations and sins the Dornish have wrought upon us. This is a war that shall see the scourge of Dorne annihilated once and for all. And all the court burst into cheer and applause, celebrating Mern's newfound ambition. Mern! 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 Thus the Reach was roused to war, and Mern would spearhead an invasion of Dorne unlike any other, an invasion that would see Dorne permanently humiliated to the satisfaction of the 7 who are one. May the gods have mercy on the Dornish, for the Reachmen shall show them none. 1 Naloru, means green daughter, the Rhoynish name for the Green Blood River. 2 The Rhoynar were among the most technologically and culturally advanced and on par with the Valyrians before their downfall. With help from SSC craftsmen and artisans, the Rhoynar have reclaimed their own advancements, and now they produce high-quality goods that enrich House Rada in trade and make the Andals look barbaric in comparison. 3 Savior of the Rhoynar, a title given to Aaron Rada after his conquest of Sunspear and the downfall of House Martell. 4 House Will, their ancestral castle, sharing the same name, is situated in the Boneway, a snaking pathway through the northern Red Mountains leading to the marches of the Stormlands, and has utilized a massive tunnel network starting beneath their castle to contribute to the defense of their home. A notoriously difficult and heinous house, its sins are countless, and despite nominally owing fealty to House Martell, has been the source of no small amount of trouble for both their suzerains and all of Dorne with their constant, uncalled-for raids. 5 The Stormlands has been an ancestral rival of both the Reach and Dorne, fighting with them for control of the marches, which Dorne insists are called the Dornish Marches, a fertile land capable of supporting a strong agricultural economy. He who controls the marches controls a decent portion of manpower. Due to the constant border skirmishes, however, the marches is not a very populated region and defensive forts are often demolished with little time to build them back up before the next skirmish. Chapter 17, Slippery Slope. 2 BC. Red Mountains. The Red Mountains were witness to a scene of brutal carnage, the sunset bathing the entire mountain range in crimson. All throughout the mountain pass, Reachmen and Dornishmen were locked in brutal combat as nobles barked commands and steel clashed against steel. Formations were disorganized with cohesion between units increasingly lost amidst the din of combat, and Dornish cavalry tried their hardest harassing heavily armored Reach knights with bow and arrow and javelin. Sadly, Dornish javelins were not as accurate as they would have liked, and their short recurve bows lacked the penetration power needed to pierce through thick steel plate. Worse for the Dornish, they were outnumbered over 5 to 1, making the battle a foregone conclusion. Rack. Like his countrymen, this one Reach nobleman, clad in fine armor and wielding a massive morning star, bashed his way through Dornish fall axes and bathed himself in crimson red. Such was his valor that many Dornishmen quickly shied away from this intrepid warrior, which availed them not as knights ran them down. Don't let them escape. The young nobleman ordered. By your command, Lord Tarly. Brandil Tarly, the latest heir apparent of his ancient house proud of its martial traditions, struggled to maintain his form in combat despite his guts and energy. Yet his fearsomeness and sheer strength more than made up for his inexperience in battle, a lifesaver that prevented him from being consumed swiftly in the chaos of battle. Amidst this chaos, King Mern IX rode forth and rallied his troops, all enthusiastically shedding Dornish blood in retribution for centuries of cruel raids and monstrous deeds to their kinsmen. Slaughter them all. Mern ordered, for those slain by their hands. For the unjustly slain. His troops chorused. Damn it, retreat, retreat! Cried the Dornish commander, running as if the archdemons of the 7 hells were nipping at his heels. As the Dornish retreated the Reachmen cheered, some enthusiastically kicking and spitting on the corpses of their slain foes and relishing in the stench of heathen blood. Ha, run you cowards! That's what ye get! Mern turned to his soldiers and raised his family heirloom sword, Thornbite, up to the sky, and his troops cheered louder in jubilation. My brothers! He cried with jubilation, eyes shining brilliantly while caked in blood, this day marks a glorious victory over our enemies, the first of 100. From this day forward, we shall score victory after victory and put the fear of the 7 in the hearts of these deranged heathens. This day, the Dornish shall lament ever, rousing the full might of the Reach. Today, we dig their graves. And the Reachmen let out another jubilant roar, banging their swords on their shields and thumping their boots. Mern! 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 After that rousing speech, the Reachmen were busy preparing for a relaxing night. The levies had taken their share of the loot and gathered the bodies to be burnt, friend and foe alike. While the faith frowned on cremation of the dead, Mern gave a direct order that all corpses in the field were to be burned to prevent the spread of disease. They could not afford to take the bodies back for burial, and the mountains were too treacherous and narrow to simply leave corpses, lest they attract pests and carrion birds. With that gruesome business done, the Reachmen spent the night drinking and feasting around burning campfires, boasting about their feats in battle and the Dornish blood spilled in battle. Noble and small folk alike celebrated late into the night, some even composing ill-tuned songs in remembrance. Mern personally approached Brandil Tarly as he drank his ale in one corner, content to relish in his privacy. "Brandil," Mern called out. Shocked, Brandil hastily stood up and moved to curtsy, but a smiling Mern held a forestalling hand. "Easy, dispense with the formalities," Mern reassured, "I just want to talk with you for a while." "Aye, if that is your wish, your grace," Brandil nodded. Mern took his seat next to Brandil on a log, and both took sips of their tankards. "How's your first battle?" asked Mern. "Exhilarating, and terrifying," Brandil answered, hands trembling. "I never thought I could feel such excitement and thrill in battle, killing and slaughtering all who tried to kill me. And yet, now that I've time to think on it, I'm scared. I'm scared of losing my comrades, I'm scared of dying, I'm scared of losing this war, losing any battle." Mern simply patted Brandil on his back. "Boy, wars like that," he softly pointed out, "in war, you always have to steel yourself for losing any of your comrades, and at times we cannot predict in advance what may come. This war, we're fighting to ensure the Dornish cannot threaten the Reach in any manner ever again, and we're going to lose more and more men before we attain victory, you understand me?" "Yes, your grace," Brandil nodded. "Tell me, do you regret enlisting for this war?" asked Mern. Brandil fervently shook his head. "No, your grace. I do not," Brandil affirmed. "I wish I was a talented strategist or an accomplished knight or something, but I'm not. I'm just a fresh recruit, trying to live up to the family name. All I want is to do my part for the Reach, no more." Mern smiled and patted him again. "You know, most Reachmen nobles don't have your humility or your ability to recognize their own faults. Most times, the youngsters are arrogant and boastful and love to indulge themselves in any glories they achieve. One prime example was Theo Tyrell, son of Harlan Tyrell, his father busy managing affairs in Highgarden while his son boasted and caroused and spewed all manner of stories on battle glories now and to come. His face was wasted and his eyes half awake, his mouth slurring and his body dangerously tipping over." Mern shook his head. "Such people tend to die early if they are not lucky." Brandil silently nodded at Mern's words. "We'll have many more battles to fight, and then there will come the time to consolidate our conquests, during which swords and martial valor take second place to bureaucratic talents," he continued. "Though Westerosi nobility prize their martial talent or intrigue capacity, they often forget that administrative talents are equally important to keeping a kingdom functioning, and it falls to the bureaucrats to ensure mundane work is done, ensuring smooth tax collection, organization of the Lord's levies, implementing the Lord's policies and so on. And I will have to do so, one day." Brandil asked. "Father always said that us Tarlys are warriors and should remain such, that coin counting and law keeping are beneath us." "Ignore him, he's one of those ignorant types," Mern waved off. "Focus on what your life experience teaches you, not your peers or your family." Brandil nodded again, and Mern smiled and said, "Enjoy the rest of the night, we have a long campaign ahead of us." "I will, your grace," Brandil smiled. I. Starfall. The castle of Starfall, the crown jewel of the Torrentine Valley and seat of power of House Dane since the Age of Heroes, was ablaze and casting an orange glow upon the disturbed waters of the ancient river. The Reachmen brought forth close to 100,000 troops for their invasion of Dorne, and despite the valiant efforts of the Red Mountain Dornish they were quickly overwhelmed by sheer force of numbers and momentum both on land and at sea. Though House Dane had the sense to hire mercenary ships from the Stepstones and Essos in general, the Reach fielded a strong standing navy with experience in fighting Ironborn pirates and Westerlander fleets. In a head-on clash, it became clear who was the direct winner. With Starfall now surrounded, it was decided that the castle would be besieged and the engineers put to work building trebuchets using the surrounding forests for materials, while other parts of the army moved northward to assault the other Red Mountain houses and prevent them from reinforcing House Dane. Thus did Brandil prove his talent as a siege engineer, organizing a double-layered formation to box in the Dane army and keep out any potential reinforcements. Slightly over half a month passed as engineers processed timber and assembled the trebuchets, with caravans bringing in the stone needed as ammunition. Once the batteries were set up, the bombardment began. While Starfall had trebuchets to fire back against the Reach navy blockading the island, the Reach army triumphed through sheer numbers, stones crashed against the walls of Starfall every hour day or night, and many Dane trebuchets were smashed to pieces amidst the bombardment. Nearly 2 days of bombardment later, galleys docked at the ports and unloaded legions of troops who swiftly stormed the castle, the gates smashed to pieces and the beleaguered garrison lasting a scant few minutes. The eldest sons were killed, and the women who resisted were slain in self-defense. Thus, House Dane ceased to exist, and Brandil Tarly was rewarded generously with wealth and glory for his contributions in the siege of Starfall, and recognized as a worthy heir of House Tarly and its heirloom two-handed sword, Heartsbane. Dawn, on the other hand, was claimed by King Mern XI himself as a mark of prestige, being the most ancient weapon first forged and wielded by the First Men, and House Gardner as descended from the First Men would catapult itself to greater heights while House Dane faded to obscurity. The irony was never lost on anyone, celebrated by the Reachmen and lamented by the Dornish. Thornbite, a high-quality castle-forged steel longsword that Mern wielded since his coming of age, had seen many battles by his side and saved his hide through thick and thin. He held a special connection to Thornbite despite Dawn being the inherently superior weapon, and thus he kept it by his side alongside Dawn. Garen Redwyne, lord of his house and master of the Reach's strongest navy, strode through the ruined halls of Starfall accompanying King Mern, Theo Tyrell and Brandil Tarly towards the war room, where they would discuss their next move. I must say, Starfall is surprisingly sturdy and well designed, Garen remarked. Too bad these vermin waste their lives with all manner of debauch rouse acts, unlike us chivalrous and honorable Reachmen. What do you expect, Lord Garen? Their Dornishmen, licentiousness, dishonor, and dishonesty are their tools of the trade, Theo waved off dismissively, and both shared a mirthful laugh. They are stubborn, and they will stubbornly resist to the end, Theo, Brandil pointed out. Then let them, it does not change the fact their time is at an end, Theo smiled back. As you say, Brandil relented. Once they reached the war room, they peered over a map of all of Dorne, looted from the archives of Starfall and marked with countless tokens on its surface. We have subdued several houses already, including Manwudi, Fowler and now House Dane, Mern began. Now we need only crush the remaining houses and secure the Boneway, and that means getting rid of House Will. Theo spat to the side. Will, a house that should never exist. I dare say none shall protest or even pity the extermination of House Will. And it is necessary, Mern nodded to their surprise, if we leave them be, they will only be trouble for us down the road. The other houses are another matter, but Will must be exterminated before the campaign can progress. Exterminating a house is no simple matter, Brandil admitted, and yet I must agree on this. Everyone else nodded in affirmation. Once we secure the Red Mountains, we must spend at least half a year consolidating our gains before we move further inland, and the harsh Dornish heat will be one of our greatest enemies to contend with, Mern finished. Might I ask, Your Grace, how long will we need to conquer the rest of the Red Mountains? Garen asked. Around 4 months. Maybe slightly longer, Mern answered. Even with our numerical advantage, the Dornish can simply hole up in their castles in a vain attempt to prolong the war, House Will especially with their access to their special cavern network. It's the reason why House Will is persistently capable of surviving even the most disastrous of sieges. I beg your pardon for interrupting, Your Grace, but how do you know about this cavern network? Theo questioned. No one else knew of this up until now. That's because I only just received some crucial information from the most unlikely source, Mern declared. Who? Garen asked cautiously. Aaron Rada. Pregnant silence followed, all the inner council gobsmacked speechless as their eyes and mouths were wide open. Then Brandil broke the silence by asking, why in the seven hells would he give you that sort of information? Surely he would instead leak information to House Will in the hopes that both of you weaken each other? Surely this is not some impostor trying to masquerade as him. That is possible, Mern admitted, I suspected the same, until I opened a letter he personally penned to me. What did it say? Theo asked. It went like this, to King Mern Gardner 9 of the Reach, I shall say this straight, I will not tolerate the continued existence of House Will any longer. Historical baggage and recent history has shown House Will to be completely unrepentant and a source of trouble if left alive, and so I must trouble you to exterminate House Will on my behalf. I know you are suspicious and rightly so, but my reason is this, I do not care what means I use, and if I have to hand you an advantage, so be it. Signed, Aaron Rada, Lord of New York Tower. Mern chuckled mirthfully as he finished his recitation, that bloody Aaron, casually saying such words as if his pride is non-existent. Then again, I think that's exactly why he's so successful. But Your Grace, is this not a trap? Garen hastily inquired, you never know what schemes these Dornishmen are conceiving. For all I know, this could be. Garen, Mern said, that is enough. Yes, Your Grace, Garen hastily apologized and bowed. That being said, I must also question if this is a ruse, Your Grace, Brandil added, Garen has reason to be suspicious. I know, Mern nodded, and yet, even if this is a trap, I might as well go forward with it, we have to deal with House Will one way or another, and we have a map of the cavern network under Castle Will. If it is fake, it is fake, and we just need to adapt from there. And, if it is real? Theo questioned. This time, Mern's lips curled into a deep frown. Then this means Aaron Rada truly does not care for pride or image, and that makes him a most terrifying enemy. All shuddered at Mern's words. Chapter 18, Family is Forever. 2 BC. Rhoyahum 1. Rhoyahum, Rhoyne's Grace in Rhoynar, provincial capital of Goyanoy, renamed in light of House Alirion's extinction and the fall of Eastern Dorne to House Rada. With the fall of God's grace, Aaron Rada had it renamed and designated it as the new capital of Dorne due to its geographical position. It took a few weeks to make the necessary arrangements, from shifting documents to transporting the necessary personnel, but Rhoyahum was now functioning as the new bureaucratic center of power, and many masons and soldiers migrated to turn the small town into a capital worthy of the name. Due to stubborn resistance from House Alirion, Aaron had caused significant damage to both the town and the castle, and while the people were grateful he did not lay a hand on them, he nevertheless had to put both the homeless people and the troops to work building them new homes. Upon closer investigation, however, both the town and castle were horrendously designed and needed a complete reconstruction from the ground up. Many joked at how wroth he was, complaining about the winding roads and poorly maintained walls, ramshackle houses, and lack of convenient bridges over rivers. Having made himself at home with his family, Aaron sighed as he shifted away the last pile of paperwork, which was quickly carried away by a clerk, happy to be done for the day. "Whew, this is murder on my shoulders," he muttered to himself. Belandra knocked on the door and entered Aaron's study, carrying a tray with a piping hot cup of tea. "Here, my dear," she smiled as she placed the tea on Aaron's table. "Thanks, Belandra," Aaron smiled back, sipping his sweet lemon-flavored tea. "How's the kids?" "Oh, you know, being very lazy and unmotivated," Belandra shrugged, "reminds me of a certain husband of mine outside of work." Aaron held up his hands in defense. "Hey, at least I do my work, and you know how much I hate working while stressed or tired." "Yes, I suppose that is a good thing, and considering that you do your work well, you do deserve to be a little lazy every now and then," Belandra pointed out, moving to massage Aaron's shoulders, "though I wish you could be just a little more motivated." "Come on, love, I can't maintain that burst of energy all the time," Aaron whined, "you've got to let me be lazy sometimes." Belandra rolled her eyes but smiled affectionately, continuing to massage her husband. Then two bundles of joy walked into the room, holding up their favorite fiction books. "Hello girls," Aaron greeted, "what can Papa and Mama do for you?" Azella, the eldest daughter, bearing her father's black hair and mother's blue eyes, tall as a grown man, possessed of elegant beauty and a quiet, studious confidence and firstborn child. Ismire, the second eldest daughter, who inherited more of her mother's looks and features, slightly shorter than her sister yet no less beautiful and elegant, though with a slight tomboyish flair in her appearance. "We want new books, Papa," Azella started. "Already? Didn't I give you those books a week ago?" Aaron asked. "Yes, and we want new ones," Azella stated. "All right, which ones do you want?" Aaron asked, smiling softly. "I want the new volume of Lord of the Rings," Azella muttered. "I want Age of Dragons," Ismire exclaimed. Okay, I'll get them as soon as possible," Aaron answered. "Anything else you need?" "No, not really," Ismire stated, "it's just that lessons are boring sometimes." Aaron laughed softly. "I know they're boring, but they're important when you grow up. When you become adults, what you learn will be very crucial in your lives." "But it's the same stuff over and over again," Ismire complained. "It's hard not to find it boring." Azella was content to remain quiet, though she shared her sister's dissatisfaction. "Work's also the same stuff over and over again," Aaron shrugged. "That's my job, and I'm working my job so you get to eat good food and read your favorite novels, you understand me?" Both sisters shared a look of disbelief, exchanging doubtful glances with each other. "Now see, I don't really enjoy my work, I admit. Quite a number tend to not enjoy their work or their studies, and that's why we all have our own favorite hobbies, don't we?" Aaron stated matter-of-factly. Both sisters nodded and hummed in understanding. "However, I can't shelter you forever, and sooner or later y'all got to start working to earn a living. Especially cause you're my children, there'll be a lot of expectations for you to succeed and make the family proud. It's stressful as hell, and might make you feel very distant from others, but it's not that time yet," he continued, and the sisters listened with rapt attention at the gentle, soft yet firm tone of his voice. "I'm not asking you to sacrifice your hobbies, but at the very least, can I ask you as your father to do well in your studies?" "Your father speaks the truth, my dears," Belandra smiled compassionately, and the sisters relaxed slightly. "In fact, I also had to work hard alongside him to make sure all manner of things were running smoothly, so that all of you can study and play in a peaceful environment. Surely you can at least humor one of his requests." Azella and Ismire exchanged glances, then slowly nodded to Aaron and Belandra. "Okay," they said. Good girls, Aaron smiled, and both he and Bandra went to hug them. Saint Alia entered the study, knocking on the door and bowing before them. Lord Aaron, Lady Oberyn has arrived and is waiting in the guest room, she informed. Best not keep her waiting, Aaron nodded, mind looking after the kids, Saint Alia. Of course, my lord, Saint Alia bowed, come, children. Saint Alia was House Rada's spy mistress and a maid in disguise, and so she served as caretaker of Aaron's and Bandra's 8 children alongside her own 5 children. There was no better nanny to assign for their care. Oberyn had gracefully aged in the decade that passed since Aaron's official ascension as the new lord of Ebanu8. At 38 years of age, she had long passed childbearing age but managed to give birth to her 12th child at the age of 35. Yet her supple and curvaceous body, clothed by a thin Dornish dress of violet gossamer, only barely covered her ample chest and showed her smooth, supple and unblemished chocolate-colored skin. Her belly was also exceptionally smooth and free of stretch marks, and her face seemed no older than 30, a byproduct of consistent tender loving care, smooth, delicate and bright and lacking any wrinkles or blemishes. You seem to be in good spirits, Bandra remarked. I never let profitable work get in the way of my relaxation, Abba smiled sultrily. Figures, Aaron shrugged, amused by how put off Abba was in her ineffective seduction. Anyway, how's preparations for the Stepstones expedition? Proceeding smoothly and ahead of schedule, Abba smiled, plenty of people are enthusiastic about ending the pirate menace once and for all. Especially one that loves being such for countless centuries, Bandra affirmed, I've lost count of how many of House Kafar's merchant ships were lost to their raids. The pirates? Aaron asked. Disunited into their own petty fiefdoms, though once we invade they will unite in the face of a common threat, not that it matters, Abba answered, sounding completely unconcerned and distracted with filing her nails, though I do wonder how Tyrosh and Lys will react, probably like petulant children who've been spoiled all their lives. Aren't they all? Bandra remarked. And they all shared a laugh, melodious and harmonious like a gaggle of little girls dancing and singing in flower fields. So my love, if they come asking for the disputed lands too or some other nonsense, what should we do? Bandra asked rhetorically. What else? Aaron shrugged. Not that any had plans to conquer that disparate region, not when it was fiercely contested between 3 other city-states and they would have their hands full with integrating their latest conquests, glutting their land and power 100-fold. Braavos. The Sea Lord's palace, and by extension the entirety of the city of Braavos III, was in an uproar, tensions flaring as news of Aaron Rada's rapid conquest of the Stepstones rapidly spread throughout the known world. People wildly speculated on the streets, in the alleyways and in their own homes, wondering how and why the haven of pirates fell in just a fortnight. In the mind of Sea Lord Ormelos Tayres, it was a long time coming. Not only had the pirates continuously raided Rada and Targaryen shipping, they also exhausted the bulk of their strength in the Battle of the Greenblood River 4 and had yet to recoup their losses. This was no mere eye for eye, tooth for tooth fight, but divine retribution, and the pirates paid a terrible price for their sins and the sins of their ancestors. Entire towns were put to the sword, hideouts torched to ashes and heads put on display, and only those at the age of 10 and 2 or below were spared, boys and girls, with over half deported to Dorne to mingle with the local Rhoynish, while Rhoynish migrants planted seeds on the torched islands once the old, withered forests crumbled to ash. Rumors were highly varied in their content, but there were a few consistent facts to identify. Rada ships were state-of-the-art models were not reliant on rowing and used the power of wind sails, their scorpions were highly accurate and the ships manned by veteran mariners. The sheer number of ships, troops and siege equipment deployed outnumbered what the pirates had tenfold. And to think House Rada would achieve what no one else did, Ormelos grit his teeth, calming himself with deep breaths and decades of experience in restraint, overthrowing House Martell, ending centuries of dynastic rule, restoring the Rhoynar to prominence in what should have been their second home. I truly have to respect his tenacity and perspicacity. I honestly have to question his judgment in allying with House Targaryen of all people, though. It was not as if he were an arrogant noble brat, whose only redeeming qualities was his strong sword arm, ego full of bluster and his virility to sire many heirs for his house. He knew that without House Targaryen's alliance, the Reach and the Stormlands would easily deploy their navies to occupy Dorne's shores and land troops and supplies and crush House Rada's navy through sheer force of numbers alone, allowing either to conquer all of Dorne with impunity and smothering Aaron's ambitions in the cradle. Furthermore, it was through trade with House Targaryen that Aaron was able to enrich his coffers, which was necessary to outfit and supply his professional full-time army. If one took the alliance at face value, it was obvious that House Aaron reaped many benefits from this alliance with the rising powerhouse, propped only by dragons. And yet, Ormelos could not deny that something sinister was being conceived in that fox's mind. He knew not exactly what, only that Aaron wanted something more than Dorne itself. He could only hope that Aaron's ambitions did not involve Braavos in any negative connotation. At his approach, the servants quickly and gently opened the doors to the council chamber, where the shouts and barks of politicking could be heard from leagues away the moment the heavy-set doors were opened a smidgen. Ormelos nodded to the servants who backed away and curtsied, and as he took the center stage, his aide was by his side as was his duty. The old Sea Lord always appreciated how quick the council was to silence itself at his approach. Sea Lord Ormelos, the council is ready to proceed, his aide reported, his voice a soothing mezzo-soprano. Ormelos nodded appreciatively at his aide, and as he took center stage on the Sea Lord's podium, he began his speech that he rehearsed several days prior. Gentlemen, we are facing an unprecedented rapid tide of change close to our waters for the first time since the century of blood came to a close just a few years ago, a change that will engulf Essos, Ormelos began, voice calm and certain, and the one spearheading this change is none other than the ruling lord of House Rada, Aaron. There were knowing whispers and nods exchanged among the council, some expressing a darkened face at the mention of his name. This Aaron Rada, I do not know what that man wants, but it is clear he has lofty ambitions he aspires to fulfill within his lifetime, Ormelos continued, pointing his finger westward. His achievements are many and varied, including his latest one which we all know by heart now. And I say this is a cause for worry. All gave silent nods. His family is already shaping up to be the sole power in Dorne and a new power in the waking sea, capable of standing toe-to-toe with House Targaryen of Dragonstone, and now their navy is more powerful than before. Certainly nowhere near powerful enough to threaten our naval dominance, but he may achieve such a feat if given enough time. Normally a noble house is no real concern to us, countless of those in Westeros who do nothing but butt heads or break bones over trivial affairs, but Aaron Rada chose to make a most troublesome alliance with the descendants of the very empire that destroyed the Rhoynish homeland, House Targaryen. Many mouthed curses, calling House Rada hypocrites in all manner of derisive terms. Aaron Rada's top priority is the reconquest of the Rhoyne, given the direction of his warpath, and while we are geographically too far to be of concern to them, Tyrosh is closer to them now that House Rada occupies the stepstones. Should Aaron choose to conquer and annex Tyrosh, he will effectively control any and all trade routes passing through the narrow sea. Ormelos refused to believe Aaron was not eyeing Tyrosh as the next prize. The Valyrians built the city to control the stepstones before the Doom snuffed out such ambitions, and with its runic walls designed to withstand ferocious siege bombardments, it was a costly endeavor to any army unprepared for a lengthy siege. And even if he did not say it outright, through control of all trade in the narrow sea, House Rada could easily charge heavy tariffs on passing SSC merchants or even sell his own luxury goods at high markups to belligerent fat merchants whose appetites and facades as civilized people were little better than muddy pigs, making them not only filthy rich but also giving them a position to directly contest Braavos trade head-on. Perhaps it was just a knee-jerk reaction, but Ormelos could not fathom a lifetime where Braavos had to worry about a powerful trade rival, potentially threatening its profits and prosperity. What about House Targaryen, Sea Lord? Questioned one of the councillors. They eyed Essos as their prize before its current lord decided to settle for Westeros instead, but who knows if that can change, when that can change. Ormelos made a dramatic show of shaking his head and sighing, masking his internal smile at that question. As reluctant as I am to admit it, we do not have the means of besting House Targaryen's dragons, he concluded, and he could see many sour faces among those gathered which further elevated his mood. That does not mean we cannot prepare, however. At Ormelos's words and devilish tone, all the council of Braavos showed great interest and listened eagerly. As we know, the faith and the conclave treat the existence of magic itself as a heresy that must be eradicated from the face of the earth, and House Targaryen being a magic-wielding house that possesses dragons is yet another blight on the world they would sooner see die, no matter the means, no matter the cost. Dragons are mighty beings, but who says they are invulnerable to poison? Or the Targaryens, for that matter? And the conclave's maesters are Westeros's healers and doctors, but in reality they are spies for the Citadel, who work to keep the nobility ignorant and prevent anyone from going against their millennia-old agenda. Furthermore, the people of Westeros are largely Andals loyal to the faith of the Seven, a people who inherently despise the Valyrians for driving them from their homeland. One of the councillors stood up, raising his hand. If I may, Sea Lord? Asked the councillor. Tycho Yakun, bank chief of the Odak Non 5, the chief keyholders of the Iron Bank, was one of the wealthiest and most powerful bankers and politicians in the entire country, and all who heard his name trembled in fear. With one word, the entire House of Black and White Six would annihilate his enemies. You may, Tycho, Ormelos gestured. Thank you, Sea Lord, Tycho nodded. Even though House Rada is clearly becoming increasingly powerful and prolific under Aaron Rada, do not forget that it is precisely because of its alliance with House Targaryen that House Rada must not appear as if it is opposing or subverting House Targaryen's power. They surely had to seek Lord Aegon's permission to invade the Stepstones, and they must seek permission to invade Tyrosh in the future. Furthermore, I predict that at least for the foreseeable future, both House Rada and House Targaryen will be preoccupied with the savage continent of Westeros to pay attention to us. Tycho's voice was like honeyed gold, soothing and pleasurable to their ears, and the logic in his words swayed the council to his side. And if it is magic the Radas and Targaryens wield, magic can also bring them down. Do we not have the House of Black and White, for that matter? Tycho pointed out, and Ormelos found himself nodding in agreement. With the council's permission, I can help commission a few deaths of their most prominent ringleaders, weaken them enough so they will no longer pose a threat to us all. Tycho bowed to Ormelos, who nodded and excused him as Tycho sat back down. Anyone else wishes to share their opinions? Ormelos questioned. I believe Sir Tycho is completely right, Sea Lord Tylos, said one councillor. We need only commission the faceless men, and they shall fall like wheat to a scythe. They may have their own security, but surely they cannot stand against such fearsome, skilled assassins. Here, here. A handful of councillors echoed, and Tycho smiled briefly before settling into a grimace. I believe while Sir Tycho is right, it is not the time to commission them against Westeros, or start a fight with House Rada or House Targaryen, said another councillor. They pose no immediate threat to us, and so we shall use that time to consolidate our power and anticipate more raids from nearby Lorith. Already, several of their merchants have been seen aggressively fleecing money from unsuspecting buyers, selling famed Lorithite timber at ridiculous markups. Several of our own merchants were even raided and killed from bandit raids. Imalo Nestoris, a high-ranking member of the Iron Bank's Odaknon, a fierce contender for the position of Vice Bank Chief of the Iron Bank, a lanky, wiry man with the ability to slither his way around every nook and cranny of every political court, his violet eyes sharp and piercing. This time more cheers were heard for Imalo's statement than Tycho's, and Ormelos flashed Tycho a sympathetic look at his disappointed expression. Tycho simply accepted it with a curt nod. Does anyone else wish to put forth their opinions? Ormelos questioned. None stood up or raised their hands, all remaining silent at their seats. Very well then, as head of this council, I believe our greatest imperative is to fortify our armies and navies in preparation for a potential conflict with Westeros, should the unlikely come to pass. If not, we focus on making good with House Targaryen and its allies and making good trade, Ormelos declared to approving nods. Furthermore, Lorith's aggression against our merchants take priority. Our reputation is everything, for without our fearsome reputation we will become easy targets for our rivals. Therefore, I task Tycho Yakun with commissioning the faceless men to find and kill the culprits responsible, both the killers and the masterminds. I shall strive to accomplish my task, as the council wills. Tycho bowed with flourish, his political mask betraying nothing. Imalo, commission the arsenal to begin production of more ships for our navies, and begin sending agents to Rada-controlled Dorne. We must get our hands on their advanced ship designs so we can produce some of our own, and thus maintain our position as the undefeated power at sea. No secret shall escape my sight, Imalo acknowledged. Very well, the council is dismissed, Ormelos stated. As the rest of the councillors dispersed, however, Ormelos discreetly gestured for Tycho to follow him to a private room. Once they were alone, Tycho was the first to ask. May I ask why the secrecy, Sea Lord? Asked Tycho. The council is far too concerned with their own profits and agendas and see no external threat, and so long as neither House Rada nor House Targaryen make direct efforts to encroach onto the mainland, none of them will truly care, Ormelos explained, expressing bitter disappointment and reluctant acceptance. However, that does not mean we can afford to slacken our vigilance. They will attempt to extend their claws into Essos, you and I both know this. Tycho slowly nodded in understanding, and shook Ormelos's hand. I will carry out your task, Sea Lord. Tycho bowed with flourish, his expression determined and severe. One Rhoynish, as the new capital of Dorne, through its access to the Greenblood River, it developed a strong maritime trade network and shipbuilding industry, and its high-quality fish when smoked makes for tasty jerky. The name is derived from Rhoy, which means deity or god, and Homus, which means grace or blessing. It is also known to be the most well-defended and well-designed city, engineered by none other than Aaron Rada himself. Defended by a star fortress layout, the fortress city is surrounded by a deep moat, connected to land by large stone bridges, and the city itself a massive thrice-tiered city protected by large, thick walls and high towers. Shophouses and fabricae from a variety of industries dot the city, each surrounded by easy-to-reach amenities from inns and taverns to tea houses, coffee shops, and restaurants. Streets are paved with smooth-cut stone and kept dry and clean by a brick-paved sewer system, regularly patrolled by city guardsmen known as the Rhoynish Gendarmerie, military police with law enforcement duties. As a result, Rhoynish is highly attractive to merchants and bankers as the financial capital of all of Dorne. Since the gendarmerie double as men-at-arms, they are also called upon for defense whenever the province of Goyennoy is invaded by military forces. The city is also home to the Bank of Dorne, the largest banking institution in all of Dorne which, many suspect, is planned to be the supreme contender with the Iron Bank of Braavos. Two disputed lands, a region of southwestern Essos frequently contested between the free cities of Lys, Tyrosh, and Myr. Once a rich land during the reign of the Valyrian freehold, the chaos and devastation of the Century of Blood after the doom of Valyria rendered much of it barren, and the region has played host to countless conquering armies. Volantis, Lys, Myr, Tyrosh, even King Argilac Durandon led their armies to war on this region, stampeding the ground flat and irrigating it with the blood of countless soldiers and small folk caught in the middle. The violence was said to have reached its peak as Volantis approached the end of its two-generational rule over Lys and Myr, which it conquered by force. Due to the constant skirmishes and changing of borders, its people have developed a culture of obedience for the sake of survival, simply submitting to the next conqueror the moment rulership of their own or village changed hands. 3 Braavos, known as the Secret City or Valeria's Bastard Daughter, a city formed by freed slaves who escaped to the lagoon from the wrath of slaving dragon lords of Valeria. Its national symbol is the Iron Titan, a massive statue standing guard over the sole entrance to the lagoon. Its people are known to have an immense hatred of the Valyrian dragon lords of yore. 4 Greenblood River, the river bisecting eastern Dorne and one that extends halfway across the desert country, and the one from which the orphans of the Greenblood derive their name. Strangely enough, it has never been properly harnessed as the heart of an extensive canal network despite House Martell's centuries of ruling over it, instead used for more small-scale, decentralized canals that water family-owned orchards and groves. As of late, Aeron Rada has invested extensive amounts of capital and resources into building the Greenblood Canal network, intending to harness the river's powers and irrigate all of eastern Dorne to make it more fertile than ever before, capable of supporting millions more people living in the region. 5 Odiknon, translates as bondholder in Bastard Valyrian, and the Odiknon are the Iron Bank's upper management who oversee the employment of the Iron Bank's staff and all loans and investments made by high-profile personas, kings and queens included. They are also among the most prominent politicians in all of Braavos, for the Iron Bank is known as the Iron Arm of the Titan, the arm that strong-arms all who dares make light of Braavos of the 100 Isles. 6 House of Black and White, the one assassin guild from Braavos who trains and houses the deadliest assassins in all of the known world, the Faceless Men. The Faceless Men are widely renowned and feared for their skill and meticulous successes in the underworld. Agile form, finely honed techniques and an eerie dedication to accomplishing their missions are what define them. Yet their most feared advantage is their ability to mask themselves as literally any person in the world, using the hanging masks in a secret chamber at the 3rd level of the house. This ability comes from the blessing of the many-faced god, patron deity of the Faceless Men, and the house itself is a temple dedicated in his name and the name of many forgotten gods whom the rest of the world has willfully forgotten. Chapter 19, Pride Before the Fall, Part I. 1 BC. Royahum. The war for Eastern Dorne lasted just shy of 4 months in total, including the lightning-fast conquest of Sunspear that concluded with the extinction of the centuries-old House Martell. The campaign for Western Dorne was postponed for 6 months as House Rada consolidated its gains, and recruiters went far and wide to solicit recruits to fill House Rada's armies. Some stubborn idealists or blind devotees who foolishly believed in Dornish might believed that even with the terrible setbacks suffered in the Red Mountains, they could rebound and drive them back. The Reachmen were used to their fertile breadbasket, their lush forests and thick, vast grassfields and ample wells and springs. They did not know the lethal dangers of the Dornish desert like they did. And they, like all Dornish, fanatically believed in their right to independence, believing that the Reachmen were heretics and murderers of the highest order for daring to trespass, to conquer their lands. They hoped that with valiant resistance, they could teach the Reach a harsh lesson in humility and send them running back from whence they came. Unfortunately, the Seven saw fit to cruelly dash their hopes. Though the Red Mountains were dangerous terrain for large armies, the Reachmen trained hardy men used to war and their knights were far superior to Dornish cavalry. Their superior logistics ensured they were well supplied, and while suffering initial losses in the early days of the war, the Reach had brilliant commanders who grew wiser to the Dornish way of warfare. Not to say the Dornish did not have talented commanders of their own, but they were too used to raiding and harassing their enemies and lacked the equipment and tactics to defeat an enemy used to conventional warfare. Dornish supplies had also rapidly depleted once they could no longer steal from Reach supply caravans, leading to starvation and a precipitous drop in morale among their people. Even worse, House Will, legendary for its wicked deeds in war and peace, was exterminated by the Reachman army under King Mern Gardner IX, after an anonymous source tipped them off about the Boneway tunnels known only to the besieged, allowing them to set them on fire and smoke out the felons. The Reachmen had no mercy, and though oft considered a heinous act, a special exception was made as every single member of House Will, man, woman, and child, was slaughtered to the last. House Dane soon followed, and countless villages and towns were sacked as Reachmen pillaged and looted with the king's tacit approval, slaughtering countless Dornish who resisted. House Euronwood was subdued after a 15-day siege that saw their ancestral home severely damaged and at least 2 of its sons dead. There was terrible resentment on both sides, the result of grudges both old and new, but House Euronwood was beaten and no one could change that. Following the aftermath of the siege of Euronwood Castle, the desert Dornish fell into an orgy of panic and quickly rallied their forces in preparation for battle. They held even fewer troops and supplies and faced an enemy emboldened and experienced with fighting their kind, so their prospects were bleak, and yet they would fight nevertheless. They could not afford to lose, not when they stood to lose their freedom and so much more. They had a limited reprieve to make their preparations, a scant few months. And part of those preparations involved sending a diplomat to the one man they loathed as a Targaryen lapdog, Aeron Rada. A few months ago. The war for Western Dorne raged on as Reachmen fought Dornish in brutal battle, settling grudges millennia in the making as men and women fought invaders street to street in a losing battle. House Euronwood, seeing how badly their kinsmen were losing in the Red Mountains, sent one of its own to negotiate with Aaron Rada and forge a non-aggression pact between their two houses. Not an alliance, never an alliance, and if House Rada was the one making the offer to them they would have flatly refused the very notion on grounds of pride alone. King Yorick V of their house valiantly resisted Nymaria's armies during her war of conquest, slaying her lord husband Mors in combat before being defeated and sent to the wall. Now, Sir Yorick Euronwood, 7th of his name and heir to Lord Oliver Euronwood, stood before Aaron Rada in his court at the fortified town of Royahum. Yorick inwardly scoffed, to think this presumptive heir to the Rhoynar legacy would so willingly sell out his own pride as independent Dornish for being the lapdog of foreign conquerors, and for what? An alliance to save their own hides? He tempered his boiling emotions. Aaron Rada was a highly cunning man who used every trick in the book and outside to rise to where he was today, and now stood as powerful as all the Red Mountain houses combined. Without this alliance, House Euronwood would be bereft of a powerful ally against their ancient enemy. Surely he understands this? Presenting his lordship, Lord Aaron Rada of Dorne. The herald called out. Aaron Rada, conqueror of Eastern Dorne and the Stepstones, the pretender who ousted and extinguished House Martell, savior of the Rhoynar among other titles. A young man 10 and 2 years his junior. A man whose eyes sent chilling shivers down his spine, eyes full of supreme confidence and paranoia. I bid you welcome to Royahum, Sir Yorick, Aaron greeted cordially, though his steely eyes narrowed at Yorick. I take it this is no social call. Short and succinct, befitting a man of his position, a temperament Yorick grudgingly approved. I greet you, Lord Aaron Rada, and you are quite right, Yorick greeted back, curtsying as per protocol. I come to you with a request for an alliance of mutual aid between our two houses. I take it you know of the Reach invasion of our soil. Who in Dorne has not heard of it? Asked Aaron, who in Dorne does not fear being defeated. Then surely you understand the need for peace between our houses, Lord Rada. Yorick questioned. I, for one, do not wish to have to fight you while we face a superior enemy. He did not miss Aaron's slight quirk of his lips at his hesitance, though Aaron stayed quiet. In exchange for a non-aggression pact, House Euronwood is fully willing to resume trade between our lands and recognize your sovereignty as an independent Dornish kingdom. All we ask is for you to intercede on our behalf to House Targaryen, and ask that he spare us and allow our independence. Aaron's quirking lips fell to a blank horizontal line and his eyes flashed with a different emotion as he listened, though they remained cold and stoic and betrayed little emotion. When Yorick 7 finished his sentence, Aaron began to speak. Do you honestly believe you can outlast the Reach by yourselves? Even if you ally with the Desert Dornish? I beg your pardon. Yorick asked in bewilderment. You speak as if even if you do not reach out to a foreign nation or a rebel power like me for aid, you will survive and endure as you always have, Aaron pointed out, sounding both immensely disappointed and outraged, his eyes flashing with anger. Do you truly believe that? Yes, we do, Lord Aaron, Yorick answered resolutely. We may have suffered setbacks, but we will triumph without fail. We cost Princess Nymaria's armies heavily in her quest to unite Dorne, and only by our proud house surrendering to her did Dorne unite. True, Aaron acknowledged, but I am not Princess Nymaria the Uniters. Yes, you're not, Yorick slowly nodded. As for your offer, I'm afraid that House Targaryen will never accept, Aaron answered, and the reason is that they want to conquer and unite all of Westeros, Dorne included. Naturally, your house stands in their way, and they won't tolerate your independence. Yorick frowned heavily, biting back a very undiplomatic retort. Even if you intercede on our behalf? He questioned. Even that, Aaron nodded, there is nothing I can do to convince him otherwise. I can try, if you insist, but don't expect a favorable answer from my suzerain. Yorick tried his very best to mask his emotions behind a poker face, his failure a heavy sting on his heart. I will, however, accept a pact of non-aggression and some trade agreements between our houses, Aaron added, drawing Yorick's attention. It would not be good if you left empty-handed, no. Yorick felt himself smile in relief, perhaps there was light at the end of the tunnel after all. I greatly appreciate your magnanimity, Lord Aaron. House Euronwood thanks you. I. Houses Fowler and Manwoody had fallen. House Will had fallen. House Dane had fallen. So many Red Mountain houses had fallen, and the houses of the Torrentine were not spared. Save for a few minor houses, House Euronwood was now the only remaining major Red Mountain house that still stood, and it would not be long before the Reachmen turned their rage on them. The initial skirmishes were a disaster, the men of Euronwood showed terrible inexperience, and the last time they fought the Reachmen was easily 2 decades ago. Furthermore, their own supplies were dwindling along with their finances, leaving them in dire straits, unable to purchase food and ammunition and pay their troops. It was not long before the Reach army was rapidly closing the distance, and though Aaron did as Yorick asked, suffice to say, Aegon gave a less than favourable response to House Euronwood's plight. In the past they made do without help. Now, Sir Yorick VII was making a mad dash Royaham again in a desperate attempt to solicit aid from the house they once derided as a dragon's lapdog. It was in the dead of night when Yorick arrived at Royaham, both horse and rider tired from the journey. This time Aeron was far more receptive to him, seeing how desperate he was. Lord Rada, please, hear my plea, Yorick gasped as he fell to his knees, panting heavily and sweating from his hasty journey. Slow down, Lord Euronwood, Aeron held out a hand, his tone empathetic. What happened? We are besieged, Lord Rada, Yorick began, halting as he coughed heavily from exertion. The walls, they won't hold. Too many to fight. Yorick quickly outstretched a hand, bearing a roll of parchment bearing the wax seal of House Euronwood. I think you'd best catch your breath first, Yorick, Aeron interjected, looking concerned as he took Yorick's missive. Take your time. Yorick quickly collapsed onto the ground, and Aeron gave orders for Yorick to be bathed and cleaned and placed in one of the guest rooms to sleep, while his horse was to be interred in the stables. As Yorick fell fast asleep, Aeron wasted no time opening the missive and reading it. To Lord Aeron Rada of Royaham. I pen this missive to you in the hopes that it reaches you in time. As you know, the Reach has hounded us day and night with trebuchets and arrows while our walls strain to hold with each and every boulder that cracks against them. Our men are valiant and our people proud, but even that can only do so much against overwhelming odds. I know that we have called you a Targaryen lapdog, and I know that lasting peace between our houses is a fleeting thing that fate demands does not come to pass, but I know of no one else to turn to for aid. If we must accept vassalization to you and House Targaryen by extension, so be it. I request only that you send reinforcements and help us before it is too late. Please, Lord Aeron, I implore you on behalf of my family and my people. Yours sincerely, Lord Oliver Euronwood. Aeron could see that the handwriting was hasty, but he saw no reason to doubt Oliver's sincerity as far as his request for aid was concerned. Whether they would truly accept vassalization, on the other hand, was another. Nevertheless, he had his answer to give. I. Yorick awakened the next morning, surprised that he was lying comfortably in a bed in a well-furnished bedroom, smelling clean and fresh and not stinking of sweat. His clothes felt comfortable and clung neatly to his form, and the bed was so soft it was like sinking into a mattress of silk. Oh dear, my missive. My lord, are you awake? Yorick saw a maid greet him with a wheeled wagon of sorts, smaller than what he was used to and bearing a tray of hot food and drink. Excuse me, but why am I here in bed? Yorick asked. His lordship Rada ordered that you be bathed and cleaned and placed here in one of the guest rooms, my lord, the maid began. He says to rest assured that he has read your missive, and that he will give you his answer in the throne room once you've cleaned yourself and had your breakfast. Yorick did not expect such hospitality from House Rada, and as such he could be forgiven for being taken aback. I see, he said, give Lord Rada my thanks. The maid bowed and left. Yorick feasted on a hearty breakfast of flat, unleavened bread with olive oil, goat cheese, fresh apricot and orange jelly and spiced bean spread, and Yorick almost shed a tear at how alive his taste buds became after partaking of this blessed meal. How long had it been since he last had such a sumptuous meal, subsisting on dry bread, smoked jerky and pickles during the siege of his beloved home? He picked his plates clean and quenched his thirst with a refreshingly sweet fruit tea, before washing himself and putting on a change of clothes the servants prepared for him. Yorick walked towards the throne room with a hasty spring in his step, hopeful that Aeron would give a positive answer to House Euronwood's plight. He walked towards the throne room and was quickly granted an audience, after which he quickly nodded to Lord Aeron. Good morrow, Lord Rada, Yorick greeted, I thank you for your hospitality. Don't mention it, Lord Euronwood, Aeron greeted back, I promised you an answer to your plight, and my answer is yes. Yorick fought to keep himself from bursting with joy, settling for a smile of relief washing across his face. Thank you, Lord Rada. Thank you truly, Yorick said profusely. None of us can afford to ignore the threat the Reach poses to Dorne, despite our divided loyalties, Aeron reassured, I have already begun calling my banners, your people must hold out for 2 more days until then. Thank you again, Lord Rada. Yorick said joyfully, his eyes brightening like diamonds, I will ride back post-haste. As Yorick quickly dashed towards the stables with the aid of a guide, Aeron leaned back into his throne with his eyes closed, looking neither pleased or disappointed with himself. You did not issue a call to arms throughout your realm, my lord, Huang Shui pointed out, and to travel from here to Castle Euronwood, even on horseback, would take up to 2 weeks. By the time House Euronwood's allotted 2 days expire, they will fall by then. I know, Shuren, Aeron calmly answered, his eyes not opening. Garen, Saint Alia and the others looked at Aeron with some concern, hoping for an answer. Then I take it you never truly intended to help House Euronwood? Asked Huang Shui. I never said that, I said I have already begun calling my banners, Aeron pointed out, his expression and tone sounding noncommittal. I also told him to hold out for 2 more days. We all heard what you said, my lord, Garen added, his eyes staring into the distance as he pondered his thoughts, and considering it took him several days to reach here on horseback, 2 days is the very limit House Euronwood can hold out. I see now, Saint Alia spoke up, and all eyes were on her. You cannot hope to make it in time even if you push the men hard in a forced march. At best, House Euronwood can slow them down before we clash with the Reach. And Saint Alia turned to face Aaron with the eyes of a fox. You want House Euronwood to hurt them as much as possible with the looming promise of aid. Huang Shui smiled and laughed as he fanned himself, patting Saint Alia on the shoulder. At this stage, there's truly nothing I can do to help House Euronwood even if I push my men hard, Aaron pointed out. If they made an official request for reinforcements earlier when Yorick and I first met, I could have moved to help them in time. Now, they are facing the consequences of their actions, and the only thing I can ensure right now is that the one who wins in the end is not the Reach, but me. Garen shook his head sadly. Truthfully, we never had a very good relationship with House Euronwood. When I was young, I heard that some of the orphans tried to set up shop and trade with the locals for money. The ruling lord at the time, Lord Oliver, drove them away by force with brandished spears and swords, and my people stayed away since. Seeing them facing such an ignominious end. I admit I cannot feel sympathy for them, yet their fall from grace is pathetic, for lack of a better word. They won't end, at least not yet, Aaron pointed out. Remember that unless circumstances truly permit, houses are usually spared and made vassals by the conqueror. Though I suspect any Dornish levies the Reach raises will be made sorely cheap compared to their own troops. Meat shields, in other words, Saint Alia concluded with a shrug, serves them right, I suppose. That still leaves the Reach to contend with, my lord, Franklin spoke up, having remained silent for most of the council. Their heavy cavalry are nothing to scoff at, and if we're not careful, they can envelop and break our formations with sheer numbers. We'll worry about that once we get to fighting them, Aaron reassured. For now, make preparations for the march to the desert. It's time we take the fight to the Reach. Aye, my lord. The council chorused. The die was cast, and the clash between 2 titans fast approached. Aye. House Rada mustered an army 40,000 strong in response to the Reach's conquest of Euronwood Castle, and for days they marched without rest to relieve the beleaguered desert Dornish. First to receive their aid was House Eula of Hellholt, who utterly resented House Rada as the murderers of their rightful liege lords. Though a house with a strong castle and access to the Brimstone River which irrigates its fertile land and acts as a canal to sea, they too lacked the numbers for a decisive engagement, and the Reachmen outnumbered their garrison 5 to 1. They would agree to a temporary alliance against the Reach but little more, and many believed they and their vassals were scheming to inconvenience House Rada in any way possible once the immediate threat passed. Next and last of the greater desert Dornish houses was House Corgile I of Sandstone, a town with little to name other than their famed material from which the town derives its name, Sandstone II. House Corgile had strong cavalry forces from its long-standing equestrian traditions, granting their heavy cavalry and horse archers increased speed over the Reach chargers, but the Reachmen, used to Dornish raiding tactics, had easily baited the Dornish cavalry into a trap, slaughtering them wholesale and bereaving House Corgile of its one strength and leaving them trapped in the castle. Rodri Corgile, Lord of Sandstone, trembled where he stood upon the ramparts, his knees shaking and his forehead dripping with sweat. He looked with alarm as ladders lined the ramparts and men climbed up, eager to sate their blades with Dornish blood. Don't just stand there, get them off the walls. Rodri cried, drawing his own sword and killing some Reachman levies eager to claim his head. Throughout the town there was pandemonium as small folk tried to take cover within their houses or crowd closer to the keep, where trebuchet fire was not as heavy and the stone walls provided stronger and better cover. Corgile men were being slaughtered in droves as the martial valor of the Reach proved superior to the Dornishmen, and the Reachmen more passionate in their thirst for vengeance. Yet the Dornishmen had far more to lose than their lives, and they fought with as much vigor and determination as their bodies would allow. The burning of Starfall, the sack of Euronwood, the raising of Will III among other atrocities galvanized the remaining independent Dornish into giving as good as they can give, for whatever good it would do. My lord, we can't hold much longer. A soldier cried, we have to retreat to the keep. Don't you dare run, we have to hold the walls. Rodri cried, his voice high and shaky, keep on fighting. But my lord. A boulder struck their position, and Rodri Corgile was thrown off the walls and sent falling to the ground, the poor soldier crushed to a bloody pulp. Bereft of their chain of command, captains desperately tried to rally their units to avoid annihilation, but packs of hungry Reachmen smelled this weakness and pounced upon their prey. One of the gates was even smashed down by a battering ram, and the forces of House Corgile were stretched even thinner. For a moment, it seemed as if Sandstone was doomed to fall, its people subject to slaughter like the ill-fated House Will. Then a horn sounded in the distance, and those who were on the walls had a good view of the dust clouds stirring in the distance. Those locked in combat were too busy trying to hack their opponents apart, but those on the keep's ramparts had the luxury of time. One of the lookouts, taking out a Myrish far eye, what Aaron Rada called a telescope, looked upon the encroaching army, and the moment he saw the flag of a silver fox he beamed with delight. It's House Rada. House Rada's come to help us. The arrival of House Rada's armies caused a dynamic shift in the battlefield, where once sandstone was on the verge of falling, now the Reachmen had to divert over half their strength to intercepting the new arrivals. For the defenders it was a miracle, and they now fought to drive back whatever Reachmen remained on the walls. A single detachment rushed towards the walls of sandstone, through the smashed open gate as cavalry ran down Reachmen levies and knights from behind. The chariots soon smashed into the ranks of the Reachmen army, their cavalry and infantry following behind. They hastily assumed formation and crashed into the shield walls of the chivalrous Reachmen, and hundreds of infantrymen were sent flying like ragdolls cheaply disposed like trash, before being trampled upon by horse hooves in a messy mix of sand, blood, and gore. Scorpions on chariots found their mark, bolts impaling countless cavalrymen and knights as plate armor buckled before their power. Tukosar fire immolated scores more, cooking men alive in their armor as the smell of roast meat filled the air. Men voided their bowels, knights tried vainly to restore order, and many others rooted. Only a handful of knight commanders survived, rallying the remnants as they beat a hasty retreat. Tired from the earlier battle, they quickly beat a hasty retreat, and the men of House Corgile soon celebrated their victory, and the men of House Rada entered to the adulations of the citizenry. At the helm was none other than Aaron Rada, accompanied by both Franklin Doritarn and Huang Shuet, and their fame preceded them. Look, it's the Fox of Royahum. The hero of Dorne. He's come to save us all. Hail Aaron Rada! Hail! As Rodri Corgile heard the cheers reach his ears, he fought to suppress a grimace at his coming, and tried his hardest to adopt his brightest smile as he welcomed him into the keep. My gracious thanks for your coming, dear nephew. He exclaimed with arms open, truly, your coming must be the miracle of the I mean the Mother Rhoyne herself. I suppose, Aaron shrugged, shaking Rodri's hand, shall we head inside and talk more? Of course, whatever my dear nephew wants. Rodri eagerly answered, how is my brother, by the way? Doing good, Aaron said, he loves having a lot less work to do nowadays. Ha! I knew he was always a very responsible man, but everyone does want a break every so often, Rodri put forth. As they engaged in seemingly mundane banter, the rest of House Rada's armies made camp in the town barracks and outside the city, getting to know their comrades better and get a feel of the town's intricacies, the layout, the strong points and weak points and notable persons of interest. Aaron noticed that throughout their conversation, not once did Rodri talk about the impending Reachmen invasion, the state of his family and allies, or of his tattered defences whose weaknesses were bared to the Dornish sun, or of Aaron's plans and interests for Dorne as a whole. He simply talked about useless, mundane things that were better left for more peaceful circumstances. He narrowed his eyes at his own uncle Rodri Corgile, once Rodri Rada, whenever Rodri was not looking at him. One House Corgile, founded by Andal adventurers, House Corgile has a history spanning 3 millennia, a considerably ancient house from long before Nymeria's conquest. It was first founded when the only heiress to its predecessor, Amelia of House Canorn, came under siege from duplicitous vassals who sought to keep her as a puppet to control from the shadows. This came at a time when the ruling lord and his 3 sons perished under mysterious circumstances. At the time, the founder of his house, Sir Jesmond Corgile, was more a mercenary leader than a proper knight due to living in poverty, and his mercenary band, the Gilded Scorpions, was taking shelter in the town of Sandstone to resupply and rest before travelling in search of work. They were little more than 3,000 sons of the desert, yet they were put to the test when Lady Amelia desperately sought protection after surviving several assassination attempts. Putting their skills to work, they killed and defeated the traitorous vassals of House Canorn, and having fallen in love, Jesmond and Amelia married, and House Canorn's holdings became House Corgile's holdings. 2 Sandstone, famous for holding rich deposits of high-quality sandstone, the town itself is not particularly prosperous or wealthy and primarily makes its living from sandstone mining, horse breeding, and pottery. At the time of Aegon's conquest, its highest population count was 10,000, and was protected by a handful of forts which were quickly overwhelmed by the invading Reachmen. The 3 calamities, what the burning of Starfall, the sack of Euronwood, the razing of Will are referred to among the Red Mountain Dornish, considering the speed and force with which the 3 fortresses fell and the brutality that followed. Though most villages and towns were spared, the Reachmen reserved special hatred for the old ruling houses who most often raided their borders, House Will above all. It is why no one uttered a pittance of pity for House Will, whose sins are legion. House Dane, on the other hand, was just an unfortunate casualty of self-defense born from an unwillingness to surrender. House Euronwood was the only one of these 3 houses among several to survive, the survivors taken as political captives or propped up as puppets. Chapter XX, Pride Before the Fall, Part 2. 1 BC. Sandstone. For all that House Corgile loves to claim being an ancient, venerated house with 3,000 years of history, one could easily forget most of that history was boring skirmishing, raiding and doing a whole lot of nothing. They built no great works, created no advancements in mundane knowledge and science, conquered no lands and founded no great ideology. A sadly invasive habit deeply ingrained across countless noble houses. As Aaron Rada would say, what good have they achieved other than being nominal figureheads? Sitting across Rodri Corgile, Aaron saw that his uncle was incredibly fidgety these past few days, moving even when standing or sitting still, his eyes darting from place to place despite his strained and hilariously failed attempts to remain calm. One could be forgiven for assuming that he was still nervous about the invading Reachmen. So, that was your first battle, uncle? Asked Aaron, who calmly sipped his coffee, one mixed with milk and sugar. Ah yes, that was my first battle, Rodri said with strong jitters. First time for everything, is there not? Aaron chose to not call his bluff. His spies told him that Rodri was no stranger to battle and was forced to hunt more than a few bandit clans in his slice of the desert alongside his in-laws. Exactly why should he be jittery about a single skirmish with the Reachmen? His attempts at concealment were so laughably inept he desperately fought to keep himself from sniggering. I get your point, Aaron conceded. The first time I fought a battle, I was scared, praying hard I'd live to see another day. Good thing I arrived as soon as I did, yes. Yes, it was, Rodri nodded readily. Thank the Mother Rhoyne for your most fortuitous intervention. I see you have a rather smooth tongue, Aaron pointed out, sounding very professional yet very scrutinizing and calculative, must be very helpful to you when negotiating with egotistical bullies of every denomination. Then again, plenty of us nobles are bullies either of each other or the people in general. Why would you say you are a bully, though? The people call you a guardian, a protector and defender of their livelihoods. Why demean yourself by putting yourself together with these other worthless nobles? Your neighbors were most certainly the very definition of egotistical bullies, I dare say. Once again, Aaron felt himself sniggering at the thought of his family's old rivals meeting their end, and in the skilled, honeyed flattery his own uncle was readily showering upon him. You sound as if you know plenty about me, uncle, Aaron put forth. Well, I admit I was not there for your father and your family as much as I would have liked, but you have to understand I have my own reasons, old rivalries and politics with my neighbors and so on, Rodri shrugged off. Furthermore, we live on two opposite ends of Dorne. I cannot always make time to travel just to visit my brother or sister-in-law, much less my nieces and nephews. Aaron looked completely unconvinced, his stoic facade betraying no emotion. Distance or no, Rodri could have at least tried to make time once a year, maybe a few times a year. He did not visit even once. And especially right now, with the Reachmen knocking on my door, I cannot afford to leave Sandstone lest it falls into the enemy hands. Already, we've lost several outlying towns and villages and many forts along the way. If we fall, the rest of Dorne is vulnerable to invasion, Rodri added with finality, sounding truly desperate and convincingly in need of help. Honestly speaking, those arrogant Danes, Wills and Euronwoods always loved to portray themselves as powerful, ancient houses. I think their history as ancient kings of Dorne went to their heads. About time they learned the price of their hubris. Rodri spoke with barely concealed distaste for the aforementioned houses, sneering at the very mention of their names, his eyes narrowed deeply in his anger like a stubborn scab that refused to peel off. At least he was honest about that. In all honesty, I thought that your father was obstinate and stubborn, an old fossil doomed to die, clinging to Rhoynish traditions like that, Rodri sighed, calming down after his earlier tirade. Of course our father, your grandfather, preferred that my younger brother be his successor, himself being an ardent loyalist to old tradition. I recall father always wished things went better with you, that rather than you going off to marry into House Corgile to settle an old grudge between our families, you instead stayed and helped him with keeping House Rada afloat, keep it from being completely done over by our rivals, Aaron mused, looking thoughtful and partly wistful as he sipped his coffee. Rodri added, looking as if he would spit to the side, I kept on telling him that sticking to tradition too wouldn't help, that unless we worked with our neighbors and stopped being so stubborn, we'd be better off. That at least, we would not be ostracized. Rodri sighed heavily, rubbing his eyes and shaking his head as a heavy weariness settled upon his shoulders. Of course, I never thought House Rada would come to rule all of Eastern Dorne and bring down House Martell and become filthy rich in the process, Rodri added, his voice softer and more tired, as if letting out a lifetime of regret. So much for leaving an old relic of a house. And that was the last of his long speech, Rodri panting in exhaustion and reclining on his chair and looking ready to doze off into a well-deserved slumber. Maybe if I wasn't brought here by whoever brought me here, then what my uncle said would truly have come to pass. Maybe House Rada really would have faded into obscurity, a forgotten fossil that could not move forward, trapped forever in a past it tried to uphold as part of its traditions, as part of trying to preserve its identity in a land that treated them as a used condom to be thrown away. Aaron's eyes turned solemn and contemplative, gazing into the distance outside the keep's windows, the dark starry night a false tranquility that easily lulled the cautious to let down their guard. In the end, all we can really do is do what's within our means and leave the rest to fate. Or God, Rhoyne Herai in this case. Whatever constitutes the higher powers of this world. Aaron stared briefly at Rodri, narrowing his eyes the slightest smidgen at the greaseball masquerading as the damsel in distress. And I can certainly do something about this bastard before me. I truly apologize, I did not mean to rant and vent my frustrations like that, Rodri said remorsefully. So, what's your plan for dealing with the Reachmen? Rodri looked at Aaron, his nephew completely unperturbed by the numerically superior Reachmen just on their doorstep, and he was unsettled by this fearless and supreme confidence. My father will handle the border defense of Eastern Dorne with my trusted General Franklin, so do not worry about that, Aaron reassured calmly. All we need to do is kill the enemy before us. That we do, Rodri agreed, but what is your plan? Follow me, Aaron beckoned. They entered the war room of Sandstone Keep, an austere, Spartan room with only a single table and a map of the desert region unfurled on its surface. The tokens of houses Rada and Corgile were cornered in the town, while the Reachmen tokens had the entire town under lockdown, a bleak situation for weaker defenders. Gathered inside were 3 men, Huang Shui and Aaron Darrell, and another Yitish man whom Aaron introduced as Gong Mok Fok. Rodri quickly committed their faces and mannerisms to memory. Aaron Darrell was the epitome of a scarred veteran, cold, blunt, and irritable. One glare from the old man was enough to give Rodri pause, and he knew he had to tread carefully lest he unknowingly offend him for some reason. Huang Shui carried himself as a refined gentleman, behaving deferentially to Aaron and Rodri and always maintaining the characteristic poker face of a seasoned politician while casually fanning himself, as if the desert heat was an eternal menace to his well-being. Yet while not openly intimidating like Aaron, there was something about Huang Shui that made Rodri cautious of him, something like a viper's countenance. Vipers had a very poisonous bite, and if handled carelessly could lead to his death. Yet another man to be wary of, Rodri found. Then there was Gong Mok Fok, who carried himself with an arrogant, confident swagger, his face welcoming and his demeanor calm and disciplined like a soldier. His black hair was tied in a ponytail, his clothes immaculate, and his posture like a gentlemanly thug. Rodri, this is Gong Mok Fok, chairman of the Tianfeng Huang 3, Heavenly Phoenixes, and he serves as my spy master for this campaign, Aaron introduced. Good morrow, your lordship, Gong Mok Fok curtsied, pleasure to make your acquaintance. The calm, polite smile Fok gave him, combined with his predatory gaze shook Rodri down to the core, as if Fok was a curious tiger studying his prey, his strengths and weaknesses, so that he may brutally kill him in the most efficient way possible, so that he may savor every morsel of his meal after a lengthy exercise. Huang Shui the viper, Gong Mok Fok the tiger. 2 personalities that by all right should never be in Sandstone this very moment. What is it with the personalities my nephew surrounds himself with? Yes, good morrow to you too, Gong Mok, Rodri greeted, straining to mask his unease. Actually, his first name is Fok, Aaron clarified, his family name is Gong Mok. Oh, I see, Rodri said, then remained silent, arms crossed with a defiant expression on his face. There is no need to be so cautious around me, Lord Rodri, Fok smiled, his smile never faltering. I am but a humble servant of Lord Rada, and I have seen firsthand the harsh punishments he metes out to those who disobey his orders or go against the will of heaven. Right, sure you do, Rodri remarked, looking unconvinced. Aaron gave Fok a hard stare, as if warning him of the consequences to come should he try something foolish. Though minuscule, Fok did suffer some discomfort as a result, a minuscule reassurance for Rodri, whatever it meant. In any case, that aside, how should we deal with the Reachmen? Rodri asked, peering over the map. Surely it does not involve sallying forth to meet the besiegers in battle. It does, Aaron confirmed nonchalantly. Why are you serious? Asked Rodri in disbelief. I thought you came here to reinforce the castle's defenses, not gamble away our chances at survival in a risky attack. It's not so much gambling away, rather our only option at survival, Huang Shui clarified. Lord Rodri, how long have your people been forced to stay in the castle, withstanding constant attacks while your own strength is slowly whittled away? Surely even you cannot take it all without wanting a change to this grisly situation. Rodri had to bite his tongue at this counter-argument. Still, he remained unconvinced. Even then, there's no guarantee it will succeed, Rodri pointed out, despite being swayed by the logic of Huang Shui's argument. I hate to sound defeatist, but we can't match them on the open field, I learned that the hard way. I know, Aaron said, which is why we'll mount a surprise attack. What? That does not sound much different from a head-on engagement, Rodri put forth. And I'm most certain the Reachmen, having fought us on several occasions, will be doubly wary of a night attack. You do bring up valid points, Uncle, Aaron nodded, still sounding infuriatingly composed and professional as he always did, and that is where I have a countermeasure. Fok. Yes, my lord, Fok bowed, I and my boys are going there under the guise of merchants. We'll give them plenty of good drinks, put them into a drunken sleep, then we attack. Rodri could not believe the sheer audacity of Aaron's men. Was it truly that easy to just sneak in as merchants, get the Reachmen drunk and then start a slaughter of an enemy who caused them no minor amount of grief since the beginning of the invasion? And yet as he slowed down and took his time to contemplate Aaron's plan, he realized there was merit. The Yitish were foreigners in every sense of the word, and as far as anyone knew they were neutral to the wars of Westeros, believing themselves above the troubles of a savage continent as the SSC do. Was there anything wrong with merchants looking to profit in times of war? Of course, the presence of foreigners could easily raise suspicions and rouse the Reachmen to kill the merchants instead, thus ruining their plan and all hopes of freeing Sandstone from this siege. However, between all the battles they fought with the Dornish and the unforgiving desert sun, no Reachman would begrudge a nice cold drink to soothe their spirits and quench their thirst. And with how close both his house and the other desert houses came to defeat at their hands, after defeating the Red Mountain Dornish, who is to say their enemy was not going to become complacent? After all, humiliating as it was to admit, the desert Dornish hardly posed a challenge to them, a fact that galled Rodri to no end. Thousands slain in the initial battles alone, ancient Dornish tactics withering in the face of the Reach juggernaut as countless towns and forts fell before the provincial capitals of the desert were besieged. Risky it may be, but it was the only feasible option left outside pitched battle. Be that as it may, they might be suspicious of the coincidental, sudden appearance of merchants who offer them good drink on the cusp of victory. Rodri put forth again, and this time Aaron looked rather annoyed. There is too much at stake to take this lightly, so we must. Uncle, Aaron interrupted, do you want me to win this for you, or are you asking me to dig your grave in place of the Reachman? Rodri stopped himself at the sight of Aaron's expression of annoyance, his nephew's hand and the hands of his officers drifting towards their swords. Never did he expect his nephew to talk to him like this in his own home, one surprise among a barrage of surprises hitting him in the face without reprieve. Haltingly, he swallowed and composed himself before saying, I apologize, nephew. I've just been on edge lately and I fear the consequences of our defeat. I've had to gamble with far less at my disposal, uncle. This is no different, Aaron stated with certainty, his tone slightly accusatory against his kin. The only differences now are, our family rules Eastern Dorne, and I get to score first blood against the Reach. Rodri felt like he was a small, insignificant being under Aaron's piercing gaze, as if his nephew were a titanic mountain in comparison to this gnat of an uncle with little to his name but his family name. It infuriated him, made him frustrated, and yet he knew that his nephew held all the cards in this situation. I will hold down the castle and await news of your victory, Rodri bowed. Actually, Aaron, why haven't you said anything? The old commander simply flashed him a look that made Rodri feel small, as if he were a mere ant beneath the grandeur and majesty of the Red Mountains, his eyes burning with irritation and annoyance at the bug who dared open his mouth. Right, backing away now, Rodri mouthed, holding up his hands in surrender. And with that, he left, leaving Aaron alone with his circle. Aaron allowed himself a chuckle at Rodri's hasty retreat. That old man is a slippery fuck, Falk mouthed with a scoff, his scathing eyes staring at the position Rodri used to occupy. I can't help but feel he's hiding one thing too many from you. Where's his family, for one? He's hiding one thing too many from us all. Not only that, we did not even meet them in person or get wind of their whereabouts, so we'll have to deploy our Hashishins to find them, Huang Shui pointed out, fanning himself with displeasure, and he avoided talking about the more important points of business, content to vent out his frustrations about your father, his neighbors, and attempt to flatter your ego. Too bad I'm a numbskull to pick up on that, Aaron shrugged. Bah! If you call yourself a numbskull, my lord, then your uncle is a completely useless imbecile. Falk exclaimed with a hearty laugh. They all shared a short and brief laugh before Aaron interjected. In all honesty though, I do have to agree with Falk, who knows if he is not planning to betray us once he is no longer in danger. I faced that sort of situation once with House Martell. Aaron is right about that. In fact, I think we might have made him more desperate instead, Huang Shui added. My lord, please give us your permission. Aaron nodded without hesitation. Huang Shui, you work with Falk and the Tianfeng Huang to plant our spies in Sandstone and all the other towns in this region. I want all our people in place the moment we have to do some dirty work. As you command, my lord, Huang Shui bowed. Falk, our Omsiak shipments. All of them fully stashed in the town's warehouses. Falk smiled wickedly. I hope to see for myself if the Reachman's tolerance reaches as high as their mighty egos. Good, Aaron smiled, and I believe, Falk, this will be your gang's time to shine. Falk chuckled softly, a cruel and anticipatory laughter. I may not leave much of anything left for you, my lord. If that is the case, I want in, Aaron declared. Falk flashed him a look of surprise. I know you are a formidable warrior, old man, but surely you have contributed plenty in previous battles in Eastern Dorne. I have always wanted to wet my blades on Reachman blood, Aaron declared. I am a warrior by nature, and I figure that before my retirement, I should gain some lasting achievements as a glorious end to my career. I'm getting old for this, way too old, and that's why. I beg your pardon for saying this, Aaron, but surely your time could be spent on other things. Asked Huang Shui. I already spent too long confined to my home, forced to spend time away from the battlefield as I raised my grandchildren, raised my eldest granddaughter to be ready to take the reins of power as next lady of House Darrell, Aaron said mournfully, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. I have already done all I can for my home and family, it's time I do what I can for my country, now that the shackles of House Martell are gone. Aaron placed a gentle hand on Aaron's shoulder. I appreciate it, Aaron. In fact, I need you on the front lines with me. Aaron's eyes widened with surprise, and quickly he shook Aaron's hands gratefully. Thank you, my lord, for giving me this chance, Aaron said. I won't let you down. One coffee, a luxury good imported from the Summer Islands, said to be able to boost your mental energy for the day. Samples were brought back to Afarahoy for cultivation through trade, and now Dorne sports a coffee culture that grows increasingly popular by the day. The Dornish prefer drinking their coffee with sugar and milk. To Aaron would often remark that though he and Rhodri shared a similar mindset on tradition, they walked down drastically different paths that turned them into enemies. 3. The Tianfeng Huang was formed from a motley connection of down-on-their-luck Yitish who were plucked off the street by Aaron Rada, who shaped them into some of his most brutal enforcers in the criminal underworld. Chapter XXI, Pride Before the Fall, Part 3. 1 BC. Sandstone. It was in the dead of night that Rhodri dodged through the corridors with a haste in his step, deftly weaving through the corridors and ignoring the countless servants who bowed and curtsied to him as per decorum. He ignored the trembling in their poses, their unwillingness to see him in the eye, or how heavily they sweated. In his eyes, they were but insignificant pawns, trash beneath his notice. He entered a single bedchamber, one that once saw loving memories but which became the scene of a soured marriage. Waiting within was his wife Elia Corgile, once the spare third daughter of her father Galwell Corgile, once a respected politician. An elegant and graceful beauty dressed in orange gossamer, her arms, assets and back on full display, her beautiful porcelain skin showed many bruises and welts inflicted by a cruel and demented hand, and her silky smooth red hair was tied in a messy bun with many strands free from their confines. Her mascara-streaked blue eyes were red and puffy, her makeup streaking downwards with every tear she shed, one of her eyes blackened with swelling. Elia, Rhodri said neutrally, I take it everything is done as I asked. Yes, my lord, Elia bowed, her face facing the floor. Lord Aaron and his men will find nothing. Do not call my nephew Lord, Elia, Rhodri sneered. I apologize, my lord, Elia haltingly said. Good, so long as you know who rules this house in the end, Rhodri stated, before sitting down and opening a bottle of wine, tipping it down his throat. Gah, how the mighty have fallen. He heard knocking on his door, and Rhodri beckoned, enter. A guard entered the room, studiously ignoring Elia as he approached Rhodri and said, My lord, your son and daughter attempted to escape again. Again? Do they not know the consequences of being failures of the family, not after the deaths of the rest of House Corgile? Rhodri wondered aloud, his voice eerily calm yet burning with anger, you know what to do. Yes, my lord. We shall see to that, said the guard as he bowed before leaving. Failures, both of them, Rhodri grunted, tipping the bottle down until it was half empty. They spend their time fooling around with paramours, hunting and horse racing while ignoring their education, and all I get is a couple of useless children who are worth shit in the world of nobles. Only fair I discipline them so they learn a harsh lesson. But my lord, they are your children, Elia pleaded, voice half broken with sorrow, surely you can. Silence, woman. Rhodri cursed, slamming down his bottle and holding Elia's throat in a choking grip. I am the lord of House Corgile, and therefore all of you must obey my orders, do you understand me? Why yes, my lord. I understand. Elia cried. Say it. Say it as if you mean every word. Rhodri roared. I swear it, my lord. I swear it. And Rhodri released Elia, the poor woman choking and coughing as she desperately regained her breath. Wordlessly, Rhodri left the bedchambers, and Elia's voice was racked with soft sobs as she curled up in a corner, left with no one to comfort her and protect her against her tyrannical husband. As usual, Rhodri walked by the servants and ignored them as if they were air. Some bowed out of fear and terror, others bowed as sycophants bowed to their master. One of the maids, calm and collected, walked past the other servants and guards until she reached a blind spot. Once she was certain no one watched or followed her, she broke into a sprint and disappeared from sight. I. Meanwhile, in the Reachman camp the men were celebrating and making merry, breaking out all the meat and wine they plundered from the stores of the Dornish nobles they subjugated. Few patrols were out on duty, and those few patrolmen eyed their comrades with envy as they were forced to endure the desert cold at night. Theo Tyrell, the commander of the Reachman expedition against the desert Dornish, was eagerly feasting on roasted fowl seasoned with butter and rosemary in one hand and drinking wine in a jewel-studded silver cup in another. The other noble captains and commanders also feasted with great gusto and extravagance, and all seemed well in the camp. Come, a toast to our impending victory. Theo stood up, beckoning the others with his wine cup. The other nobles quickly obliged, raising their own cups. To our victory. To the downfall of the heathen Dornish. And they clinked their cups. Just then, however, a guard stepped courteously into the tent and bowed before Theo. My lord, "Beg your pardon, but we have merchants offering to sell us some good wine," he said. "He says they have barrels of the famous Amsuok or something." Theo raised his eyebrow, yet he nodded and said, "Bring their leader to see me." "At once, my lord," the guard bowed. A Yetish man entered the tent, well dressed and prepared for travel with a sword by his side. He flawlessly curtsied to Theo Tyrell, his mask a polite facade of obeisance and respect. "Hail Lord Theo Tyrell, son of Harlan Tyrell of his most esteemed house of the Reach and heir to the steward of Highgarden," greeted the merchant. "I am Gongmok Fok, and I offer you the finest wines to serve at your banquet." Theo nodded smilingly. "Come, come. I welcome a merchant who sells fine wares. I hear that you sell something called Amsuok." "Amsiak," Fok corrected politely, beckoning for his people to bring in a keg. "It is a specialty of Eastern Dorne, and famed for being a very strong red wine." Taking an offered cup, he filled it to the brim with Amsiak, and instantly the strong scent of alcohol filled the entire tent unlike any other drink. Theo's cupbearer took the cup in his hands and took a sip, then gasped to the surprise of the other nobles. A few of them went to draw their weapons, but were stopped at the cupbearer's next words. "This is amazing wine. It's so damned strong." All sighed in relief and sat back down, and Theo took the cup from his cupbearer's hands and quaffed it in one go. He gasped at the heat burning his throat. "By the seven, this is the best wine I've ever tasted." Theo exclaimed, "Fok, we'd like to purchase your entire supply." Fok beamed brightly as he gratefully accepted the chest of gold offered by Theo's men, and he said, "Many thanks for your graciousness, your lordship. I bid you good night." Of course," Theo waved him off. "Fare thee well." As Fok and his men took their leave, the Reachmen wasted no time drinking deeply of their cups as kegs were emptied. Before long, between their excessive drinking and the strong drinks they enjoyed, it was not long before the huge majority of the Reach main camp was soused, countless troops snoring where they lay on the ground. Fok and his men watched all this happen, and as they counted the last of the gold coins offered, they smiled and drew weapons they concealed within their wagons. "Gods be damned, these men got drunk faster than I thought," said one of his men, his deputy one Tong Bei. "Makes me pity what's coming to them next." Let these delusional pricks complain to us from the other side," Fok shrugged, sharpening his Dao-2 with a stone. "Dead men can't be a pain in the ass unlike prisoners." "Sure feels that way, boss," Tong Bei agreed. "Wait, you hear that?" A single drop fell to the ground, unheard by most. A few drops fell, some hitting metal as a hammer softly struck a bell. More drops followed, and soon the entire camp bore witness to a squall. "Well, look here, never thought we'd get a squall right now of all times," Tong Bei remarked smilingly. "This'll definitely mask their hooves. Maybe it's those hydromancers making it rain." "Maybe, or it could be a divine miracle," Fok suggested. "Anyway, enough chit-chat, time to whack these fools." "You got it, boss," Tong Bei smiled. I. For the Reachman sentries, there was nothing worse than a heavy rain on a cold night, which only further added to their discomfort as their armor offered little protection against the wrath of nature. Fucking hell, this is the worst day ever. With the lords safely in their tents and the troops drunk on liquor, the sentries on duty grumbled at their powerlessness to change their situation, be it the weather or their accommodation. With so few on patrol, they were stretched thin across the camps and thus more isolated than most. One of the sentries saw the Yetish merchants approach them, and with rain in his eyes he had trouble seeing them clearly. "Hey, we ain't buyin' any more, so irk." He fell to the ground with a thump, a crossbow bolt through his eye. Several other bodies fell limp, blood pooling around their heads as men shrouded in cloaks started rampaging around the camp. The Tianfeng Huang brandished all manner of weapons they stashed within their wagons, sabers, swords, pikes, axes, crossbows, and maces, and their rampage claimed dozens of lives, mostly drunks and isolated sentries. Fok and Tong Bei were skilled warriors, their thuggish and unrefined fighting skills anathema to the flowery Reachmen, and the troops they brought along were among the deadliest and most experienced fighters they recruited from the streets, who themselves were used to all manner of street fights with weapons. "Why you fuckers? You betrayed us!" Fok hacked his saber into the neck of the levy who tried to stab him, only for him to deftly dodge with a twist of the waist. "Serves you right for being ignorant fucks," Fok spat on his corpse. Tong Bei used a battle axe, lifting it as if it were a feather, and he effortlessly cleaved limbs and heads from bodies who flung themselves at him. Some managed to score lucky hits, slicing his skin and even scoring a few shallow stabs, but he shrugged them off and cut them down like lambs to the slaughter. "Bei, hope you're not out of the fight," Fok called out. "Nothing to worry about, boss," Tong Bei replied, "just a few scratches." Before long, however, the rest of the camp was alerted to the rampaging murderers disguised as merchants hacking and slicing their way through the camp defenders. Those still sober enough to draw arms moved to converge upon the Tianfeng Huang, and they quickly numbered in the hundreds, too many for the dozen-strong gangsters to take on. "Boss, we might have stirred the hornet's nest," Tong Bei exclaimed. "Too much for you, Bay? Questioned Falk with a mad smile as he hacked off a Reachman's head. I thought you live for fights like this. It's never too much for me, boss. It's just that it'd really be a good time for the rest of the boys to make their entrance. Tong Bay replied, cleaving another soldier in twain. Kill these bastards! Screamed the head knight, how dare they betray us on the cusp of... The knight in question never got to finish his sentence, for at that moment he was riddled with spears jutting out his back as were his troops. Radicataphracts rushed down the Reachman troops in conjunction with Corgile cavalry, and phalanxes followed close behind with spears at the ready. The Reachmen were caught completely unprepared, the heavy rain masking the sounds of trotting hooves and thumping boots. With their appearance, the battle turned in favor of the Dornish, and the Reachmen were slowly whittled down as the Dornish encroached upon the command tent where the rest of the Reach commanders were waiting. Thoroughly inebriated, the lords within lacked the awareness and energy to draw their weapons once their guards started dying. Who goes there? A red-faced Theo Tyrell slurred. He registered too late the men who brandished their axes and swords, hacking the lords apart like a butcher butchering a cow. Screams of pain and terror echoed throughout the camp, and the stench of blood was enough to rouse him from his intoxication. What is the meaning of... Shut up, you pig! Tong Bay exclaimed, punching Theo hard in the face. Arg! My nose! Theo cried, feeling blood seeping out and bone cracking, do you know who I am? Oh yes, we know. Theo looked aghast at the sight of a manically grinning Gongmak Falk, his own sword dripping with blood. Falk, you bastard! How dare you touch Lords of the Reach? Who paid you to do this? Theo cursed, struggling in vain against the iron grip of his captors. I tell you, if my father or King Mern hears of this... Falk stabbed a knife into his shoulder, twisting it to elicit more cries of pain from Theo as blood seeped from his wound. It is no good to scream, Lord Tyrell, Falk said, bad captives scream and shout, and thus we have to take measures to silence your screaming. Good captives remain silent and obedient, thus we do not have to inflict harm and they get to remain unmolested. You madman, just let me go. Theo cursed. Falk's answer was to twist the knife even more, and Theo's screams resumed until Falk stopped. Wrong answer, Falk said. He giving you trouble. Falk turned to bow to Aaron Rada as he entered the tent, freshly coated in blood from the recent slaughter. No, my lord, he is simply proving to be very rebellious, that's all, Falk answered smilingly, nothing a little torture won't remedy. I'm sure you would like to torture him, but we do need to send a message to King Mern 9, Aaron stated, wiping his blade clean with an offered cloth, that way, King Mern will take the bait and his commanders will be none the wiser. Theo found himself laughing, half in derision and half in anger. So, Falk was your man, was he not? Theo said to Aaron, now that I think about it, I should have seen this coming, never thought I would meet with the Black Fox in person of all times. The Black Fox? Is that what they call me? Asked Aaron. Yes, that is the title our Dornish enemies called you, Theo nodded, I wondered why some spoke your name in fear, and now I know why. Glad they at least fear me, as they should, Aaron shrugged, I'll admit, you were on the cusp of victory against my uncle. Maybe if I was a day late, you'd win and he'd be dead. Too bad you happened to fight a stronger enemy than you. Theo spat on Aaron's face, and Falk's answer was to punch him hard in the face, breaking his nose at a crooked angle while Aaron wiped the spittle from his face. In response, Aaron swiped his dagger across Theo's throat, and the young noble quickly died while choking on his own blood. You sure you want him to die peacefully? Falk asked, I was hoping to test the sharpness of our new tools on him. Leave that for the fuckers who deserve it, Aaron stated, those nobles that are still alive, send them back to Mern along with the bodies of the slain and a message from me, time for the rose to wilt in the desert. As you wish, my lord, Falk bowed. For many of the surviving Reachmen, while spiteful and hateful towards the Dornish, they did appreciate the fact that those nobles executed were executed swiftly and without torture, and that their fallen comrades would be returned to them without trouble, which was much more than what they expected from the Green-blood Dornish, or any Dornish in general. The rain eventually stopped, granting the men a welcome reprieve to perform their grisly work, cremating and counting the dead, and looting what weapons and armor could be salvaged. One of Falk's men came in, reporting, My lord Aaron, our men have successfully slaughtered the chain of command in the other camps besieging Zalhanoi 3 and lifted the siege, though the other Reachman armies in the region of Yarha 4 still pose a threat. We'll just employ the time-tested strategy of divide and conquer, and whittle them down until their ass is left hanging in the wind, Aaron suggested, like vultures circling their prey. My favorite strategy, Falk smiled, that way these assholes do not escape. I really hate it when they escape, really messy to clean up. There's always those who want to make things more difficult for themselves, Aaron shrugged. And a brief chuckle was shared before a female spy entered the tent, bearing in her hands a sealed scroll. My lord Aaron, I bring news from Sandstone, the spy reported. Aaron took the scroll, broke the wax seal and quickly skimmed through its contents. As he read more, however, his hands trembled and his face became red with boiling anger, his hands threatening to crush the scroll into splinters. The tent became deathly silent as the people cautiously gauged Aaron's behavior, the only audible sound being the pitter-patter of raindrops hitting the canopy. "My lord? What happened?" asked Falk cautiously, maintaining a short distance from his master. Aaron's words rang like thunder. "My uncle is planning to betray us when we return, and his own family is held hostage by him." The second in command of a triad is officially known as the Deputy Mountain Master, while the chairman is known as the Mountain Master. Triad ranks are distinguished by numeric codes and the deputy is known by the code 438, but in Westeros they are often called deputies in short. 2 Deo, a single-edged sword from UTI which is translated as saber or knife, and primarily used for cutting. There exist many variations of Deo, though one most common variant used by the Dornish triads is the Liu Yedeo, willow leaf saber, which features a moderate curve along the length of the blade, and is most common in Yiddish martial arts schools. 3 Zalhanoi, the Rhoynish translation of sandstone. 4 Yarha, the Rhoynish translation of sungift, the name of the province governed by House Corgile. Chapter XXII, Pride Before the Fall, Part 4. 1 BC. Zalhanoi, sandstone. News of the swift lifting of the siege of Zalhanoi came as a shock to all the lands of Yarha, of all of Dorne and the Reachman expedition. The fact that a single Dornish army could so swiftly target and eliminate the chain of command of the besiegers beleaguered belief. It was both a ray of hope for the Dornish and a cause for alarm among the Reachmen. For the first time since the War of Roses and Serpents I began, the attackers faced a formidable foe who was undeterred by the Reachmen's superior numbers and equipment. At the beginning of the siege, 10,000 Reachmen besieged the castle of Sandstone while House Corgile had only 2,000 to defend their homes along with House Rada's reinforcements of 3,000 troops. By the siege's end, House Corgile lost 3/4 of its men while the Reachmen lost close to half their number and several high-ranking officers. Close to 5 minor noble houses now faced extinction following the deaths of all their male heirs. Even worse for the Reach, the honored House Tyrell lost its eldest heir Theo, though thankfully his body was returned intact and prepared by the Silent Sisters for burial, along with the corpses of all other perished nobles. House Rada, on the other hand, lost only 100 in the skirmishes that followed. Rodri threw a terrible tantrum, tossing and turning and smashing expensive furniture in his chambers as his wrath took over his being. Wood splintered, glass shattered, and angry rants echoed throughout the halls of the castle as the servants and guards studiously ignored this everyday occurrence in their lives. It was only at the end of his minutes-long tantrum that a servant dared knock on the door, and Rodri used his fury-filled face to intimidate the daring interloper. The maid, on the other hand, was completely stoic and calm in the face of his rage. "My lord," the maid said, "his lordship Aaron sends his regards." And before he could react, he saw the maid put a flute-like object to her lips, and then he felt a small pinprick on his neck. In seconds, he suddenly saw his world turn into a blurry rainbow-colored kaleidoscope, a wave of dizziness taking over his senses. He collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut, his eyes gradually closing. That damned whore! Then, darkness. I. There were 2 children in a single cell, terrified and terribly bruised with severe injuries on their persons and chained like dogs, fed only the vilest slop to feast upon. Black and blue bruises, lacerations from whips and even cuts on their skin, no injury was truly lethal, merely to inflict as much pain as possible to break their spirits. Their clothes were rough spun and tattered, and they stank of piss, guts, and sweat, the result of not bathing for several days. "Hat, look at these brats, not so high and mighty now, are they? Nat, they always loved being fucking annoying, sitting on top of their high and mighty thrones while we have to scrape by on the bare minimum. I remember days when we couldn't even eat meat scraps and had to do with veggies and eggs. What about Lord Rodri, then? Well, he's just as arrogant and hot-tempered as other nobles, but definitely much more terrible in terms of retribution. I don't miss those other arrogant arseholes, to be honest. Best not let him hear you criticize him, his temper's a lot worse than before. Yet, if he does get angrier, no better than to sick him on his own wife and kids." The guards' taunting made the children shiver and cry, the 2 huddling each other tighter, fervently praying beneath their breaths for a miracle. "Please, let this end," they whispered. And their prayers were answered, their guards' taunting was silenced as their corpses fell to the ground with a thump. The shocked children quickly huddled up tighter, screaming at the sight of the dead guards, before they saw a single woman come within their sight. She was a matronly woman in her late 20s, clad in maid garments that seemed pristine and immaculate that concealed a highly athletic yet curvaceous figure. Her skin was a light olive brown, her long hair black and her eyes brown, a green blood Dornish. With deft hands she lifted a key from the dead guards which she used to open their cell. "Who are you?" questioned the boy. With a reassuring smile, the maid said, "I am Marais II of the Tianfeng Huang, and I am here to help you." Relief seeped into their very beings, and between all the fear, terror, and stress they endured in the past several months under their father's tyranny, they passed out. I. Ugh! Rhodri Corgile felt his eyes gradually awaken, whatever poison the maid subject him to fading from his mind. As his sight returned, he saw that he was no longer in his personal study but a dark, dank cell deep in the castle dungeons, a welcome break from the harsh desert heat. What was unwelcome was the way his hands and legs refused to budge. In alarm, he tried to budge them with greater force only to be stonewalled in his efforts, and he realized he was tied to a chair with no way to free himself. Who dares imprison me and treat me like a felon? I am the Lord of House Corgile and Sandstone, you hear me? Does anyone hear me? Look who decided to sting back. Rhodri turned to face Aaron Rada who stood by the side, leaning against the wall while covering his ears. To his alarm, he also saw his own family standing beside him, looking very uncertain yet angry and defiant. His wife Elia, his eldest daughter Druzelka and his son Lewin, all dressed in fine clothes and covered in bandages. The glare of suppressed rage threatening to boil over disturbed him less than the fact his nephew stood before him, a look of terrible disdain in his eyes. Surrounding him were a group of men, all cloaked to obscure their identity from his eyes. He did not need to think twice whose men they were, or that maid who incapacitated him. Seems like I could never hide it from this brat. So, the prodigious nephew finally captures me. I suppose I should be honored, Rhodri spat to the side with a wicked smile, come to exact your revenge. Aaron punched him hard, cracking his nose. Ack! Fuck, you lunatic! You broke my nose! He cursed loudly. Aaron gestured to one of his men, who quickly stuffed a cloth gag into his mouth. He ranted and raved, tried and failed to flail his arms around like a wailing toddler, motioning to strangle Aaron where he stood. I know you have questions, uncle, but how about I start with this? There are two evils that bedevil Dornish politics, of the type that you practice, Aaron started, sharpening his knife. Number 1 is fleecing, you whisper sweet nothings into the ears of others, promising them great wealth and security in exchange for selling out their masters. Number 2, familial abuse. Due to being on the receiving end of no small amount of bullying by your relatives, you snapped and then proceeded to take matters into your own hands, engineer many an accident and betrayal to seize power for yourself, and then inflict suffering on your own family to work out your anger issues. Rhodri calmed down at Aaron's words, looking at him with both shock and defiance. To be honest with you, if you weren't such a spiteful prick, I'd actually respect the efficiency with which you got rid of your enemies, Aaron stated, putting down his sharpened knife, but abusing your family, just because they did not support your plans and ambitions? I'm no saint, but even for conquerors and players there are lines we must never cross. Aaron took out Rhodri's gag, and here he began his long tirade against his nephew. Don't you dare presume to lecture me! Rhodri roared back, I was the eldest son, and yet father dared pass me over for heiress all because they clung to useless tradition. So what if we hold true to Rhoynish ways? That means nothing in the face of survival. And yet I was sent here out to the desert to marry a spare heir, a spare. Do you know how much humiliation I endured, having to deal with the insufferable attitudes of superiority my own in-laws gave me, treating me like a dog? Your own wife and children were willing to support you, Aaron pointed out, his eyes twitching and his voice straining to remain calm. Rhodri huffed, spitting to the side, Elia did nothing to support me, she always told me to never cross my in-laws however much I hate them. I despised how she tried to soothe me, coddle me into respecting blood and kin. What the fuck did my kin do for me? What did House Rada do for me, or House Corgile, for that matter? As for those brats? They echoed their mother's words because she was there for them. Why you were never there for us? Druzelka weakly bit back, her eyes filled with tears. I always wanted you to praise me, love me every time I did well in my lessons, but you never said anything. You never gave us the love we wanted. I just wanted to be a great warrior. Lewin exclaimed, I practiced hard with the bow and spear, I learned how to ride a horse, I studied under a capable, competent commander, just to make you proud, make our family proud, that we weren't useless spares. I didn't want to follow your orders on kinslaying. And that means nothing, brats, Rhodri sneered, laughing hoarsely through his bleeding broken nose, you know, I wanted to emulate my nephew's success, implement his methods. I made harmless suggestions and instead I was laughed at. You were willing to turn a blind eye to your family's mistreatment of me, all because we're tied by blood. My ambition, my desires, spat upon by my family. You took the life that was rightfully mine, all of you. You were entertaining the thought of kinslaying, Elia put forth, her voice broken and hoarse, I had to stop you from doing something you would regret. I regret nothing, Elia, Rhodri answered with finality, his voice so soft it was barely audible in the crowded cell, after all the humiliation I suffered, after everything I lost, vengeance is the only thing I have left. It is only fitting I punished you three for refusing to help me. I truly loved the way your brothers and their children screamed when my men hacked their corpses into pieces. Shock and terror filled the eyes of Rhodri's family as they beheld Rhodri's depravity, and they huddled together, shivering from a metaphorical cold that chilled them to their very souls. Yet greater was the utter betrayal, the sound of their broken hearts and crushed hopes discordant and nightmarish in the minds of those who heard Rodri's words. Aeron's eyes simmered into a cold rage, one suppressed behind a stoic facade but nevertheless bone-chilling, and even in his rage and depravity, Rodri shivered as Aeron approached. So killing you would be my only kindness? Aeron questioned, his voice even. Yes, nephew, though I do not think you have the guts to be a kinslayer, Rodri smiled wickedly, or what, the Black Fox 3 can't kill his own uncle. Aeron fixed him with a flat expression that showed he was unimpressed, as if his rage suddenly evaporated into nothingness. To be honest, I don't mind, Aeron answered. What scared Rodri was not his seemingly ready acceptance of being a kinslayer, but more the flat, expressionless tone in which he delivered his answer, as if it was a boring children's book to toss away, as if there was no inferno dancing in Aeron's eyes. But you won't die, at least not yet, Aeron continued, that doesn't mean I won't make you suffer, however. Aeron took a long, thick dagger and plunged it directly into Rodri's left kneecap, twisting it with great force and moving it in a sawing motion. Rodri's cries of pain resembled a ghost's wailing, and his family had to cover their ears which hurt from the volume and echoing in such a claustrophobic environment. Aeron took his sweet time mauling Rodri's knee beyond repair, and only once he was done did he move to the next knee, repeating the same sadism he displayed and spraying blood all across his once pristine clothes. He would proceed to do the same to both of Rodri's elbows. By the time he was done, Rodri was crippled for life, permanently dependent on servants to eat, clean and prepare himself for bed if he was allowed to live. Rodri had already passed out from all the pain he suffered. Take him away and clap him in chains, Aeron ordered, he is to be executed tomorrow morning. His men wordlessly obliged, one of them hoisting Rodri on his shoulder like a sack of potatoes heaving him out of the dungeon. He turned to face Rodri's family, who wordlessly stared at Aeron with no small amount of trepidation and fear. None of them dared to speak a word throughout the whole torture process, more surprised that Rodri, their longtime tormentor, was now the one brought low. He sighed again to himself, wiping the blood from his face, before he flashed them a more sympathetic look and said, for what it's worth, you deserved better. I appreciate the sentiment. Yet, why would you help us at all? Elia inquired in bewilderment, why you barely know us, and for all I know you could have killed your own uncle and dealt with us too. I'm sensing a but in there, Aeron said. Yes, why didn't you? Elia asked. Just did not feel right, Aeron answered, as far as I know, you are just unfortunate victims in a long list of people that Rodri's fucked over. Elia felt herself smiling softly, thank you. Thank you, truly. If you had not come, No need to dwell on such things, what's done is done, and we should move on from there, Aeron interjected, anyway, right now there is one thing I want to give you all. What's that? Asked Elia. The opportunity to kill your tormentors, Rodri's minions, Aeron answered. But surely you can order their execution. Druzelka questioned, or you could kill them yourself, perhaps. I could, Aeron confirmed, however, this is to set you three free from my uncle's shadow, the shadows of your tormentors. They haunt you in your dreams even now, don't they? The Corgile family hesitantly nodded, day in, day out, all of them suffered great abuse, and not a day went by that they did not hear evil cackling or taunting in their waking moments and in their dreams, as if they were being punished for crimes they were unaware of. Then I'm telling you this, unless you do this, unless you release pent-up resentment against them, you will never be free from the chains they have on your mind and heart. You will live in perpetual fear against a shadow for the rest of your lives, unable to live in peace, Aeron gently explained, his tone compassionate and empathetic, if you truly wish to be free, this is a necessary step to take. But, neither mother nor I learned to use a weapon, Druzelka cautiously answered, her eyes darting between Aeron and the stone floor. Aeron gently outstretched a hand towards Druzelka, and she quickly hid behind Elia and Lwain who protectively shielded her. He halted, patiently waiting, and upon seeing no hostility or ulterior motive in Aeron's eyes, she cautiously stepped forward and allowed Aeron to pat her shoulder, a brotherly gesture transcending cultures. It was a simple gesture of warmth and comfort, and Druzelka found herself relaxing in the comforting, fatherly warmth of Aeron. I know you are reluctant to engage in violence, Aeron slowly said, showing great empathy and compassion, however, violence is the only way you can avenge your family and all those you lost to your uncle's madness. I wish there was a nicer way to go about this, but there's certain things we simply cannot run away from. I fear we'd be no better than Rodri, Elia muttered. You have each other, to stop you all from going too far down the abyss, Aeron convinced, some lines should never be crossed, but that does not mean you have to meekly accept your suffering. Those soft, gentle words struck a nerve within the three, who slowly changed expressions as enlightenment dawned upon their hearts. Their eyes became firm, their fists clenched, their lips taut. And Elia said, please, bring out the prisoners, Lord Aeron. Aaron nodded and gestured for his men to bring out the first prisoner, who was kicking and squealing against his captors. Bound to the same chair as Rodri was, the prisoner witnessed one of Aaron's men bring out a tray of sharp knives and place it on a nearby table. The composed and dignified Elia Corgile quickly turned red-faced and trembled, her eyes brimming with tears of fury as she beheld the identity of the first prisoner. You were my trusted retainer, my sworn sword, and yet you turned on me the moment I released you from your duties for unjustly murdering an innocent servant. You captured me and bound me with rope, then left me to face my husband's rage all alone. Elia uttered with rage, why is it that horrendous people like you live and good people die? I take it you want to go first, Elia? Asked Aaron. Wordlessly, Elia took a long, serrated knife from the tray and walked towards the tied prisoner with an eerily calm demeanor. The prisoner trembled where he sat, yet before he could utter a muffled plea for clemency, Elia thrust the knife into his hands. With slow, messy thrusts, Elia slowly cut off each and every one of his fingers, and she derived sickening satisfaction from his pain screams, his tears of fear and his wet pants. Then she went to slice his legs, cutting deep gouges in muscle and bone, before raining a hail of stabs upon his neck, chest, and face. A total of 37 stab wounds were inflicted by her hands before he finally died, slumping to the chair. Elia dropped the knife in her hands shaky and her lips trembling. Gently, Aaron grabbed her hand and guided her to the end of the room before beckoning Druzelka forward. He offered his own knife, which Druzelka hesitantly took for the next prisoner, a woman dressed in maid uniform. Upon seeing her, however, Druzelka lost all hesitation and screamed like a banshee, and she rendered unto her the same service Elia rendered unto her victim. Skin was flayed, bone crunched, meat sliced, and the once beauteous maid became a repugnant thing of mutilated bone and flesh, her screams echoing throughout the chamber. For countless agonizing minutes, Druzkla raged and screeched at the top of her lungs until her throat turned hoarse, and she did not stop even when the maid's own screams subsided into nothingness, a single thought echoing through her head like a prayer. Lose yourself. Lose yourself. Only when Aaron grabbed her hand did she stop, her bloodshot eyes turning to face Aaron. She's dead, she's done, you're done, she heard him softly speak. As the rage faded from her eyes, she saw the gory results of her handiwork, and she dropped the knife in shock, her hands shaky and her mind numb from an emotional high. She was my most trusted handmaiden, Druzelka brokenly stated, her voice racked with sobs and her body trembling with anger, disappointment, and despair. She was my paramour. I loved her deeply, I shared my secrets with her, secrets I did not dare tell my family or anyone else. When our father developed an increased tendency towards madness, I told her of a plan concocted by mother to gather enough loyal retainers to imprison father and those who followed his mad plan for vengeance. I did not expect her to rat me out, and I saw her walk away with a fat purse of coins while I languished in a cell. She looked remorseful, but if she was remorseful, why did she betray me? Druzelka, Aaron whispered, there are times when even best friends can turn on you when you least expect it. Maybe they wanted to save their own hides, maybe they wanted to benefit somehow, maybe it is both. Whatever her reason was, she betrayed you, and now she has to face the consequences. I loved her, I trusted her, she betrayed me. I trusted her from the day she first swore herself to my service. Druzelka repeated, her voice so soft and broken it caused Aaron's face to twist with heartbreak. If I cannot trust her, how can I trust anyone else? In my experience, those I can trust are those who have faced terrible circumstances and learned to adapt by my side, and those who gained what they have by serving at my side, Aaron admitted. Even then, I can only truly trust a handful of men, especially when I make highly questionable decisions others will not approve. I've been on the receiving end of betrayals by other noble families when I acted to improve my family's situation myself. All I can say is, to trust people, sometimes you must first doubt them and their intentions. Druzelka wordlessly nodded, and went away. Finally, there was Lewin, and for him there was an unkempt elderly man, swaddled in bandages and bruised heavily in the face. Owain's eyes widened, his hands trembled and his body shook, while the elderly man looked at Lewin like he looked at a dog. So, the prodigal boy lives, the elderly man rasped, should have known you'd live through all that torture. Did you truly despise me that much? Lewin questioned, his face twisted in grief and betrayal. Well, you happily barked like a dog towards your mother, whom you were so happy to please even by taking credit for all the things I did for you. You were showered with praise while I was left in the lurch with nary a coin nor a smidgen of fame to show for it, spat the elderly man, wincing at the pain in his blackened eye. When my own brother was accused of rape and murder, no one stood for him but me. You, on the other hand, barked at me and shouted that we should preserve family ties, that we should not make enemies of your uncles and aunts. But Dorne. Shut up, you fucking brat, Dorne spat in the boy's face, good thing you suffered in the dungeon, hope you learned a good lesson about being selfish and taking things for yourself. My oath shit, my honor shit, your family's honor was shit. That's why I betrayed you, boy, you don't have the guts to do what's necessary. Dorne huffed, coughing out globs of blood. Just get it over with already, he sneered. Hurt and betrayal flashed across Doran's eyes, a waterfall of tears falling down his cheeks. Aaron handed him a hammer, a carpenter's hammer, and Rhoyne took the hammer in his hands, trembling as he stepped closer. Too scared to use it on me. Doran taunted, well, remember that time when you protected your sister from my fellow knights who? Rhoyne smashed hard into his skull, causing him to cry out in pain. Before he could react, Rhoyne kicked him down onto the ground and he went to work, hammering away and breaking his skull until he ceased to move. When the light left Doran's eyes, Rhoyne lifted his hammer, halting in his strike as he seemed to contemplate whether to continue, before sighing sadly and standing up, handing the bloody hammer to Aaron who put it away on the table. It's over. Rhoyne muttered sorrowfully, consoled by his mother who hugged him tightly, everything we have, everything we thought we once had, is gone. Part of it is over, Rhoyne, Aaron gently informed, I know this is not a good time, but with your father's death and my plans to purge all his lackeys, Sandstone will be left without a governing body to hold things down while the Reachmen ready to push forward. Will you be willing to take up the reins? Rhoyne shook his head brokenly, I do not want to become the next lord of House Corgyle. Aaron's eyes widened in surprise, yet before he could ask any questions, it was Druselka who spoke next. I do not want to become the next Lady of Sandstone either, she answered, her eyes black as midnight and staring at nothing, I do not want to stay here, it has too many bad memories. We lost everything here, there is nothing left for us. Elia stepped forward and said, I apologize if you are bewildered, but I do not think there is any value in us staying and retaining our titles and lands, personally or politically. We just want to get as far away from this place as possible. Aaron nodded sympathetically at the Corgiles, his lips pursed as he exhaled deeply through his nose. I hate to be the bearer of bad news then, but I need someone to hold down the fort while I go and fight the Reachmen, he stated with remorse, I am sorry, but I have to ask more of you, I need someone to be in place as ruling lord or lady of Sandstone, even if only temporarily. Surely one of your commanders could take the position? Elia questioned. Yes, they can, but consolidating conquests is not a game of numbers and nominations, Aaron pointed out, I would need time to overhaul the local code of law and fill in the vacancies, and select the right personnel. Also, training a new batch of capable clerks takes months, and between securing all of Eastern Dorne and fighting off the Reachmen I am stretched to the limit. Depending on circumstances, I may need upwards of at least 1 to 2 years to stabilize things once I have driven back the Reachmen. Not to mention that as Greenblood Dornish, any of his commanders would not truly be accepted as a suitable governor among the locals, loath as Aaron was to admit it. House Corgyle, despite the blackening of its name under Rodri, was still accepted as the ruler of Zalhanoi, and with one of its surviving scions ruling as the new lord or lady of the house Aaron hoped to provide a beacon of stability for the short term. Aaron saw the hesitation of the entire Corgyle family, and he added gently, I am not asking you to stay forever, just until things have calmed down. Rhoyne hesitantly nodded, his eyes darting between Aaron and the floor. Aaron could not hold his hesitance against him, were it any ordinary person, they could have cracked from the mental strain of all the physical and mental abuse they suffered. If they were of stronger will, they could live but with permanent nightmares etched in their memory. If not, they may turn to committing suicide just to end their pain. And yet, the world waited for no one, trauma or no trauma. The least he could do was task some empathetic people to help them through their trauma during their stay. We will stay, he answered. Aaron's expression showed great relief as he patted him on the shoulder, his men leading the Corgyle family out of the dungeon. Once he left, the Tianfeng Huang 4 took over, and that night the dungeon rang with the screams of the dead and dying as the Triad gangsters went to work slaughtering the prisoners with methods most painful. Reachmen Expedition Camp. There was disbelief and anger among the Reachmen, and it took much soothing from honeyed tongues and a single bellow for order from King Mern for the hot-headed generals to calm down. Though respectful and even generous towards the dead, House Rada was still a Dornish house in the end and thus their greatest enemy. We cannot let this go unanswered, we must rally our troops and take the initiative, smash apart House Rada's forces before they can be allowed to bring their full might to bear against us. In his months of campaigning against the Dornishmen, Brandil Tarly had developed an affinity for troop mastery in defense of critical strongholds and formations, building them into a mountain of steel against a tornado with winds capable of slicing rock. Where a hail of spears rained upon his position, he would give orders to defend and dig, enduring and weathering every sandstorm, every steel rain they threw at him, patiently awaiting the enemy's exhaustion while his comrades leaped in for the kill. For him to so readily suggest taking to the field against the Dornishmen spoke volumes about his willingness to take such a huge risk. Or perhaps his opinion that to simply hunker down in fortresses and wait for the Dornish to die on their walls was not an option. I appreciate your passion and initiative, Brandil, but does this not go against your usual doctrine of defense? King Mern questioned, his eyes fixated upon the young man. Truth be told, Your Majesty, this is the best way to defend ourselves against the menace of Aaron Rada, Brandil stated, his voice firm and resolute yet tinged with caution, Aaron has shown in the siege of Sandstone that he does not hesitate to resort to any number of tricks to ensure victory, and even goes as far as to place his own life at risk. Therefore we must seize the initiative and refocus all our strength and speed to fight him in an open field where we are strongest, or we risk handing over the initiative to him. None of the Reach commanders could see a problem with wanting to seize the initiative, many wanting to do so themselves, and yet the actions of House Rada raised an alarm among the gathered commanders eager to conclude this war with a victory. So in the end, the best defense is a good offense. I like it. Mern smiled slightly, his quirked lips visible through his thick facial hair. How do you propose we fight him, then? I believe we should do it like this, Brandil suggested. We have a mounted vanguard swiftly move in and charge towards their main camp, cause as much damage as possible to soften them up for the main attack by our infantry. We do this for several nights, and they will be suitably demoralized. Once our full strength falls on them, Aaron will die, and all of Dorne shall fall under our control. This will be unlike any battle we have fought, Brandil, Mern warned the entire war council, his eyes hard and his hands tense. Are you prepared? Brandil steeled himself, taking a deep breath. I honestly do not know what to expect, Your Grace, Brandil admitted, yet battles with our greatest enemy are battles we must fight. For the Reach, for all those who have suffered at the hands of the Dornish, for all the wealth they have plundered and every other sin they have committed in the eyes of the Seven. Mern nodded approvingly with a growing smile, as did the assembled lords who burned with the desire to avenge a most distinguished nobleman of the Reach. Theo Tyrell, son of the venerable Harlan and a distinguished veteran of several battles, would be honored with a mountain of Dornish skulls as a gift to him in the afterlife. Thus Mern stood up, and began a speech to stoke the fires in the hearts of his fellow countrymen. Sons of the Reach, I see in your eyes a tempestuous fire of righteousness and courage, a fire that burns brighter than 3 suns of the Dornish desert. House Martell once adorned the sunburst as its coat of arms, and yet its fire was consumed by the thirsty ambitions of the Black Fox. Understand that Aaron Rada is not only a wily, cunning fox but also a ferocious, tempestuous lion and a slippery snake in one lethal combination. We are mighty lions ourselves, but even lions can die at the hands of the Black Fox. Furthermore, Aaron Rada goes above and beyond the talents of even the most seasoned of generals. He is one of the greatest minds of our time, amply demonstrating his strengths and power with the downfall of not only House Martell, the Stepstone pirates but also dozens of houses whose histories stretched back to the days of Nymaria's landing 7 centuries ago. Understand also that we approach a crossroads in our history, in the history of all the kingdoms of Westeros. This battle, and several more battles beyond the greatest climax of this war, shall decide the fate of the Reach and Dorne, whether the Dornish shall finally be brought to heel as masters discipline their hounds, or whether the Dornish shall be permitted to continue their raiding ways. Considering the implications of the second possibility, there is only one path forward: victory. Victory to the Reach. One noble cried. Victory for the victorious dead. Another exclaimed, thrusting his fist into the air. Victory or death. They chanted, pumping fists and thumping chests. All right, settle down. Mern ordered, settle down, lads. Once silence reigned over the assembly, Mern gave the order. Brandil, with the death of Theo, I name you second in command of the entire expedition, and task you with crushing the last remnants of Dornish resistance 5. To that, there was only one answer to give. Aye, sire. Brandil saluted, Heartsbane shall drink deep of their blood till she can drink no more. One War of Roses and Serpents, the official name of the Reach Dorne War orchestrated by King Mern 9 Gardner, last of his line. 2 Marais, a red pole of the Tianfeng Huang, the triad equivalent of a captain. She earned her spurs while donning a disguise as a diligent and dutiful maid, serving guests with utmost elegance and stoicism. 3 Black Fox, the name others began calling Aaron Rada as rumors and news of his horrendous actions committed in the name of the law began to spread. Many feared his cruel punishments, deserving or otherwise. 4 Tianfeng Huang, a Yitish triad formed from a motley gang of down-on-their-luck migrants, they grew under Aaron's insanalized tutelage and leadership to become the most fearsome organized crime syndicate in all of Dorne before and during Aegon's conquest. When Aaron expanded House Rada's lands after culling his neighbors, he established the Arsam Trade Company which oversaw maritime trade between House Rada, Westeros, Essos, and even as far as Uti and Great Morag. From there, the merchants established strong trade connections that brought back both great wealth and impoverished people looking for a better life. Due to this, a strong Yitish community presence was established in Dorne, though Aaron emphasized not taking in an excessively large number of migrants, citing social and economic problems associated with overmigration. Among those migrants who did not make it were Gungmok Fok and Tong Bei, ordinary dumpling pressers. At the time, Aaron was dealing with many petty criminals who simply refused to obey Rada law for whatever reason despite the harsher penalties imposed, and so the triad was created to keep them in line, whether by humiliating, torturing, exploiting or even killing them outright, at times out in the open. It was so effective, criminals did not dare do anything without the Tianfeng Huang's approval. As of now, they employ both Yetish and Dornish among their number. 5 At this point, the Reachmen were riding high on a wave of confidence despite losing Theo Tyrell and over 2,000 men in a single night, and still believed they had no chance of losing to House Rata. Chapter XXIII, Questioning Motives. 1 BC. Sandstone. The following day, Rodri was brought out in rags and placed onto the bare ground, his knees and elbows bandaged. Rodri ranted, screamed, and raved at the top of his lungs, but he could not thrash his limbs around, could not struggle against his captors who dragged him like garbage to be thrown away. Fuck. I'm the Lord of House Corgile, of Sandstone. You can't treat me like this. Just shut up and accept your death like a man, one of the men dragging him said. Curious onlookers gathered to witness the broken form of Rodri Corgile, some of them immediately crying foul and hurling curses at the man. Such people had to be restrained by both the guards and their friends and family who held them back. Others settled for throwing rotten vegetables and fruits at Rodri, staining the sand with refuse. A lone man stood upon a podium, his voice echoing loud and clear for all. For the crimes of familial abuse, kinslaying against his in-laws, bribery, blackmail, manslaughter and deception, Aaron Rata has condemned Rodri Corgile to death. His sentence is to be pulled apart by horses. Kinslaying was a taboo throughout Westeros, heresy of the highest order. None who committed the crime could truly absolve themselves of it, and the only other acceptable sentence save the death penalty was exile to the wall. Gasps of shock and horror echoed among the audience. They knew Rodri was guilty of a legion of crimes, but never kinslaying. And since he was guilty of killing his in-laws, they saw 4 men approach with ropes and 4 horses, and the ropes were quickly tied to his arms and legs. Rodri's ranting and raving turned into weeping, sobbing, and screaming, pleading with his captors to release him or grant him a quick death upon realizing what was happening to him. But his pleas fell on deaf ears. The man on the podium shouted, "Execute!" And the execution began, the guards beckoning the horses to start running. Rodri's screams of pain reached a feverishly high pitch, threatening to deafen most of the onlookers, the ropes straining to pull apart bone, sinew, and muscle. Then a shower of crimson followed as his limbs were finally pulled away, and Rodri's cries and screams were mercifully cut short. The onlookers gasped again, some retching in a corner, but none gave the poor man a look of pity, only looks of scorn and vindictive satisfaction. It was as if a ray of hope shone upon the people of Sandstone, that they could finally have justice meted out for the victims of Rodri and all his victims. True to their expectations, Aaron and his people were not yet done. Criminals were subject to brutal torture and their corpses put on full display, and countless nobles and other high-ranking or powerful persons of note were never seen or heard from again, their lackeys following suit. A wave of euphoria took over the subjects of House Corgile despite the encroaching Reachman menace, believing that a new age of peace and security had come to brighten their dreary lives. Rodri's son Lwayne was named the new lord of his house, bending the knee to Aaron Rata in exchange for his protection, and he promised his house's levies to the upcoming campaign. Others did not see it his way, and in a small secret meeting room obscured to all but those in the know, several nobles gathered within. III. Secret location. My brothers and sisters, the leader began with solemnity, this meeting is convened because we now face a threat far greater than the invading Reachmen, a threat far closer to home, Aaron Rata. Many subtle nods were made by the nobles as the leader continued. It is clear that this Black Fox, this monster, this archdemon, knows no limits, he knows not the word taboo. He not only purged countless noble houses and wiped them from existence, he even performed the most inhumane executions upon them. And now that he has had his own uncle executed, we will be next. We will not sit idly by and accept defeat as this monster destroys our way of life, our claims to glory. We sat idly by when House Martell and all its loyal houses went extinct. We sat idly by when all eastern Dorne fell under the Black Fox's rule and the Torrentine fell to the Reachmen. Yet, I must bid all of you to bide your time. There was some disgruntlement among the gathered audience. I know you dislike waiting, eager to stop this menace in its tracks, but as much as I despise admitting this, we know that without Aaron Rata, we have no chance of driving back the Reachmen. Dorne is independent and always shall be, and we shall bow and scrape to neither Targaryen lapdog nor foreign conqueror. Here, here. The audience chanted with smiles and vigor. And so, I propose this plan, we wait out the battle, and once the Reachmen are driven back, Aaron will surely call for a council to organize the appointment of new nobles to their positions. On that day, we shall spring a trap for both him and his inner council, and once we cut the head off the snake, the unity of his men shall crumble like water on a rock. Dorne may no longer be united, but at least we shall preserve our independence. Hurrah! The nobles cheered. Once the cheers died down, one of the nobles posed a question to the speaker, "But my lord, why do you sound certain of the Reachmen's defeat?" The leader inwardly resisted the urge to sigh heavily before answering, "Against a monster like Aaron Rata, does King Mern 9 Gardner have any chance?" The one who asked could not answer, shrinking under the piercing, hurtful gazes of all others present as he awkwardly retreated to the rear. "That will be all for now," the leader declared, we shall convene again on a future date to discuss our plan of taking down the Black Fox. As everyone filtered out of the meeting venue, however, no one noticed the same noble who posed the foolish question, discreetly eyeing the noble leader with a sharp gaze, like a hawk's eyes. As he left, he walked briskly with a hidden haste in his step, indiscernible to the ordinary eye. Once he reached a certain junction, he took a sudden turn into an alleyway followed by several more turns before entering through the back door of a house. Once inside, the spy saluted his superior, who acknowledged him with a nod. "Report." "Ma'am, I've compiled a list of names who have attended the meeting," the spy reported crisply. "They plan to betray his lordship once things have settled down in Dorne." The spy passed Saint Alia a piece of paper from the folds of his cloak, and as Saint Alia read the names listed, she instantly frowned heavily and exhaled heavily through her nose. "Thank you for your report," Saint Alia said. "Mingle further with the collaborators and keep me updated on any changes to their plans." "Aye, ma'am," the spy saluted. Saint Alia nodded. "You're dismissed." As the spy left, Saint Alia reclined in her chair, staring out the window with a palpable sense of disappointment. "We are ourselves our greatest enemy, and snakes poison each other as much as their prey." Fishing out some paper, she drafted some orders and then stamped them with the seal of the Tianfeng Huang, before having another spy deliver them. For now, all she could do was wait. Spoiler: Tianfeng Huang stamp. III. Yarha Plains. The Reachman Expeditionary Force wasted no time in its forced march towards the province of Yarha. Having heard that the tyrannical Rodri Corgile was executed for countless crimes including kinslaying, they hoped to take advantage of the ensuing power transition and quickly force the locals into submission. The new lord of Yarha, Lewin Corgile, was an untested ruler wet behind the ears, lacking in experience, but he pledged his fealty to Aaron Rada in exchange for protection, adding an element of urgency to their campaign. Having reached the Yarha Plains a full day early, the Reachmen camped for the night, exhausted horses and levies grateful to finally rest their aching legs and quench their thirst. Gathering in the command tent, King Mern and his war council convened for the final time before tomorrow's battle. To think that Aaron would end one of the most tyrannical rulers in all of Dorne. "Now I am convinced Aaron is a servant of the Seven sent to punish all of Dorne for its wrongdoings," Mern commented with a low tone of respect, "but mortal servants can neither live nor rule forever. If we kill Aaron, we may gain the support of the Red Mountain and Desert Dornish against the Green Blood Dornish to the east," Brandil added, nodding with a severe frown. "Even though Rodri's crimes are known to all, Aaron will not earn many friends among the Red Mountain and Desert Dornish outside of Sandstone due to his growing power. On the off chance he defeats us, which I find highly unlikely, it may drive his rivals to do something drastic. And yet for some inexplicable reason, even if they in turn become more fearful of Aaron, the Green Blood Dornish will never turn on him," Mern stated darkly, grimacing as he stared at the map of Dorne like it was a repugnant thing, "though it does make sense in a hugely twisted way. In House Rada's heartlands, they enjoy riches and security beyond their wildest dreams, and every year since Aaron succeeded his father as Lord of House Rada, there has been a new invention or a strengthening of governmental institutions which further enhanced his absolute power over the minor houses, or so the story goes. Furthermore, the Green Blood Dornish are descendants of the Rhoynish who themselves were persecuted by House Martell since the time of the Red Princes, so they hold fanatical loyalty to him for the end of House Martell's rule. But the people had converted to worship of the Seven since the Red Princes, so why is it that they owe their loyalty to Udoanism, now?" questioned Brandil. "It is what the Udohanists do for the less fortunate that has won their hearts," Mern answered. "According to rumors and official sources, Udohanist temples created soup kitchens distributing free food rations to the poor and hungry, and offer free medical treatment to the sick and ailing, sometimes even free education to willing children and adults. In exchange, House Rada funds their charity, which is far more than what the faith has ever done for its own flock. Left unsaid were the unsavory practices the faith of the Seven practiced. Exemption from taxes allowed them to live luxurious lives, the envy of countless small folk, and some of the high-ranking septons even indulged in the flesh trade, which was forbidden given their oath of celibacy. High-ranking lords and ladies who dealt with the faith were aware of these crimes to a greater extent, though it spoke volumes about the faith's power and influence that no noble ever dared cross them lightly. Neither did they perform the acts of charity the Udohanists did for the poor and downtrodden. But would that not pose the risk of making the Udohanist faith more powerful than House Rada? Brandil questioned. "I do not claim to understand how organized religions work, but by providing them more coin, would they not eventually pocket it for themselves when some of their members grow greedy? I think we all know what kind of person Aaron Rada is by now," Mern pointed out. Brandil and all the other gathered nobles spoke nothing to that. It would be no surprise if he did the same to the faith of the Seven as he did to the noble houses he exterminated. "So that means the Udohanist faith is under his complete control," Brandil echoed the thoughts of everyone in the command tent. "Then again, everything under his rule is under his complete control. He has to be in total control, at least for a full decade before he can afford to relax his policies," Mern affirmed. "I have to give it to him, though, the cunning fox achieved in weeks what would take lions, vipers, stags and eagles years or even decades to achieve. You cannot possibly be accommodating of this monster, your grace. A noble gasped, his face the epitome of revulsion. Of course not, how can I abide this epitome of cruelty? Mern retorted, chastening the nobleman yet eliciting subtle expressions of relief from the gathered commanders. Nevertheless, time is against us. Our scouts already report that the Targaryens, having consolidated their rule over the Riverlands and the Iron Islands, are now moving towards the Vale. It will not be long before they turn their greed towards the Westerlands and then us. The grim reminder of the Targaryen menace served to strengthen the resolve of the gathered reachmen. The thousands of troops incinerated by their dragons was ample reminder of their unassailable strength, and the burning of Harrenhal I showed the inadequacy of legendary stonework against their molten breath as hot as the sun itself. Though between the Targaryens and Aeron Rada, defeat at the hands of the latter was the absolute worst of the two in their minds. Now, where do you believe we should do battle with Aeron, Brandil? Asked Mern. It will be at the Yarha Plains, where we can unleash the power of our cavalry, Brandil answered. Naturally, we must face their famed chariots as well, and here is where our cavalry plays an important role. If we can lure them into pincer movements, we can whittle them down to more manageable numbers. We must also make use of the scorpions too we looted from some of the Dornish armories we found, so we can pick off their horsemen and siege engines. Our largest challenge will be the fact that we barely fought Aeron's armies, and thus we are in the blind as to their style of tactics aside from that one time with Theo Tyrell's vanguard. While I dislike going in blind myself, we've come too far and spilled too much blood to back out now, Mern declared softly. Whatever comes our way, we weather and push on like a mountain against a tempest. Like a verdant forest nourished by green thumbs, Brandil intoned. That will be all for now, Mern concluded. All of you are dismissed. Brandil, you stay. As you command, sire, the nobles echoed, filtering out of the tent one by one. Once Mern and Brandil were alone in the command tent, Mern was the first to break the silence. Something about this does not feel right, he muttered. As if to answer Brandil's confusion, Mern proceeded to say, it just does not feel right. If Aeron wanted to have his uncle executed, he could have settled for simply beheading him. Why go so far as to have him torn by horses? The brutality of this sentence is, it just seems unnecessary. It could be to discourage kinslaying by others, to demonstrate the consequences to everyone who sees and hears of it, Brandil answered. I mean, Rodri did break the greatest taboo of all. Yes, but no lord or king in the history of Westeros ever practiced such a brutal punishment for anyone, much less scions of an ancient house, Mern reiterated. We could simply pass it off as Aeron's usual streak of cruelty reserved for wrongdoers. Perhaps I could be overthinking it. Maybe that is the case. And yet you seem disturbed by something, Brandil concluded. I cannot believe that man phases you so much. It is not him that gives me cause for concern, rather the absurdity of his methods, Mern countered. Aeron should have known that his overly cruel execution method for Rodri, combined with his purging of all the nobility of the green blood Dornish, will evoke a response from the surviving Dornish nobles. He cannot possibly be ignorant of it all. His actions just do not make sense. Even the Targaryens did not slaughter nobles wholesale in their conquest. And Brandil immediately understood what Mern's words meant. Your Grace, do you mean to say Aeron is plotting something? He inquired. Mern simply sighed, lips thinning into a tight frown. It's a certainty at this point. But why? Asked Brandil. I don't know, Mern answered, and there is something else that does not make sense. Despite his admittedly brutal manner of dispatching Theo and his commanders, we have to admit they treated our dead far better than the dead of their own countrymen. Rodri and his lackeys were mutilated, for example, while Theo and our comrades were returned with their bodies intact. But why? Are we not Dorne's ancestral enemy? Brandil questioned. Dornishmen would consider Reachmen and Stormlanders their natural enemies due to our shared history of bloody warfare, yet Aeron seems to regard his own countrymen as the real enemy instead. You are right, Brandil, Mern nodded. It is clear his true enemy is not from outside Dorne, but within. Think. Why else would he exterminate countless Dornish houses whose histories stretch back to the time of Nymeria's conquest? Or rather, why would he need to go as far as to tell the entire world of what he had done? Brandil felt his hand clasp his mouth in a mixture of confusion and fear, sweat dripping down his cheek. You believe he is laying a trap for his own countrymen? He questioned, his fellow nobles. Mern's look of resigned acceptance gave him the answer he was looking for, and Brandil heaved a heavy sigh. I suppose in a way, it does make sense. Our worst enemies are always those coming from our own side, Brandil nodded, and yet he went about it in a very, how do I say this? A very dramatic way? As if he needs to make theatrics for the whole spectacle? Or maybe he somehow thinks the entirety of Dornish nobility is a scourge upon his country he can do without. Most likely, that is the exact reason why, hard as it is to comprehend, Mern nodded sagely. Rodri was an exception as was House Will, but this is wholesale slaughter. Then I suppose we'll get the real answer out of him once we defeat him, Brandil shrugged. Even though I admit, I might not be looking forward to talking with him, for all I know, he might be better off dead than alive. Perhaps so, Mern nodded, at least there is a bright side to it all. With Aeron's purges, there is no other governing body the green blood Dornish have to look forward to, and if we kill him and his most loyal people, the rest will have no choice but to fall into line. We may have to deal with the occasional revolt here and there, but there will be no one else significant to oppose the Reach. Then let us pray for a fortuitous victory in the battle to come, Brandil said, a cautious hope blooming in his heart. May the Seven protect us all, Mern concluded. Tell the men to get some rest, we march at dawn. As you command, Your Grace, Brandil bowed. One burning of Harrenhal, as the name says, it is the burning of the massive castle complex in the Riverlands which served as capital of the Ironborn Hoare realm. Too proud, arrogant and defiant to bend the knee to Aegon Targaryen, the conqueror burned the castle atop Bael Ryan in response, making an example of House Hoare as stone melted under the dragon's fiery breath. It served to break the backbone of Ironborn unity and power as they fractured and fled to their home in the Iron Islands, which the Targaryen assaulted after destroying the entirety of their naval power in several battles. Two House Rada's rapid growth in power under Aeron's leadership led to a scare among all Dornish noble houses, forcing them to bolster their own militaries and increase their stockpiles of equipment in preparation for the inevitable conflict with this upstart house, which naturally included siege equipment like scorpions. Chapter XXIV, Battle of Yarha Plains, Part I. 1 BC. Yarha Plains. The Yarha Plains were a vast stretch of barren desert stretching for miles upon miles, bereft of any vegetation and other natural obstacles, be it hills, rocks, or oases. If any caravan or army ill-supplied for such a perilous journey passed through these plains, one may die of thirst or sunstroke one before one dies of exhaustion or starvation. The Reachman host was like the vast ocean, bathing the entire desert in its cold embrace. Armor and weaponry gleamed in the sunlight, creating an outstretching ocean of glittering stars, and trailing behind the army was a snaking caravan of wagons filled with their water and food supplies. The Reachman force, a full 60,000 infantry and 20,000 cavalry, stood opposite the army of House Rada, the crimson banner of the fox standing in opposition to the white banner of the green hand. The army of House Rada, on the other hand, held no more than 30,000 infantry and 10,000 cavalry, but they brought with them scores of wagons bearing scorpions and jars of Tukosar fire along with all manner of paraphernalia. Gazing upon the ocean of Reachmen before them, Aeron frowned heavily, his shoulders tense and his hands tightly gripping the reins of his horse. This is the first time I've seen you this tense, my lord, Huang Shui noted as he trotted alongside him. This is the first time I'm fighting the Reachmen, and an army this size, so naturally I am a little nervous, Aeron admitted, but we've come this far now, and we have too much at stake to lose. The odds are stacked highly against us, but you have the best generals in all of Westeros at your disposal, Lord Aeron, Elenzo pointed out with a confident smirk, just give us the word, and we shall deliver you victory. A chuckle was heard from behind, and Aeron saw Garen Calround II the Archmage 3 of the Hydromancers approach from behind him. Gone was the lanky, skinny, weather-beaten man of a decade past, dressed in austere rags and fed up with the world. In his place stood a highly confident and masculine man, clad in fine Rhoynish armor and silks and standing tall and proud as a soldier. In all my years, never did I think I would be a part of such a grandiose and risky battle, Garen stated, his lips fixed in a mirthful smile. Your lord father often lamented how he could not be there to support his dear son on this day. I think he just wants to end his military career on a high note, Aeron suggested, to which the others shared a brief chuckle. Huang Shui, Elenzo Ares Aeron, Franklin Doritarn, Garen Calround, these four generals served as his commanders in this battle, and now they were about to close the curtains on this war millennia in the making. Here, they would bury the hatchet with the Reach once and for all. Look, my lord. Franklin called to Aeron, a retinue approaches us, waving the royal flag of King Mern Gardner. A small group of 50 horsemen slowly trotted towards the center of the battlefield, and Aeron could see one man taking the front, regal and dignified with a matching opulent crown of gold on his forehead. By his side was a hulking man with the face of an adolescent and a massive Zweihander in his hands, no doubt a seasoned veteran of a dozen battles. Aeron's own entourage trotted forward until they were within arm's reach of Mern's party, each evaluating their respective opponent. So, we finally meet, Mern said, adopting an unflappably calm mien. I am Mern IX Gardner, King of the Reach, and with me is Brandil Tarly, heir to his house and one of my most distinguished generals. They call you many names, Black Fox, Upstart, Archdemon, Sunslayer to name a few. The name's Aeron Rada, King Mern, Aeron replied. I'd say good to meet you, but it's anything but a pleasant meeting for either of us. Yes, I suspected such, Mern nodded in agreement. If anything, you are perhaps the greatest obstacle to our conquest of Dorne. You are also the most terrible monster this world has ever seen, performing acts of cruelty as if they were nothing more than a mundane chore upon your enemies. Truly, it is difficult to read your mind, Black Fox. Mern's disrespectful drawl elicited no response from Aeron or his accompanying generals, and Brandil Tarly kept a tight grip on his sword Heartsbane as he eyed Aeron, his eyes taut and sharp like a hawk's. You exterminate noble houses like lambs at a slaughterhouse, dispose of ancient bloodlines as if they are worth dirt, and then you proceed to discard your pride as Rhoyner by allying with the descendants of the very people who destroyed your people's ancestral homeland. Mern continued to list down, if the nobles of Westeros had their way, your house would be little more than a footnote in history. Nobles like you live in luxury bought on the back of the suffering of countless small folk who labor and toil in your industries, King Mern, Aeron calmly stated with a sharper edge in his words. You hold your pride dearer than your lives and the lives of your people and uphold ancient bloodlines even though their time is long past. If I had my way, or if I were a highly paranoid and total bitch of a leader, every single noble house of Westeros would be exterminated root and stem, ally and enemy alike. Brandel's grip on Heartsbane tightened even more, and Mern's eyes took a sharper edge. No wonder everyone in Dorne fears you so much, Black Fox, Mern said with a dangerously low voice, for you, the words taboo and limit do not exist. If I were held back by such words, I would never have gained as much as I did, Aeron shrugged nonchalantly. I think it says much about how the world really works for winners and losers. Mern's lips tightened into an angry frown, but he soon heaved a sigh and said, well, I will admit that if not for you, we would never have had the opportunity to invade Dorne and put an end to their menace. House Will is dead thanks to your generous help. No need for thanks, King Mern, Aeron nodded with a smile. We both know House Will was one house we could not let live. Mern allowed himself a small smile, before it quickly vanished beneath a professional stoicism. Nevertheless, your ruthless extermination of nobles means no king outside Dorne will ever accept the fact you are its new master, least of all me. No one will ever accommodate a monster like you, Mern pointed out, and yet, I remain curious about one thing, why do you treat our dead better than the dead of your own countrymen? Those who opposed your rebellion from the start and those who tried to turncoat, save for 3 houses, were all consigned to a bloody end. I believe you already know my official reason, Aeron stated. I do, but I want to hear it from your mouth, Mern put forth. All right then, said Aeron, I want to remake Dorne anew. Mern and Brandil were at a loss for words, unable to comprehend the meaning of Aeron's words. The reason why Dorne remained true to its old ways was due to the existence of ancient houses who propped them up, who existed for centuries and even millennia. Dorne was never able to grow rich and powerful as a nation even before Nymeria's conquest, and even then they worked to undo everything she and her fellow kinsmen achieved, all because they wished to uphold the old ways. For me and the Rhoyner, the old ways are nothing but a bane, refuse to be disposed of. That is why I went as far as I did. Does your retribution extend to family members, say if they betray your trust one day, turn against you for whatever reason? Mern questioned. I admit that I don't readily endorse kinslaying, Aeron said, his voice allowing only the slightest morsel of resignation. My uncle, however, was the very epitome of spitefulness, killing his own good family. Granted, his good family heaped mountains of mistreatment upon him, but letting him live would only cause grievous harm to those I care for down the road. If he was willing to torture and abuse his own wife and children, who knows what lows he'd sink to. Both Mern and Brandil shared looks of shock, and so too did their entourage. So it is true, then? Mern questioned. He truly did. Yes, it is, Aeron nodded. I see, Mern said, at least you have good reason to have him executed, though your method was excessive. And from what I can see, rather than maintain a pristine image, you would rather tarnish your name so people cannot use morality as leverage against you. A wise man once said, good men make horrible kings, horrible men make good kings, Aeron shrugged, and those who want too little from life get nothing compared to those who want more. Mern simply fixed a hard gaze upon Aeron and outwardly lacked reaction, though his eyes reflected his silent, grudging agreement. So the achievements of those who have nothing to lose and who gamble everything on the line pale in comparison to those who have everything to lose and thus try to hold on to everything they have. I see now. He mused to himself, before turning to Aeron, I suppose it takes a monster like you to end such long-standing lesions on the face of Westeros. Perhaps you were sent by the Seven to punish the Dornish for their misdeeds. I don't believe in the Seven, though I do agree on divine intervention, Aeron answered Mern, you know, it's too bad we're enemies. I cannot share your sentiment, Black Fox, Mern countered, even if your actions do result in a better Dorne, at least in your opinion, I cannot stomach the thought of you ruling in place of House Martell, not when you pose a far greater threat than the rest of Dorne ever will. Then I'll see you in battle, Mern, Aeron nodded, fight well. You too, Black Fox, Mern nodded back. With that, the two retinues returned to their respective armies, and the drums of war rang, setting the stage for one of the bloodiest battles in the history of Dorne, of all Westeros, a battle that would determine the continent's history for the next 3 centuries. I. With the numerical disadvantage faced by the Dornishmen, Aeron gave orders for the men to assume the 8 gates formation 4. The infantry quickly took position with pikes and shields in front and archers behind. Cavalry and chariot teams would act as diversions and support for the infantry, to relieve pressure whenever any part of the formation looked ready to crumble. That's a very strange formation, Your Grace, Brandil informed, he's definitely setting a trap for us, and we should not fall into it. That seems to be the case, Mern nodded in agreement, and that is why we have some expendable men at our disposal. Brandil nodded in grim understanding. Summon the Dornish levies and have them charge the Rata formation, Mern ordered, let their sacrifices pave the way for our triumph. As you command, Brandil nodded. One of Brandil's troops blew the horn and raised the flag of House Euronwood 5 up high, and soon the Dornish levies began charging towards the Rata front lines, whereas every Reachman levy wore a proper gambeson, a leather jerkin and a steel helm and wielded a proper sword or spear with shield. The average Dornish levy in Mern's army wielded only cheap spears and leather armor, a scant few wearing half-decent chainmail and a proper steel helmet if they were lucky. Cavalry went first while infantry followed behind, but the Dornish cavalry were likewise unarmored like their infantry counterparts, their traditional rivalry irrelevant in the face of an uncaring warlord who held their families hostage. Scores of Red Mountain Dornishmen were quick to die under the hail of arrows and javelins thrown their way, but they soon managed to reach the open gates of the formation. Soon enough, halberds poked out from underneath the shield walls and cleaved horse hooves, causing rider and mount to fall and to be easily skewered to death, while the rest of the infantry were easily slaughtered. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, a phrase that perfectly indicated the Dornishmen's situation. But they had served their purpose, and from afar Mern grunted in grudging approval as he observed the formation using his Myrish far eye. That formation is unlike any I have seen before, Brandil commented, though he does not seem to be doing anything special with it. Aye, that seems to be the case, all bark and no bite, Mern agreed, looking severely unhappy with the piles of Dornish corpses now littering the ground. Still, charging blindly into it would cost us heavily in manpower, considering they have scorpions and Tukosar fire to bolster their defenses. Do we not have our own siege engines to use, Your Grace? Brandil suggested. Ah, now there is a weapon we can use, Mern smiled appreciatively at Brandil. Can you set up some of our catapults to fire some barrels of that fire we looted? Most certainly, Your Grace, Brandil saluted. Your Grace, Dornish cavalry are flanking us. A sentry alerted. What? Mern questioned. Wheeling their heads in the direction the sentry pointed, Mern and Brandil could see at least 2,000 Rata cataphracts barreling towards their position, immediately clashing with their knights in battle as they exchanged lance and shield. The nearby engineers frantically scrambled towards the siege engines, scared for their lives. He catches on fast, Mern commented, or should I say he expected I would do such a thing. I feel it is more the latter, Your Grace, Brandil said as he drew Heartsbane. I shall go and fend them off, they look formidable. No, stay where you are, Brandil. Have our other commanders work to drive them back, Mern cautioned. I suspect he is trying to lure you into a trap. The bloody cavalry melee lasted for several minutes, and though the cataphracts were hardy warriors seasoned from several battles against fellow Dornishmen, their equipment could not match hard steel plate the Reach Knights favored, and the cataphracts were soon starting to be overwhelmed by their enemies as they moved to surround them. Their captain whistled loudly, shouting, "That's enough, pull back." The cataphracts lost a few dozen more of their number as they fought their way out, and soon the knights began to give chase. Though mighty and durable, their thick and heavy armor made the Reachman knights slower than their Dornish counterparts, who used their lighter weight to gain a head start on their foes. Some taunted them in their saddles, one even standing atop his mount and flashing them a most obscene gesture, which served to further enrage the knights as they gave chase. "Damn these fools, summon them back," Brandil ordered hastily. "It's no good, my lord. They're out of range," the poor guard reported back. And as Brandil feared, the moment the knights seemed to just manage to catch up to the cataphracts, the captain of the cataphracts whistled loudly, and they veered away, and the knights realized too late they were about to collide with another unit of knights who happened to be charging towards the cataphracts themselves. Horses and knights collided in a show of crunching bone and plate, and more died from hard impacts to their necks and heads or being trampled underneath than those who survived the collision. "Now that is just fucking dirty," Mern commented, shaking his head ruefully. "Order our knights that from now on, if they give chase, they must not leave sight of the main formation." "Aye, Your Grace." Brandil saluted. "At least we managed to protect the catapults." An engineer ran up to the two of them, crisply saluting as he gave his report. "My lords, the Tukosar fire is loaded." "Good, rain hellfire on these misbegotten heathens," Mern bellowed. "At once, sire." The engineer enthusiastically nodded. Even before the catapults fired, Rata troops dissolved the 8 gates formation and quickly moved forward. As the catapults fired, barrels were flung through the air, and many troops were too slow to evade the incoming immolated barrels as they erupted upon impact, engulfing a few hundred troops in the process. The sun shone high in the air, casting the battlefield in a shower of gold and crimson like a blazing fire. Scorpions and archers returned fire, shooting bolts and flinging jars of Tukosar fire which felled hundreds of Reachmen in return. "Sire, Rata cavalry are attacking again," a sentry reported. While it looked as if the cavalry were massing for another charge aimed at the siege engines, that was not the case. Instead of cataphracts armed with lance and shield, these cavalry were armed with bow and arrow, and served to harass Reachman knights by firing arrows at them. Ordinarily, Arrows would struggle to find purchase in thick steel plate, but the Rada horse archers used not only long, powerful bows but also specially made arrowheads with a needle-narrow arrowhead. These two factors combined to create arrows designed for the purpose of piercing through thick steel plate. Several scores of knights fell prey to such arrows, giving them pause even as they continued giving chase to no avail. They circled around and focused on attacking at range, killing several knights and levies and even audaciously aiming at nearby catapult crews. Reach crossbowmen returned fire, killing several horse archers in retaliation, but between longbows and crossbows there was a clear winner in maintaining suppressive fire upon the other. The moment other knights began to converge upon them, the horse archers 6 broke away and beat a hasty retreat. At the same time, the Rada army reorganized itself and began a slow march forward, daringly approaching the iron walls of the Reachman levies. Mern grit his teeth at this, a feeling of both respect and annoyance growing within his heart. This battle is getting nowhere. Mern frowned heavily, gripping the hilt of Dawn strapped to his waist. Brandil, take charge of the main formation's defense. I will order the first wave forward. By your orders. Brandil nodded. Though barely an hour passed, several hundreds of troops alone died in the initial exchange, and unwilling to risk being bled dry by 1,000 cuts, Mern resolved to crush the Dornishmen with brute force in one fell swoop. Little did they know that the battle was about to enter its bloodiest phase yet. 1 Sunstroke, Azov's name for heatstroke. 2 Garen Calran, was granted his surname which translated as River Sun, alluding to his heritage as an orphan of the green blood. When the water wizards were reconstituted as the Hydromancers, he was named Archmage of the Order, and he contributed greatly to reinventing the art of water magic from the ground up. 3 Archmage, the highest ranking position of the Hydromancer Order. Effectively the head of the order. 4 Eight Gates Formation, also known as the 8 Docked Gates Formation, it is a fictional military formation originating from a UTI-based fictional story known as the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, where a land called China was gradually divided into 3 empires after the fall of the ruling Han dynasty. This formation took inspiration from the 8 trigrams or begwa, a set of symbols which illustrate the nature of reality as being composed of mutually opposing forces reinforcing one another. Theoretically, it made use of 2 sets of 8 groups of troops who consistently moved to create confusion and whittle down any invading troops who tried to undo the formation from within. In reality, such a tactic was far too complex to effectively perform on the battlefield due to how many moving parts it had, which would result in breakdown of both communication and troop formation, which is fatal in battle. Furthermore, while it looked intimidating, it lacked sustenance and thus cannot actually withstand a protracted attack by a determined enemy. Here, Aaron Rada and Huang Shui did away entirely with the moving parts, instead focusing on 8 sections of rigid troops in an octagon shape with 8 openings deliberately presented for the enemy to exploit. 5 Dornish levies were conscripted by the Reachmen to supplement their losses and act as a cushion to preserve Reachman lives for upcoming conflicts, and the Red Mountain Dornish resented the Reachmen for this. Even so, long before the Reachmen conquered the Red Mountains, they held no true loyalty to House Martell and declared their independence the moment House Martell was declared extinct. As such, rather than wield the banner of the Sunspear, they chose to fly the banner of House Euronwood, since it was the only major Dornish house remaining which commanded the Red Mountain Dornishmen's respect. 6 Horse Archers, a new type of unit created by Aaron out of a desire to create a highly mobile and flexible archer corps who could sow terror among the hearts of infantry and cavalry, and as a response to highly mobile enemies like the Dothraki, who field the fastest cavalry in the entire known world. Lacking ready access to the legendary Euronwood timber due to trade embargoes, Aaron Rada introduced a new type of bow known as the composite bow, which was made from laminating wood, horn, and sinew together, and is capable of storing more energy in the same length of bow as compared to a pure wood bow, thus making shots more powerful. Combined with the bodkin arrow, Rada archers possess the ability to pierce steel plate armor and thus pose a true threat to the power of chivalric knights. They are, however, much more susceptible to damage by moisture and take a greater variety of materials and more time to manufacture. Nevertheless, they proved immensely useful for horse archery despite being more vulnerable in humid conditions, making them a potent weapon in the Rada arsenal. Chapter XXV, Battle of Yarha Plains, Part 2. 1 BC. Yarha Plains. The battle was already proving to be highly costly, and thousands of corpses littered the battlefield as showers of arrows and javelins were exchanged between the two sides. Chariots ran down infantry and archers while scorpions and cataphracts harassed and whittled down the Reachman knights, and the main host of both armies marched towards a direct confrontation. As the Dornish troops reached eyesight of the Reachman host, they suddenly ground to a stop, fall axes forming shield walls and archers knocking arrows on bows. "They're stopping?" A knight questioned. "Does not matter, we charge and hit them before they can try anything." Mern ordered, "Charge, charge." None had issue with such orders, yet even as they moved to close the distance, a horn echoed from the Rada formation, and the Rada troops actually pulled back slightly. The Reachmen soon saw large ceramic jars being flung towards their position, yet they hit the ground instead and erupted into a thick smoke which obscured their vision. They huddled together as a precaution, cautious of an ambush. "Damn it, what in the name of the seven are they up to now? A knight cursed, holding his shield up high. I don't know, but it is nothing good, Mern remarked, feeling cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Still, we must march forward, we cannot stay here or we will be sitting ducks for whatever trap they've concocted. With trepidation the reachmen marched forward as fast as their legs could carry them. Many feared a possible ambush, some even shaky in their movements, but all maintained the shield wall and carried on, hoping to emerge intact from the ambush. Alas, House Rata would cruelly dash their hopes, for a hail of arrows soon claimed the lives of dozens. Shit! Shields up! Shields up! Mern bellowed at the top of his voice. Many raised their shields, but quite a number did not make it in time, falling to the ground and creating holes in the formation their comrades desperately moved to plug. We can't stay here, we must move forward. Mern ordered. But your grace, we cannot see a thing. A knight pointed out, if we go blindly, we risk losing more of our comrades to this. If we stay here, we die regardless. Mern countered, now move. Move forward and keep your shields locked tight. But how do we know where to go, your grace? The knight questioned. We follow where the arrows are coming from. Mern answered, we follow them, we'll come across the Rata main host sooner or later. The reachmen desperately obeyed Mern's orders, and with professionalism befitting full-time soldiers, knights and levies alike marched forward in perfect synchrony, their shields held high as a wall of wood and iron. Though it saved many lives, many more who responded too late turned into human porcupines, and Mern gritted his teeth at this sight. Even with this thick smoke, the Dornishmen are able to find our location somehow and massacre our troops. That means even if we manage to escape this smog by going forward, he will have another nasty surprise waiting for us. Brandel's thoughts raced in a focused mind, Yundi's tracked by the bloodshed, confusion and mayhem happening all around them. But there is no risk in war, and we sacrificed too much to simply lose this battle. Thousands died in the vanguard, yet the training and discipline of the reachmen shone true in the shrouded smog, and they emerged from the death trap of smoke and arrows, to find themselves heading straight into a wall of shields and spears bearing the crimson banner of the fox. Shit, brace! Mern ordered. Levyman and knight clashed against the fall axes, proud infantry of the Dornish deserts. Knights were superior warriors with years of experience and on foot, a terrible menace against the half-trained levymen of most other kingdoms. Levies, being half-trained troops, often performed worse than knights in melees. This time, both levyman and knight showed terrible rage and ferocity against the Dornishmen, pushing hard like a herd of mammoths. The fall axes held firm like a wall of iron, rotary thrusts of spears poking above and beneath shields of gleaming steel, hardly caring less about a mob of angry farmers and snotty nobles as their formation held firm. All the while overhead, arrows continued to fly past them and into the smog behind the reachmen, killing hundreds more in the process. Dornish archers fired and felled levies and knights, while reachmen javelins took down scores of fall axes. Minutes passed, and the ferocious fighting soon took a turn as the Rata formation began to buckle slightly. Only the latter's professional training kept them from crumbling in the face of superior numbers and morale, though they were forced back, which emboldened the reachmen further as they intensified the push. Pull back! Pull back! Aaron ordered. The Dornishmen retreated in good order, allowing the reachmen to make good on their push and claim the lives of hundreds more Dornishmen. Ha! Look at the cowards run! A knight cried. Push forward, men! Mern ordered, this day, we send them to the archdemon's banquet table. The reachmen roared in approval. Yet as the fall axes and archers pulled back, two more detachments of Dornish infantry struck the reachmen in the left and right flanks, forcing them to spread out their troops in response. Keep pushing, men! The Black Fox must die today! Mern ordered. This new intrusion did not deter the reachmen in the slightest, and they committed wholeheartedly to the push forward as the central flank withdrew. Alas, their overeagerness to claim the Black Fox's head turned against them, and soon they saw the flanks beginning to envelop them in a crescent formation. Pincered on three sides, it was now the reachmen's turn to be whittled down and put at a disadvantage, and with arrows and javelins raining down upon them the Dornishmen could leisurely win this battle of attrition. Worse still, an entire regiment of cavalry was charging towards their rear flanks, where the injured and exhausted reachman troops were rotated towards to allow the fresher troops to take the front lines. Caught between a rock and a hard place, these poor sods were slaughtered in droves. Damn it, we're surrounded! A knight cursed, Your Grace, we're being attacked from behind by cavalry. Just focus on killing the enemy. Mern ordered, gritting his teeth so hard he was close to gnashing them to bits. We came this far, we cannot lose. Wear down their front lines and kill their commanders, then the rest will lose their nerve en route. That's a much harder order to fulfill than possible, Your Grace. The knight pointed out. As if to compound their troubles, the Rata cataphracts attacking from behind were slaughtering all in their path, whittling down their numbers even further and causing the Reach formation to buckle with alarming speed. Unless a miracle took place, they were doomed. 7 be damned, we let ourselves be baited into this. And if they're isolating me, they'll have already sent troops to attack my main camp. All we can do now is hold the line and pray the main camp holds as well. Mern could only pray the Seven would bless them with victory. I. Just as the Reach vanguard was hemmed in by the Dornishmen, Dornish horse archers continued to wreak havoc on the main camp's defences from afar, and despite the best efforts of the defending archers they did not manage to thin their numbers that much. Brandil made use of the scorpions to fire back at the horse archers, making sure to time his volleys just right to take down these meddlesome flies poking at their skin. Ready, loose. A volley was loosed, and an entire platoon of horse archers was taken down. The archers let out a brief cheer at this victory. Good, keep this up. Brandil said, we take them down, and we buy enough time for his grace to break through. Unfortunately, at that moment a single scout, mortally wounded by arrows in his back, hastily dropped off his horse and hacked out blood from his mouth before giving his report. My lord. His grace is surrounded, you must, send the second W wave. And the messenger collapsed to the ground in a pool of blood, his eyes and mouth open. Brandil hastily took his Myrish far eye and saw the green-hand banners surrounded by fox banners in an awkward semicircle. Fuck. Brandil cursed, damn it, order the second wave forward. But my lord, we still have these horse archers to deal with. A captain protested. We can handle them on our own, along with any detachments they send our way. If we do not save his grace and our troops from that death trap we lose this battle. Order the second wave forward with 2 regiments of our cavalry. Brandil ordered, roaring in the face of the poor captain. Why yes, my lord. The captain hastily nodded. With that, the second vanguard marched forward into the slaughterhouse, 50,000 strong against the Dornish army. So vast was their formation that they looked as if they were devouring the desert sands with every step, an avalanche of green tainting and consuming all in its path. Then Brandil saw the Dornish chariots making themselves known, their wheels bearing long metal blades and the drivers bearing spears and glaives in hand while kicking up sand clouds with long spiked cylinders connected by strong iron chains. Reach cavalry moved to intercept them with lance in hand. I honestly wonder if the fox's bite can poison the green hand. Brandil muttered. Chapter XXVI, Battle of Yarha Plains, Part 3. 1 BC. Yarha Plains. Huang Shui gazed upon the unfolding battle from atop his chariot, safe within the heart of the formation. Fanning himself vigorously under the hot sun, he strained his eyes observing the tide of the battle, sighing heavily as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. The umbrella on his chariot did little to keep away the heat, though it was bearable without the sun directly shining on his person. No matter how many years I spend here, I can never get used to this overbearing heat, Huang Shui muttered tiredly, out here in the desert, it's far worse. How I wish I were in a cool tent, drinking iced water. He chuckled to himself, as if I would miss this crucial battle for the world. The Reachmen were surrounded and Franklin's cataphracts were pummeling their back ranks, and though Mern Gardner and his people gave as good as they got, their fate was effectively sealed. The second vanguard, on the other hand, was fast marching towards the melee to rescue Mern's vanguard. My lord, the second vanguard has reached halfway towards the rear of King Mern's formation. A soldier reported. Huang Shui smiled at this, and ordered, have the hydromancer spring the trap 1. Yes, my lord. The soldier saluted. Behold, men of the Reach, Huang Shui said, behold the fruits of tactics born of years of practice and cunning. I. Brandil instantly felt his hair standing up on end, a natural reaction he instinctively felt when something was about to go wrong. He quickly looked at the battlefield through his far eye, and what he saw caused his heart to sink. The sand the second vanguard marched on turned into quicksand, a hungry maw opening upon the surface of the earth that swallowed thousands of troops. Many were left half buried from the waist up, unable to escape, unable to move. The Dornish chariots themselves remained preoccupied with the cavalry, and the infantry remained occupied in the melee. Then he saw Dornish light cavalry rushing towards the infantry, yet rather than trample upon them or kill them he instead saw them throw sacks onto the trapped Reachmen, covering them in a thick black, viscous substance. He then saw flaming arrows loosed from the Rata formation, aimed in the direction of the second vanguard. The arrows struck, the fire igniting the oil, and tens of thousands of troops were burned alive before their eyes. A field of fire too was ignited beneath their feet, a field of fire that would be recorded in history forevermore. Even if they moved now, it was too late to save the first or second vanguards from the death trap Aaron Rata engineered. With the loss of the Dornish levies and 2 vanguards along with several commanders from the daring assassinations days prior, Brandil realized there was no winning the battle. Yet he was just one of several commanders, not the king, and without the king's permission, he could not hope to order a retreat lest he be branded a traitor. My lord Brandil, what do we do now? A knight questioned. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly gave an order that went against every fiber of his being. We continue to hold the main camp. Brandil ordered. What? But what about his grace? The knight questioned again. The second vanguard may be beyond saving, but not his grace. We must save him. Did you not say that without him, the battle is lost? I know that, and I was counting on the second vanguard for that reason. Brandil countered, but now they have them trapped where they want them, and if we recklessly send more troops to their aid, not only will we risk losing them, we will also weaken our own defense against their pincer attack. As if to answer Brandil's concerns, 2 regiments of cavalry came barreling down on their main camp, attacking the Reachmen with vigor and high morale. As Brandil drew Heartsbane, he could see several cavalrymen wielding water in their hands, slicing apart opposition with mere waves of their hands. Water wizards, and here I was wondering why Aaron did not employ his trump card earlier. Damn it, take care of these bastards immediately. Brandil ordered, no one gets through. It was a vain hope, trying to eke out a possible victory from the jaws of defeat, but he was a commander of the Reach and he would perform his tasks until the bitter end. And the sun shining overhead resembled a burning star, ready to land on the battlefield with a thunderous impact and obliterate everything in its path. I. Meanwhile, Mern and his troops were far too preoccupied fighting their way through the Dornish aiming for the head of Aaron Rada, who himself had joined the melee with Archmage Garen wielding their water arts and slicing apart Reachmen like a hot knife through butter. With dawn in hand he cleaved his way through, his knights eagerly following him towards death's door. Each swing cleaved flesh and bone in twain, each strike thinning the shield wall by a handful more soldiers, drawing him closer to his target. Aaron! Mern shouted, it's time for you to die. Not if you die first. Aaron shouted back. Garen used both sword and water to cover Aaron's flanks while he and his men held the front firm like a rock against water. Amid the brutal melee, all the fighting men were covered in sand, blood, and grime, sweaty and tired under the brutal desert heat, pushing themselves harder through burning passion for the cause they believe in. Soon, Mern reached Aaron, both equally tired, and they brandished their swords for the first strike. Rack! As swords clashed, sparks flew, and it turned into an impromptu duel between the sovereign king of a chivalric kingdom and the self-styled rebel liberator of Dorne. As they fought hard amid the chaotic carnage, several things quickly became apparent. 1. Mern was the better swordsman, having years of battles under his belt. Aaron, on the other hand, fought in several battles but nowhere near as long as his Reach counterpart. 2. Mern had far greater strength, allowing him to hit much harder and thus cause Aaron to expend greater strength when blocking or parrying Mern's strikes. 3. Dawn 3 was a magically enchanted sword, infinitely better than Aaron's own mundane steel sword which was already being nicked and chipped in various places. But 4. Aaron was much more agile with his thinner body, allowing him to sidestep and dodge strikes more easily, compensating for his weaker strength and sword against Mern's. It was a close fight, their swords clashing with Mern gaining the clear advantage, their passion and the weight of their burdens disallowing either from giving anything short of their best. Minutes passed, and both suffered wounds and exhausted all their stamina. Slice. Stab. Block. Deflect. If you weren't such a fucking pain in the ass, I'd almost respect your talent for warfare. Mern shouted, slicing Aaron's left cheek. Slice. Stab. Block. Deflect. And if you weren't my enemy, I'd appreciate how much of a courageous, intrepid, and cunning general and king you are. Aaron argued, punching Mern squarely in the cheek and knocking out his tooth. Slice. Stab. Block. Deflect. If only you were born a Reachman without your infamous tendencies, I would have gladly employed you in my court. Mern countered, headbutting Aaron in the nose, you would have helped usher in a new golden age for the Reach. Slice. Stab. Block. Deflect. This is the reality we live in now. Aaron said, slicing Mern across his left eye, blinding him and causing him to scream in pain, deal with it. Mern punched Aaron across the face, disorienting him and causing him to lose his bearings. Panting heavily and bleeding badly, Aaron Rada was barely able to stand up straight from battle fatigue. He fell to a knee, his vision blurring as stars danced in his vision. He saw Mern stumble towards him, one hand clutching his bleeding eye and the other clutching Dawn, ready to kill him with the final strike. It ends here, Mern muttered. Time slowed, and the fate of Aaron, the fate of all Dorne, would be decided in the next few seconds. Mern raised his sword, aiming the killing blow while Aaron's troops frantically rushed to his aid. Aaron quickly outstretched a hand, and from a waterskin water flowed out, morphing into an icicle which struck Mern in the throat. Mern struggled to swing down his sword, mustering the last vestiges of his strength and determination to end Aaron. Seeing this, 2 soldiers swiftly moved and stabbed him in the abdomen with their swords. Bleeding profusely from his throat and sword wounds, he fell backwards onto the ground, proudly facing the sun in his final moments as King of the Reach. Mern Gardner, 9th of his name, was slain in battle. King Mern Gardner has fallen. A soldier echoed. The moment such news rang out across the battlefield, an air of shock, defeat, and gloom loomed over the Reachmen as many suddenly felt disheartened by this devastating news. Without King Mern holding the army together, it quickly devolved into a rout as Reachmen pushed and shoved each other to escape the death trap they were in. So, his lordship managed to end the life of King Mern himself, albeit with unexpected help, Huang Shui muttered, smiling like a father proud of his son, how far he's come. Seeing the flagging reachman, he motioned to one of the men and ordered, have the rear cavalry part and give them an escape route, then proceed to sow confusion among their ranks. Aye, sir. The soldier nodded. Rada cavalry soon mingled into the fighting, a few of them raising their spears high and shouting in loud voices. The king is dead, run! Run for your lives! Aris Rada is on his way with reinforcements from Royahum. We must escape while we still can. Some of the knights tried to restore order and control among their ranks, but the seeds of confusion were sown, and the reachman had completely lost hope of any victory. Run! As fast as you can! Several reachmen were trampled beneath their comrades in their mad rush to escape, and under orders the Dornishmen did not pursue, content to leave the enemy with scars most traumatic. They let out a raucous cheer, happy that they not only won the battle for the fate of all Dorne, they scored first blood against the Reach, showing the world that the new Dorne was not to be trifled with. We won! We really won! Ha, I get to boast about how we defeated these fools. Comrade, we all get boasting rights. Brandil Tarly, on the other hand, was devastated by the falling of the Greenhand banners as was his fellow countrymen. Gritting his teeth, he could see the main camp's defenders faltering and rapidly dropping like flies, inching ever closer to the command tent. My lord, what do we do? A knight cried in alarm, shaking in his boots. There was only one thing Brandil could do in that situation. Everyone, stop fighting immediately. Brandil ordered, this battle is lost. I repeat, throw down your weapons and surrender immediately. There is no need to throw away your lives for a lost battle. But my lord. Just do it. Brandil shouted, send out my orders, everyone is to lay down arms and surrender to Aaron Rada. Anyone who disobeys shall be at the mercy of either my sword or Aaron's. Convey my orders now. Why yes, my lord. The knights saluted. Recalcitrant as they were to surrender, at this point, the Reachmen saw no hope of escaping certain doom if they retreated, much less attempt to snatch a victory. One by one, the Reachmen desisted in fighting and surrendered, and the Dornishmen were quick to tie them up and confiscate their weapons. And despite their reservations, they were treated with all the decency and mercy that prisoners of war could ever hope to receive, their wounded and sick were taken away to be cared for, and the rest never subject to abuse or humiliation the defeated were expected to suffer. Brandil's orders were like bittersweet medicine to swallow, they suffered the humiliation of defeat against an enemy more disadvantaged than them, but they were also shown great mercy and retained their lives. Still, the casualty report was grim, though the Dornish army lost close to half their number in the battle, the Reachmen lost between 2/3 to 3/4 of their troops. By the end, slightly over 18,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry of the Reachmen army remained. This battle shook the foundations of Westeros, and forever changed the power dynamic between Dorne, the Reach, and the Stormlands 4. Though the quicksand trap was only applicable in desert environments, it showed the world the capability of magic users in creating otherwise mundane, invisible traps easily missed in the chaos of battle until the last possible moment, and while records on magic users in Westeros are exceedingly sparse, none suggest any of them used their powers for such purposes. Most believe they simply did not imagine such a possibility, which would have otherwise changed the face of warfare. Too contrary to expectations, this field of fire was nowhere as memorable or characteristic as the true field of fire orchestrated by the Targaryens later on in their conquest. 3. The fact that Dawn readily accepted its new wielder, a foreign king and conqueror and the one who caused House Dane's downfall, was a fact countless Red Mountain Dornish refused to believe even when they saw it for themselves. However, Dawn only accepts wielders who prove worthy of wielding it by its standards, Dornish or otherwise. The Reachmen would often poke fun at the Dornish for King Mern 9 proving a worthy wielder unlike countless Danes in the house's history. For countless people throughout Westeros refused to believe Dorne could win against the Reach and inflict such horrendous casualties upon their enemy, and as a direct consequence, neither the Reach nor the Stormlands dared to treat Dorne under House Rada lightly ever again. And confirmed existence of water wizards is going to aggravate Targaryens as they would know that water wizards can counter their dragons. So here's a funny make. I already can see Visenya's reaction. They have fucking water wizards, a group of mages that uses water to counter dragons during their wars against Valyrian freehold. Visenya growled, glaring at Aegon and Rhaenys. Good thing is that Dorne is our friend. Rhaenys sipped her chilled wine, smirking at same time as Aegon closed his eyes and gave a resigned sigh. What's next? Giants wielding massive bows that can shoot arrows that as big as scorpion bolts or bigger. Visenya threw her arms up, incensed with her siblings' non-commit attitude. North does possess several methods that can counter our dragons. In fact, they do have giants with that mythical weirwood bows followed by children of forest wielding their ancient magics and Starks or riders of ice dragons. Aegon coughed to his palm, knowing that Visenya is going to be even more annoyed, and he was proven to be right as he saw Visenya's expression suddenly goes blank. Chapter XXVII, The Foxes Do, Part I. 1 BC. Yarha Plains. The news of the Reach's resounding defeat in Dorne sent shockwaves throughout Westeros. Many refused to accept the fact that a princedom of raiding, pillaging, whoremongering heathens could defeat the kingdom of chivalry, renowned for fielding the largest armies and strongest knights in all of Westeros. Many believed it a mere hoax, a lie spread to create the illusion of Dornish invincibility and shatter the credibility of Reach strength. Many lords utilized their connections and spy networks to discern the truth of the matter, and for them it was both shocking and troubling to learn the truth. The Dornish under House Rada had indeed broken the might of the Reach army at the Yarha Plains, costing them over 2/3 of their numbers and killing many of their prominent commanders, and the honorable and brave King Mern 9 Gardner was slain by the hand of the Black Fox himself. With such a devastating loss, all dreams of Dornish conquest by the Reach were shattered by the hand of fate. With such a victory, Dorne amply demonstrated to the world that it shall never be conquered by foreign nations so long as House Rada endured, that it can and will take the Reach head-on in fair battle, and that the achievements of House Rada in a few years surpassed the achievements of House Martell in centuries. Yet no victory is without cost, and House Rada paid a heavy price for its victory. Fully half its army was slain in battle, and to fund his campaign, Aaron had to nearly bankrupt his finances and empty his granaries to supply his army over longer distances, digging deep into his reserves. Now, he had no coin reserves left and very little food, and without payment of any sort, Aaron's dreams of unity would die of starvation. No Reach lord learned the true extent of the losses Aaron Rada suffered thanks to Sainali's scrupulous work and that of the Tianfeng Huang, but that could change with the chaos of the times. Hence here he was in a tent, negotiating with the captured Reach commanders. "You have to be joking, you want the Reach to pay you gold and food supplies in exchange for our release, and for Crown Prince Edmund to visit you in Royaham for further negotiations?" Brandil asked incredulously. "Well, you are at my mercy, so it's only fair I try to obtain something in exchange for releasing you all," Aaron Rada flatly answered, "and besides, I need something to make up for my losses." Many of the arrested commanders grumbled underneath their breaths, fixing the harshest glares they could muster on Aaron who sat on a chair while facing Brandil. "In all honesty, do you really think His Highness or any in the Reach would accept those conditions?" Brandil questioned. "It is a little late to say this, but with your killing of His Grace, the Reach shall never truly accept any sort of peace deal with you now and until the last of your days. I dare say any messenger you send to Highgarden shall be rejected, perhaps returned to you in pieces along with a declaration of war. You won this battle, but you will lose the war with us." Many Reachmen smiled at Brandil's words, and Aaron's own commanders bit their tongues harshly upon hearing the truth in the young nobleman's words, glaring at the Reachmen in return. Aaron remained passive, outwardly failing to react, though his eyes narrowed slightly. "Let us face it, you overplayed your hand and cost yourself dearly," Brandil shrugged. "You can either release us or kill us, but you will gain nothing in the end." Aaron heaved through his nose, staring incomprehensibly at Brandil for pregnant moments. "Who is to say I cannot secure my ransom through other means?" Aaron asked. "Because you will have your hands full with Dorne," Brandil answered calmly, "and let's say even if you do secure a ransom, what then? Do you truly think the Reach will take this defeat lying down? I cannot claim to be a cunning politician or possessed of great intellect, but I believe they will attempt to sabotage the payment before it even reaches Dorne's sands." Aaron's mouth curled slightly as he took a deep breath, leaning back in his chair slightly as he stared at Brandil. Neither Aaron nor Brandil spoke anything for many seconds, each gauging the other, each waiting for the other to break the silence. "Do you truly believe I overplayed my hand, Brandil?" asked Aaron. "How else? Our army outnumbered you twice over, and our cavalry were superior to yours," Brandil stated matter-of-factly, "although, to be honest at first I could not fathom why you chose to withhold your water magic until the last possible moment." "It's dependent on water, is it not?" Aaron said and expressed nothing. "Which means that old-fashioned might had to win the battle," Brandil concluded, "and to be honest, it was not a kind of battle you won easily, your wounds speak for themselves." Aaron observed the bandages covering his arms, torso, and face, and simply nodded at Brandil's words. "Untie Lord Tarly," Aaron ordered, "and have everyone else leave the tent. Lord Tarly, my inner council and a few trusted guards shall stay in the tent." "My lord?" a guard questioned. "Do as I say," Aaron reiterated. The guards obeyed albeit reluctantly, and Brandil slowly stood up and massaged his wrists, rubbing the sore areas the hemp rope rubbed against. A guard brought a wooden stool, which he unfolded and placed in front of Aaron. "Take a seat," Aaron offered. Confused by this gesture, Brandil nonetheless obliged, and he saw Aaron take out a tray bearing crystal-clear glass bottle filled with a deep red liquid and 2 glass cups. Aaron opened the bottle, poured the drink into the cups and offered one to Brandil. "Want a drink?" Aaron asked. Brandil remained highly cautious of Aaron's offer, while the others were bewildered by Aaron's actions. Slowly he drifted his hand towards the glass before taking it, and he saw Aaron raise his glass. He mirrored the gesture and drank, and instantly felt a burn down his throat. "This is strong," Brandil admitted. "Syak, our trademark liquor, Aaron explained. I offered it to Theo Tyrell. Reminding the Reachman of the poor commander's ill fate seemed a ballsy move, and one that stirred anger in Brandil Tarly, but Brandil held his anger and simply stared at the drink as if it was a poisoned chalice. For what it's worth, I am not killing any of you here today, Aaron clarified, much to Brandil's confusion. We've shed enough blood between us today, and I want there to be peace between our two peoples. Brandil flatly stated, did you not hear what I said earlier? I heard you clearly, and despite the bad blood I still wish to sue for peace. Continued conflict will do neither of us any good, Aaron put forth. I think you yourself know the ramifications. It was hard for Brandil to ignore the other threat on their doorstep, the Targaryens. Brandil bit his lip at the memory of the news of the burning of Harrenhal, of the fall of the Riverlands and then the Iron Islands to the Targaryen conquerors, of the surrender of the Vale when Lady Visenya occupied the area atop her dragon Viagar. It would not be long before they turned their greed and ambition upon the Westerlands and the Reach, two powerful kingdoms who could still oppose their armies on land and their navies at sea. And with the Reach having lost 4/5 of its military and its king, it was doubtful either Prince Edmund or Prince Gawain or any of King Mern's sons had the political savvy or clout to secure an alliance with King Loren Lannister of the Westerlands. Perhaps in the first place, they should have secured such an alliance, so that they could envelop Dorne's armies with the suffocating strength of sheer numbers and avoid such a catastrophic defeat. Such was King Mern's confidence in his warcraft and the Reach's logistics that they invaded Dorne alone. Even if I were to support making peace with Dorne, there would be a great many in my homeland crying for blood, Brandil pointed out. King Mern's sons will never forgive you killing their father, countless Reachmen will not forgive you killing so many of their fathers, sons, and husbands, countless people in Westeros will never accept you killing your uncle, no matter your reason. The price of my ambition, Aaron nodded, taking another sip from his glass. If I may ask, why did you kill Rodri yourself? Asked Brandil. I know you said it was because of Rodri's actions towards his family, that he imprisoned and abused them, and I know others already asked you this, but could you not have had someone else do the deed? Rather, why allow the spreading of the news of your kinslaying in the first place? Most politicians would prefer that such heinous deeds never see the light of day. Aaron sighed heavily, looking downcast as he stared at his cup of Omsiak. I was really angry at him, he admitted, when I saw the broken, bruised forms of his wife and children, who did nothing to anger him or humiliate him or inconvenience him. I lost it. I wanted so badly to kill that monster myself, and I admit, I derived great satisfaction. I also saw how much he lost himself to his greed, his envy and hate, his spite. He was jealous of me, and hated his unfair treatment at the hands of his in-laws. I think he ceased to care at that point, about anything in general save his position as lord of his house. So it became personal, and he was too great a threat to let live, Brandil interjected. Yes, it was, Aaron answered, and as for your question about the spreading of such news, I did not orchestrate it, I just let the people spread rumors normally. You know, my pa once said, rumors can be a powerful weapon against the greatest of generals or the most cunning of politicians, Brandil said, drinking deeply from his cup. Aaron offered him a refill, which Brandil gratefully accepted. I will say this, there are pests I need to take care of, and I need suitable bait, Aaron answered. That's so. Brandil said, well, handle it your way, then. Aaron took a deep gulp of his drink, grimacing at the burn down his throat, before he poured himself another cup. You know, it's really funny how fate works, Brandil mentioned, his expression turning melancholic. You know yourself how many times we and the Stormlands have been raided by your kind before the coming of House Targaryen. Many times we wished to invade Dorne, to put an end to its raiding ways, but each time we tried to, our other neighbors would ally with each other to keep us from doing so, the Westerlands, the Riverlands, the Stormlands. If not for both House Targaryen and you, our dreams would never have become a reality. Brandil took a small sip before continuing. If not for you, House Will would have continued being a nuisance. If not for you, men like Rodri Corgile would have been allowed to live. If not for you, Dorne would still have remained under the rule of an impotent and incompetent house like Martell. Why is it then, that only cruel men like you make good kings and live to write a glorious history, while good men like His Majesty die as a stepping stone for your path to glory? Brandil's anguished, accusatory tone made Aaron's guard slightly on edge, but Huang Shui chose that moment to step forward. Lord Aaron, if I may speak? He asked. Aaron Rada gestured for him to do so. To answer your question, Lord Tarly, it is simply the way of the world, Huang Shui answered sympathetically. We love upstanding paragons of virtue and those who rule by impartiality and compassion, that is our nature. However, it is also human nature to lie, cheat and steal from each other. Nobility have done that for eons since the dawn of time, and as, cruel as it is to say, horrible men make good kings while good men make horrible kings. And what is it supposed to mean? Brandil asked. That more often than not, kings are not remembered for their character or their generosity, but by the results they obtain which benefit the people, Huang Shui clarified. House Martell, overlords of Dorne as they claim to be, did little to nothing for the people despite centuries of rule. Lord Aaron caused much bloodshed, suffering and destruction to Dorne, especially its nobility, so that the people may benefit without their interference. He brought many improvements that enriched his people, and rewrote all customary laws into a new comprehensive code of law, so that the people may be governed and arbitrated justly and fairly. To build something new, you must destroy the old. Brandil inquired, looking pensive and thoughtful, is that what this is all about, Aaron? You want to destroy the old system so you can change the very political system of Dorne for the better. You saved me the trouble of saying it, Aaron shrugged with a smile. A deep rumbling emanated from Brandil's chest, and for a moment everyone wondered what was happening to Brandil. Suddenly he broke out into a laugh, full of amusement for some inexplicable reason. And to think it took someone as violent as you to do this, to end the threat Dorne posed, Brandil mused, chuckling under his breath, I wonder if this is what they call reaping what you have sown. After all, Dorne lies broken and wasted after our actions. Not just your side's or ours, but all of ours. I think it might be Mother Rhoyne's way of teaching us of the consequences of our actions, Aaron acknowledged, with so many dead in battle, I learn the price of my ambition. With Dorne devastated, the Dornish learn the price of their forefathers' actions. No matter where we go, no matter what else happens, we all pay the price for our actions in the end. Yes. Yes, you all do. We all do, Brandil nodded, his smile fading, I pray you never forget that lesson. And I pray you never invade Dorne again, at least in my lifetime, Aaron shrugged, shall we toast to a lasting peace, for what it is worth? For what this peace is worth, Brandil raised his glass. And they clinked their glasses together, downing them in one shot. You know what? I'll release you all, Aaron casually stated. You planned to do that from the very beginning, did you not? Brandil pointed out. I planned to make peace with the Reach as soon as I defeated you and drove you out of Dorne, Aaron clarified, though of course, I never expected how many we'd kill, how many we'd lost, and the fact I killed King Mern in the heat of battle. I'll say this, I actually wanted him alive. Guess we can't have everything we want in life, Brandil shrugged, I will see you again, Aaron. This will not be the last time we see each other, be it in person or elsewhere. I know, said Aaron. Brandil returned his glass, and Aaron gestured towards Franklin who listened closely. Have all the prisoners released and sent on their way towards the Reach, Aaron ordered, and send a letter to my sister Nymeria, have her and the best songwriters in Royaham compose a song about the brave last stand of King Mern Gardner and send it to Crown Prince Edmund. Make sure to include every single detail without exaggeration, his bravery, his strength, his tactical brilliance and shining charisma, and the fact he brought me to my knees and came very close to killing me. As you order, my lord, Franklin bowed, is it pertaining to upcoming peace talks with the Reach? I hope to influence it in a more positive direction, Aaron nodded, at least, Mother Rhoyne willing, I hope they will be more willing to entertain peace. I hope to influence it in a more positive direction, Aaron nodded, at least, Mother Rhoyne willing, I hope they will be more willing to entertain peace. And send letters to the Targaryens requesting for additional money and supplies, we need every scrap we can get. Chapter XXVII, The Foxes Do, Part I. 1 BC. Yarha Plains. Defeat. A decisive defeat suffered by the Reach in the Battle of the Yarha Plains. A defeat that would forevermore live in infamy in all of the chivalric kingdom's history. Throughout its history, the Reach warred with its neighbors over petty and minor disputes, spending countless eons worth of men and resources. The Stormlands and the Dornish have always been its primary rivals, though one cannot discount the occasional skirmishes with the river lords of yore. Its long millennia of constant, unending warfare forced the Reach to put its large bountiful fields to use, feeding and supplying the largest armies any one kingdom could field, and its equestrian traditions morphed to field the greatest knights in all of Westeros. Those knights and their levies marched to the drums of war, a great ambition thundering in their hearts, an ambition to end the Dornish threat once and for all. Conquer the princedom, they could end all the pillaging, the raiding, the slaughtering one. It sounded so grand in their minds. A grandiose ambition that was snuffed halfway into achieving it. Of 80,000 troops that fought in the great battle, 3/4 were slain, and with them several top-ranking commanders including Theo Tyrell, son of Harlan Tyrell Steward of Highgarden, and the Honourable King Mern Gardner himself too. A true pity, for if not for the Black Fox Mern could have crowned himself conqueror of the Dornish. Lords sent spies to Dorne, hoping to paint a clearer picture of the aftermath, and what they learn astonishes and confounds them. The remaining survivors are treated and cared for with greater generosity than what prisoners of war were expected to receive. More often than not, only the nobles were treated better than the common soldier. What they did not know was that the battle had cost Aaron a full half of his own army in turn, the Reachmen having given as good as they got, demonstrating their country's martial prestige. Furthermore, Aaron's own finances were bankrupt and his logistics strained to the absolute limit as a direct consequence of his ambitious campaign 3. Despite their victory, the grim reality of the cost of their victory weighed heavily upon the Dornish once the euphoria of victory wore off, and some doubted that even with the Black Fox at the helm, they could continue winning against the Reach if the war dragged on, including some of his staunchest supporters. Such information was a dangerous weapon if it landed in the hands of the enemy, and it became a race against time to secure a favorable ceasefire so that Dorne may rebuild in peace. Brandil Tarly was brought before Aaron Rada in his personal tent, bound tightly in rope, with his inner council and several trusted guards in attendance. "My lord, here is Brandil Tarly, Lord of Hornhill," said the guard with a salute. "Good, untie him," Aaron ordered. "My lord?" the guard asked confusedly. Aaron simply stared at the guard, and he quickly complied, untying Brandil's bonds to the confusion of the other guards and some of Aaron's inner council. "My lord, what are you doing?" "He is the enemy's senior-most commander," Garen questioned. And I brought him here to have a chat with him," Aaron answered. "My lord, I do not understand," Garen admitted. "You have treated countless Dornish nobles with complete and utter contempt with the wrath you unleashed upon their houses, and yet you wish to talk with a Reachman? They fear my kind thanks to the poisonous teachings of the Faith of the Seven." "Garen, there is no need to point out the obvious like that," Huang Shui reminded sternly. I apologize your lordship, but I am concerned," Garen bowed slightly. "I know, Garen," Aaron reassured, "don't worry." Garen simply nodded, stepping back and standing at attention. "Bring Lord Tarly a chair," Aaron ordered. The guard complied and brought Brandil a stool, which Aaron beckoned for Brandil to sit on. Brandil did so, looking like a fish out of water. Aaron took out a crystal-clear glass bottle filled with a dark berry-red liquid and 2 glasses, and popping open the cork, filled the 2 glasses before offering one to Brandil. "Want a drink?" "All right." Brandil took the drink despite his hesitation and trepidation, and took a sip. Instantly he was hit with a strong burn in his throat, and he guffawed in response, which elicited a slight smile from Aaron. "Omsiak, our trademark drink. Earned us quite a lot of coin in trade," Aaron remarked. "Yeah, I can see why," Brandil agreed in a hoarse voice. "You don't find any drink this strong anywhere in Westeros." Aaron's smile then faded, and he stared at Brandil as he regained his bearings. "So tell me, Brandil," he asked, "do you fear me?" "What?" asked Brandil. "Do you fear me?" Aaron reiterated. "No, I don't," Brandil answered resolutely, "not now, or ever." "May I know why?" asked Aaron. "Because even if you did manage to hand us a decisive defeat, you cannot hope to win a war of attrition against us even with all your tactics at your disposal," Brandil answered, not a hint of cloudiness in his eyes. "We conquered the Red Mountains by our might alone, and if you had not intervened, we would have conquered the Desert Lords as well. I dare say we could have conquered all of Dorne." Aaron nodded in agreement, taking a sip. "Do you hate me?" asked Aaron. "In what capacity do you mean?" asked Brandil. "You tell me," Aaron said. "I despise you for handing us this defeat, and for costing us so many lives in this battle," Brandil admitted, "although to be honest, I do not know you that well aside from what is already known about you, so I cannot say beyond that." "I should be more cautious of you and King Mern," Aaron said. "You did manage to see through quite a number of my tricks." "That we did," Brandil smirked, taking another sip. "From what I can tell, your victory over us came at cost." Aaron said nothing to that. "You were asking me questions, so allow me to pose a question of my own. Why embark on your path as you did?" questioned Brandil, his eyes piercing hard into Aaron. "Why go so far? For all I know, you could have chosen to observe the rules of war as any noble would. Or rather, what drove you to rebel against House Martell in the first place? I heard the official reason, but I want to hear your personal reason." Aaron's face became forlorn, and he simply stared at his cup of omsiak as he contemplated his response. Brandil said nothing, as did the others, waiting for him to break his silence. "I just wanted my people to live in peace," Aaron answered, his voice so soft it was barely above a whisper. "In peace?" Brandil asked. Taking a deep breath, Aaron said, "We've always been on the short end of the stick for our adherence to the old ways of the Rhoynish, other houses trying to squeeze us dry and House Martell doing nothing to help us. My home province was rather impoverished as a result. When I first started helping my father in government, our neighbors started trying to take us down, quiet at first. Caravans are raided, people go missing and so on." Brandil furrowed his eyebrows at this. "Would that I could have negotiated, and we did try, but we were stonewalled and House Martell failed to lift a finger. At that moment, I knew that House Martell, that no noble house in all of Dorne, could ever be trusted to help us," Aaron continued, his eyes twitching as he spoke. "I saw only enemies in every shadow, every corner, every province of Dorne. If I was to ever help my people, my family and friends live a life of peace and security, there was only one option left." "War," Brandil answered. "Yes, war. I took down my neighbors and expanded my power, and once preparations were finished, I went to exterminate every single noble house aside from 3 houses who sided with me in eastern Dorne, Aaron explained. Though House Martell did not die by my hands, they committed suicide rather than suffer the indignity of defeat. Brandil nodded, too proud to even entertain the notion of defeat. Good riddance. Aaron nodded in response, taking a big sip. I knew that with all the chaos I stirred in Dorne, any one of Dorne's neighbors would take advantage and invade, and it happened to be your country, Aaron continued, hence why I chose to ally with House Targaryen. So rather than hold on to pointlessly cheap pride of being a fanatically independent but poor country, you would rather have the pride of uniting and enriching the country in service to the banner of a proud and dictatorial conqueror. Brandil questioned. Pride matters little when results matter more, Aaron answered. Brandil downed his glass, and Aaron offered his bottle which he accepted, and his glass was refilled. So is this what this is about? Said Brandil, because of your heritage, you were disappointed time and again by the ruling order, sabotaged by cutthroat nobles who would sooner see your house brought low. For that, you decided that rather than be a gentleman who people respect, you would rather be a crafty villain who realizes his dreams and aspirations. You saved me the trouble of explaining it, Aaron affirmed. A low rumbling emanated from Brandil's chest, and soon the Lord Tarly broke out into a hearty laugh much to the confusion of the others present. I see now, Brandil said, I suppose embarking on the path you did, maintaining a good reputation was the last concern on your mind. It's hard to not be paranoid of every other noble in your circumstances. Not that I am any hero in any capacity, Aaron added. Then I suppose instead of entering the heavens, you shall instead descend into the 7 hells. At least, you're prepared to do that much, aren't you? Said Brandil. What else? Aaron shrugged nonchalantly. Another silence ensued for a pregnant pause, before Brandil asked Huang Shuet, You are Huang Shuet? I am, Lord Tarly, Huang Shuet bowed. Tell me, what convinced you to serve Aaron? Asked Brandil. I know nothing about UTI, to be honest, but I do know it is a fundamentally different culture than Westeros. You are correct, Lord Tarly, Huang Shuet smiled. In UTI, whenever a political purge is conducted, not only are the guilty culprits executed, their entire families follow, servants and all. Brandil tightened his grip on the glass slightly, his lips turning taut. That sounds too heavy-handed and cruel, he said. It is a normal thing there, Huang Shuet said. You must understand that in UTI, nobles are expected to marry many wives and have many children to ensure the prosperity of their clans. Kill the culprit, and any one of his sons could exact revenge. They could also choose to disperse themselves in hiding, making it even more troublesome to remove potential political enemies. Even then, it just sounds too cruel, to even kill children and babes. Brandil said aghast, I find myself fortunate I do not live in UTI. In UTI, it is an expectation among the ruling class to be ruthless and achieve results by any means necessary, even if you do happen to be more compassionate than most, Huang Shuet explained. We place greater emphasis on serving the greater good than our individual desires. And so, it is better to be feared than to be loved, Brandil concluded. Yet why do the people support Lord Rada, for that matter? This is not UTI, and I highly doubt your own people would not be apprehensive of their own liege lord's cruelty. Because of the benefits he grants them, Lord Tarly, Huang Shuet answered, just as he granted benefits to the hydromancers. That's so. Said Brandil. Archmage Garen, was it? What kind of benefits did he give you and your people? Aside from a safe home and haven to practice our arts. Said Garen, he gave us so much more, in exchange for hard work. And so, it is better to be loved than feared, Brandil concluded. Does this not sound like a contradiction with your established cruelty, Lord Rada? It does, Aaron affirmed, and why to rule effectively, a lord must know when to use cruelty and when to use kindness, and when to establish a limit in using either. Brandil sighed at Aaron's words. At the same time, there is a limit to how cruel a lord can be, Aaron piqued. Look at what happened to Rodri. And here I thought you would readily indulge in cruelty, Brandil remarked dryly, as evidenced by your purges. You and I both know there is a limit to that, Aaron pointed out, and truthfully, it is precisely how powerful cruelty is that it can easily become a double-edged sword that can kill you and your allies as much as it kills your enemies. And here I thought you had no limits, Brandil nodded in agreement. One more question, if I may. Aaron gestured for Brandil to speak. You seem to regard both me and King Mern with great respect, and you treat us with greater compassion than what prisoners of war would normally receive. Why is that? Asked Brandil. It's more a personal thing for me, though I don't deny pragmatism, Aaron replied. You managed to bring the Red Mountain Dornish to heel before marching on the desert, and that takes perspicacity and sagaciousness in a great general. You also ended House Will, albeit with my help, and came very close to conquering the desert lords before my arrival. You achieved a feat no one thought possible in just a few months, and I say that deserves more than a little respect. I thought you would resent us instead, Brandil pointed out. Resent? Never, Aaron smiled warmly, because these troublesome nobles are a primary cause in why we Rhoynar were forced to live as pariahs in our second homeland. Is it to do with why the Red Edicts came into force? Asked Brandil. Not exactly, more with the events precluding their introduction, Aaron clarified. You see, to give a little perspective, these border nobles were causing trouble with their constant raiding not long after Nymeria's conquest, and some of the Rhoynar agitate for a conquest to bring them to heel. Arguments followed, which turned into a schism, then civil war which saw Dornishmen fight Dornishmen. Then the adherence to the old ways lost, and the rest is history, Brandil finished. And no noble in Dorne ever achieved any great feats in history since the time of Nymeria the Exiled, Aaron said mournfully, especially not House Martell, Nymeria's descendants, who were content to let their talent rot and Dorne remain in a perpetual state of decay, all the while my people get the short end of the stick. Aaron took a deep breath before exhaling, downing his glass full and moving to refill it. He saw Brandil offer him the bottle instead, and Aaron extended his glass to allow him to fill it. Thanks Brandil, Aaron said. Brandil simply grunted beneath his breath. You know, I often wondered why a monster like you was born into this world, allowed to rampage throughout Dorne, allowed to put an end to our dreams of conquering Dorne and end its raiding ways once and for all, Brandil muttered, a wistful and distant look on his face. Countless times, we Reachmen dreamed of and even tried to invade Dorne, yet the moment we do so, our other neighbors invade us, the Westerlands, the Riverlands and the Stormlands. Ironically enough, it was only thanks to both you and House Targaryen that we finally gained the opportunity we desperately dreamed of. In fortune there is misery, yet in misery there is also fortune, Aaron said. It's an old saying in UTI, and one that applies to this scenario. Indeed, Brandil reluctantly said, though I suppose some things are simply not meant to be in the end. Aaron said nothing to that, finishing his glass and refilling it one final time. So, I take it you will be ransoming us in exchange for our freedom? Brandil questioned. What else would I do in this situation? Aaron rhetorically stated. Then shall we toast one final time, for the peace to come? Brandil offered. For whatever this peace is worth, Aaron agreed. And their glasses clinked. I. With Brandil Tarly sent back to the prisoner enclosure with chains on his wrist, Aaron leaned back in his chair, exhaling as if he had just been through an arduous trial. My lord, if I may ask, began Garen, why did you want to talk with him? Just felt like it, Aaron answered slowly. He was a man who earned his way to becoming one of the Reach's top commanders, a man who worked his way up through his own merits, a man who managed to hold the main camp's defenses before I overwhelmed the first and second waves in the Battle of the Yarha Plains. So you felt a kindred soul of sorts, my lord? Franklin asked. I admit, I also felt a kindred soul in Lord Tarly despite him being our enemy. There are times when in battle, generals on opposing sides become good friends who understand each other, Huang Shui smiled. There have been many instances of such in Yitish history. But what do we do about the Reach, my lord? Questioned Garen. I admit I still harbor mistrust for the Reachmen, and who is to say how the faith will react to the presence of magic users in Dorne? In fact, what is to stop the Reachmen from invading us again when we least need it? Due to the sheer cost of their campaign, House Rada was left ill-prepared to continue warring with the Reach in spite of their alliance with the Targaryens. The Reach, on the other hand, still remained a rich and wealthy kingdom, and despite suffering such a costly defeat could easily levy more troops to replenish their numbers given time. Time that neither they nor the Reach had with the encroaching Targaryen menace. That is exactly why I treated the Reachmen so compassionately, Aaron put forth. I respect Brandil, but the world does not move on respect alone and we cannot suppress information on our cost for victory forever. Also, if they spread the stories of our mercy to them, perhaps at the very least, it can open up more avenues in our diplomacy. Besides, powerful and influential as the faith may be, even they cannot oppose a dragon's might. I understand now, my lord. Thank you for explaining, Garen smiled in relief. So what would you have us do now, my lord? Questioned Franklin. Send a letter to my sister Nymeria IV, have her and the best songwriters in Royaham compose a song about the brave last stand of King Mern 9 Gardner and have it played to Crown Prince Edmund. Make sure to include every single detail without exaggeration, his bravery, his strength, his tactical brilliance and shining charisma, and the fact he brought me to my knees and came very close to killing me, Aaron ordered. Also, send a letter to Crown Prince Edmund detailing a list of the captured nobles in our custody, along with the total ransom amount we have requested to secure their release. As you order, my lord, Franklin bowed. Finally, send letters to the Targaryens requesting as much coin and supplies as they can send us, materials, food and all. We will need thrice as much gold and material to rebuild Dorne, Aaron continued. Of course, but will they actually pay the ransom, my lord? Franklin said. Considering my reputation and circumstances, they will not risk their lives unnecessarily, Aaron answered. The war for Dorne was over. Now there was one last thing to do before the war for maintaining peace could begin. One must remember that pillaging and sacking of towns and villages was a very frequent occurrence between the warring kingdoms of Westeros, not only to vent frustrations for the invading army but also to loot food and coin for the troops and nobles, and partially to deny resources to the defenders. 2. The Battle of the Yarha Plains and Aeron's killing of King Mern earned him the titles of Kingslayer and the Hammer, and his name became widely feared among the Reachmen. 3. With many spies attempting to infiltrate Dorne to get a clearer picture of the battle's aftermath, the Tianfeng Huang were being increasingly stretched thin and barely managing to fend them off. 4. Nymeria Rata, one of Aeron's younger sisters, she is widely renowned for her beautiful singing voice and feminine beauty, having studied in the Musicians' College of Arsam to train and hone her singing talents. Side History 3. Conquest of the Stepstones. The Stepstones were home to countless coves and craigs where pirates could take refuge and turn any military campaign into a blood-soaked bog. Aeron was swift to embark on the path of bloodshed in the name of excising a millennia-old tumor in the narrow sea. Excerpt from Legend of the Black Fox, by classical biographer Ebanu8. The Stepstones were Aeron Rata's target, the young lord determined to permanently end the threat they posed to his rear and to shipping lanes between Westeros and Essos. To conquer the Stepstones was to control all profitable trade, and thus allow him to charge any merchant convoys passing through for safe harbor. Another reason was that the Martells had hired the pirates to contest House Rata at sea, and while they had superior numbers they lacked the cohesion, organization, and unity of an organized navy, and against a seasoned, experienced admiral like Elanzo Ares Aeron with years of experience under his belt, these pirates were like lambs to the slaughter. Paranoid that the pirates may attempt vengeance against him through his western enemies or other third parties, he requested and obtained permission from House Targaryen to invade and conquer the island archipelago, and annex it as a part of Dorne. Having secured all of eastern Dorne, Aeron immediately dispatched Elanzo with the Rata navy to invade the Stepstones with 10,000 men, with express permission to use more daring tactics and brutal punishments or whatever he deemed suitable for the pirate menace. To ensure that no survivors escaped, the entire archipelago was put under a total blockade once the last of the garrisoned pirate ships were sunk beneath the oceans. In ages past, Dorne never put much stock in a powerful navy, the reason being that much of its resources were focused on growing cash crops for money instead of food and its sparse forests used for land fortifications instead of ships. Only during Nymeria's conquest and afterwards did eastern Dorne enjoy lusher forests due to large-scale irrigation of the land, and Princess Nymeria II had plans to build a powerful Dornish navy to contest even the likes of the Braavos navy at sea, but her defeat permanently trashed those plans. By and large, Aeron's navy was not that powerful, it was much larger in terms of numbers compared to the Martell navies of old, and made use of larger and more advanced seafaring vessel designs like the Carrack and Galleon, both models having pioneered the age of exploration 3 decades later after Aegon's conquest. Thanks to securing a large coastline through exterminating neighboring houses, Aeron made significant investments into the shipbuilding and maritime industries, building a long line of massive ports that housed hundreds of ships. However, it lacked experience in fighting other organized navies like those of the Reach and the Stormlands whose ship numbers also outstripped his navies, and should Aeron's navy try to fight either head-on, they would either attain a Pyrrhic victory or suffer total defeat. Aeron's alliance with House Targaryen allowed him to fully focus on the land wars, which were easier to fight than sea battles in hindsight. Why is it that Dorne, traditionally fierce rivals of the Reach and the Stormlands, never sought to build up its naval power as its rivals did, one might ask? The answer is as simple as it is perhaps embarrassing for Dorne, neither of its rivals saw any value in trying to conquer Dorne, much less take control of its trade. Dorne was never a particularly rich kingdom despite taking part in the spice trade, and their own lands were far wealthier and more bountiful compared to Dorne's barren deserts. The Martells, being the symbols of sloth and stagnancy they were, opted to use this to their advantage, to prop up the myth of Dorne's independence being their destiny made manifest, a myth that was ruthlessly shattered by both Aeron Rata and the Reach under King Mern IX Gardner. Conquering the Stepstones. Without any naval might to mount a proper defense, the pirates rooted before House Rata's superior navy as they blockaded every single island and prevented any pirates from attempting to escape by boat. The pirates, naturally defiant in the face of foreign authority, attempted many times to do exactly that, only to be sunken beneath the waves in the process. Logically, the commander would then proceed to land troops on the islands and then claim them through pitched battle, and Aeron followed that logic, but it would take several weeks due to the pirates' refusal to engage in open warfare in the coves and craigs, denying the use of proper troop formations and negating superiority in numbers. Though Aeron was pressed for time to secure the islands as quickly as possible, and while using the hydromancers was an option he decided against it. Were he to reveal their existence so early, it was entirely possible the Targaryens would blame him for concealing such an important fact under their noses, and thus jeopardize his alliance with them. As such, the Black Fox had to conquer the islands the old-fashioned way. Boats bearing troops landed on the shores by the thousands, both regular infantry and thousands of Hashishins. The Hashishins proved immensely helpful in shortening the time taken, using all manner of guile and espionage to weaken the pirates' capabilities and dampen their morale. Food supplies were burned, important figures assassinated, brother turned against brother through planted evidence, and so on. In the end, the Stepstones' conquest took only a fortnight to accomplish, and the pirates were quick to surrender once they realized victory was a fleeting dream. Their misfortunes, however, did not end there. At least 2 generations of males were put to the sword in an effort to weed out dissent, while the women and children deemed too problematic to keep under house arrest were deported to Essos, never to return. Once that bloody business was finished, the troops went about cremating corpses and building bases while the Hashishins combed the islands for any hidden caches of treasures to be looted for House Rata. Quite a number of weapons were retrieved for later use, though some proved too rusted or worn with age that they had to be remelted in furnaces, but they soon struck literal gold, no doubt looted from countless merchant convoys who tried to escape their clutches or who paid them for safe passage. Naturally, the unnatural speed with which the Stepstones' conquest occurred would arouse many suspicions, the Targaryens above all, but once the facts were verified the Targaryens were quick to praise Aeron's efficiency and brutality against the scum of the earth, even rewarding him with 3/5 of the treasury House Rata looted and governorship of his recent conquest. In the eyes of the world, it was blatant favoritism by House Targaryen towards their errand boy, and many Crownlander lords eyed House Rata's retainers with jealousy. Some believed Aeron was just lucky. The Targaryens, together with the Ratas, would visit the neighboring free cities of Tyrosh, Les, and Myr, and to the city of Braavos to officially declare the Stepstones a territory of Westeros. The Targaryens riding atop their dragons, the Ratas on horseback and carrying themselves as loyal servants, both escorted by a large entourage of elite knights, soldiers, and spies. To the SSC, they looked like conquerors come to repeat the tyranny of the Valyrian freehold. Faced with embodiments of raw power and rage and the infamous Black Fox, the Archons and the Council of Braavos had no choice but to agree to their terms. It is said that they gnashed their teeth with impotent fury, veins building beneath their skin and their eyes so bloodshot one thought they were naturally red-eyed. With no one left to interfere and his ownership of the archipelago guaranteed by law, Aeron went to work establishing a new government, reorganizing the Stepstones into the newly named Dominion of Idosia V, and ruling the Isles in his name was none other than Elanzo Ares Aeron, whom Aegon Targaryen named Governor-General as per Aeron's suggestion, with the island of Bloodstone as the provincial capital. Altogether, the archipelago consisted of 15 islands, which were renamed as listed below. Bloodstone Munsrov, Merchant Haven. Grey Gallows Halamzabe, Gold Sunrise. Dustholm Karohi, Rivergate. Goldhaven Omdiun, Sunkiss. Duskdown Tolkale, Starlight. Red's Higher Ratar, Spring of Wine. Driftwood New York Koi, Greenwood. Fishalm Gohenlai, Salt Isle. Grey Watch Gwesnio, Gift of Rest. Rust Spear Hrate Yet, Beacon of Hope. Strongholm Ifarast, Fortress of the Fox. Ebonshire Ifonho, Fortress of the Tides. Crimson Grave Ruhella, Gift of Peace. Isle of Vipers Targary, Isle of Flowers. Sailors Sorrow Moxrov, Sailors Home. Relations with Tyrosh. The free cities were displeased with the idea of a foreign power conquering and dominating Idosia, but the one that outright hated this change in status quo was Tyrosh, which was technically part of the archipelago and thus claimed under the Dominion. Its Council of Archons feared that one day the Targaryens and their lapdogs would come to claim the island for themselves, that their ambitions would never be limited to the barbaric continent of Westeros. Regardless of their desires, their agendas, or their incessant complaints, the Treaty of Idosia VI was already signed, and to attempt to break one backed by the power of dragons was the height of idiocy. For years to come, relations were exceptionally chilly between Tyrosh and Westeros, more particularly between Tyrosh and Dorne. While Dorne was a profitable hub of trade, the Archons unanimously detested its ruler the Black Fox for orchestrating the conquest of Idosia, and so wherever possible they exorbitantly taxed any Dornish merchants visiting the city or obstructed their business dealings by any means possible. At times they tried subtly snubbing Dornish diplomats who visited to soothe and mend relations, as if they were children throwing a temper tantrum. Of course, none of their childish actions did the Archons any good, losing lucrative trade deals with the Kingdom of Westeros and dashing their chances of survival when the invasion of Tyrosh began. One Abdication, a Dornish biographer who lived in the late 3rd century AC, she used her wealth of knowledge to author countless historical volumes which granted readers comprehensive records of the time of Aegon's conquest up to her own. She wrote the legends of countless great historical figures, but her magnum opus was widely considered the legend of the Black Fox, which details the deeds and actions of Aeron Rata, the new ruler of Dorne. To Nymeria II Martell, Nymeria's daughter, she took the name of the second when she declared rebellion against her own brother Mors in an attempt to usurp power. Known to be cruel, arrogant, selfish, and impetuous, her rash decisions and poor diplomatic skills led to her downfall when she was betrayed by some of her closest allies. 3 Age of Exploration, an age pioneered by the first sea voyage spanning the world, led by an entrepreneurial sailor named Nymor Torrid, using the new ship designs created at the arsenal of Kaelin. As old dromons, longships, and galleys fell out of favor, caravels, carracks and galleons soon dominated the seas. 4 Stepstones conquest, hardly a true military achievement, but one that signaled an end to constant piracy on the narrow sea, and widely considered the start of sour relations between Essos and Westeros. 5. Idosia, the new name for the archipelago of the Stepstones. Its name translates in Rhoynish to beautiful islands. 6. Treaty of Idosia, a treaty which recognized the Stepstones as a part of Dorne and by extension Westeros under House Targaryen, signed by the free cities of Braavos, Les, Myr, and Tyrosh and houses Rada and Targaryen. Chapter XXVIII, The Foxes Do, Part 2. 1 BC. Highgarden. The atmosphere in the throne room of Highgarden was excruciatingly tense and stifling, the air thick and heavy with anger, denial, sorrow, and uncertainty. The courtiers politicking and arguing was at an all-time high, their voices so loud and cantankerous that any who listened in close proximity would be prone to deafness in a matter of minutes. Many courtiers present had red eyes puffy from weeping, others behaving like chess players losing valuable pawns. The Reach, soundly defeated in battle with many soldiers and commanders killed, Theo Tyrell and King Mern 9 Gardner among them. Sitting upon his throne, the hastily crowned King Edmund Gardner leaned his head into his hand, massaging his forehead, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. Young and spry, his chiseled masculine body was concealed beneath fine clothing, his eyes burning with sorrow and fury in equal measure, his blue eyes shining like sapphires. Heavy was the crown on his head, even heavier was the sorrow weighing down on his heart. Yet time waits for no man, and time was a scarce commodity swiftly depleting. Silence! Edmund bellowed, hammering his fist on his armrest. The courtiers were silenced, the thunderous power in Edmund's voice radiating Mern's authority of yore. This bickering will do us no good when the threat of the Targaryens looms over us like a headsman's axe. What we should be doing is securing the release of our captive army in preparation for the conflict to come. Edmund roared, red-faced and narrow-eyed, I will have order in this court, or I will forcibly evict you all if need be. Edmund's thunderous edict had its intended effect, and the courtiers were silenced like naughty school children. Taking a deep breath, Edmund calmed himself as he sat back down on his throne. Harlan, has there been any word from Dorne yet? He asked the old man. Harlan, the ever-dutiful steward of Highgarden, had visibly aged a decade after learning of his son Theo's demise, his wrinkles more pronounced and his grey hair increasingly white, thick black bags under his eyes. Still he carried himself with pride and dignity, ready to perform his duty. Not as of yet, Your Grace, Harlan said, his eyes focused and his voice soft. It has only been 4 days since we last heard of the defeat at the Yarha Plains, and for a messenger to reach Highgarden from Dorne he would need at least 2 to 3 days on horseback. The enemy would need at least a day or 2 to take count of their dead and the hostages in their care. Meaning that any time today, we should be receiving a messenger from Dorne? Asked Edmund, his eyes hovering between cautious and hopeful, his eyes dancing around. Hopefully. If not, perhaps tomorrow, Your Grace, answered Harlan, outwardly failing to react much. I'd rather they come today rather than tomorrow. Today is a time not too soon, Edmund agreed. But Your Grace, what about Dorne and the Black Fox? A noble lord asked, what should we do about them? We cannot leave them be. They are a threat that must be neutered. Edmund resisted the urge to punch the noble's face, instead settling for muted grumbling beneath his breath. Well, thank you for reiterating to us the obvious fact, good sir. Why, I feel like you should be king of the Reach instead of me, for that matter. Edmund's dripping sarcasm instantly had the other nobles casting glances towards the lone man who spoke, and he quickly mouthed an apology towards him before retreating towards the back, his face burning with shame and fixed on the floor. With all due respect, Your Grace, I am honestly worried about the Black Fox. What if he has a nasty surprise waiting for us? Specifically with the hostages, for that matter. Edmund Tyrell, second son of Harlan Tyrell, spoke with impetuousness mixed with heartfelt concern. Like his elder brother Theo he tended to lean towards arrogance and was impetuous, tempered only by his father's wisdom and caution. No, he will not be trying anything with the hostages, you can be certain of that, Edmund reassured resolutely, he will not forsake the opportunity to ransom them for hefty sums. Brandil Tarly is an especially valuable hostage for Aaron. I despise the fact my son is treated as leverage, but we have little choice save praying for their safety and well-being, Lord Samwell Tarly said, his voice a rumbling volcano. The only question is how much the Black Fox will charge for their ransom, an eye-watering amount, no doubt. Just then, a guard came and saluted King Edmund, saying, Your Grace, a diplomat arrives from Dorne, accompanied by a bard. They say they come with both an offer for ransom and a gift for you. A gift? Of what kind? Edmund cautiously questioned. They say they have a song to sing, of your father's talents in battle and valiant last stand in the battle of the Yarha Plains, Your Grace, the guard answered, his eyes reflecting bewilderment. They also say the song is a gift from the Black Fox himself, as a means of paying his final respects to your deceased father and all those who fell before his might. The Reachman courtiers were taken aback by this news, shocked and perturbed and utterly dumbfounded by this unexpected gift from Aaron, if any could call it that. Suspicions ran rife, none daring to open their mouths lest they prematurely embarrass themselves in public, some genuinely curious as to the song's contents. Let them in, Edmund ordered after a pregnant silence. The Dornish delegates who entered carried themselves with measured confidence and politeness, never balking in the face of an army of angry, hateful, and suspicious glares they received the moment they stepped inside the throne room, Harlan Tyrell foremost among them. Both diplomat and bard were fair-skinned with a dark olive shade, the diplomat herself a beautiful woman who walked with a natural elegant grace befitting a debutante. Her diamond-shaped figure was clad in flowing gossamer silks of crimson and mauve, accentuating her sensual figure and her ample bosom and leaving little to imagination. Her brown eyes glittered, piercing yet gentle, her silky black hair adorned with an elaborate yet simply designed headdress of immaculate silver. The bard himself, skinnier than most men, had a roguish charm and a playful smile, though he had a scar marking his upper lip. His sandy yellow eyes shone brightly, his cheekbones wide and his nose straight. His curly black hair was kept short and meticulously groomed with a bright sheen, and he wore a single red suit one with a black tassel atop his head, his Westerosi-styled clothing made with fine silks of the same color and tailored with fine inscriptions and Rhoynish-styled flowing patterns. The Dornish delegation bowed respectfully before King Edmund in the Reachman fashion, showing nothing but strict politeness and deference and heavily schooled masks of amicability. "We bid you good afternoon, Your Grace Edmund Gardner, third of your name and King of the Reach," began the debutante, her voice a gentle and soothing falsetto. "I am Nymeria Rada, third-born child of Aerys and Amelia Rada and diplomat in service to my brother Lord Aeron Rada of Dorne. I come to you bearing a gift for your grace and an offer of ransom for the captive Reachman. Accompanying me is Felix, my personal bard and paramour." The gathered courtiers looked upon them with no small amount of disdain, most especially at Felix the moment his status as paramour was revealed. The Dornish delegates noticed this but showed no outward reaction or indication, simply focusing on King Edmund. "I greet you, Lady Rada, and welcome you and your paramour to my homely house," Edmund greeted back, cautiousness masked behind politeness. "I am curious, why prepare a song of all things as a gift? Is this a Rhoynish tradition we are not aware of?" Nymeria giggled softly in good-natured amusement. "No, Your Grace. Is it not a Westerosi custom that ballads of great battles and mighty warrior kings are composed to remember their deeds, so they may be passed down and retold for future generations?" "That it certainly is, Lady Rada," Edmund nodded in agreement, "though I admit, I find it strange that your brother would compose a song about his greatest adversary in battle. We Westerosi compose ballads only to humiliate our enemies and praise our own deeds in battle. In this case, Your Grace, Aeron had this song composed out of greatest respect for your father and the countless Reachmen who served in the Dornish expedition," Nymeria explained, her smile fixed in place and never fading. "He says he holds no resentment for your father or the Reach in general for your invasion of Dorne, that if he were his Grace King Mern Gardner, he would have done the same to the Red Mountain and Desert Dornish. In fact, his true and most terrible enemy has always been his fellow Dornishman." The courtiers present flew into a fit of whispering, further confounded by Nymeria's words. Was this a plot concealed beneath a gesture of goodwill, a trap to convince them to lower their guard before the Black Fox comes to deliver the final blow of retribution? "This is intriguing," Edmund spoke, his voice just loud enough to be audible amid the heated whispering and thus silencing the courtiers. "Is it safe to assume he treats the captives well, then?" "Most certainly, Your Grace," Nymeria reassured. "After the Battle of the Yarha Plains, the survivors have all been placed under great care, the wounded and sick have been tended to, and the dead being prepared to be returned to the Reach for proper burial according to Andalic rites. Forgive me if I come off as overly suspicious, but you must understand the Dornish have a horrendous habit of treating their prisoners of war exceedingly cruelly," Edmund cautioned as a warning to Nymeria. "There have been countless such instances throughout our bloody and bitter history between our two nations and between Dorne and the Stormlands." "We are fully aware, Your Grace," Nymeria reassured again, unfazed yet heedful of the warning. "However, Aeron holds nothing but the greatest respect for your father and Lord Brandil Tarly, who distinguished themselves in battle and who ended the menace of House Will, hence his magnanimous treatment of them. Pardon me, but if I may speak, Your Grace." The dour-faced Samwell Tarly stepped forward, making a very bold request to King Edmund after remaining silent and stoic for the most part. Edmund granted his request with an exaggerated nod, and Samwell nodded his thanks. "Lady Rada, you said that your brother Aeron holds great respect for his late grace and my son," Samwell began, his voice inflecting the tiniest sliver of emotion. "May I ask why?" "You are Lord Brandil's father?" asked Nymeria. "I am Samwell Tarly, Lord of Hornhill and my house," Samwell answered. "Forgive me for not recognizing you, Lord Tarly," Nymeria nodded slightly. "My brother respects your son for distinguishing himself, working his way up to becoming one of the Reach's top commanders through own merits in the war. He is doing well, by the way." Samwell nodded at this, standing a little straighter at the mention of his son's successes, his eyes softening slightly and his lips twitching into a smile. "Why would your brother respect my son for such a small thing, might I ask?" Samwell said, his voice gentler and more curious. "He merely did his duty for his house and country, as any proud son of the Reach would do." "Because he is a man who worked hard to earn what he earned, Lord Tarly," his power and prestige, Nymeria explained. If he was a simple buffoon who cared only for mass charges and idiotic notions of chivalry, my brother would not have afforded him the same respect he does now. The Reachmen were once again dumbfounded by Nymeria's change in tone to a more lackadaisical one, questioning her motives. They soon found her laughing in amusement, covering her mouth with her fingers like a demure lady. I was merely joking, Lord Tarly, Nymeria stated smilingly, to which Samwell and a few lords chuckled. Aeron respects those who earn their positions and power through their own merits as your son Lord Brandil did, and in the Battle of the Yarha Plains, both he and King Mern 9 managed to give him an ample challenge. They not only saw through most of his tricks, but also managed to cost him quite a number of his own troops, even coming close to killing him before my brother managed to snatch a victory from the jaws of defeat. A general respecting a fellow general? Yes, I understand that feeling, Samwell smiled, and here I thought your brother would resent my son instead. I'm glad to be wrong. Thank you, Lady Rada. My pleasure, Lord Tarly, Nymeria nodded smilingly. Lady Rada, might we hear the song you are prepared to sing to us? Asked Edmund. Of course, your grace, Nymeria smiled, turning to Felix. Felix, if you would. Of course, my dear, Felix smiled endearingly, preparing his lute and taking a deep breath. Opening his words, he began singing in a lilting mezzo-soprano, his voice soft yet loud enough to carry itself throughout the entire hall. When King Mern fell that day, the green hands no longer sway. With the sword in hand, steel played chorus band. When King Mern gave battle in fray. When King Mern threw fire through air. And all his men could hardly stare. Pots crashed and they splinted. Ignited by sparks newly flint. When King Mern called forth despair. When King Mern called for his knights. The iron horses took battle in flights. They charged across the fields. To the sands gave no yields. When King Mern took the ground first lights. When King Mern crashed the forward shields. And gave the reach control of the fields. Heavy armor battled in rams. Blood and water spewed in drams. When King Mern motioned noble guilds. When King Mern saw his early grave. Not an inch of his stance had he gave. Despite being stuck inside the box. Charged forth and slashed at the fox. When King Mern rallied his soldiers brave. When King Mern breath at last grew sore. A call to the seven he did not implore. Even cunning King Aeron's Moro. Throws his head down in sorrow. When King Mern's banner sways no more. Strumming the final tune with a practiced flourish, Felix bowed smilingly before the entire court, and for a moment stunned silence was what greeted the Dornish delegates as they patiently awaited their response. Then Samwell Tarly started clapping as did Edmund Gardner, and one by one the courtiers clapped in applause to which Felix bowed again with a flourish and a beaming smile. Bravo! Bravo! What a magnificent song! Edmund smilingly praised, wiping a stray tear from his eyes. Truly, a worthy song to retell my father's stand. I must say, you have outdone yourselves today. We appreciate the compliment, your grace, Nymeria smiled, both her and Felix bowing to Edmund. With this ballad, I can now wholeheartedly believe the tales of your brother's respect to my father and Lord Brandil Tarly, the whole reach does, Edmund declared. Now then, might I hear your ransom offer? My brother has compiled a list of all surviving and deceased noble officers and the ransom amount for each and every one of the former, and for their Valyrian steel blades if they wield one, Nymeria explained, her smile fading as she handed the scroll to Edmund to read. At the mention of the Valyrian steel blades being ransomed, however, many nobles lost their earlier jubilation and instantly whispered among themselves with worry, hoping the ransom would not bankrupt their treasuries. Richer and more powerful lords like House Tarly could afford to ransom both commander and sword, while smaller houses could at best hope to ransom the surviving scion of their house, who was their sole heir for some. As Edmund read the list, his lips pursed into a pensive frown, and he beckoned Harlan to read the list with him. They exchanged hushed whispers of their own, debating the next course of action as both Dornishmen and Reachmen awaited Edmund's response. Edmund was fierce and tempered in his whispering, while Harlan was calm and composed in offering his suggestions, and as minutes passed Edmund grew less fierce and increasingly nodded to his wizened advisor, until they nodded with expressions of satisfaction to each other. Then it was Edmund's turn to address the Dornish delegation. After debating with Harlan, I have come to a decision, Edmund declared, and the Dornish delegates grew slightly tense in anticipation. For any noble house whose scions listed still survive, they must ransom both their own scions and their Valyrian steel swords if they can afford it. For those who've lost their own sons, I grieve for them, but can only offer condolences. Any who cannot afford to pay for either for any reason may request coin from the royal family to settle this, but only if truly necessary. Any Valyrian steel swords which can no longer be retrieved by their owning houses will remain in the custody of House Rada, to be used or disposed of however they wish. Lady Rada, please relay my words to your brother. Of course, your grace, Nymeria bowed with a small smile of relief. Thank you for accepting our offer. For the Reachmen, the potential loss of Valyrian steel swords was a bitter pill to swallow, Each was worth their weight in gold, capable of slicing through castle-forged steel like a hot knife through butter and incapable of rusting, an eternal testament to Valyrian spellcraft. Yet between an enchanted sword and the heir to their bloodline, there was no choice to be made. The minutiae of what would be termed the Highgarden Concordat II would be further debated in weeks of talks between Nymeria Rada and King Edmund III Gardner, finalizing the ransom amounts to be paid by the paying noble houses in exchange for the hostages, all the while Felix and his band of bards walked throughout Highgarden and the Reach, replaying the ballad of the last stand of the Bloodhand III in every noble court, every inn and tavern, every plaza square where curious listeners would gather and listen. Some Reachman bards initially took offense to Dornish bards and singers taking their job and playing a ballad of their greatest defeat, but once they realized it was a ballad celebrating the last stand of King Mern IX, they joined in the ballad's reciting with great gusto and enthusiasm. Almost a month later, the Highgarden Concordat was signed, ending the War of Roses and Serpents much to the jubilation of Dorne and the reluctant acceptance of the Reach. Dawn, once the ancestral sword of House Dane and the once claimed heirloom of King Mern IX Gardner, would be returned to Dorne and claimed by Aeron Rada, as was the victor's right. I. Roya hum. Husband, are you napping again? Balandra's voice awoke Aeron as he yawned loudly and got up to stretch his arms and back, wiping the sleep from his eyes as he sat upright on his sofa. Yet? Asked Aeron groggily. Come on, I remember you and good mother always telling me that I should pick up the slack and do my work without complaint, yet I see you here dozing off without a care in the world like you're a fucking bum, Balandra dryly pointed out with thick sarcasm. Care to explain why? Come on, love. I was working my ass off in the eastern and western campaigns. I also nearly lost my life to King Mern in that big battle and have the scars to show for it. Aeron retorted, though he adopted a more playful expression, don't I deserve a break from all that hard work? Of course, and you're certainly not neglecting anything else during your break time while your army of clerks works themselves to the bone. Balandra questioned with a questioning glare, huffing and pouting like a little girl, not shoving your work to your dear mother or wife. No, I'm not, Aeron defended, I mean, I'm fucking tired as all hells and I dearly want to rest, at least before I have to deal with the next boatload of work coming our way. Sure you haven't forgotten what work you have to deal with next? Balandra questioned again. The Red Mountain and Desert Lords, for one, sending food shipments to help the poor and starving, patrolling the seas to avoid piracy resurgence, making sure the Reach ransoms get through, and so on, Aeron listed as he counted with fingers. Oh, and let's not forget auctioning the leftover Valyrian steel blades to the Lannisters. Many minor houses and some major ones were rendered extinct due to their male heirs perishing in battle, and as a result their Valyrian steel blades were forfeit to House Rada's possession. While Aeron would keep a few and have them reforged to be wielded by his closest commanders, the rest would be sold to House Lannister in exchange for hefty sums, which he would use for hefty investments taking years to reap fruit. That coupled with the request for food supplies you made. Balandra questioned, though come to think of it, they will want to conserve their coin as much as possible for when they build up their crownlands, so I expect they might be tight-fisted with their coin shipments to us. They will definitely be tight-fisted, mark my words, Aeron agreed, especially considering we never revealed the existence of our hydromancers to anyone, not even our allies, making the Targs more suspicious of us. Balandra simply shrugged, at least with the Reach and the Westerlands paying good coin, we won't have to worry about bankruptcy for a good decade or two. I dare say we might even earn more than what we spend or lose, making us much richer than before, though I don't think we'll be as rich as the Reach within our lifetimes. Definitely no, but we'll definitely no longer be piss poor, Aeron shrugged with a playful smile, just trust in your dear husband, love. I got everything handled. My lazy bum of a husband who loves slouching, sleeping, running away from work and being an overall pain in the ass. Balandra questioned once more, her lips quirking into a toothy smile, when he's an otherwise caring and loving father and a lovable husband. Who else? Aeron smirked. Balandra pulled Aeron into a deep, loving kiss that lasted minutes as their tongues intertwined with each other, before they finally pulled away with great reluctance, a trail of saliva bridging their tongues. Then Balandra abruptly pulled Aeron's ear, causing him to wince slightly. That is for being lazy, Balandra dryly remarked. Aeron rolled his eyes as he massaged his ear. So, your uncle, Balandra asked, her voice soft and slightly hesitant, I heard he was pulled apart by horses. Yes, he was, Aeron answered without hesitation, I gave the order. Balandra quickly narrowed her eyes at the very thought, and Aeron upon seeing this quickly placed a comforting hand on her face, fixing her eyes with his and giving her a look of calm, reassurance and comfort. Are you all right, Balandra? He asked. I'm fine, love, Balandra answered, swallowing nervously, it's just, that was such a cruel punishment to inflict on your own uncle. I know you've given harsh punishments before, but never something like this. I know, Balandra. I know, Aeron nodded, truthfully, his crimes warranted such a thing. So the news of his kinslaying, his abuse of his own wife and children, all of that was real, Balandra muttered to herself, I never thought any person could ever do that to their own flesh and blood. Unless you're the special kind of tyrant who treats them as nothing more than useful tools, Aaron added, or the spiteful kind who's sick and tired of the shit they've received and just want to vent their anger any way they can. So it was a warning to everyone else, to warn against the consequences of kinslaying. Bellandra voiced the answer, however, I don't think that's the only reason you did so, did you? Here, Aaron's expression turned contemplative and he patiently waited for his wife to continue. Are the remaining Dornish nobles your concern, then? She asked. Naturally, Aaron answered. And I take it this is a warning to them, of sorts? Asked Bellandra, that any and all who threaten the stability of Dorne will be destroyed by your hand, family or not. Aaron's look gave her the answer she wanted. Do you fear for me? Asked Aaron, do you regret following me through this path of carnage? It was a question she half expected, and she racked her mind hard to find an answer to him. I don't deny it does terrify me at times, Bellandra admitted, and the more I work with you, the more I see the darker nature of men. She took a deep sigh, before leaning herself onto Aaron's shoulder. And yet, I'm comforted when I'm with you, she continued, her lips curling into a smile of contentment. It's a hard path, and one that leaves me doubting much I once believed in, but I know you only do this for your family, friends, and people. Of all the lords and ladies I met, I have never met one who cares as much as you do. Aaron gave her a smile of joy and relief, and he pulled her deeper into his embrace. Thank you for believing in me, Bellandra, he whispered. I always believe in you, husband, Bellandra whispered back. You still want to enjoy your break? Just for maybe a few minutes more, Aaron answered, afterwards comes more work. Aaron rested his head on Bellandra's lap as he dozed off, and Bellandra softly stroked his head, content and happy to have this moment of peace with her husband. I. Dragonstone. So, that fox really did it, he truly managed to defeat the Reach in a head-on clash. Visenya's words echoed throughout the chamber of the painted table, moving the tokens of the fox to encompass the entirety of Dorne and the Reach tokens away. Her expression was one of both bewilderment and irritation, the dragoness scratching her head furiously. To think that Aaron was hiding water wizards of all people in his employ, and chose to not say anything about them to us until the last possible moment when he reveals them in this grand battle. Visenya ranted, huffing angrily, honestly, I get the fact that he was being cautious, that did not want to risk their early discovery, but he could have at least told us via secret messenger. Or he could have visited us in person to tell us if he feared enemy spies. Visenya, I think you're expecting too much from Aaron, Rhoynish gently reminded, he does not trust us that much, and he definitely wishes to keep his cards close to him. Yes, I get that much, but who knows how many more secrets he is keeping from us. 14 No, they were the only weapon the Rhoynish had which were capable of fighting our dragons, Visenya countered, or better still, how long until he starts forming secret alliances of his own? Perhaps with the Iron Bank, for one. On that, you're severely mistaken, sister, Rhoynish interjected. Aaron may have made a deal to import freed slaves to his country, but he never took a loan from them or even made a contract with the Faceless Men, much less obtain an alliance. Ever wonder why that is? I still fail to see the reason why, in all honesty, Visenya grudgingly admitted, although I do get that his alliance with us would put him at odds with Braavos, considering the Braavosi are descended from freed slaves escaping the freehold, and that we are the last of the 40 families. Even before he made his alliance with us, he was keeping them at arm's length and refraining from taking any loan or making any other deals with the Iron Bank, Rhoynish added, displaying great patience and calm. Think about it, why would he choose to request food, material and financial aid from us rather than the Iron Bank which has all three in spades? Are you suggesting that Aaron does not trust the Iron Bank? Visenya questioned, that he is deliberately keeping them at arm's length for whatever reason. Yes, exactly that, Rhoynish affirmed, though even I don't know his exact reasons why. While Rhoynish and Visenya exchanged words in hot debate, Aegon remained impassive and simply listened in silence, though he rubbed his forehead to stave off a headache threatening to ruin his day. Rhoynish sipped some chilled wine as she continued, it is clear that Aaron prefers an alliance with us over an alliance with the Iron Bank, and while I cannot fathom his exact reasons why, this also means he still remains a trustworthy ally for our family. In this instance, Rhoynish is right, Aegon interjected, drawing his sister's attention, I dislike the fact he kept the water wizard's secret from us, yet at the same time, there is no ally more reliable than he, and it is thanks to him that we now have Dorne in our hands. Then there is the fact that he is sending aid requests to us, and that can only mean he is bleeding his own coffers dry. Yes, I can see that, Visenya slowly nodded in understanding, and for better or worse, he will always remain loyal to us. It's just, how long until he feels this alliance is no longer necessary to him? I must share Visenya's concerns as well, brother, Rhoynish added with a deep frown, who knows how high his ambitions go? Or rather, will he truly be satisfied with just Dorne and the Stepstones alone? I do not know, Aegon admitted, his voice reflecting just a hint of uncertainty. What I do know is that through our alliance with Aaron, we've gained far more than we've lost. Through his victory, he's shifted the power dynamic between the Reach and Dorne, making the political landscape lean more heavily in favor of the latter. As such, the Reach will have no choice but to be doubly cautious of their political dealings with their erstwhile neighbor in the future. Furthermore, the presence of Aaron will serve as a deterrent to any restless Storm Lords or Reach Lords looking to cause trouble for our rule. Several older houses in the Stormlands already take issue with a relatively young house like Baratheon ruling over them, the house of a baseborn, Rhoynish put forth, sipping her chilled wine with a look of disappointment. Honestly speaking, they were just as against a woman taking the throne, and here they have yet another thing to moan and whine about. Nobles will be nobles, Rhoynish, Visenya shrugged. Indeed, and then we have Aaron's conquest of the Stepstones, Aegon reminded. He will have to regularly patrol those waters to ensure other pirate scum or privateers do not reclaim those islands, but in exchange he will keep our trade routes with Essos safe. He wants to benefit, and so will we. And not a single one of the free cities will lift a finger to liberate a cove of pirates, at least not so openly. Visenya nodded slowly, a devious smile across her lips. We should keep a close eye on Braavos just in case, along with Lys, Myr, and Tyrosh, Rhoynish suggested. These city-states are closest to the Stepstones and will keep a vested interest in the narrow sea. Naturally, we have that taken care of. Aegon smiled a smug smile. Can mortal men ever hope to match a dragon? Both sisters beamed brightly at this, wrapping their arms around Aegon's. Speaking of which, how go our preparations for the invasion of the Westerlands? Asked Aegon. We're doing splendidly, although our spies say that with King Mern 9 gone, his son King Edmund is failing to secure an alliance with King Loren Lannister, Visenya informed. Honestly speaking, while his son is doing an admirable job of holding things together, he simply lacks his father's clout. Unless something untoward happens and for some inexplicable reason the Westerlands and the Reach seal an alliance together, then for some reason chooses to engage our army out in the open rather than hole up in their castles, Aegon shrugged, sniffing at the mention of his Andalic enemies. Their castles will do them no good, but if they use that as an excuse to fight us in the open, they are even stupider than I thought. To be honest, I think at least some of the Reachmen will not be so foolish, at least after being humbled by the Black Fox, Rhoynish offered. According to Aaron's reports, one of their top commanders especially distinguished himself alongside King Mern 9 in the Battle of the Yarha Plains, able to see through a number of his tricks and feints and hold the main camp until their defeat. I read the reports, Aegon reminded. This Brandil Tarly, do either of you think he is a threat to us? Not truly, but he did give Aaron a hard time in battle, Visenya said. When his side lost, he chose to surrender and preserve the lives of his men after King Mern died. A smart man, and hopefully one who will persuade the Reachmen of the futility of resistance, Aegon put forth with a shrug. No, I don't think that will be the case, Rhoynish countered. Aaron did win, but he also confesses in his reports that he paid a significant price for his victory, and that Brandil is confident that should the Reach commit to all-out war against Dorne, he will lose. In other words, it falls to the dragons once again, Visenya grumbled. Honestly, it annoys me sometimes why these nobles will not simply surrender. At least the Valesmen had the good sense to surrender to me and Viagar. Pride and tradition go hand in hand, it's just how things are sometimes. Aegon shrugged as he hugged Visenya, her sour expression fading away as she felt her husband's reassuring comfort. Why don't we retire for the night, and take our minds off things? Rhoynish joined in, and soon the three withdrew to their bedchambers, filling the night with much joyous noise. I. Casterly Rock. We cannot hope to defeat them in the open field, so we must make use of our mountainous terrain to ensure the dragons cannot simply incinerate our entire army in one battle. Loren Lannister's words thundered like an ominous funeral bell, lightning striking in the distance as dark clouds obscured the bright blue sky on what should have been a bright, sunny afternoon. The Westerlands prided themselves on fielding one of the best equipped and most disciplined armies in Westeros, surpassing the massed levies of the Reach and any other Endel kingdom, and to hear they were to go on the defensive disappointed more than a few hot-headed nobles. Before any of you try to voice your dissatisfaction, let me state clearly that our loyal spies in the Riverlands took great risks to deliver crucial information, witnessing the Targaryens' dragons in action when they burned several castles and smaller armies and even the great fortress of Harrenhal. A towering monument to hoar arrogance and pomp that took decades to build, melted to slag in mere moments. Loren began, his harsh no-nonsense tone and grizzled face silencing any dissent. Our armies are more than a match than whatever hodgepodge men-at-arms the Targaryens can throw our way, but they cannot hope to stand up to Dragonfire. For that reason, we must focus on bleeding them dry, wear them down through constant skirmishes using the mountainous terrain of our home to our advantage. I do not wish to accuse you of lying, Your Grace, but none of us have seen dragons in battle. I believe I speak for the majority of us when I say we see little value in a more defensive strategy. Loren glared at the speaker, Reynard Rayne of Castamere, a slippery snake of a politician who wormed his way into becoming a significant political player through masterful use of marriage alliances, trade deals, underhanded tactics, and so on. Many speak his name in fear, calling him by his moniker, the Snake. His chestnut hair was slicked back and neatly cut, his facial hair trimmed to perfection and a black eye patch covering his right eye. His good left eye was brown, and reflected playfulness and cunning. His physique was not a warrior's, but even warriors speak cautiously of dealing with him. Perhaps so, and I do not fault ignorance of such in any of you, Loren reassured, his eyes watching the courtiers like a hawk, yet I say now this is a direct order from your king. We will maintain a defensive stance and wear down the Targaryens, and use guile and trickery to lure their dragon riders into carefully prepared ambush zones where we shall take them down with scorpions. It will not be a quick war, but when we win this war through using proper tactics, we shall make it a glorious victory. Not only will we manage to end the Targaryens where others have failed, all shall hail us as dragon slayers. Many courtiers cheered at the top of their voices, easily roused to lend their support. Hail, hail! They chanted. As the throne room fell silent, Reynard chose to speak again. In other words, we opt to bleed them dry and make them careless? I must say, I believe the Targaryens are expecting a quick and easy victory with how easily their enemies capitulated. Even the Aerie was nothing in the face of a flying monster. That is what I just said, Reynard, Loren confirmed, masking his irritation behind a twitch of the eyebrow. That is not good enough, father. Far too many of us are scraping for a good fight, and I say there is nothing to fear in the face of dragons. The chorus of cheers was instigated by none other than Loren's son, Tytos Lannister, who just entered the age of 10 and 8. Taken by fantasies of knights prevailing against all odds, he was the perfect definition of an arrogant, ignorant braggart of an armchair strategist. His long blonde hair waved in the wind and his unblemished face revealed a beaming, charming smile which easily swooned countless women. Damn it, boy, did you not hear me? I said we should not attempt to face the dragons on an open field. Loren reprimanded, his voice rising with anger and displeasure. And that is a coward's way, father, and one that will deplete our people's willingness to fight. Tytos retorted, what we should be doing is fighting as true knights of the Westerlands, and swiftly end the Targaryens' ambitions with but a single battle in a single afternoon. 7 Help me with this boy's delusions. Enough. We are adopting a defensive strategy, and that is final. Loren roared, cowing the entire court into submission, do not think to remonstrate with me on this. Dismissed. None left the court truly satisfied, save for the most seasoned veterans who knew war and all its horrors, who knew unlike the young ones that war was never about glory and fame like what the storybooks loved to retell. Even then, they were not that many who supported Loren's plan, though none dared defy the old lion. And hidden from the eyes of everyone, Reynard's lips curled into a twisted smile, knowing who to plant his poisoned fangs into. One Zood, a type of cap that has recently taken the entirety of Dornish fashion by storm. Adapted from the ancient Rhoynish coffin, a type of hat designed to protect hair from the harsh sun or winds of their ancestral homeland, its design was simplified for easier wear and is popular among both the nobility and the small folk. 2 Highgarden Concordat, the peace treaty signed between the Reach and Dorne that ended the War of Roses and Serpents and forced the Reach to pay hefty ransom to Aeron Rada. To the Reachmen it is a mark of terrible shame and an eye-opener to the reality that the Dornish were adapting to become a rising power. To the Dornish, it was a sign of their destiny made manifest. 3 Last Stand of the Blood Hand, the ballad composed by Nymeria Rada and her paramour Felix which was played to King Edmund III Gardner in the court of Highgarden. It is one of few ballads that remains highly popular among both the Reachmen and the Dornish. Chapter XXIX, The Foxes Do, Part 3. 1 BC. Skirage. With the Reachmen beaten back and the Highgarden Concordat signed, the hostages were free to return home once the ransoms were paid. In the meantime, the Reachmen captives continued to be given the best of Dornish hospitality, with maidservants and guards handling their care every hour of the day. Meanwhile, to formalize his dominion over all of Dorne, Aeron Rada sent invitations to every surviving noble house in the desert and the Red Mountains, inviting them to Skirage 1, seat of House Fowler 2, to make a pledge of fealty to him, the new master of Dorne. No one missed the implications of this move. House Fowler, descended from lords of the First Men, once called themselves the Kings of Stone and Sky. Its lords have always held the title Warden of the Prince's Pass, one of the principal passageways through the Red Mountains from the Reach and the Stormlands to Dorne. King Mern 9 Gardner used such a passageway after overpowering House Fowler and exterminating the house after it stubbornly refused to surrender. By making this declaration, the nobles believed that Aeron was asserting authority over the remaining Dornish nobles, using the seat of one of the ex-kingly houses as the meeting point to drive home the point. The Red Mountain houses were badly mauled, some facing extinction with all viable heirs dead. Some were uncertain of their future. Others, like House Euronwood, adamantly refused to answer the call no matter what, for they all knew what Aeron was now capable of and the lengths he would go to ensure complete and total dominance over the Desert Kingdom. Those still bound to their suzerains had no other choice but to fight when the banners were called. House Eula of the Desert also refused to submit, despising Aeron for causing the extinction of House Martell and fearing its power, along with many of its loyal vassals. Yet some would answer the summons. House Corgile for one, due to its uniquely calamitous circumstances. Others did so for other reasons, the most prominent being the desire to ensure their security. III. The halls of Skerich were richly decorated and sturdily built, providing much space to accommodate an army of courtiers looking to curry favor with the kings of stone and sky. Richly furnished with gold-trimmed rugs, silk curtains, and tapestries of the crimson fox, it resembled a poor king's court, a luxury that Aaron found House Fowler undeserving of. The number of noble attendees this day were, few, to put it lightly. Too few for a king's liking. Not Aaron, not the black fox who smiled approvingly at this development. You seem satisfied with so few answering the summons. Joyous, even, Saint Alia remarked. What can I say? This shows the rest of the noble houses for who they truly are, Aaron said with a smile, not that I expected anything less of them. And because they refuse to answer your summons, houses Euronwood and Euler above all, you expect them to rebel and thus give you a just cause to put them down. Huang Shui smiled devilishly, truly, serving you is never a dull moment. I'd rather all the nobles submit to you to save you trouble, my lord, Franklin remarked with slight displeasure, then again, you are uniting Dorne the hard way, so there is always trouble even close to the end. We go through this much trouble and handle it properly and thoroughly, we don't have to deal with any more trouble in the future, Aaron shrugged with certainty, just how I like it. Speaking of which, Aaron spotted the Corgile family staying in one secluded spot of the hallway, the two young scions looking shy and nervous and shaky, no doubt still reeling from the trauma of their past experiences. Elia, ever the compassionate and protective mother, continued to reassure them and act as a pillar of support for her children, though she too looked reluctant to socialize with anyone. Marais, the red pole of the Tianfeng Huang, seemed a person the Corgiles were most comfortable with, almost as if she were a second mother to them. He had to admit, seeing the ruthless and brutally efficient killer talented with poisons be so gentle and kind to the Corgiles, he had only seen her speak so softly to her torture victims, and it was a vicious kind of softness. The gentle kind of softness made this juxtaposition feel rather strange and jarring to him, yet at the same time he was reassured of his posting of Marais to Zal Hanoi. As soon as Marais spotted Aaron approaching them, she was quick to bow in deference. Your lordship, she greeted. At this the Corgiles hastily bowed to him as well, and Aaron waved them off gently. At ease, he said, then turned to face Lewin. How are you all? Good, Lewin answered. Has Marais been helpful to you? Aaron asked. Aaron already knew from secret correspondence that Marais was helping House Corgile, but he wished to hear the answer from the mouths of the Corgile family themselves. She's been good to us, Lewin smiled softly, and she's helped hold things together ever since my father Rodri's execution. Aaron did not miss the derision and anger with which Lewin addressed his own father, and he patted him on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort, something that helped Lewin relax slightly. Thank you once again for freeing us from Rodri's tyranny, Lord Aaron, Elia bowed slightly, though Aaron moved to stop her. No need for that in private, Aunt Elia, Aaron said, between us, you can simply call me your nephew, your family. But, we don't know each other that well, Elia haltingly said, unsure of Aaron's words, and truthfully, you are the undisputed ruler of Dorne, officially or otherwise. No one can deny that. I'd rather not everyone places me on this untouchable pedestal as if I'm a god, Aunt Elia, Aaron put forth, feeling uncomfortable with the thought, and I admit, I should have connected with you and my cousins earlier when I had the chance, busy as I was. You were surrounded by enemies, I cannot blame you, Elia reassured. So let this be the start of us maintaining closer connections, at least, Aaron reiterated. If you insist, my nephew, Elia corrected herself, so might I ask what is your plan for consolidating Western Dorne? Skerich is a very central location which guards the Prince's Pass, a suitable regional capital with its thick, tall walls and high towers and defensible terrain. I plan to make House Crow the new regional overlords of the Red Mountains given their close proximity, Aaron began. As for the desert, Sandstone is a more central location and closer to the Red Mountains, and with some modifications could serve as a suitable seat of power for House Corgile. It's mostly desert, and our only claim to fame is the quality of our sandstone, Druz Elka pointed out. Wouldn't Hellhold be better with its brimstone river? True, the river could sustain agricultural efforts and house some trade ports, Aaron admitted, but we have our hydromancers, and with a little work in building reservoirs and oases, sandstone can play host to an agrarian industry of its own. Never thought I would appreciate magic for this, Lewin commented. Magic itself is not inherently evil, unless it's the kind that demands unnecessary sacrifice, Aaron opined with conviction. Beg your pardon for interrupting, my lord, but the nobles are all here and ready to hear your speech, Franklin cut in with a bow. Aaron nodded to him, and Elia said, don't let us keep you, nephew. With a nod to the Corgiles, Aaron took his position on the former throne of House Fowler, a plush chair of burnished mahogany, the wood plundered from the more temperate storm lands, and rested his back onto the backrest and feeling the soft cushion welcome his fatigued bones into its embrace. For Aaron, it felt more like a chair of thorns puncturing his back, bleeding him with 10,000 holes, as a throne or a crown was meant to feel. Silence. Franklin boomed, his voice ringing like thunder. His lordship Aaron has words for you all. The audience quickly quietens down and pays rapt attention to Aaron, seated upon the throne of Skerriech like a true king of Dorne. Many of you wonder why I called you here, Aaron began, his deep baritone ringing out like a rumbling earthquake. Some of you can already guess my intentions, but nevertheless I shall state them. I declare an end to our war with the Reach. At this, many gave a round of applause, happy that the war was over and their hated enemy was driven back from the sands of Dorne. The war had cost Dorne much, with countless towns and villages sacked and fortresses in ruin. The cost to repair all of them was ruinous and could easily bankrupt large, wealthy families. Furthermore, the knowledge that countless Dornish died in defense of their motherland made some question if they could indefinitely defend against the Reach's aggression. Such was the effect of Aaron's carefully tailored warmongering that though the Dornish remained confident in their ability to fight off foreign invaders, they faced the reality of defeat due to weak logistics. Even now, we are in the middle of finalizing the details of the peace treaty, and then we may resume our lives in peace and prosperity. Aaron continued, there is much work to do, much damage to repair, but for now, I declare a toast to Dorne united. May the sun never set upon the desert. 3 The nobles echoed. And they drank deeply from their cups, a mixture of hope, trepidation, and reluctant acceptance reflected in their faces. However, I must also declare several policies which will come into effect immediately, Aaron declared. Everyone who gathered here to pledge their fealty knew what to expect, so they simply braced themselves for the inevitable. First, no longer will the nobles be allowed to levy troops without my express approval. Any concerns they have with security of their lands, their homes, and their possessions, they must rely on any troops deployed to their lands and their personal cadres of spies. Any and all of their levy armies will be absorbed into my army or the regular army or disbanded. Already there were muted grumblings among the nobles. If they lost the ability to levy their personal armies, it would effectively rob them of their military power and render them little better than political figureheads. Even worse, if they happened to be found guilty of any crime, the pre-tied noose around their necks would snap them clean before they could hope to escape. For some, they simply accepted it with nods due to having no other option. They lost their military power in the Reach invasion, either in battles with the invaders or as fodder in the Battle of the Yarha Plains. Second, all laws once practiced under each individual noble house's court must now be rehashed in line with the Royahum Code of Law for without delay. Any and all found guilty of delaying and even obstructing the process shall be found guilty of sedition and treason, and shall be punished by having their lands forfeit and the noble house disbanded for good, with all of its members demoted to small folk. 5. Would Aaron settle for anything less? Would he allow potentially troublesome houses to remain in power despite their wrongdoings, since that was long-standing tradition since the first inception of lordism? The answer was a resounding no. One need only look at the countless casualties born of Aaron's relentless ambition and alien mindset that was completely unfathomable to them. Third, no noble house may instigate conflict with one another. Any and all disputes and agreements between yourselves must be settled under the law with House Rada's oversight. There was always the constant threat of war between kingdoms and feuding nobles, and as a result each noble was allowed to levy their own private armies for their own protection and to put down their rivals. Without the authority to settle disputes between their families, their language of power now had to be spoken in legal courts where nobility was worth as much as a sack of potatoes. With this, I declare the 3 commandments to be in effect immediately. Aaron finished, any and all who refuse to acknowledge and follow these commandments, you may leave with gifts and supplies for the journey home. They refused the urge to scoff, since when did they ever have a choice? No one left the hall, and as one they came forward and fell to a knee, Lewin of House Corgile taking the lead as Marise took her place beside him. Lord Aaron, Dorne is in chaos from crooks and rebels who would sooner see Dorne burn than her united under your banner. Lewin began, his voice startlingly loud and clear, we pledge our fealty to you this day, and swear henceforth to uphold the commandments of the new master of Dorne. Hail the Black Fox! Long live Lord Aaron Rada! The nobles chorused. Smiling in approval, Aaron said, then rise up, all of you. May you serve Dorne well. I. Once all the nobles had left the throne room, a nervous Lewin Corgile quietly approached Aaron, hoping to talk with him regarding his earlier stunt with Marise by his side. You did remarkably well, Lewin, Aaron reassured, not that the other nobles would dare try anything funny, but you taking the lead really cemented their place in Dorne. I see, Lewin said, is there anything else you need me or my family to do, Lord Aaron? I mean, cousin. Truthfully, not much, Aaron admitted, I just need you to officialize the transfer of your levy armies to me, and I'll handle the rebellions. You and Marise will handle the administrative day-to-day affairs of Yarha in the meantime. Funny, I thought of being a mighty general when I grew up, win my share of battles and distinguish myself, make my ma and Diradrai proud, Lewin muttered, wistful sorrow twisting his expression, I really don't know if I'm contributing much by pushing a quill. Not all leaders have to be warriors, Lewin, Aaron gently pointed out, in fact, it's in the handling of the aftermath of wars and a peaceful time that bureaucrats are preferred over soldiers. I know, cousin. I know, Luwin nodded. Marais, I leave Luwin in your good hands, Aeron said to her. You need not worry, Lord Aeron, Marais reassured, shall I recruit from among the locals into our gang? Do it. The more manpower and connections we have, the better, Aeron ordered. Then we shall take our leave, Luwin bowed. Once Luwin and Marais left, Aeron went towards the solar of Skerriech Keep where his advisors were waiting for him. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hope I did not keep you waiting too long, Aeron greeted. Since when have you ever kept us waiting, my lord? Huang Shui smiled. So, are our people in position? Aeron asked. They are, my lord, Saint Alia reported. Once the troops have left their castles and fortresses, the rebel holdouts will fall once you give the word. The rebels' numbers are paltry, easily rectified with our current army, Huang Shui added. Then it's settled, Aeron nodded. Saint Alia, have our agents ready to spring our trap once they take the bait. Franklin, take command of the army and work with Garen to secure all of Western Dorne, not one rebel survives. Aye, my lord, the three mentioned advisors saluted, we won't let you down. Huang Shui, once the rebellions take place, I want you to draft an edict to be issued throughout all of Dorne, Aeron continued, tell them this, all noble houses of the desert and the Red Mountains refusing to pledge fealty to Aeron Rada, master of Dorne, are guilty of sedition and rebellion. Their punishment is death, the slaughter of the two eldest generations of their families, the permanent exile of any survivors to Essos and the disinheriting of their families from their ancestral seats. No longer may they call themselves lords but small folk instead. I shall strive to fulfill this task, my lord, Huang Shui bowed with flourish, long live his lordship. As his men left to perform their duties, Aeron walked towards the window of the solar, peering out into the vast mountains and the red sky at the climax of the gorgeous sunset. He sighed at seeing a color eerily similar to that of blood, a color that painted the mountains, rivers, clouds, and sun. I spilt the blood of countless armies to unify all of Dorne under my rule. How much more blood must my family spill to maintain my new order? Aeron let out a long, suffering sigh, feeling the weight of the entire world crushing his back and shoulders. I. Dragonstone. The news reverberated throughout the continent of Westeros like a hammer striking a gong. All of Dorne was now united under House Rada, and the last of the old houses were exterminated. From the chamber of the painted table, Aegon gave out a hearty laugh upon seeing the missive he received from Dorne, penned by Huang Shui on behalf of Aeron Rada. That bloody fox, he truly did it. He's completely upended the social order in all of Dorne. Aegon laughed hard, his chest drumming and his breath short, and it took him just shy of a year. Visenya, on the other hand, grumbled under her breath like a cranky old hag, I'll give it to him, he truly does deserve to be ruler of Dorne. And he really saved us the trouble of dealing with those troublesome nobles. Aegon laughed hard, his chest heaving with every breath, oh, how I love our dear errand boy. I don't need to issue direct orders to him, and he gives me what I want and more. If Aeron were a woman, I'd make him my concubine. Seriously, Aegon? Rhaenys teased, is he more attractive than your dear sister wives, now? I'm joking, Aegon reassured as he took a few moments to calm himself and catch his breath, honestly though, there's no one more dependable than he. Anyway, what's the situation with the Valesmen? The Valesmen are rather edgy around our dragons, but otherwise compliant, though the mountain clansmen are another matter, Rhaenys shrugged, good job for that by the way, Visenya. Naturally, I aim to please, Visenya tipped her head upward with a smirk, and both Aegon and Rhaenys smiled, what is our plan for dealing with the Westerlands? According to our scouts and spies, the Westerlanders have been ordered by King Loren Lannister to hold and defend, using the natural terrain to their advantage, Aegon put forth, a smart decision, futile as it is. Though it will make rooting out the rebels that much more difficult, especially if they have secret tunnels and caves to conceal themselves from our dragons, Visenya frowned as she spoke, as if she was dealing with pests. There is a silver lining to this, however, Rhaenys added, we've received a secret message from one Reynard Rain of Castamere, and he says that he wishes to enter into a secret alliance with us. Another alliance with another unlikely ally? Seems a little too convenient for my liking, Aegon remarked with a frown, though I don't deny the convenient timing helps our cause. Will Reynard turn out to be another Aeron Rada, I wonder? Rhaenys opinionated. Unlikely, sister, Visenya responded, it is impossible to find a man of Lord Aeron's caliber anywhere else in the world, or in our lifetimes, for that matter. The inability to find another Aeron Rada is a comfort I'll endlessly treasure, Aegon interjected, I appreciate what Aeron has contributed, but I don't think there's enough room in the world for two or more of his kind, we'd likely face the end of the world instead. Too true, Rhaenys smiled, though I suppose that means he is just an opportunist looking to gain something. That he undoubtedly is, Visenya agreed, shall I draft a response to him, brother? Please do, sister, Aegon beckoned, tell him I would like to meet with him at a place of his choosing, and discuss terms of our alliance there. As you will, brother, Visenya nodded. I. Westerlands, secluded area. It was the dead of night in the Westerlands, the blissful night sky and shining moon painting a facade of a calm and tranquil environment with the chirping of crickets. Far from any civilization stood a single tent, guarded by a handful of knights and soldiers. Within the tent, Rhoyne calmly bit into an apple, deriving a smile of satisfaction with each bite. The apples from my orchards are quite delectable, sweet and juicy, he mused to himself. I must have the cooks make an apple pie to celebrate my coronation as the next ruler of all the Westerlands, no matter if I don't wear a kingly crown. Oh yes, the celebration will be expensive, but it will be worth it. One of Reynard's knights hurried into the tent with a frightened expression on his face, saluting crisply and saying, "My lord, the Targaryens are here." "Already?" asked Reynard. "How many have come?" "Just the 3 Targaryen siblings, my lord," said the knight, "and their dragons." Reynard quickly stepped outside the tent, and he had to stop himself from falling over in terror as his knees went weak, shaking at the sight of the absolute monster before him. Large as a mountain, taller than giants and black as night, its giant maw with rows of sharp fangs resembled a set of serrated saws designed for torture, the orange glow within promising a painful immolation. Its amber eyes saw him like a predator saw prey, its tongue licking its mouth. There was only one answer as to what type of creature it was: dragon. By the 7, to see a dragon in person. "Calm now, Bael Ryan. No need to be hostile." The dragon's rider stood beside the black dragon, stroking its neck affectionately as the loyal beast obeyed his orders. Reynard was able to take a closer look at the dragon rider, youthful and strong, ambitious and arrogant, silver-haired and purple-eyed. Looking besides Bael Ryan and his rider, Reynard could see 2 more dragons and riders, the latter women bearing striking physical similarities with the male dragon rider, sisters and brother. "Good evening," the male dragon rider greeted. "I am Aegon Targaryen, lord of my house, and with me are my sister wives Rhoynish and Visenya and our dragons Bael Ryan, Meraxes and Viagar. You must be Lord Reynard Rhoyne of Castamere." "Yes, I am," Reynard greeted as he quickly composed himself and harumphed. "I am Reynard Rhoyne, lord of my house in Castamere. I come to you with an offer for alliance." "Do tell, I am intrigued," Aegon beckoned. Reynard swallowed nervously, bracing himself as he prepared to give his rehearsed speech to Aegon. "Do not fail this chance, Reynard. The moment you do, your ambitions will become significantly harder to achieve. I come to you hoping to beg for clemency, Lord Aegon. The power of your dragons is known to all, and I know it is only a matter of time before your dragons fall upon the Westerlands and torch all who resist your conquest." Play the assured but terrified noble wishing to preserve his own life and house, then slowly work his way into his graces. That was how Reynard usually liked to operate in his diplomacy. "As such, in exchange for surrendering to you, I hope to be of use to you in your conquest," Reynard finished. "I know you noble types, always hoping to exploit the laws of chivalry to save your own skins," Aegon remarked with a smirk. "I'm listening." Masking a smile, Reynard continued, "King Loren is a smart man and knows he cannot hope to truly win against your dragons nor defend indefinitely, but he hopes that by wearing down your troops enough in his defensive war, he can force you to offer favorable peace terms and preserve the Westerlands' independence. His son Titos, on the other hand, cares little for pragmatic tactics and only for the glories of chivalric combat." "I see where you are going, Reynard," Visenya interjected. "You want to convince Titos to revolt against his father, and then lead the martial might of the Westerlands to their doom." Reynard kept himself from shivering as he smiled in agreement. "You saved me the trouble of explaining my plan, your ladyship," Reynard said. "Alas, if we do so too early, then we risk the usurpation failing entirely, so as much as I hate to admit it, we will have to enact our plan once the Westerlands nobles start to feel exhausted after fighting your troops for a lengthy amount of time." "He is right, I admit," Rhoynish nodded. "I wish we could simply get this done and over with quickly, but such is reality." "Very well then," Aegon said to Reynard, "for now, feed us information on enemy troop movements and keep us apprised of the political situation in the Westerlands." "As you command, my lord," Reynard bowed in submission, beaming with joy. With this informal agreement finalized, Reynard and his knights quickly beat a hasty retreat, packing their tent and erasing any evidence of their being there, flying like the wind. Meanwhile, Aegon and his sisters flew back to Dragonstone at top speed, enjoying the feeling of the wind blowing in their faces and dominating the skies like kings and queens of the heavens. They have had to raise their voices over the wind, with how loud the whistling was in their ears. "So brother, what do you think of this Reynard Rhoyne?" asked Visenya. "He seemed really slimy and wily to me." "He is slimy and wily, he's a snake," Aegon answered. "I have to admit, he's disappointing compared to Aaron Rada. He's just like every other noble of Westeros I've ever met. And yet he's also too dangerous to let live." "Does that mean you will kill him?" asked Rhoynish. "Sounds fitting for a snake like him." "Not yet. Not until he serves his purpose first," Aegon affirmed. "Then we'll pick someone more compliant to rule the Westerlands in our stead." If Reynard thought he would get his way, he was sorely mistaken. 1 Skerich, a mighty castle located at the south end of the Prince's Pass, the shortest and easiest route through the Red Mountains from Dorne to the Reach. Also known for its lofty perch and soaring towers. The height of the battlements allowed archers, ballistæ and mangonels to have a higher trajectory when firing on the besiegers, but this worked against House Fowler when the Reachmen got too close for them to gain an accurate angle, and the archers had to fight without the aid of their own artillery. Furthermore, they were exposed to trebuchet fire aimed at the base of the towers, which ensured they were quickly toppled in a brutal days-long siege. 2 House Fowler, the hereditary wardens of Prince's Pass, they were once kings descended from the first men and founded as early as the Age of Heroes, who warred with the Marcher lords to the north. Alongside the Danes and Euronwoods, they were among the most powerful of Dornish kings before Nymeria's conquest. Legend has it that House Fowler, once a motley group of first men adventurers who roamed along the marches, followed a single hawk with a striking azure color soaring in the sky. The hawk would occasionally bring them food and water, which they used to sustain themselves. The Fowlers, tired of fighting and selling their services to the highest bidder, would follow the azure hawk to their intended destination, where they found the hawk imparting a crown of azure feathers to the founder of their house, Derek Fowler, who would found his house in the castle of Skerich. The then ruling Lord Benedar Fowler, along with his 3 eldest sons, perished in battle against the Reach, and though the last living scion Arlette managed to survive and was last seen fleeing east, she never came back to harass them, seemingly vanishing into smoke. Since then, House Fowler was officially disbanded and ceased to exist. 3 This came to be the national cheer for Dorne. 4 Royahum Code of Law, the standard code of law that represented the gold standard of legalism in all of Westeros and the known world, it allowed Aeron to hold together a highly vulnerable Dorne decades after Aegon's conquest. Upheld and enforced by an independent judiciary, it served as another check and balance against the power of the nobility, as educated small folk judges now held power to mete out sentences on law-breaking nobles, with help from the Tianfeng Huang. 5 This came to be the absolute worst kind of punishment feared widely by nobles in both Dorne and, eventually, all of Westeros. A/N, the last Dornish rebellions will be covered in the next chapter. Chapter XXX, The Foxes Do, Part 4. 1 BC. Highgarden. Before the conquest of the Westerlands could begin in earnest, there was the matter of the Reach's submission to handle. They were badly bloodied in their war with the Dornish, but their agricultural heartland and logistical capabilities remained intact, and their 20,000 remaining troops could easily harass their rear flank like buzzing flies. To fully impress upon the Reachmen the futility of further resistance, a Targaryen host of 40,000 troops marched to surround the ancient Reach capital and seat of House Gardner while the dragons flew overhead. As expected, outnumbered 3-1 and outmatched in power, the Reachmen were forced to grant unobstructed entry to the invaders, gritting their teeth with impotent helplessness. Another 10,000 were stationed along the Westerlands border under the command of Rhaenys Targaryen and her dragon Meraxes, to deter any, unlikely, invasion into the Riverlands and maintain pressure on the erstwhile kingdom. Just because Loren Lannister focused on defense did not mean there were no fools looking to test their mettle against Targaryen steel. Within the halls of Highgarden Keep, a recalcitrant King Edmund Gardner received the Targaryen siblings Aegon and Visenya in his own court, and all the nobles gave them a wide berth as the dragon lords approached. "Good afternoon, King Edmund," Aegon greeted with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "How is your kingdom doing, might I ask?" "Fine, all things considered, Lord Aegon," Edmund gritted out, looking like he wanted to be anywhere but in front of the Targaryens. "I suppose, considering just how badly Lord Aeron mauled your vaunted armies," Aegon continued, smirking as he saw some nobles wince, "though he is merciful to settle this with ransom." "A ransom we are still preparing to pay, Lord Aegon," Edmund stated, "though yes, he is more merciful than we expected. Although, I highly doubt you came all this way for idle chatter or to reopen old wounds." "Smart man," Aegon's smirk widened, "I wish for you to surrender your crown and submit to House Targaryen, and end all meaningless resistance." Rather than become more recalcitrant than before or even lash out due to wounded pride, Edmund simply sighed and leaned back in his seat, slightly hunched over like an old man tired of the burdens of life. "What else did I expect?" Edmund muttered to himself, a derisive tone and expression visible on his face. Taking a deep breath, Edmund stood up from his throne and took several steps, daring to approach Aegon Targaryen until he was within arm's reach. Aegon's sister-wife Visenya and the Targaryen retinue inched their hands closer towards their weapons and their bodies towards Aegon, anticipating the drawing of his sword at any moment. "Tell me, Lord Aegon, what is the price for my submission?" questioned Edmund. "Nothing else, just the usual clauses of when a vassal submits to his suzerain," Aegon shrugged, "tithes, taxes, the obligation to raise levies for your liege lord, and so on. Otherwise, I'm content with leaving things as they are in the Reach. Of course, nobles who are obligated to pay ransom under the Highgarden Concordat must continue to pay until it is paid in full." "You are being awfully generous, though I suppose you have no reason to be cruel to us either," Edmund stated, "at least in every way other than through a casual show of benevolence for a beaten foe." "Perhaps it is that way, Perhaps it is not, Visenya opined, to which Edmund rolled his eyes. Either way, we are offering you a choice here, King Edmund, surrender now and we will show mercy. Continue to resist, and, well, you know. Since when did the Targaryens ever give them a choice in the matter? If they did, they would not bother bringing such a huge army along with their dragons. Perhaps they would not even bring their dragons alongside a small retinue of guards, if they had the intention of giving an actual choice. Then, very slowly, he fell to a knee, a crippling weight of defeat and despair pulling him down. I, Edmund Gardner, third of my name and King of the Reach, do solemnly swear in the name of House Gardner, that I submit to your mercy and forfeit my kingship one, and thus pledge the allegiance of the Reach to your house. His words were like a crushing revelation to all the Reachmen who listened. The fact that the Reach, a proud and powerful kingdom with millennia of history, was being forced to submit to an upstart mock freehold barely a century old, was one they half expected after their disastrous campaign. And yet, knowing was one thing, experiencing it was another. And now they were to be just another province in the new kingdom Aegon was building. A king submitting to a lord, a joke of cosmic proportions. How the gods were laughing at their expense, how their ancestors were rolling in their graves. Aegon reaching for the crown and removing it from his head like some sort of trophy to collect hammered home the absolute shame they felt. I, Aegon Targaryen, lord of my house, accept your surrender. Aegon smiled with satisfaction, as did Visenya and the Targaryen bodyguards. Harlan Tyrell was next to kneel to Aegon by Edmund's side, and soon the rest of the nobles followed suit. Some breathed small sighs of relief, happy that further bloodshed was avoided. Others grumbled beneath their breaths but said nothing. With the Reach's submission, Aegon would now turn his eyes on the Westerlands. I. Casterly Rock. It had been 2 weeks since the Reach surrendered to the Targaryens under duress, and having pledged his fealty to the Dragon Lords, Edmund Gardner was named the first Lord Paramount of the Reach, which was really a fancy way of saying Lord above Lords of his lands. Apart from having to contribute what paltry forces the Reach could spare to the Westerlands campaign, they were given time to get their own affairs in order. Wagons transporting gold and escorted by military trains made their way towards Dorne, and once the delivery was made the ransomed nobles were free to return with the arms and armor on their person, as were the troops under their command. Most prominent among them was Brandil Tarly, who despite having surrendered to Aaron Rada was hailed as a hero for his masterful tactics, valiant defense and preservation of lives when the battle turned sour. Soon afterwards, the Reach was quick to send 15,000 troops to the Westerlands border without delay under the command of Brandil Tarly. By then the Westerlands campaign had already begun in earnest, and as expected the Targaryen host's momentum was slowed down somewhat by hit-and-run attacks and dug-in Westerlander positions. Brandil's experience in striking against fortified positions in the Red Mountains paid off, and what would have taken weeks instead took days to conquer, restoring their momentum and putting the Westerlands further on the back foot. Still, the Westerlands had the advantage of geography, countless valleys, caves and ravines with which they used to camouflage themselves, preventing the invaders from easily finding their camps and hideouts. Dispersing their military might ensured the Westerlands would not suffer as much damage from a dragon attack or a dedicated melee, should they suffer a defeat, though there were already grumblings from more hot-headed nobles at how long the campaign took in spite of the few victories and greater survivability of their knights and infantry. Some from the Targaryen side expected Aaron Rada to join in the fight, unrealistic as it was due to how recent and how costly was unknown, his rebellion was, but Aegon made it explicitly clear that Aaron had sacrificed too much and risked all to be dragged from his home to fight in a foreign land, and that no one save him had the right to ask anything else of him. How goes the battle, Lord Rhoyne? Much as he hated to admit it, while Reynard Rhoyne was a slimy snake, his intelligence-gathering capabilities were second to none, and it was through his spies that he was able to regularly obtain a clear picture of the war effort, and it was not going good. The Golden Tooth is under heavy assault and we are close to losing the holdouts of Ashmark and Deep Den, my king, Reynard reported, looking very distressed at the news as he wiped some sweat off his forehead. Should either of these locations fall, they will soon be able to control much more of the paths from the east and south, and they have another detachment marching up the ocean road as well. At least Reynard had the logical sense to fear the Targaryen war machine, ambitious and greedy he may be, but Lauren knew Reynard was no fool. Far better than a certain group of numbskulls who still believe in chivalrous combat and glories like a son of his. Then it is clear that we must meet them in battle soon, father. Tiddos called to him, we must strike back and we must strike hard and fast. We cannot hope to simply hole up in our castles forever. Though worded as a statement with concern for the war's outcome, Lauren knew better. Tiddos was extremely impatient and impetuous, wanting very much to distinguish himself in battle and thus prove himself worthy as his father's heir. He resisted the urge to sigh, wishing that being of royal blood did not place such heavy expectations upon his brood. We cannot, Tiddos, not when the dragons linger like an executioner's axe waiting to incinerate our armies, Lauren pointed out. The moment we gather our troops and attempt an all-out assault, we consign our military might and all hopes of negotiating a favorable peace to a fiery death. Tiddos clenched his hands, gritting his teeth in indignance and impatience. but he dared not go against his father. I understand, father, he gritted out. Nevertheless, I do understand your concerns, and it is clear we must make adjustments to our strategies, Lauren continued, and everyone paid attention to his next words. We will conduct regular raids on their supply caravans and focus on plundering as much supplies as we can, though any weapons and war machines we find are fair game too. The more we do this, the slower their momentum and the greater our odds of survival. Hit and run tactics would be preferred in this war, and with the Westerland's terrain largely hilly and steep, there were few paths the invaders could take without their troops slipping and falling, making circumvention around key defensive strongholds unfeasible. Many nobles grumbled at the thought of using the same tactics as the Dornish. There were, however, old mining shafts that, while disused, still remained highly stable and had space to house troops and supplies, and which could serve as hiding places from the dragons. Unless the dragons invested tremendous time and effort to scout each and every single one of these mine shafts and then torch them beyond repair, they would have to settle for striking the forts and clearing a path to Casterly Rock. Said mining shafts proved the key to their survival in the early stages of the war, and though the Westerlander attacks grew less effective, their hiding places never failed the defenders. Both the Targaryens and general military common sense disliked the thought of an unnecessarily protracted campaign. Reynard's eyes were calculative and keen as he pondered the plan, and Lauren could never feel at ease each time he saw the glint in the snake's eyes. One did not remain a king by not shaking hands with pigs and snakes, however. Eventually Reynard nodded to himself and said, I find no fault in this plan, my king. With luck, such sabotage should buy us enough time to rally our troops, perhaps prepare for a counterattack. Again, an all-out counterattack is too risky, not with the dragons lying in wait, Lauren reiterated, for now, that is all. Dismissed. Reynard clicked his tongue in annoyance, and Lauren knew the snake was also wanting something from this conflict. Exactly what, he could not fathom. The Westerlanders had begun to strike back against the invaders in earnest, raiding supply caravans and stealing supplies and war machines or denying them to the enemy, setting them ablaze before melting back into the countryside. By striking at caravans unprotected by the dragons and stretching the invading forces thin in a game of cat and mouse, they were able to dent the invaders' momentum and buy themselves time to strategize and conjure a more comprehensive plan to fight back against the invaders. At times, they even had to abandon castles once it became certain they could no longer hold them, and the Westerlanders made use of concealed camps to stage their attacks. Worse, due to their effective killing of Targaryen spies and the defenders changing locations every 2 weeks, the invaders could not accurately pinpoint the location of enemy camps and root them out with dragon fire. Of course, this only lasted for a few weeks before the Targaryen spies grew wise and enacted many measures to avoid detection or sabotage the Westerlander spies. Nevertheless, this caused the fighting to drag on for weeks more before the Reachmen's arrival, and the invaders were beginning to grow frustrated as a result. Some villages were even sacked once they were found to be harboring Westerlander troops, and Lauren had to deal with more complaints from the nobles as a result, loss of tax revenue, damage to their lands, the deaths of their subjects and so on. While Lauren remained adamant in his more defensive stance and faced mounting pressure from his own generals, the Targaryens remained strangely calm and unbothered despite the pinpricking attacks they suffered where others expected them to grow increasingly impatient. Some believed they were just arrogant, too self-assured of the power of their dragons. Others believed they had a plan up their sleeves. Every time the Targaryens were questioned about the plan, they simply smiled and explained that to reveal it now was to jeopardize the plan and thus make the conquest of the Westerlands more difficult, and refused to elaborate further. When asked if Aaron was helping them, they simply laughed and pointed out that Aaron was preoccupied with matters at home. Either way, the Targaryen armies had no choice but to trust in their masters. This cannot go on. Tytos Lannister watched from a window in the keep of Casterly Rock that oversaw the training of new Westerlander troops, green peasants being molded into stoic and unfeeling soldiers under the careful, abusive instruction of their drill masters. They all resembled lambs being sent to a slaughterhouse, in his eyes. We have won some victories and blunted the enemy's momentum, but for what? Prolonging the inevitable. Tytos muttered to himself, this cannot go on, we must take a risk even if it goes against my father's decree. But how many will actually follow me on this? Much as he hated to admit it, being the crown prince did not truly afford him much political clout, and those who did profess loyalty to him tended to be those slimy pigs who held no real loyalties and just wanted to curry favor. He needed real allies, real generals, and war veterans who commanded military power. You seem troubled, Prince Tytos. Tytos turned to face Reynard Rhoyne who walked towards him, and instantly Tytos adopted a more guarded demeanor. Reynard held up his hands in placation, peace, your highness. No need to be so suspicious of me. My father always told me to be wary of you, the snake of House Rhoyne, and frankly there is something about you that makes my skin crawl, said Tytos, flinching away as if to prove his statement, so do forgive me if I feel suspicious of you. Reynard did not seem bothered by this, simply laughing as he said, what else should I expect? In any case, I know of your grievance with this whole affair, Practically the whole court knows. Tito's knew he could say nothing to that. Your point being? He scoffed. If you truly wish to force a confrontation with the Targaryen armies, we all know that his grace must be forcibly removed from power and all military command assumed under you, Reynard explained, idly twiddling with his thumbs. However, it must also be done with a just cause and with popular support on your side, or else even if your takeover is successful, you will likely be ousted from power as soon as you take the reins. Another option is to swiftly subdue and imprison your parents before anyone can react, and then take power by making a much-desired declaration. Tell me what I do not already know, Titos demanded with a hard glare. My point is, Your Highness, there is already a just cause for you to exploit, Reynard answered. You know of the grumblings among the nobility, do you not? Titos heard mention of the nobles' dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs every day. The servants, the guards, everyone who passed their version of news and rumors told a common trend, that the nobles were desiring a quicker end to this war, one way or another. And now he found himself nodding in agreement despite his reservations about Reynard. Continue, Titos beckoned, his voice reflecting greater interest. Reynard smiled at his success. As you know, your father is facing mounting pressure for this reason, and though the old lion stands steadfast, the dam is approaching its breaking point, he pointed out. Sooner or later, someone else will initiate such a takeover, perhaps approaching any of your warrior siblings for this undertaking. Titos resisted the urge to curse. While Erwald had the talent for military command and was a strong warrior proficient with the mace, he was easily misled by brown-nosing nobles with the talent for flattery, and any one of them could also easily deceive him to charge towards his early death. That could not happen no matter what. Leaving only one viable commander among the Lannister sons. Can you help me wrest power from my father? Titos asked. Reynard bowed with flourish and a slimy smile. Why, of course, Your Highness. I already have contacts we can approach to ensure a smooth transition of power. Just say the word. Titos nodded without hesitation, his eyes burning with purpose. We are saving House Lannister. No matter Erwald's thoughts on the matter, he was deathly loyal to Titos, and should the rebellion succeed he would throw in his lot with the Crown Prince, negating any possible plot for the throne. I. Dear gods, you hear these nobles bitching and whining about the war. The first guard groaned in frustration. Yet. Attack this, worthless defense that. It's either one or the other and it's all about the war with the Targaryens, you know what I'm saying. The second guard agreed, leaning lazily on his spear for support. The guards on watch duty that night had little better to do than engage in idle chatter as did the rest of their colleagues in this profession. Boredom was a most terrible mind killer, and humans were never made to be idle. A quiet night like this, free of any trouble or chaos, was perfect for their regular chats. Why have to admit, it's plenty of bad news coming from the front. Whole forts and camps burnt to cinders by dragons, our armies losing ground, villages sacked. It's no wonder the nobles are complaining to the king, the first guard commented, shaking his head. Don't we know it, the second guard remarked snarkily. Sooner this war business is over, the sooner they get to bitching about other things. Wait, you hear that? Asked the first guard. Hear what? They soon saw a group of men quickly approaching, the cloaks on their persons obscuring their faces and their behavior the definition of suspicious. Hey, stop RI. Both guards were quickly stabbed in the gut before they could react, the air driven out of their lungs as they crumpled to the ground in pools of blood. Quickly, before the rest of the castle is alerted. The leader ordered, we must isolate King Loren and take him and the rest of the Lannisters hostage. Aye, sir. The others chorused. Throughout the keep, guards were slaughtered swiftly and noiselessly, knives and crossbows the weapons of choice for the perpetrators as they inched closer towards the royal bedchambers where Loren Lannister, his wife, and son Erwald were fast asleep with no idea of the treachery transpiring. They quickly awoke to sounds of combat, of steel brandished and clashing as screams and shouts echoed through the corridors. Husband? What's going on? Janna Lannister, wife of Loren, a gracefully aged matron who held both beauty and power in equal measure in both youth and twilight years. Loren fell in love with both her and her connections, being a scion of House Tarbeck. I do not know, Janna, Loren muttered, reaching for his sword, but if they look to kill us, they will not find me easy prey. The doors to their bedchambers were kicked down, and hooded men quickly reached for Loren, who swiftly reacted with his sword, slicing through flesh and killing at least 2 assailants before the rest surrounded him, one of them knocking him out with the butt of a knife pommel to the head, the other quickly hitting Janna in the back of her neck with deftness and gentleness of a professional. I apologize, father, mother. I promise, I will personally accept responsibility once we achieve victory against the Targaryens. The voice, one he heard countless times, shocked Loren in the last shred of lucidity he held before he fell to the ground, out cold and unable to fight back. Sighing heavily with regret and remorse, his shoulders slumping as the consequences of his deeds dawned on him, Titos knew there was no going back from this. One of the cloaked men rushed to Titos, saluting crisply. My prince, we have subdued and detained your brother Prince Erwald. He is unharmed, as you ordered, he reported. Tiddos nodded with slight relief, and then ordered, have my parents kept in the dungeon, but treat them well as you would treat proper royalty, and subdue all resistance in the keep and make sure no one leaves to tell the tale. Meanwhile, I will talk to my brother Erwald. Understood, my prince, the man saluted as he took his leave. With the first phase done, the next phase was to commence. The next morning, the nobles quickly gathered for a conference in the throne room after being summoned by Tiddos. Everyone wondered what the agenda was today. Was there to be a change in the overall strategy by the Old Lion? Everyone was bewildered by the fact it was not Loren Lannister seated on the golden throne of Casterly Rock but his eldest son, and some of the more politically savvy nobles quickly realized that something was amiss. His Highness Prince Tiddos Lannister calls this court to order. A herald announced. There was no mention of Loren leaving court matters in Tiddos's hands or of Loren taking ill, which was highly unlikely given his good health despite his old age. Neither was Tiddos's mother or brother Erwald in sight. Proud nobles of the Westerlands, I bring you important news, Tiddos announced, feeling assured he did not think possible seep into his words. Due to my father's ill health, I have been forced to take up the reins of power in his absence, and my brother and mother are indisposed, unable to attend court for the time being. It made absolutely no sense for Janna and Erwald Lannister to be indisposed when there was nothing occupying their attention, no sickness invalidating them. When Reynard smiled at them, more than a few instinctively flinched and averted their eyes from his personage. Nevertheless, I must call on you now, noble sons of Westeros, to raise your banners and fight in the name of our proud kingdom. Tiddos continued with his rousing speech. We cannot continue to fight a defensive war when the invaders ravage and pillage our fair country, slaughtering countless innocents and damaging our property. We must take the fight to the Targaryens, dragons be damned. Hear, hear. Reynard shouted, others echoing his words. For this reason, I issue a call to arms to every bannerman, to take arms and take the fight to the invaders. This day, we march to drive them from our homes for good. Tiddos shouted, unfurling a scroll bearing the wax seal of House Lannister. Due to my father taking ill, I have assumed command of the Westerlander military. My first order is to call the banners for an assault. Hurrah! Many of the nobles cheered, eager to seize their glory and defend their fatherland. While many of the militaristic nobles and knights formed a chorus of cheers and ayes, the other nobles, more inclined towards intrigue and diplomacy, frowned at this turn of events, as did the seasoned veteran generals who instantly saw the entire chain of events for what it was, a ruse by Reynard Rhoyne. A great number of influential nobles also joined in the round of applause Reynard initiated, and for those who did not hold much faith in Tiddos's plan, it was as if the ground suddenly sank beneath their feet. House Tarbeck, a house as old as House Lannister and sharing a highly rich and storied history, famed for housing rich mines that, while not as stuffed with gold as the mines of Casterly Rock were, nevertheless houses sizable veins of silver and iron and yielded the occasional gemstone that made for immaculate jewelry in the hands of master jewelers. House Westerling, another ancient house tracing its origins back to the time of the Age of Heroes, the principal bannerman of House Lannister who share blood ties through countless marriage alliances, landowner of large tracts of arable farmland and profitable mines and ports that housed merchants visiting from many parts of Andalic Westeros. A house with as much pride as their military and financial power. House Prester, also some of House Lannister's principal bannermen, fielding some of the best warriors and knights ever known in the Westerlands, the Crimson Bulls. Feared far and wide among their foes, the Crimson Bulls of House Prester blaze a trail in battle like fire against a field of reeds. House Marbrand, one of the main noble houses of the Westerlands, a house that while not as old or powerful as the aforementioned three houses, nevertheless held prominence as a family who maintained power and connections through rich trade in the mining and blacksmithing industries as a prominent supplier of both raw materials and finished goods. With these principal houses lending their support to Tiddos Lannister and without a unifying charismatic figure to match Tiddos as a claimant to the throne, it became increasingly clear that any form of sedition would never bear fruit. They could only grin and bear it as the condescending snake flaunted his victory in their faces, and in their minds they imagined 1,000 ways to gut, grind, and genocide the snake as repayment for this brazen plot. They could only hope that by the end of this doomed war, the Westerlands would not suffer debilitating consequences. Or at least, as little as they can afford to handle. However unlikely that favorable outcome would be. To his lordship Aegon Targaryen. Our plan to subdue King Loren and put his son Tiddos in command of the Westerlands has borne fruit, and now he marches the entire martial might of the kingdom to their doom towards the fortress of the Golden Tooth. I know you shall be victorious, my liege, and I shall pray for your assured success. Sincerely. R. Aegon felt conflicted upon reading the letter, and was quick to have it chucked into a nearby brazier once his sister wives and trusted commanders read it as well. On one hand, he was assured of the snake's ability to manipulate unsuspecting victims which delivered him this victory against the Westerlands. On the other hand, he felt that perhaps seeing an opportunity unlike any other, Reynard was overplaying his hand with his honeyed words. The other commanders had already departed the command tent, but Orys, as Aegon's right-hand man, stayed behind for further discussion. That bloody snake, Aegon muttered with irritation, I knew he was an opportunist, but he is really laying it on thick here. Tytos is partly to blame with his overeagerness, but you are right, Egg, Visenya remarked, at least Aeron knows not to reach for things he can't get. Only because he already has everything he wants, Rhoynish added, and with how easily he convinced Tytos, who is to say the snake will not repeat such a calamity to our detriment instead. We deal with the Westerlander army, then we deal with him, Aegon shrugged, though his expression radiated terrible annoyance. As we dealt with the petty kings of Blackwater Bay, the Ironborn and the Stormlanders, Orys added, sharing his half-brother's annoyance, as I dealt with the traitors who sold out their Queen Argella during the Siege of Storm's End. Beg your pardon for intruding, my lords and ladies, but Lady Aemiliorata from Dorne has come seeking an audience with you, Aegard informed, confusing the Targaryen siblings. Aemilia? Lord Aeron's mother. Rhoynish mouthed aloud, what could she be doing here? I don't know, but it's best to hear it from her lips, Visenya muttered, to which Aegon and his siblings nodded in agreement. Let her in, Aegon beckoned. The guard saluted and permitted Aemilia entry, and it was for the first time they beheld the mother of the Black Fox. Aemilia, gracefully aged and beautiful through meticulous care, looked no older than 35 despite being in her 40s with her light brown skin free of blemishes and wrinkles, her smile charming countless men. Carrying herself with grace, elegance, and dignity befitting a noble woman, she curtsied to Aegon the Valyrian way, right hand clasped over her shoulder in a deep bow. My respects to his lordship Aegon Targaryen and her ladyships Rhoynish and Visenya Targaryen of the Crownlands, and to his lordship Orys Baratheon of the Stormlands, Aemilia greeted deferentially, I am Lady Aemiliorata of Arsam, and I come on behalf of my son to request permission to take part in peace negotiations to follow. You do? Questioned Aegon, pardon me, but this seems awfully convenient. How so? Aemilia asked, genuinely bewildered by Aegon's question. Aegon, his sisters, and Orys shared brief glances, scrutinizing Aemilia's body language for any signs of lying and found none, strange as it seemed to them. You truly have not heard? Questioned Aegon once again. No, I and my party only just arrived and heard telltale of the Westerlanders becoming increasingly desperate in their war against your armies, my lord, Aemilia stated, is there something I missed? Aegon subconsciously nodded to himself with relief, and he quickly harumphed and said, well, we just received news from an inside source that King Loren and Queen Janna Lannister were imprisoned by their son Crown Prince Tytos, who has now assumed command of the Westerlander armies. Both he and his brother Prince Aerwald are marching the entirety of their martial might towards the Golden Tooth. Instantly Aemilia frowned heavily and adopted a more guarded demeanor, is this insider responsible for manipulating the Crown Prince? Trust Aeron's family to catch on with uncanny accuracy. Yes, he is, Visenya answered, do pardon us for suspecting you, but considering your son's reputation. Aemilia simply sighed and took it in good stride, I suppose it is to be expected. Might we ask why you came all the way to the Westerlands, Lady Aemilia? Asked Rhoynish, I cannot fathom you having any business here unless it is for Lannister coin. It is, Lady Rhoynish, Aemilia affirmed, my son believes that on top of Reach and Targaryen gold, we need Lannister gold to help bolster our coffers to facilitate the rebuilding of Dorne. To that end, we plan to sell them Valyrian steel weapons. Weapons? Not one weapon. Visenya questioned, and how many do you plan to sell, for what price? 3 swords, each for the price of 10 million gold lions 3, Aemilia answered. At this, the Targaryens and Orys were completely flummoxed, staring at Aemilia with wide eyes. 10 million each, for a total of 30 gold lions. Aegon questioned, his voice sounding both unconvinced and in denial, does he truly need that much, at all? I must agree with my brother, I would assume Lord Aeron Rada needs only about 2 to 3 million gold lions at most, Orys opined, is he planning a slew of expensive projects, if you do not mind me asking? To be honest, he stated in no uncertain terms that he needed this much to tide him over at least 2 to 3 decades. Lord Aegon and Lord Orys is right on that, Aemilia answered, sounding unconvinced herself, though I do admit, 30 million in total is excessive, even though Bright Roar 4 was purchased at 7 million gold lions. So he expects to spend that much. Aegon rhetorically stated, trust the Black Fox to completely defy expectations once again. Aemilia offered a helpless shrug, for what it is worth, he always does so many things defying expectations, my lord. I myself cannot truly understand how his mind works sometimes. A sentiment we all share, Lady Aemilia, Orys agreed, though I shudder to think what destruction he would wrought were he born a Reachman or a Stormlander. Might I ask you a question, Lady Aemilia? Ask away, Aemilia beckoned. Forgive me if this sounds accusatory, but you could have sold the Valyrian steel blades to House Lannister before our campaign, and once we defeated them you could have taken them back, Orys stated, looking at Aemilia with no small amount of suspicion while the Targaryens watched Orys closely, then you could have walked away with both the blades and the gold, and the Lannisters left with neither. Surely you could do that much. Amelia stared long and hard at Orys, who was gauging her reaction in turn. An unbidden, unspoken war of determination was waged between their eyes, each awaiting the other breaking eye contact. Then Amelia decided to break the ice. We could have done that, most certainly, she said, her voice guarded and neutral, though at that point, we would have completely damaged all trust in us beyond repair. And it was just unnecessary, we already gave the heavy hand to our Dornish enemies. Orys, Aegon called out sternly. Orys relented with a slight bow, stepping back. My apologies, Lady Amelia, Orys said, I have only heard hearsay about your son and your family, and for you to come at such an opportune time. It is forgiven, Lord Orys, Amelia reassured. Nevertheless, I still find it an overtly high price to charge for Valyrian steel swords, Lady Amelia, Rhoynish pointed out matter-of-factly, where did you obtain such weapons, by the way? From the Reachmen, after they were defeated at the Battle of the Yarha Plains, Amelia explained. I see, Aegon nodded to himself, very well, once we defeat the Westerlands, you shall have a place in the peace negotiations to follow. Thank you, my lord, Amelia smiled. For now, you are dismissed, Aegon said, and Amelia bowed to take her leave. Once they were alone, Aegon said to the others, you all heard the price she quoted for the Valyrian steel blades, yes. No one asks for that much money, not unless they are truly desperate, Visenya answered first, her brows furrowed, and if Aeron needs that much money, then he is broke, Rhoynish concluded, I suppose for one who is so reckless and relentless, it is fitting he has to deal with the consequences of his actions. And considering they were looted, I think their perceived value may drop as a result, Orys commented with a nod, or rather, I think he knew this, and thus decided that rather than perform a dastardly deed to reap all the benefits, he would perform an even worse deed by forcing them to pay him the stipulated amount using us as the mediator. Perhaps he foresaw all this, hence why he chose to not come in person and instead send his mother as diplomat. Oh brother, you truly have a bad habit of overthinking certain things at times, Aegon shook his head, honestly speaking though, you are half right and half wrong. How so, brother? Asked Orys with curiosity. Think about it this way, why would Lady Amelia react with confusion when we mentioned a turn of events to our advantage in the Westerlands? More concerningly, why would Aeron choose to send his mother on this important mission which was to be done after our victory, and not before? Aegon listed with each finger, and instantly Orys was able to follow the logic. You are right in that her timing was deliberately planned, but you are wrong in assuming he was here to enact his more dastardly schemes here as he did in Dorne. In other words, he wants to play things safe, now. Orys suggested. That seems to be the case, Aegon nodded, yet another comfort to draw on. Because this shows that his ambitions are strictly limited to Dorne and nowhere else in Westeros, Visenya put forth, relaxing her demeanor slightly, and now that his ambitions are fulfilled, he will be more docile for the future. I do not know if docile is the correct word to describe him, but you do have a point, Rhoynish nodded in agreement. Then this council is dismissed, Aegon stated, tell the men to get rested, tomorrow, we end this pointless war. 1. This came to be known as the kneeling of the Green Hands, and it became an eternal mark of shame for the Reachmen. It was from this event that the idiom strangled green hands came to be. 2. This was less a pragmatic cause for concern and more a slight against the pride of the Westerlanders, for never before did invaders ever dare penetrate so deep into their territory and dearly wished to repay the invaders for this insolence. A mistake that would ultimately cost them far more than their lives and property. 3. Gold lions, the standard highest value currency in the Kingdom of the Westerlands before its annexation during Aegon's conquest. 4. Bright Roar, a Valyrian steel blade that was once the treasured heirloom blade of House Lannister. It was lost during King Tom and 2 Lannisters' ill-fated expedition into the ruins of Valyria, and both king and blade and lost, never to be seen again. It is said that over 7 million gold lions were paid in exchange for the prized blade. Chapter XXXI, The Foxes Do, Part V. 1 BC. Golden Tooth. The Golden Tooth had not yet fallen, despite repeated assaults by the Targaryen invaders. By this point, the invaders had handily repelled more than a few raids and attacks on their flanks and supply camps, and the defenders were the ones sustaining more casualties than the Targaryen war host. The weary defenders were in no mood to cheer, simply taking advantage of whatever reprieve they had to rest and prepare for the next attack. What they did not know, however, was that the worst was about to come. The defending commander of the Golden Tooth garrison, Lord Godwyn Leford, sighed as he took the chance to take off his armor and garments and dump them into one pile once he reached his bedchambers, caked in sweat, blood, and grime he dearly wished to rinse off. His servants swiftly prepared a tub of hot water and towels along with a mixture of herbs and wood ash and soaps from Essos 1, all essentials he could not do without even in times of war. The servants proceeded to quickly douse him with water and rub the herb ash mixture through his hair and the soap on his body, scrubbing away every trace of filth with meticulous and respectful hands. Godwyn's nose appreciated the smell of the SSE soaps, far preferable to the foul-smelling soaps of Westeros that while capable of performing the same function to the same effect, had a terribly unpleasant smell that always left him wondering if he exchanged one type of filth for another. Once they finished scrubbing him down, they doused him with buckets of water once again, washing his body clean and mopping away all the filthy water on the ground, before parting to allow Godwyn to step into the bath. Instantly his body melted with relief, his stiff muscles relaxing and his accumulated fatigue being cleansed by the heavenly touch of this rare comfort. Ah, if only the Targaryens did not invade this great castle of mine, then I would not have to worry about dirtying myself every single day, Godwyn softly muttered to himself. If only his grace had the sense to order an all-out attack against the invaders, this war would be over sooner. As a young lord, Godwyn Leford was one of many Westerlander nobles who dreamed of doing his house proud by serving in battle, distinguishing himself as a talented commander of men, after his father died prematurely. The maester declared him dead from fever, due to a debilitating arrow wound he suffered during a boar hunt, and the culprit a hired assassin whose client had a terrible grudge that was only put to rest once the perpetrator was executed. He was forced into the role of a puppet while his uncle Joffrey ruled in his best capacity as regent. He did not regret giving Joffrey Leford a taste of his own medicine while he was out boar hunting. This war, while devastating for the Westerlands, was the one opportunity he had to earn his glory and cement his name in the annals of history, in the age-old chronicles of House Leford, whose gold wealth too helped House Lannister become the richest in all the Seven Kingdoms. Failure was not an option, not when his house's honor and wealth was at stake. Feeling suitably relaxed from his hot bath, he quickly stepped out of the bathtub and allowed the servants to dry his body with towels in hand. Once dry, he was dressed in his nightwear and he made to sit down at a table in his bedchambers, snacking on some biscuits and tea as he stared outside the window, basking in the darkness of the new moon that shone down upon his castle. He indulged in this rare comfort and luxury, snacking and sightseeing for as long as his candle burned. Once it burned out, he sighed and washed down his late-night snack with some water, before going to sleep in his bed as his servants tucked him in. I pray a miracle happens soon. I. The next day. My lord. My lord. Godwyn was abruptly jolted awake by the shouting from behind the door to his bedchambers, grumbling beneath his breath as he angrily rubbed his eyes and yawned with annoyance. What is it? He half angrily asked. My lord, Prince Tytos Lannister leads a huge army at our doorstep. He heard someone report with urgency. His Highness Prince Tytos, not His Grace King Loren? Tell His Highness that I shall meet him in the throne room, and have servants prepare a change of clothes immediately. Godwyn ordered swiftly in spite of his own misgivings. My lord. Trust his trusted servants to quickly get things done with a few simple orders. Within minutes he was cleaned and dressed and ready to meet with the Crown Prince of the Westerlands, his footsteps heavy and hasty as he made his way towards the keep's throne room. He saw both Tytos Lannister and his brother Aerwald awaiting him there. Instantly, he moved to curtsy with due decorum and deference, falling to a knee. Lord Godwyn Leford pays his respects to His Highness's Crown Prince Tytos Lannister and Prince Aerwald Lannister, he greeted, his head bowed and his eyes fixed towards the floor. At ease, Lord Leford, Tytos reassured. Thank you, Your Highness, Godwyn said as he stood up. I admit, I did not expect for you to lead such a huge army here, but with you reinforcing us, our victory against the invaders is all but assured. Tytos gave a proud but sad smile. Truthfully, we are not here to bolster your defense. Your Highness? Asked Godwyn in confusion. We are mounting an all-out assault against the Targaryens, Aerwald clarified, a derisive sneer coloring his face as he stared at nothing as unpleasant thoughts surfaced. We have decided to not turtle up like cowards as our father advocates. Godwyn could not suppress the ecstatic smile on his face as he heard the news, his body trembling with excitement. Finally, his long-awaited opportunity had come. They would drive back the invaders and irrigate the soil with their blood, and he would cement his name as a worthy successor to the legacy of his house. He could taste the glory on the tip of his tongue, a glory as sweet as the finest honey. Then may I have the honor of joining your army, Your Highnesses? Asked Godwyn. Of course, Lord Leford, Tytos smiled, any who wishes to join are welcome. Thank you, Your Highness. Godwyn bowed again, my army shall prepare for the march post-haste. Aerwald shared his brother's smile, and it was far more predatory in nature, his eyes shining with dreamlike delusion. Little did they know their names would be carved in history in the worst way possible. With the garrison of the Golden Tooth now bolstering the ranks of the Westerlands army, they soon marched towards the invaders, a 20,000-strong army maintaining the siege as the rest of the Targaryen war host besieged other fortresses on other paths leading into the kingdom's interior. With 20,000 Westerlander troops against the 20,000 invaders near the Golden Tooth, bar any special circumstances, the defenders' victory was assured thanks to their superior equipment and training. Looking upon the gathered enemy army, Tytos could only smile when noticing its size, the weight and feel of his armor like a comforting blanket. Your Highness, we are ready, Lord Godwyn reported. The enemy army? Asked Tytos. They seem to not be moving closer, Your Highness, merely holding their position, reported Godwyn. Good, sound the charge. Tytos smiled, drawing his sword. Squires blew the horn, and all tensed in preparation, waiting for the king to initiate the charge. Springing forth on his warhorse, Tytos bellowed a roar that his troops echoed, all chasing him as if he were the warrior incarnate. Airwald mimicked his brother's roar, his voice louder than everyone else and thrumming like a volcanic eruption. Thundering hooves and war cries filled the air as dust kicked beneath the hooves of a horde of horses, and for any army it would have terrified them until they were left wetting their breeches and shaking in their boots. But the invaders remained calm and composed, maintaining their position with confidence. In fact, if one could look closely, they were smiling as if they had already won. Then an unearthly roar sounded in the distance, and looking up at the sky they saw 3 gargantuan beasts with massive wings rapidly approaching the Westerlands army. "Look, it's the dragons! Hurrah, now our victory is assured." Some of the defenders were filled with dread, suddenly feeling unsure of their victory, but they could neither stop the charge so quickly nor outrun the dragons, who were already swooping down on them for the kill. Opening their maws, the dragons unleashed their legendary fire breath, immolating thousands of troops in a single pass at the very front of the formation. Tytos and Airwald were among those burned alive. Trying as they could to avoid it, the remaining cavalry charging behind crashed into the backs of the vanguard, their own momentum throttling them forward and tossing them off their horses. Some were crushed beneath hooves and bodies into mangled messes, others caught fire and soon burned as well, screaming as they struggled futilely to take off their armor. They also burned the rear echelons of the Westerlands formation, ensuring no escape for every single Westerlander who dared defy their conquest. Infantry and cavalry alike, small folk and noble, all were equal in death. The entire battle lasted no longer than a few minutes, and by the end the martial might of the Westerlands was spent for 2 generations, 20,000 Westerlanders reported dead with countless nobles counted among them. In exchange, the Targaryens lost only 4,000 soldiers, a negligible loss. And with no more heirs to succeed them, House Lannister now faced extinction. Fire, so much fire. Amelia watched with a growing sense of dread and horror at the one-sided carnage the Targaryens inflicted upon the Westerlanders. The sight of a large army decimated in just a few seconds, their screams of agony permanently etched in her mind. This proved a clear validation of why her son chose to ally with the Targaryens rather than make them his enemy. "My lady," questioned Illyard, one of Amelia's closest confidants and trusted guards, his voice soft and firm, "dare I ask if your son plans to exploit our alliance with the Targaryens for greater gain?" "In what regard, Illyard?" asked Amelia. "Well, would he choose closer ties with the Targaryens through a marriage alliance, for one?" Illyard clarified, "Perhaps I assume too much, but with all that his lordship Aeron has sacrificed to unite Dorne and contribute to this alliance, I believe the surviving Valyrians would be willing to entertain a marriage match for one of his sons or daughters." "In all honesty, I do not know," Amelia answered truthfully, full of doubt. "I think that could be possible, but we Dornish are not looked upon in a bright light elsewhere, and the Valyrians are known to maintain an attitude of racial superiority towards others. They could choose to delay it indefinitely or reject such an offer instead." "That does make sense," Illyard nodded in agreement, "and if I may ask, how does your son plan to deal with the free cities? Myr and Tyrosh are making a lot of noise and obstruct trade through countless tariffs levied on our merchants, and the Rogaray Bank 3 through Lys complains about the stiff competition faced by the Bank of Dorne." "He does, though nothing concrete," Amelia answered evasively. "I can only say he plans to deal with them in due time." Illyard chose to say nothing, simply nodding in understanding. "If I know his lordship, he will never take a threat lying down," he answered, more to himself than anyone else, his voice filled with confidence, "and dragons or no dragons, he will make sure to burn down all opposition if need be." The flapping of wings registered in their ears, as did a gust of wind that sent hair and robes flying as they turned around to the source of the disturbance. "Lady Amelia," Aegon greeted, "I see you are transfixed on the burning fields. Seeing the power of a dragon firsthand is enlightening." Amelia bowed with deference. "It is it not?" Aegon smiled with blinding pride. "My sister wives will take care of the other armies on other fronts, and once that is done, the Westerlands as a warrior kingdom shall never again muster strength for rebellion for at least 2 generations. I also hear that Princes Tytos and Airwald Lannister have perished in this battle as well." "Then House Lannister is finished," Amelia concluded. "Who do you have in mind as potential candidates for the Lord Paramountcy of the Westerlands?" "Patience, Lady Amelia. All will be revealed in due time," Aegon reassured. Amelia pursed her lips. Due to their focus on Dorne, Aeron did not have the time or resources to expand his spy network outside their home country, and so they were left blind on matters elsewhere in Westeros. House Rada could only trust that Aegon's choice of candidate would not come back to haunt them. "As you say, Lord Aegon," Amelia curtsied. "This battle would come to be known as the Field of Fire 4. Historians who studied the history of the Westerlands before Aegon's conquest would unanimously conclude it was the day the Westerlands was humbled and humiliated beyond salvation, and the last significant battle ever fought. Casterly Rock. 40,000 Westerlander troops perished in total, incinerated by dragon fire. Widows, sons, daughters, small folk and noble, all grieved for their lost sons whose remains were beyond recovery. None could be venerated by a sevenist burial, the gravest tragedy in the eyes of the seven who are one. Worse, there was no one left to stop the invaders from turning the proud, gold-rich kingdom into a mining outpost for Aegon's kingdom. In the throne room of Casterly Rock, a grim-faced, despondent Loren Lannister sat hunched over on his throne, his eyes red and puffy and the light of life absent from his features. Beside him was an equally lifeless Queen Janna, robbed of the purpose of living. Standing before them, the Targaryen siblings and commanders dominated the throne room like giants against ants, as if the lions were cursed to lose their authority and grandeur. King Loren Lannister, Aegon greeted, displaying none of the arrogance of the victory, I come to you with but one request, you surrender. It was no request, not to the defeated who sneered and glared at the invaders with hatred, vitriol, and fear. Surrender what? Loren questioned, his voice hollow and emotionless, my kingdom, my crown, my people. All, Aegon answered, there has already been enough bloodshed. Loren huffed and took off his crown and angrily threw it to the side as if it were a cursed item, a source of endless misfortune. Have the Westerlands then, Lord Aegon, Loren replied scathingly, you have already taken everything from us. Janna would follow suit, casting aside her crown. Together, both she and Loren walked out of the throne room with no one moving to stop them. The Targaryen troops did move, but with a wave of the hand from Aegon, they remained where they stood. No need, Aegon said, they are no threat to us. Now, Reynard reign. The snake eagerly curtsied before Aegon like a simpering, lily-livered bootlicker, his enthusiastic smile causing countless beholders to cringe at the sight. My lord? Asked Reynard. You betrayed your liege lord and delivered the Westerlander armies and the Lannister princes to us, Aegon stated, shocking countless Westerlander nobles in attendance, therefore, I have but one judgment to give. Judgment, not reward? Men, take him away and execute him, Aegon ordered, showing no emotion towards Reynard. The snake instantly felt the ground crumble beneath him as the reality of his fate dawned on him, his face twisting in horror. Before he knew it, he was seized by the arms of two strong elite guardsmen who dragged him away. The poor man struggled hard, but he knew only a life of luxury surrounded by servants, not a life of suffering on the battlefield surrounded by murderers and wild beasts. My lord, please spare me. Have mercy. Reynard cried, I was only your loyal servant. Aegon simply shook his head at Reynard's simpering, which grew more and more distant until he was removed to the execution grounds. A soldier came in soon afterwards, and reported, Reynard Rhoyne has been executed, my lord. The Targaryens simply nodded at this, while the Westerlanders, still angry and miserable towards the conquerors, did give nods of approval and resigned gratitude for the killing of this most foul traitor. The cries and pleas of a dead man who thought to profit from others' misery, Visenya remarked, none of us will miss him. Who is next in line to succeed Reynard? Asked Aegon. That would be Castan, his eldest son, Rhoynish answered, his only son, I might add, his 4 other children are all daughters he married off to secure marriage alliances. And Castan's character? Asked Aegon, will he be a problem? Quite the opposite, brother, Orys replied, Castan does not have his father's snake-like tendencies or his aptitude for intrigue. In fact, he seems to be widely considered an incompetent successor to his father's legacy, a person who neither angers nor offends others and is not considered worth the time of plotters. Why should he succeed the snake, for that matter? Aegon remarked rhetorically, it'd be better for both himself and everyone else that he does not. In fact, I'd say he's the perfect candidate. That came as a huge relief to the Westerlanders despite the infamy of Castan's father, at least there would not be a second snake sinking his fangs into the throne of Casterly Rock, even if he is little more than a powerless puppet. Issue a summons, have Castan ride to Casterly Rock immediately, Aegon ordered, with House Lannister effectively extinct with no living heirs, he is to be instated as Lord Paramount of the Westerlands with immediate effect, and agree to our terms for peace. At once, Aegon, his sister-wives and half-brother curtsied. Later on, both Loren and Janna Lannister were found dead in their bedchambers, having imbibed the tears of Lys mixed with a cup of wine. As a sign of respect, they would be buried in the Lannister family crypts. Castan Rhoyne, a thin, lithe specimen of a man who had an exceedingly small presence in the courtroom dominated by greater personalities, a little boy squirming uncomfortably beneath the gazes of veteran soldiers and politicians. Unremarkable, untested, and unknown, hardly anyone paid him much attention if not for his new role as Lord Paramount of the Westerlands. Seated at a table were the Targaryen siblings and Orys Baratheon, and Aemily Arata as mother of the Black Fox. Now that we are all gathered here, we shall discuss the terms of this peace treaty, Aegon began, is everyone ready to proceed? Everyone gave their affirmations, and at this Aegon smiled as he said, good, now for the non-negotiable conditions, the Westerlands is to be annexed under my kingdom, and swear itself to its new suzerains with the usual obligations between ruler and vassal, taxes, tithes, levies and so on. With only Castan present, no other noble of the Westerlands was allowed the opportunity to contest the treaty's terms or delay it in any way possible. It was also a clear statement of power and authority of House Targaryen over their latest conquered province. I find no problem with them, Lord Aegon, Castan squeaked. Very good, Aegon nodded. Now, there is another condition to be negotiated by Lady Amelia here. Lady Amelia, if you would. Of course, Lord Aegon, Amelia nodded. We have 3 Valyrian steel weapons we wish to sell to the Westerlands. 3 Valyrian steel swords. Castan gasped in surprise. Are you certain you wish to part with such valuable weapons, and so many? For House Rada, gold is the greater concern, Amelia stated. I see, Castan nodded. How much do you wish us to pay? 10 million gold lions for each, Amelia stated bluntly. Castan choked on his words, struggling to comprehend what Amelia wished for when asking such a huge amount. Can you pay it? Asked Amelia. Why yes, we can, Castan hastily answered. How do you wish for us to pay you the gold? In monthly payments, and in caravans escorted by large military forces, Amelia answered. We cannot accept any delays, and any and all who try to obstruct such payments must be dealt due justice under Targaryen law. Very well, if that is the price for peace, Castan answered reluctantly. With the terms agreed on, the Lion Dragon Concordat 5 was signed, and the Westerlands annexed under the Targaryen realm. Now, with no further distractions, the Targaryens would turn their eyes north, towards the, admittedly, least desired prize in all Westeros. House Stark would face a challenge to its power by outside forces for the first time since the end of the Andal Crusades. 1. The traditional soaps of Westeros tended to leave a rather foul smell on the body after use, so soaps from Essos were much preferred among the nobility due to their gentle and fragrant aroma. Furthermore, soaps were generally too expensive for the poor small folk to afford them, and at the time the people of Westeros did not have a good understanding of the importance of maintaining proper hygiene. 2. The Golden Tooth's vaults were looted clean by the time Aegon Targaryen cemented the submission of the Westerlands, and this humiliation was considered far worse than the total loss of their military might or the sacking of countless towns and villages for the Westerlands. 3. The Rogaray Bank, a bank run by the Rogaray family of Lys, a banking family of Valyrian descent whose lineage can be traced back to ancient Valyria. They own a Valyrian steel heirloom sword named Truth in a familial crypt, a privilege reserved only for the most elite among elites. Though nowhere nearly as powerful and influential as the Iron Bank of Braavos, they are nevertheless powerful and wealthy, facilitating many trade routes between the free cities and earning tidy profits through banking and mercantile ventures, including the slave trade. As of late, they have run into stiff competition with the Bank of Dorne, not only due to the efficiency and trustworthiness of their services but also their revolutionary methods that enhance service quality, resulting in a loss of business as more customers choose the Bank of Dorne over the Rogaray Bank. 4. Field of Fire, the name of the catastrophic battle that ended in absolute slaughter for the Westerlands, neutering their strength for an entire 2 generations. While some would point out that Aaron Rada's liberal use of fire was a primary factor in his victory over the Reachmen, ultimately it was considered less impactful than the use of dragon fire despite being an event of equally high significance. 5. Lion Dragon Concordat, the treaty signed between the defunct kingdom of the Westerlands and the Targaryens, which by all accounts was highly unfair towards the Westerlanders. This forced the Westerlanders to forfeit rights to their wealth to the Dragon Lords, who put it to use for the expansion of their domain. Chapter XXXII, Submission in Totality. 1 BC. The North. With 6 out of 7 kingdoms subdued, only the North was left, and then Westeros would be united for the first time in countless millennia since the Dawn Age. If the North were like the southern kingdoms, there would be a series of skirmishes to test the waters, let the Targaryen armies spill blood and earn their glories before the dragons swooped in and annihilated all resistance to the last, signifying the futility of any and all resistance against the Valyrian dragon lords. One would expect from mytho-historical tales that the North was a powerhouse, fielding a large and powerful army with an equally robust and thriving economy to support that large army, fleets of ships thronging the seas and mighty castles protecting the only overland route to the rest of the kingdom. Alas, reality always saw fit to smash such childish fantasies. The North's climate was far too cold to be considered pleasant, breeding frigid and pragmatic people with neither patience nor desire for gaudy culture or sophistry. And like every kingdom it was plagued by unending stagnation, its economy was poor and vulnerable, its navy weak and its armies small. At its peak, the North could only muster up to 50,000 troops when calling the banners, all half-trained levies where most could barely afford a set of chainmail or a proper helmet, an equally low-quality cavalry marching alongside the infantry. As such, the Northman armies were incomparable to the vaunted Knights of the Reach or the armies of the Westerlands. To add insult to injury, any military campaign beyond the North's boundaries would only last up to 2 or 3 weeks due to their inferior logistics. The last factor, along with general disinterest in conquest and a highly inflated view of their capabilities, also explained why the Northmen never launched any southbound campaign since King Theon the Hungry Wolf razed Andalos to the ground, never warring offensively against the Andals who in contrast invade each other as frequently as they defended themselves from invasions by fellow Andals. And due to the foolishness of Brandon the Burner in his emotionally unstable state, the North was left without a powerful navy when it could have dominated the seas of northern Westeros, easily becoming the equal of the Reach or even the Ironborn. In the castle of Winterfell, alarm bells rang throughout the city as sightings of massive winged beasts were reported. Panicked citizens quickly took cover as guards manned the battlements, and a bewildered Torrhen Stark beheld the sight of mighty dragons landing in the courtyard of Winterfell, next to the ancient weirwood that stood for 8 millennia. Torrhen Stark, a young king happily married to Maege Mormont, formerly of Bear Island, a king who enjoyed relative peace and prosperity and the support of his vassals, now had to deal with the sudden realization that dragons, God's honest living's dragons, were now roosting directly in his seat of power. The black-haired man could not help but tremble in his frozen legs, stilling himself by sheer discipline and force of will. His half-brother, Brandon Snow, was far more defiant and was even raring to test his mettle against the famous dragons that burned countless men and forts, but nevertheless he felt a human's fear. "I bid you greetings," Aegon greeted with an infuriating smirk. "May I ask who among you is King Torrhen Stark of the North?" "That is me." Torrhen stepped forward, calm and composed despite his inner turmoil. "Good. I am Aegon Targaryen, Lord of Dragonstone, and with me are my sister wives Visenya and Rhaenys along with our dragons Baelryan, Viagar, and Meraxes," Aegon introduced with a wave of his hand. "I understand our arrival was abrupt and unannounced, but we would be most inclined to accept bread and salt. For all sanity of minds present, of course." Finding himself dragged forward by the currents of time and fate in a most devilish prank, Torrhen mutely nodded and ordered a servant to offer platters of salt and bread to the Targaryen siblings, who simply broke pieces and dipped them in salt before eating them. "So, what brings the leaders of House Targaryen to the north, might I ask?" said Torrhen. Both the question and the age-old hospitality custom were more formalities than anything, the conclusion a foregone outcome. "We come to you with a simple offer, to submit to our armies and cease resistance, and join a united Westeros," said Aegon. "And what strings are attached to that offer, Dragon Rider?" Brandon put forth, defiant and arrogant in his stride. "Who says we Northmen cannot simply kill you here and now, and your precious dragons?" "Brandon, stand down," Torrhen ordered harshly. Brandon Snow huffed angrily, but obeyed silently. Aegon simply smiled, unbothered by the hot-headed Brandon as he continued, "Do any of you possess magical weapons or spells with which to kill dragons? Have you or your ancestors ever had a history of fighting dragons before? Better still, can you truly match a warhost 200,000 strong with your inexperienced armies or minuscule navies?" Neither Torrhen nor Brandon could argue against Aegon, wincing at the reality plastered in their faces. "I thought so," Aegon said matter-of-factly. "If you choose to resist, we will burn the north to the ground. No amount of pride or defiance will save you from a dragon's might, I assure you." Brandon snarled at this, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white and his fingers drew blood, but stayed firmly rooted in place rather than punch and break Aegon's nose for his rudeness. Torrhen, on the other hand, felt an eerie sense of foreboding and surprising calmness. "He's right, we simply do not have the means to fight the dragons no matter what, and they can annihilate us with ease. The burning of Harrenhal and the Field of Fire has amply demonstrated such. And even if by some miracle we can fight dragons, we are outnumbered 4-1 by their armies, and we have no defense against their superior naval power. Yet we must not forget that the dragons easily landed in Winterfell with no one capable of prior warning. And come winter, we would have no food or shelter, and we would be easy pickings regardless." Torrhen heaved a heavy sigh, his face curling in displeasure and recalcitrant acceptance, and the tension faded from his shoulders. "Brother, you cannot be serious!" Brandon shouted, his tone one of desperate pleading. But Torrhen would not be swayed, and he could see in the eyes of Torrhen's courtiers and guards that they had neither heart nor courage to defy Targaryen aggression. Dismayed, he left without another word, and Torrhen made no move to stop him. From the corner of his eye, Torrhen could see tears falling from his half-brother's eyes. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry Brandon." Aegon looked dispassionately at the retreating form of Brandon Snow, then back at Torrhen. "If you wish to formalize your surrender, we will wait at the ruins of Moat Cailin," Aegon stated. "Be sure to bring every single lord of importance along with the entirety of the North's martial strength." "May I ask why, Lord Aegon?" said Torrhen. Aegon smirked again. "Every single lord of importance will be attending your formal surrender, to witness you willingly forego your crown at my feet along with the entirety of my war host." And with that, the Targaryens turned to mount their dragons and promptly left. "By the old gods, I pray this is the right decision to make." I. Moat Cailin. The ruined fortress was once called many names, the Gateway of the South and Bulwark of Grey Snow to name but two, famed for serving as the blockade against which Andal crusades broke upon like water against the rocks. Once it was a mighty fortress boasting tall walls and 20 towers bristling with armaments, and it is said that he who controlled Moat Cailin controlled all trade between the Neck and the rest of the north. Now it was a shadow of its former glory, two ruined, ugly, squat towers the only indication of the stronghold's presence. Though imposing from the south, the rotting wood left the towers vulnerable from the north and east. It was here that the Targaryen host awaited the arrival of the Northmen, a mighty sprawling camp extending for miles as clusters of tents overshadowed the squat ruins. Banners of many colors and insignias were displayed, but the ones most prominent and dominating the center were the three-headed dragon on black, where the Targaryen dragons awaited. The Dornish contingent, numbering a measly 1,500, took the rear flank and flew the banner of the Crimson Fox, but their presence was keenly felt, especially by the armies of their direct neighbors. For the Reachmen, they were, more or less lukewarm due to their humane treatment of prisoners of war and the respect they afforded to the brave brothers under King Mern the Bloodhand who fought in the Battle of the Yarha Plains, despite slaughtering 3/4 of the Reach army in the process. Though the loss of 3 Valyrian steel blades stung, they could only settle for grumbling since Aeron upheld the laws of ransom. The Stormlanders, on the other hand, were hugely conflicted. They permanently ended the raiders of the Red Mountains, ending countless houses and forcing those that remained to submit, a handful of small, minuscule houses with no history of kingship. However, in the process they now had the presence of a ruler who had no qualms with ending houses no matter their history, and who had a preference for removing the rights of nobles rather than rely on their support, willingly jeopardizing the stability of his own realm. This man also defeated the Reach in open battle, and though it was a Pyrrhic victory, it was one that cemented his capability in defeating larger, superior armies. As for the Westerlands, they were wholly beneath everyone's notice, save as a horrifically damaged party whose presence was insignificant, even more so than the Valesmen. Most times, the Stormlanders and Reachmen regarded them with heavy caution, keeping their distance. The rest regarded the Dornish with indifference. You know, seeing this ruin of a fortress, I can't help but feel it deserved better. Aegon Targaryen stared at the ruined fortress of Moat Cailin with cold indifference and casual disappointment. It's only to be expected, Visenya remarked, the Northmen grew too complacent and remained poor, and they cannot afford to rebuild this valuable fortress. A shame really. And here I thought most of Westeros was a disappointment, this takes it to a whole new level, Rhoynish affirmed. Do you think if Aeron were born a Northman rather than as a Dornishman, things would be different? Only that he would be wearing Northman colors and wielding northern magic instead, Aegon shrugged with a smile. Orys, coin for your thoughts. Only that I share such with you, brother, Orys answered with a casual shrug. A guard approached and saluted Aegon as he spoke. My lord, Lord Aeron is here at your behest. Good, let him through, Aegon ordered. The guard obeyed, and here the Targaryen siblings took in Aeron Rada's appearance for the first time. Muscular with olive brown skin, dressed in half-plate armor and thick clothing for winter, carrying himself with quiet confidence and diligence, never quaking in the presence of their mighty dragons despite knowing their power and capabilities. Sheathed by his side was Dawn, the legendary blade feeling at home on his waist. He was surrounded by several nobles and guards, some carried themselves with the same confidence as Aeron, others shied away and stayed behind. Orys instantly felt as if he looked upon a sleeping dragon, a subtle yet dangerous creature whose ambitions were thankfully sated for the time being. So, we finally meet in person, Aegon greeted Aeron with a bright, beaming smile. I am Aegon Targaryen, lord of my house in Dragonstone, soon to be king of all Westeros. The pleasure is mine, your lordship, Aeron greeted back with a more professional smile. With me are gathered my trusted generals and all the nobles of import in Dorne. Truth be told, with how recent your rebellion was, I did not think you would come, Lord Aeron, Visenya stated. I believed you would stay behind instead and focus on shoring up your rule. I would never miss this for the world, Lady Visenya, Aeron replied with slight mirth. It's not every lifetime you get to witness the bloodless submission of an entire kingdom. Truer words have never been spoken, Lord Aeron, Rhoynish smirked, though I cannot help but feel sorry for King Torrhen Stark. Once he surrenders, he will be the object of ridicule long after his time on this world has passed. The right thing to do is not always the popular thing to do, Aeron stated. It's a lesson that rulers in chaotic times must learn, sooner or later. Speaking from experience, Lord Aeron? Asked Visenya, her expression indiscernible. Yes, Aeron answered without hesitation. Huang Shui took his place by Aeron's side, smiling and fanning himself despite the chilling, biting winds that assaulted his being. So this is the north, Huang Shui mused, a land fitting for uncivilized barbarians, I must say. Westeros is technically full of uncivilized barbarians, and UTI does practice some barbaric customs itself, Aeron pointed out. Pot calling the kettle black, Franklin added in with a coy smirk. Huang Shui simply rolled his eyes in response. If only they took the opportunity to innovate and develop their technology, perhaps House Stark would have ruled over a more powerful and wealthy kingdom than any other place in Westeros, Huang Shui muttered, a tone of displeasure in his voice, and yet it is laughably poor and weak, and like the Dornish of old they allowed their magical arts to die out. And UTI is similarly stagnating with no real contenders to their power and hegemony, as you told us before, Franklin countered again. Huang Shui glanced at Franklin, masking slight irritation, before huffing and saying nothing. Interesting company you keep, Orys remarked to Aeron, a foreigner, a water wizard and former mercenary form part of your entourage. And who all hold important positions in Dorne, Lord Orys, Aeron said, can you say you don't hold interesting company yourself in the Stormlands? The loud, obnoxious kind, but point taken, Lord Aeron, Orys smirked. To the side, Garen looked upon the barren frozen wastes of the north with no small amount of derision. These Northmen are no better than the Dornish, Garen put forth, squandering their alliance with the children of the forest and the giants and letting their own kingdom rot in stagnation. Unworthy of their inflatable proud, boring history. House Stark is not unlike House Martell in this regard. And here I see they already earned your distrust. Marais of the Tianfeng Huang approached, wrapped in a thick cloak and shivering slightly despite the extra thick layers she wore. By her side was Luin Corgile, similarly distressed by the cold and hugging her tightly as if she were a warm hearth. Why should I care for some isolated northern barbarians with little creativity in their naming sense? Garen scoffed, I'd rather prefer the deserts of Dorne to this frozen wasteland. House Stark has ruled for 8 millennia only because they had no true challengers to their rule. And that makes them worse than House Martell? Marais asked. Garen scoffed again, but shook his head. Much as I hate to admit it, at least House Stark made sure to entrench its dominion across all the north, securing the staunch loyalty of its vassals and annihilating those few who would have truly threatened their rule, Garen opined, his tone carrying grudging approval, though like House Martell, they've seen fit to let live a troublesome house like House Bolton. Luin's face curled in disdain, and Marais was quick to pat his shoulder. Are you all right, Luin? Asked Marais. I am, Luin said, just disappointed. In House Stark? Asked Marais. Luin nodded, it seems every other kingdom loves to propagate stagnation of some sort, it's too easy to take Aeron's dedicated ambition for granted. And as we all know, there is no second or third Aeron in the world, never in 100 lifetimes, Marais gently pointed out with a smile. Luin simply hummed in response. Ah, here comes the delegation now, Visenya pointed to the horizon. From the snowy mists emerged a large host of Northmen, the entirety of the North's martial strength, marching towards the ruins of Moat Cailin and hoisting the banners of the Grey Dire Wolf. In all honesty, compared to the mighty chivalrous armies of the Reach, the black-clad legions of the Targaryens and the small entourage of Westerlander gold-clad lions and steel-gleaming Dornishmen, the Northmen were exceedingly bland and unimposing to the rest of the Westerosi. Their armor, while functional, did not inspire awe of strong, angry half-wolf barbarians as the tales described, and their time spent in such a bleak wasteland meant the Northmen cared nothing for ornamentation or bright colors of any kind except perhaps for the ferocious predators some wore as cloaks over their forms, dire wolves, bears, shadow cats and the like. Many hoped Lord Bolton's cloak was merely that of shaved apes, but the horrors of the dread fort pervade regardless of reality. Aeron himself was exceedingly unimpressed with the Northmen, a blank stare reflected in his eyes as he looked at the encroaching entourage of King Torrhen Stark who trotted ahead of the main host. If he's expecting to impress the North's strength upon us, he is sorely failing, Rhoynish remarked. I doubt that's his intention, dear sister, Visenya countered, rather, I think he is doing the exact opposite. My thoughts exactly, Visenya, Aegon smirked, and here comes the guest of honor. I. Torrhen Stark felt a terrible dread settle in his gut the moment he set eyes upon the combined armies of the Targaryen war host. As if the sight of 3 gargantuan fire-breathing beasts was not enough, they now had to contend with a superior army in terms of quality and quantity, and far more experienced in battle than the rest of the Northmen combined. Brandon Snow, Torrhen's sons, and many of his vassals still remained defiant and brave in the face of such overwhelming odds, but not Torrhen, not the pragmatist who sat upon the throne as countless other Starks sat the throne of winter. Approaching ahead of the northern entourage, he stayed within arm's reach of the Targaryen siblings who approached him like old friends who just reunited. King Torrhen Stark, Aegon greeted, arms outstretched as if anticipating a hug, have you chosen to accept my offer? Torrhen dragged his frozen knees, his feet creaking with every step. Then, slowly, he fell to his knees much to the dismay of all the Northmen who watched. Brandon and his sons, especially, were beset with anger and betrayal beyond measure. I, Torrhen Stark, 5th of my name and king in the north, submit to House Targaryen. And with that, the north was annexed under the Targaryen domain, and Aegon's conquest came to its conclusion. Side History 4, Fate of the Elders. It is perhaps one of the greatest ironies that despite their superior capabilities to mortal men, one such mortal man carved his name for all perpetuity into the annals of history using almost entirely his own talents and the men at his disposal. Whereas on the other hand, the children and the giants were mere footnotes throughout the period of Aegon the Conqueror's rule and decades afterwards. Ebanu8 on the elder races. The children of the forest and the giants were 2 elder races to survive all the way from the Dawn Age up to the present day, mostly because they went into hiding soon after the long night came to an end. Such ancient history is exceptionally spotty and difficult to piece together due to how few records survived. As such, one can only rely on the commonly perpetrated mytho-historical tales of these 2 races that once were spread throughout all of Westeros. Since the dawn of time and the creation of the world of Planetos, the elder races populated the continent of Westeros as easily as all wildlife, free and able to live their lives in peace. The children commanded great powers of magic, while the giants were tall and strong and capable of smashing dozens of men with swings of their arms. All that changed when the first men appeared. They originally came from Essos, migrating over the arm of Dorne and staking claim to their petty kingdoms. Territorial disputes followed, and war soon erupted between the children and the first men. Though the children possessed great magic, the first men overwhelmed them through sheer numbers and the use of bronze weaponry, whereas the children only had obsidian daggers and the giants had wooden clubs. Eventually, to stop the flow of men into Westeros, the children used their magic and tore apart the arm of Dorne with great plumes of water, hammering with such force that even bedrock cracked. Yet it was too little, too late, and the first men were here to stay. As the centuries passed, the children dwindled in both number and homes, and though there were peace treaties and agreements here and there, the memory of men was short and fickle, and there was no true lasting peace so long as men were greedy for more. When the long night came and the others invaded Westeros in force, they brought forth a winter lasting years upon years, famine ensued as crops ceased to grow, and for the first time an old alliance of children and first men was forged, and together they fought to drive them back, leading to the creation of Brandon's Wall and the Night's Watch. No one truly knows for sure if they won, or if the others simply considered the alliance not worth their time to fight and just left out of boredom. No one knows if the alliance endured after the long night. It is commonly accepted, however, that the alliance did not endure, for why else had the children and giants faded into myth and obscurity, instead of walking among men as equals? 2 millennia after the long night, the Andals came by sea. The Andals followed a different faith, the Seven who are one, and thus saw the faith of the old gods as heresy to be purged. Not only did they possess an organized religious institution, they had superior tactics, metallurgy and construction techniques. Where the first men had wooden keeps and palisades and bronze, the Andals had keeps and ramparts of stone and iron weaponry, the latter they learned from the Rhoynish. Iron was easily more durable and sharper than bronze, and it was easier to smelt and mine than bronze, leading to the Andals possessing larger armies than the first men. Furthermore, castles of stone were far harder to siege as one could not simply chop them like palisades with axes. Many houses converted to the Seven, hoping to gain access to their technology as a means of furthering their ambitions, while others who rejected them were converted at sword point or fled to the north. With the coming of the Andals, there was no place for the children left south, they were all burned at the stake. The Andals united hundreds of petty kingdoms into large kingdoms, the Reach, the Westerlands, and the Vale. Only the north remained independent, yet it did them little good, for the last vestiges of magic had long since faded before Aegon's conquest, or else King Torrhen the Kneeler would not have surrendered to Aegon Targaryen without a single arrow fired. III. Undisclosed location. A young boy gasped as he emerged from a tangle of roots, fearful and terrified and short of breath as he beheld his surroundings. Trapped in a cave with no way home, no familiar places in sight and all alone, he desperately looked around and took in his surroundings. Hello? Is there someone, anyone? Please be calm, young Eckard. We mean you no harm. Eckard jumped in shock at the voice, and he turned to find little, childlike beings approaching him, and instantly he knew they were not human. Dark skin, a mixture of brown and grey with a bark-like texture appearance, eyes that shone amber with slits instead of round pupils, leaves and twigs in their hair that seemed natural and not unnatural, and an otherworldly air around them that made Eckard watch in awe and shock. Who are you? Eckard asked. We are who people call the children of the forest, young Eckard, the lead child approached, and we are the ones who brought you here. The children? But I thought you were a myth. Eckard exclaimed, a feeling of excitement budding in his heart. A lie we perpetrated through our disappearance, young Eckard, the lead child explained gently, his voice echoing like a lilting song. This was so that your ancestors would not hunt us down anymore. I see, said Eckard, but why bring me here? I don't understand. It is a long story, the lead child explained. Please take a seat, we will be here for a while. Sure, Eckard said, excuse me, but what's your name? I never got it. Oh, my apologies, said the lead child, you may call me Leaf. Leaf? That sounds, Leaf did not seem offended, merely offering a smile of amusement. Our true names are spoken in the true tongue, the language of the earth. It is not one that neither beast nor men can replicate even should they live 1,000 years. It is the language the trees converse to the rivers, the rocks whisper to the clouds, the thunder roars when it disputes the wind, the sea speaks smoothly to the grass. It even speaks to all the animals, yet very few listen, and humans, worst of all breeds, choose to ignore. My kind sing in unison with the soils beneath our feet, the shrubs we clothe our forms with, and drink nutrients with the trees we slumber beside. You may call me but a leaf among many, just as my people have many nuts, berries, sticks, petals, coals, hairs, scales, and more. But one leaf is not like another. This leaf is unique, as are my fellow leaves. Eckert simply nodded, not truly understanding and following Leif's long-winded explanation. Now, the reason why we brought you here is because, it concerns the survival of our kind, Leif began to explain, we are dying out. Eckert did not dare to interrupt, not after seeing the immense sorrow and regret crossing Leif's face. Our self-imposed isolation meant that the humans are no longer killing us, but the ancient enemy that haunted both us and men still lurks around, and our hiding places are small and unable to house many of us, Leif continued, as such, neither us nor the giants were able to leave our cage. Then why me? Asked Eckert. You could, I don't know, conquer some lands here, build your own kingdom. Leif shook his head, we do not have the numbers, and many of us are just tired of endless war. We just want a place to peacefully exist without the fear of persecution. As to why we brought you here, we know of your ambitions. What? Questioned Eckert, suddenly feeling defensive. Be assured, we did not pry into your mind, said Leif, rather, it was revealed to us by the old gods. The old gods did? Asked Eckert, so, they were the ones who told you to bring me here. An astute observation, Eckert, Leif smiled. Now, we may already know your ambitions, but a great many of us still dislike the thought of having to rely on a human for our survival, or that you or your descendants might betray us. As such, might I ask about your intentions? Eckert sighed and began to speak. You've no reason to trust me, neither do I trust you. As for me, I just don't want to end up dying in poverty. I want to make my name, earn a lordship and then become rich, and then I don't have to die hungry. Leif silently paid attention with the rest of the children present as Eckert spoke. It's just a stupid dream, Eckert continued, I don't want to die poor, but how easy is it for someone to become a lord? I mean, chances are quite small, aren't they? I'm just a beggar who only knows how to steal and beg, I don't have any fighting skills or education, certainly don't have any bloodline or whatever. Even as he spoke, Eckert's voice bled with raw emotion, his eyes beginning to tear up. Then we can help you, Leif spoke. How? Asked Eckert. We can forge for you a powerful blade and instruct you in the art of magic, Leif explained gently, as for other subjects, however, you will have to turn to other means. And how will I become a lord? Asked Eckert, just having a blade and magic won't get me recognized. We know, Leif nodded, which is why when you turn 10 and 2, you need to go south to Dorne, and enroll yourself in one of the schools there. We will guide you the rest of the way through dreams, but what else you do is up to you. With nothing and no one to live for and being a mere child of 10 and 1 years? What other choice did he have? When do I start? Sidesterevi, the isolated water wizard. The water wizards, ever since their reformation into the Order of Hydromancers by Aaron Rada, became a highly organized and renowned military and religious force in all of Dorne, and they earned many accolades in Aaron's rebellion against House Martell and in the war against the Reach. Many independent orphans who heard the news suddenly felt as if they were being left out, and were desperate to earn the goodwill of the new master of Dorne. Ebanu8 regarding the orphans of the green blood. Mary was a lonely woman. Ever since her falling out with Garen over the possibility of their prophecy being a hoax, she and the rest of her fellow water wizards willfully isolated themselves on their houseboats and refused to maintain contact with Garen's people. Every lord still propagated the Red Edicts, what reason was there to believe things would change? And yet the unlikely became reality. House Martell and so many of its loyal vassal houses became extinct, the vacancies filled with Aaron's people, and within half a year all of Eastern Dorne fell under the banner of the Black Fox. The water wizards were also slowly introduced as the religious arm of the Rhoynish faith, to reacquaint the green blood Dornish with their religious roots and forsake the faith of the Seven. And it only grew more ridiculous from there. After attaining a Pyrrhic victory against the Reachmen, Aaron Rada had secured dominion over all of Dorne, purging noble houses who still stood in his way. He also persecuted septons and septas of the Sevanist faith on charges of being charlatans, twisting the faith to serve their own selfish desires, while acting on accusations and evidence provided by other septons and septas working with Aaron's people. Personally, Mary believed the last part a hoax, impostors dressed as such to provide false testimony. Nevertheless, Aaron Rada made reality his dominion over Dorne, and the only price they paid was submission to House Targaryen, a price Aaron willingly paid. Then he issued a proclamation throughout Dorne for any remaining orphans of the green blood, offering them gainful employment and a chance to integrate into Dornish society with the rewards of greater pay, a home, and stable employment. Mary, in her stubborn pride, refused to entertain the offer, content to live out her life of isolation. Others in her coven, however, were willing to do so, lacking her stubborn pride and willing to compromise for the sake of survival or out of a desire to change things for the better for themselves. One by one they left her, until she was all alone. At the age of 48, with her husband and 4 daughters and the rest of her coven deserting her for greener pastures, she was a lonely existence on her houseboat. All she could do now was fish in the river for a meager living, trying to scrape the bottom of the barrel. She soon saw a single boat approach her houseboat, which caused her to raise an eyebrow. No one deigned to pay her a visit ever since she was left alone. A lone male figure was distinguishable beneath his more immaculate robes and battle-worn features, but there was no mistaking the one man she parted with over an argument. Garen. She muttered in disbelief, setting down her fishing rod. It's been a long time, Mary, Garen greeted, stepping onto her houseboat like an old friend returned. How have you been? Mary wordlessly gestured towards her entire houseboat, a simple, utilitarian thing bereft of riches, with a sour grimace on her lips. You've been doing better for yourself, Garen, Mary remarked. Garen simply nodded and took a seat next to Mary, but made no move to pat her shoulder or perform any other friendly gesture that she would once have been comfortable with, feeling awkward and uncomfortable around Mary. So, come to mock me, have you, Garen? Asked a sour Mary, you, looking well fed and clothed and not wanting for material needs? Why in Mother Rhoyne's name would you come looking for me, then, a penniless beggar with nothing to her name but a rickety fishing boat? Mary. Spare me your false pleasantries, Mary interrupted angrily, I don't want to deal with your sympathy or mockery or anything else you have for me. I chose to split from you, I chose to go down my path, and I certainly chose to not believe that prophecy the Mother Rhoyne showed us. So why come here to me? Garen flinched back a moment, surprised by Mary's level of anger and her aggressive body language. Yet he remained calm and maintained eye contact, never standing from his seat. I just wanted to know you were not dead, lying in a ditch or in the sands somewhere, Garen stated, not the woman who helped pluck me from the streets in one of several towns, looking for scraps. Mary scoffed slightly, nice way of you repaying my generosity. Maybe I did bite the hand that fed me by walking away, Garen mused, his voice becoming softer, then again, so too did the others that stayed with you after our initial argument. Mary scoffed again, but said nothing, stewing in anger for many long, pregnant moments of silence. How did he do it? Asked Mary, how did he ensure our place in his new order for Dorne? What did you hear? Asked Garen. Only that he purged countless nobles and clerics and replaced them with his own people, and that in exchange for submitting to House Targaryen was named Lord Paramount of Dorne, or Dornia, whatever the Targaryens call it, Mary answered, other than that, nothing. Well, what you mentioned is all true, Garen said to Mary, he named me Archmage of the Hydromancers, highest position in the order, and Duke of Skirich. Mary looked at Garen in shock, unable to comprehend her words, but she quickly turned her face away to conceal a look of bitterness on her face. Duke? What sort of fanciful title is that? Mary questioned, but I suppose you've climbed up high, much higher from us people in the dirt. Mary, will you stop stewing in your stubborn pride? Garen said, his voice harsh and filled with annoyance, can you not just accept the fact that because you refuse to let go of your pride, you're all alone with no one looking out and caring for you? How was I supposed to know whether or not Aaron Rada was trustworthy? Mary bit back, that he wouldn't simply hand us over to some lord or traveling septon looking to use us or kill us. You did not know, I did not know, Garen retorted, for all I knew, it was exactly the same scenario you described. And yet you chose to follow the prophecy, Mary noted. Yes, I did, Garen admitted, because when you live a life where we have nothing and no one to our name, constantly living in hiding when others can live under the sun, people start yearning for change. I yearned for change. I figured that even if it proved untrue, what else did we have to lose? So either live for nothing, or die for something, Mary muttered, I suppose you'd choose the latter, being so restless and eager for change. Mary sighed as she cast aside her fishing rod, frustrated that she failed to catch a fish. So what do you want to do with me now? Questioned Mary. I want you to come with me to Skirich, Mary, said Garen, I don't want you wasting away achieving nothing, you helped me, so let me help you. Mary let out a long, suffering sigh, and her shoulders sank with the weight of regret, her eyes downcast and filled with fatigue both physical and mental. What else do I have to lose? Mary said to herself, before turning to face Garen, take me wherever you want me, I'm not going anywhere else. Garen allowed himself a soft smile despite their strained relations. I. Hydromancers. A military arm of water-wielding magi incorporated into the Dornian ducal army too, they have distinguished themselves in several skirmishes and battles against both fellow Dornians and the Reachmen in the war. Many prominent hydromancers occupy high positions in Aeron's political order, including Grand Duke Aaron Rada himself and Garen Calran, Archmage of the Hydromancers. When they were first formed, there were only 20 hydromancers at the time of Aaron's birth. By the time of Aegon's conquest, there were at least 5,000 hydromancers serving in the army and navy, integrated into the various regiments and flotillas respectively. Though the hydromancers exist as an order of magi, in reality it operates more as an integrated military regiment that answers to the same high command, and the ranking order is as follows in descending order. Archmage. The highest ranking officer of the hydromancers and leader of the order, the Archmage functions as a full-fledged general, and his responsibilities are many from organizing and commanding the hydromancer regiments to planning war games, testing battle doctrines new and old and refining them with the various senior-ranking hydromancers under his command. In times of war, he delegates battlefields to different Khalsar, water sentinels, who lead detached regiments in his stead. The Archmage himself also acts as a general capable of commanding armies and navies. Khalsar. Tide counts in Rhoynish, the Khalsar are effectively brigadier generals who command regiments 5,000 strong and serve as deputy commanders to the Archmage, assisting in planning and coordination of military missions. The Khalsar also serve as commandants and deans of the Royahum Arcane University, where all manner of magical lore and spells are taught to prospective students since the coronation of Aegon the Conqueror. Khalregan. Tide lords in Rhoynish, the Khalregan act as colonels who serve as deputy commanders to Khalsar. They are both battlefield commanders and strategists who plan battles according to the prevailing strategic circumstances. At times, in light of the death of a commanding officer, they may assume command of army battalions or ships. Khalhast. Tide captains in Rhoynish, Khalhast are captains who command companies of men in a battalion of men and thus act as deputies to the Khalregan. They are meant to lead their men in person and fight alongside them as any soldier, directing them in the chaos of action while the strategists command from within the army headquarters. Khalgyson. Tide soldats in Rhoynish, the Khalgyson are platoon sergeants in charge of commanding platoons and drilling both soldiers and new recruits, getting the hydromancers used to a life of regimentation and discipline while on campus grounds. Many times, they also organize drilling with sergeants from regular army regiments as part of cohesion-building training regimes and events. In this way, the hydromancers do not suffer a disconnect from the realities of military life or look down on the common soldiers, and bond together well with their non-magi counterparts in times of war and peace. Neophyte. The lowest-ranking member of the hydromancers, they are privates who have graduated basic training and education and thus have earned a place in the order. They know only very basic hydromancy techniques such as forming solid but rough shapes with ice from water, and have to not only improve their casting techniques but also their leadership capabilities to be promoted to the rank of Khalgyson. Only the top 10th of every batch of recruits or neophytes are selected for a specialist course they undergo as cadets to become Khalgyson, ready to train the next batch of recruits after them. Udohanur Pantheon. Long before the time of the Second Spice War and Nymeria's exile, the various faiths of the Rhoynar were of a deeply philosophical nature, never truly united as one single religion under the rule of any prince of any city-state. At the time, they saw no reason to practice anything like an organized religion, seeing no need for it and seeing the potential for corruption among the religious elite. Nymeria's exile and the Red Edicts changed all that, and the Rhoynish faith was at risk of becoming extinct. It took the coming of the Black Fox, Grand Duke Aaron Rada, to reverse the fortunes of the Rhoynish pantheon, and he reorganized them into the pantheon of the Udohanur. Udohanur was derived from two words, Udonhai which meant unity, and Trunhanok which meant tranquility. According to the Udohanur scriptures, the soul is comprised of three natural parts, personality or reason, Bela, willpower or nature, Rhea, and desire, Wina. All three portions of the soul are entirely unique across each individual, neither truly being the same to any other, though some are more similar than others. The Bela determines the path one takes in life, the Rhea determines their ability and their willingness to act when life turns tough, the Wina determines whether they manage to pursue their dreams and goals and attain them, or if they stumble and fall halfway before deviating towards another path. As for the worshipped gods of the Udohanur, their names and respective believers are as follows in descending order. Mother Rhoyne, Rhoynamharai, Supreme Goddess of the Udohanur, patron of all Udohanites. Nyalharu, the Green Daughter, her youngest babe. Lharulu, Goddess of Magic, patron of the Hydromancers. Selharu, Goddess of the Arts, patron of craftsmen and artists. Jidanhor/Onyidana, Old Man of the River, patron of sailors and admirals. 4 half-shell heroes, greatest of the Gadanyimas. Gazro, Mazruk, Hosrier, and Kaisyar. Tarhuskoy the Crab King, God of War, patron of soldiers and generals. The Oarsman, God of the Afterlife, patron of embalmers and graveyard keepers. There are many other gods than the ones mentioned, but their worship tends to be smaller and more personalized among certain groups while others have syncretized certain aspects into larger deities. Every deity has their own flock, they simply were not as popular as the Grand Six. The clerics of the Udohanur faith accept both men and women into their ranks, and their ranks and responsibilities are as follows below in descending order. Mahiram, Chief Matriarch. The head of the Udohanur religion, an undisputed religious authority over all matters concerning the consecration of Rhoynish temples and shrines, and the anointing of Udohanur clerics to higher ranks and positions of power. Unlike the High Septon of the Faith of the Seven, the Mahiram has absolutely no authority to partake of secular politics, and thus strictly oversees religious matters within the Udohanur faith without interfering in that of others. Currently, the ruling Mahiram is Amalini Mater, who has held her position for 10 and 4 years since Aaron's ascension as Lord of Arsam. She leads the creed from her home temple of Amtalmar, which also serves as the Udohanur creed's headquarters. Semhalru. The Semhalru are trained architects and sculptors who build places of worship according to the sacred directives of the Udohanur pantheon, fulfilling requirements for promoting the religious austerity, purity, and simplicity of the Rhoynar. They oversee the geographical position of the temple, the composition, physical placement, dimensioning and design, and choose which materials to use in the temple construction. They are also responsible for embellishment of the actual structure and surrounding grounds, and at times may be called upon to perform certain religious services celebrating the art and sculpture wrought by the believers' hands. In times past, due to the decentralized nature of their faith, they never had any official study for passing down their knowledge and techniques. Now, aspiring Semhalru diligently study and train at temple grounds in conjunction with expert masons and engineers from outside the temple. Pelhios Rothan. Women who specialize in organizing the prep work and cooking of religious offerings and dishes eaten at religious festivals, and in preparing offerings for the temple gods and goddesses. Every day begins with an omgast, sunflakes, which is a mixture of spices mixed with water to form a doughy-like paste before being thrown into a fire. Food prepared must adhere to strict guidelines of austerity and purity in accordance with Udohanur tradition, and to properly honor the respective god/goddess it is offered to. For example, certain spices and herbs were forbidden or had to be used in reduced quantities. Other times, only certain types of grains could be used. Foods offered in oblations are burnt in large braziers, while the remainder is served to the temple devotees, for all food prepared in the temple is sacred and must never go to waste. Punhast, priest/priestess. The clerics who perform worship services including ceremonies and rituals in the ways of the Rhoynar, be it on-site at a temple or off-site elsewhere. They often include a few hydromancers who perform dazzling performances utilizing water magic in conjunctions with musicians and dancers. The services they perform often vary in duration and intricacy, usually performing honorary services at least once or twice a day, though for more complex, intricate, or lengthy rituals they could easily perform several services several times a day. Ever since the centralization of the Udohanur pantheon, all Punhast receive official training and study, before being officiated by the central religious authority based in the Temple of Amtal March. Hanharu, layman/laywoman. The lowest rank of the Udohanur faith, they are mostly in charge of menial tasks in the various temples from cleaning to cooking, and helping with religious ceremonies for every sermon and mass conducted for worshippers, and form the dancers, musicians, and singers at times of musical celebration. One houseboat, the standard form of housing and livelihood for the orphans of the green blood, which had a cabin for habitation. They were often used as fishing boats or merchant boats with which the orphans hawked their wares to curious passers-by. 2 Dornian Ducal Army, the official name of the military arm of Dorne that focuses on land warfare, while the Ducal Navy handles battles at sea. A/N, so I actually based the Rhoynish faith's ranks and their respective responsibilities on what the Hindu priests do, and it was quite an interesting take on how they perform religious services in worship of the Hindu gods. Anyway, hope you like this chapter, and stay tuned for the next public release chapter. Provinces. Kelbria equals the riverlands derived from Kelbardagun, riverland. Jonia equals Iron Islands, land of islands. Pletilia equals the crownlands derived from Palatiladagun, crown land. Jelmsmia equals the stormlands derived from Jelmasmardagun, stormland. Dornia equals Dorne, land of Dorne. Tegania equals the reach, large expanse of land. Blenia equals the vale, land of mountains. Rudiria equals the westerlands, land of mineshafts. Snaria equals the north, land of snow. Phrygia equals the stepstones, the broken land. Bantiogernor equals Brandon's wall. Cities/towns/castles. Drovilinian equals King's Landing. Zaldritdrin, Dragonstone. Jelmzimris equals Storm's End. Jaiseglivo equals God's Grace/Royahum. Bartuzis equals Haranil/Charskull Keep, Burnt Skull. Eglin equals High Garden. Apoction equals Old Town. Casterodrin equals Casterly Rock. Nasovilinian equals Lanny Sport. Peak equals Pike. Limazubal equals the Airy. Britzoction equals Gold Town. Timpes Vilinian equals White Harbor. Zdrarlian equals Winterfell. Zbrisoms equals Castle Black.